Jiang Chun stared at the semi-transparent attribute panel before him, which bore only a single line of basic decomposition Frank capable of decomposing black iron grade items with a 35 success rate. When decomposition succeeds, up to 27 to 42 of materials can be recovered. He blinked, and the panel vanished. He blinked again, and it reappeared, but the information had changed. Extraction of all things role level capable of decomposing items of any grade 100 success rate 100 material recovery rate and grants permanent attribute bonuses. He repeated this several times. Finally, he confirmed a fact. After 16 years since his transmigration, his golden finger had finally arrived. Am I not dreaming? Jiang Chun instinctively pinched a thigh. The sensation was smooth, tender, and slightly cool. Wrong. He was clearly pinching that fat bastard's leg. Why did it feel so strange? Moreover, a sharp intake of breath came from beside him. Jiang Chun turned his head in surprise, muttering, "Zhang Hao, you fat bastard, when did your skin become so?" Before he could finish, he froze. Before him stood a face of breathtaking beauty. The maiden's cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring at him with a mix of surprise and anger. Ling Aoshuang, the school's top beauty and strength combat talent awakener, a destined future supreme powerhouse. And his hand was pinching her fair, tender thigh. The air froze for 0.3 seconds. Ling Aoshuang looked down at the offending hand, then up at Jiang Chun, her lips trembling slightly. You pinched me. No, I didn't mean you. Jiang Chun incoherently withdrew his hand. Ling Aoshuang bit her lip, shot him a mortified and angry glare, then turned and walked away quickly. Jiang Chun stood still, the delicate, cool touch still lingering in his palm. Just then a short, stout figure came running over, panting heavily. Zhang Hao was holding 2 popsicles with another dangling from his mouth, staring in shock at Ling Aoshuang's retreating figure, oblivious to the melting popsicle in his mouth. Holy shit! He devoured the popsicle in 2 bites, spraying spittle all over Jiang Chun's face. Kid, you just touched squad leader Ling's thigh. I said I didn't mean it. Would you believe me, eh? Like hell I would. Zhang Hao's face was full of indignation. I just want to buy a popsicle, and you've done this unforgivable deed. How did it feel? Spill it. Jiang Chun glanced guiltily at Ling Aoshuang's retreating figure, took the popsicle, bit into it, and couldn't help a lewd smirk. Just like this popsicle, smooth, cool, and refreshing. Beast. Zhang Hao let out a pained tremolo. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. Look at you, so pathetic. It's just a touch of a leg. Damn, you're just a garbage decomposer, and you think you can have something more than friendship with her. Zhang Hao sneered. Jiang Chun retorted. Right, you're stronger than me. Garbage enhancer. With that said, both sighed heavily. Decomposer. Enhancer. They were both bottom-tier life-class professions in the Source Realm. It wasn't because they were weak. In fact, top-tier decomposers and enhancers were indispensable positions in any battle squad, providing significant support to the team, well sought after, and with decent pay. But the problem was, awakeners of these 2 professions were more abundant than stray dogs on the street. At early levels, both decomposers and enhancers required massive resources to upgrade. Ordinary families simply couldn't afford it. Take the decomposer, for example. From basic to primary, one needed to decompose 100 black iron equipment. From primary to intermediate, 100 bronze equipment. From intermediate to advanced, a whopping 100 silver equipment. What was the price of a single black iron equipment? Even the cheapest cost several $1,000s. That was a month's total income for most ordinary families. If a decomposer couldn't reach advanced, their material recovery efficiency would always be inferior. Other people would hire higher-level decomposers. Choose you a nobody. No money, no connections, no background. Who would spend money to train you for no reason? Jiang Chun came from an ordinary family. His father had been a warrior, but was permanently injured in a battle, and now could only earn money by mining in the Source Realm. His mother was also just an ordinary tailor. Their combined monthly income was less than $300. The family barely scraped by. Zhang Hao's family was similar. According to the saying, poverty doesn't last beyond 3 generations. If nothing unexpected happened to Jiang and Zhang, families would basically end with their generation. Sigh. Zhang Hao let out a long, wistful sigh. I heard Ling Aoshuang awakened and shrank combat talent, the best in the city. She'll probably become the partner of some supreme powerhouse. We'll probably never have a chance to talk to her again in this life. At this point he grew, gritting his teeth. You lucky bastard. You actually touched the thigh of a future supreme powerhouse's wife. If I were that supreme powerhouse and found out, I'd have someone kill you for sure. Jiang Chun was amused. Which supreme powerhouse would be as petty as you? Enough said. Zhang Hao bit the leftover stick in his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. My dad said he can pull some strings to get me into the scrap collection station. He'll see if I can get you in too. The scrap collection station. It was a place for mass recycling of scrapped equipment. To others it was a dump, but for their 2 professions it was a top-tier enlightenment ground. Countless top-tier decomposer and enhancer masters had emerged from there. Jiang Chun patted his shoulder and said half-jokingly, "Brother, for those words, when I attain eternal Tao and become the heavenly emperor, he'll definitely give you a hand." Heh, Zhang Hao was too lazy to even argue with such nonsense. Jiang Qin arrived home when the sky was almost dark. Neither of his parents was off work yet, and the house was empty and cold. He casually threw his bag onto the sofa, then sat solemnly before the coffee table, taking a deep breath. He blinked. The panel appeared. Extraction of all things role level capable of decomposing items of any grade 100 success rate 100 material recovery rate and grants permanent attribute bonuses. Good, it seems I'm not dreaming. Jiang Chun nodded with satisfaction, then began to seriously consider a grave issue. How to explain to his parents. To be honest, it wasn't that he didn't trust them. The problem was that explaining this was too troublesome. Role level. Never in the history of the Federation had such a rank appeared. If this got out, he, a 16-year-old boy carrying a treasure of this level, wouldn't that be asking to be invited for tea by various big shots? No tea was polite. He might even be taken for dissection. Who knew if there was a way to transfer talents, and if so, his possessing this talent wouldn't be luck, but a catastrophe for his whole family. Forget it, let's keep a low profile and develop first. Jiang Qin muttered to himself, Frank is fine. After all, I'm not a genius type. Mom and Dad should be able to. Around 7 in the evening, a sound came from the mother's bedroom. The door soon opened from within, and Wang Xiulan stepped out, rubbing her shoulder. Her profession was that of a junior tailor. With no backing and no resources, she had no way to rise any higher, and could only stay in the source realm, sewing low-grade leather armor for others, working from dawn to dusk, yet earning barely any money. She walked toward the kitchen and saw Jiang Chuan watching television in the living room. Words rose to her lips, but failed to emerge. Instead, she simply asked, "Son, what would you like to eat tonight?" Jiang Chuan turned his head. "Mom, I'd like stewed Chinese cabbage with vermicelli." Wang Xiulan studied his expression carefully, finding not the slightest trace of disappointment or frustration, and a subtle breath of relief loosened in her heart. "All right, then I'll fry some eggs for you as well." "Dad isn't off work yet?" Jiang Chuan asked. Wang Xiulan replied, "Your father. If he doesn't work until after dark, he's not willing to log off. That stubborn temper of his. He doesn't even care about his own back." As she was speaking, the lock of one of the room doors clicked softly open. His father, Jiang Mingyuan, walked out. His not quite a robust frame was slightly stooped, hair already flecked with gray, and his features carried a weariness that seemed impossible to dispel. Wang Xiulan looked a little surprised. The sun must have risen in the west. "How come you're willing to finish work on time today?" Jiang Mingyuan said, "Today is our son's awakening day. Of course I had to come back early to see him." The spatula in Wang Xiulan's hand clicked against the pan with a sharp tap. She shot him a glare full of blame, her gaze saying he had broken their agreement not to bring up this matter. The two of them did not yet know what talent Jiang Chuan had awakened. But in the source realm, there was an iron law recognized by all known as bloodline attenuation. Between two rank awakeners, a child who also became an awakener had only a very small chance of reaching a rank. In most cases, the child would be brank and might even fall as low as crank. By contrast, his father Jiang Mingyuan was an A-rank warrior, and she herself was an A-rank tailor. From their union came Jiang Chuan. A child born of two A-rank talents would in nearly every case be frank. It was difficult for any miracle to occur. And so, without even asking, Wang Xiulan had already guessed the outcome in advance. Jiang Mingyuan, however, did not seem bothered. He said to Jiang Chuan, "It's nothing serious, son. Just tell us directly. What talent did you awaken?" At once Wang Xiulan stopped what she was doing, turning to look over, her gaze tense. Jiang Chuan took a moment to steady his emotions. "It's Frank Disassembler." Disassembler. A furrow of deep worry formed between Wang Xiulan's brows. Jiang Mingyuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly smiled. "A disassembler is fine. At least it's a life support profession. It's better than a low-level combat class like your father's. When you grow old and can't fight anymore, you can only go down to the mines, and even then you can't dig as much as professional miners." Exactly, Wang Xiulan echoed quickly. "A disassembler isn't bad. We'll take things step by step. Later I'll save up some money and buy you a few pieces of black iron equipment to practice on." Hearing this, Jiang Chuan felt a sudden ache in his heart. He knew all too well what their family's situation was. A few pieces of black iron equipment would cost the equivalent of several months of his parents' combined wages. Yet he could not reveal that his talent was in fact at the rules level, that he could dismantle equipment with a 100% success rate and reclaim a 100% value return. That disassembling just a couple of pieces could let him soar on the spot. "All right, don't just sit there in a daze," Jiang Mingyuan said, shooting Wang Xiulan a meaningful glance. "Make a few more dishes today. This is a good thing. We should celebrate it properly. Mom, let me help you." Jiang Chuan started toward the kitchen, but his mother pushed him back out. "You're the hero today. Go have a good rest. Recharge your energy and get ready to enter the source realm tomorrow." His father Jiang Mingyuan came over to the sofa, picked up the remote, flipped through several channels, and finally stopped at a Source Realm news channel. The television was broadcasting the overall situation of this year's Awakening Day, reporting news such as the comprehensive quality of this cohort of Awakeners has improved by 3% compared to previous years. Jiang Chuan had little interest in such things. He was mulling over whether he should visit the trading market tomorrow, pick up a few scrap pieces of equipment, and test his hand. Just then Jiang Mingyuan suddenly spoke. Xiao Chuan. About being a disassembler, don't let it weigh too heavily on your mind. With his eyes still fixed on the television, Jiang Mingyuan spoke in a casual tone. Your dad may not be very capable, but I'm not entirely without connections. Jiang Chuan turned his head to look at him. Jiang Mingyuan paused, as if weighing his words. Do you still remember that I once told you back when I was still a warrior I saved someone? Jiang Chuan thought for a moment. I vaguely remember. That man is now the regiment commander of a major battle regiment. As he spoke, Jiang Mingyuan's face remained composed, but a faint, barely noticeable pride colored his tone. The Liehua Battle Regiment. You've heard of it, haven't you? Jiang Chuan was stunned. The Liehua Battle Regiment. That was a rank battle regiment of considerable renown in Tianyuan City. Its commander was a 5th-tier powerhouse rumored to have already touched the threshold of the 6th tier, a figure of real consequence in the entire city. You saved him. Jiang Chuan could hardly believe it. Back then he hadn't risen yet. During a dungeon run he ran into danger, and I took a strike for him, Jiang Mingyuan said lightly. Later, once he made it big, he kept saying he wanted to repay that favor. I refused. A favor is a consumable. Once you use it, it's gone. It has to be spent on the blade's edge. And now this is the blade's edge. At last Jiang Mingyuan turned his head to look at Jiang Chuan, his eyes earnest. He has a daughter named Su Yao, same age as you, awakening this year as well. That girl awakened and a rank combat talent formed a team and is currently recruiting. The disassembler slot is still vacant. You mean? Jiang Chuan blinked. I intend to place you in that team, Jiang Mingyuan replied. Once you enter his battle regiment and follow his daughter's lead, at the very least you'll secure a stable livelihood. I won't say you'll be rich or powerful, but you won't have to spend your days in the mines like your old man. Jiang Chuan fell silent, not out of reluctance, but because he suddenly realized something. His father had kept that favor clutched in his hand all these years, unwilling to spend it for the sake of this very day, waiting for his awakening so that this long-guarded debt of gratitude could be used on him to carve out a path forward. Don't burden yourself with too much psychological pressure, Jiang Mingyuan said, seeing his silence and mistaking it for hesitation. A disassembler is a proper profession. As long as you grow, you can contribute. You're not there to hold anyone back. Besides, once you join the Liehua Battle Regiment, you'll have backing. That alone makes you far better off than those freelance disassemblers. Jiang Chuan parted his lips, wanting to say that he did not need any backing, that he himself was a mountain, but the words felt far too adolescent. Jiang Mingyuan would never believe them, so he merely nodded. All right. A visible tension eased from Jiang Mingyuan's face. He smiled, patted his son's shoulder, and said, that's more like it. Now go help your mom bring out the dishes. After awakening, you're considered an adult too. Tonight the two of us will have a little drink. From the kitchen drifted the rich aroma of stewed cabbage with vermicelli mingled with the slightly charred fragrance of fried eggs. Early the next morning, Jiang Chuan brushed his fingers over the strange mark that had surfaced on his arm. His consciousness sank into the source realm. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in the central plaza of Tianyuan City. This main city was far larger than he had imagined. Wherever he looked there were towering buildings and dense streams of people. Above, players riding flying mounts swept across the sky. They left behind streaks of light and shadow. Jiang Chuan turned in place, a full circle, speechless, unable to squeeze out a second word beyond a soft exclamation of awe. Before he came, his father had given him a set of coordinates, saying it was near Qingzhou Alley in the eastern part of the city. Jiang Chuan spent 20 minutes asking for directions, then another 10 going the wrong way before finally finding the place at the end of a quiet alley. It was a 3-story building with a banner hanging at the door embroidered with a mass of flames, the emblem of the Liehua Battle Group. A young girl in leather armor stood at the door. She looked 16 or 17, a long blade in her hand which she was carefully wiping clean. She lifted her head and glanced at Jiang Chuan, asking expressionlessly, who are you looking for? I'm here to report, and Jiang Chuan replied. I'm looking for Su Yao. You're Jiang Chuan. Yes. The girl sized him up from head to toe, her expression suddenly understanding. Then she shifted her body aside. Come in, the captain is on the 2nd floor. Jiang Chuan went upstairs and turned into a small conference room. At a glance, he saw someone sitting by the window, a rather pretty young woman. Her skin was fair, her features delicate. She wore dark red light armor, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, the whole of her person looking clean, efficient, and crisp. A cup of tea sat before her as she lowered her head, reading something. Only when she heard footsteps did she look up. This was Su Yao, a brank mage, and the daughter of Su Lai, the leader of the Liehua Battle Group. Jiang Chuan arranged what he believed to be a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Jiang Chuan. My father is Jiang Mingyuan, he said. I know who you are, she cut in. Su Yao interrupted him, her tone neither warm nor cold. She set the stack of papers in her hand down on the table, looked at Jiang Chuan, was silent for 2 seconds, then said very directly, your father and my father have shared life friendship. This favor our family must repay. So since you're here, I won't drive you away. Jiang Chuan's smile froze for a fraction of a second, but he quickly let it return to normal. Su Yao continued, but there are some things I have to make clear first. I formed this team not to play house. Everyone in the squad must be useful. I can't waste other people's time and opportunities because of you. Her words were plain, even a bit harsh. Yet Jiang Chuan simply could not bring himself to be angry because everything she said was true. And Frank Dissector in a squad led by an rank awakened was in truth nothing but dead weight. I understand, Jiang Chuan nodded. I will work hard. Su Yao gave him a glance as though trying to find some trace of hypocrisy or resentment in his expression, but after a full sweep, she found nothing. She inclined her head slightly and stood up. All right, that's that. Stay with the team for now. If there's anything you don't understand, ask the veteran members. With that, she turned to leave, but at the doorway she paused as if something had just come to mind. All right. She reached into the storage pouch at her waist, pulled out a few items, and casually tossed them onto the table with a clatter. Jiang Chuan looked down to see a pile of equipment. To be precise, they were whiteboard gear, not even worthy of being called black iron, a damaged longsword, split leather gloves, a warped bracer. More than a dozen pieces in all the sort of junk no one would bother to pick up off the ground. These are leftovers from our training, Su Yao said. Practice materials for a dissector. You wouldn't be able to break down anything too good yet, so use these to train first. Jiang Chuan froze for a moment. To be honest, he had thought Su Yao would simply leave him to one side and ignore him. He had not expected her to prepare materials for him to practice on. They were indeed of the lowest possible grade, but at least she had put thought into it. Thanks, Jiang Chuan said sincerely. Su Yao said nothing more and turned to go. Only when her footsteps faded down the corridor did Jiang Chuan slowly withdraw his gaze, lowering his head to look at the pile of junk on the table. Whiteboard equipment. Strictly speaking, they did not even qualify as graded items. Outside, each piece might fetch only a few dozen credits at most, and might not even sell. Yet for him, they were an enormous boon. Jiang Chuan picked up a damaged longsword from the table. Information appeared before his eyes. Iron longsword whiteboard can be dismantled. Expected yield iron ingots 2, leather scraps 1, strength 0. 1. The first 2 recovered materials were quite normal. But when he saw the third line, Jiang Chuan's heart gave a jolt. Try it. He cast a wary glance at the doorway. No one was there. Taking a deep breath, he silently intoned the word dismantle. Heat bloomed in his palm. A faint golden light flashed so quickly it was almost invisible. The long sword on the table vanished, replaced by 2 pitch-black iron ingots and a small strip of torn leather neatly arranged on the tabletop. At the same time, a rush of warmth surged up his arm into his body. Notification strength 0. 1. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened. So it worked. He opened his status panel. Before his eyes appeared an attribute interface, so crude, it was almost painful to look at. Jiang Chuan, level 1 combat, class none, life, class dissector, basic proficiency 0. 0001 health, 10 mana, 10 constitution 0. 4. Intellect 0. 5 strength 0. 3 agility 0. 2 note standard base attributes for an Frank combat class are 1. 0. His base attributes were miserable beyond words. His highest stat intellect was only 0. 5. Barely half of an Frank combatant standard. The others did not even reach half. However, all of this was about to change. Dismantling a single piece of whiteboard gear could permanently increase strength by 0. With just 10 pieces, he could reach the baseline of an Frank combat class. And if it were 100 pieces, 1,000, or higher grade black iron equipment. There was one more thing. Jiang Chuan looked at the materials on the table. For an ordinary dissector, maintaining a 50 material recovery rate was enough to secure a position in a large battle group. Note that this referred to overall recovery rate after successful dismantling. For a newly awakened Frank dissector, the success rate of dismantling was only about 35, and their minimum recovery rate was a mere 27. Out of 10 items, achieving an overall material recovery rate of 10 was already considered decent. A 50 overall recovery rate was something only an advanced dissector could attain. Yet his recovery efficiency was 100%. This meant that all junk equipment would in his hands reveal their full value. Take this longsword for example. As a damaged whiteboard weapon, it could at most sell for 50 credits on the market, and its buyers would basically only be dissectors needing practice. Now, however, it had been turned into 2 refined iron ingots and a strip of leather, which could sell for at least 150 credits. Its value tripled. Jiang Chuan picked up the split leather gloves silently, said dismantle, and with a flash of golden light the gloves vanished, turning into several pieces of leather and a strip of ox tendon. Notification constitution 0. 1. Then he took the bracer. Then another. In less than a minute, the mound of junk on the table had all become material. His attribute panel now read Constitution 0, 8 Intellect 0, 5 Strength 0, 6 Agility 0, 4. His attributes had doubled. Looking at the small hill of iron ingots, leather, and metal fragments before him, Jiang Chuan was utterly engulfed in a surge of overwhelming exhilaration. Jiang Chuan gathered the pile of materials on the table, quickly running the numbers in his mind. 12 pieces of plain unenchanted equipment calculated at market price would only fetch around 500 yuan in total. Yet once he broke them all down, they turned into iron ingots, leather, bovine sinew, and other raw materials. These could all be reworked into new gear and were easy to sell. Added up piece by piece, they were worth at least 1,600 yuan. Their value had more than tripled. This was the terrifying edge of a 100% recycling rate. When others dismantled a piece of equipment, recovering 30% of the materials was already a blessing. He, on the other hand, did not even spare a single rivet. However, Jiang Chuan rubbed his chin. I can't hand all of these materials in. In a battle regiment, the primary role of a dismantler was to offset losses. The materials he reclaimed would be given to the team's blacksmiths and tailors, who would forge them anew into equipment suited to the needs of the main combatants. Because of this, every battle regiment imposed a baseline recycling rate requirement on its dismantlers. They could exceed it, but never fall short. For a large A-class regiment like the Liehua Battle Regiment, a 50% recycling rate was the absolute minimum. Still, he had only just awakened and entered through connections, a beneficiary of the back door. Even if he wanted to perform, well, he absolutely could not hand over the full 1,600 yuan worth of materials. A 100% recycling rate was something even master-level dismantlers could not achieve. Such a result was not merely talent, it was monstrous. Su Yao would definitely grow suspicious. After some thought, Jiang Chuan divided all the materials into 2 portions. The larger portion, worth about 1,300 yuan, he quietly slipped into his own backpack, leaving a few scattered iron ingots and scraps of leather worth around 200 yuan to hand in. A 20% recycling rate was already quite good for an F-class dismantler. One could even call it outstanding. It would not make him stand out too much, nor would it make others see him as useless. Satisfied, Jiang Chuan nodded, tidied up the small heap of materials, and pushed the door open to head downstairs. The girl downstairs, who had been polishing her blade, was still there. Seeing him come down, she gave him another once-over from head to toe. Done? She asked. All done. Jiang Chuan replied with a genial smile. By the way, I still don't know your name. Zhao Xiaodong, the girl said after a brief pause, then added, Class Warrior. Nice to meet you, I'm Jiang Chuan, a dismantler. I've heard, Zhao Xiaodong replied, her tone very flat. Clearly, she harbored a deep resentment toward people like Jiang Chuan who relied on backdoor connections. Jiang Chuan did not mind. He was just about to say something more to get closer when footsteps sounded outside, followed by a boisterous voice bursting in through the doorway, shouting, I'm back. I argued with my mom all morning and finally got her to agree to buy me that bronze bow. Huh. A round-faced girl with her hair in a bun charged in, waving a receipt in her hand, her face alight with excitement. She noticed Jiang Chuan and halted mid-step. Who's this? The new dismantler, Zhao Xiaodong introduced. Jiang Chuan, a dismantler. The round-faced girl's eyes lit up. Perfect. Our squad finally has a dismantler. I've been hoarding piles of junk equipment I couldn't bear to throw away, just waiting for a dismantler to show up. She hurried over and seized Jiang Chuan's hand, shaking it vigorously. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I'm Lin Xiaowan, the squad's archer. I'll be counting on you from now on. Jiang Chuan's arm felt as if it might come off from her shaking, yet he maintained a polite smile. I wouldn't dare say you'll be counting on me. Ooh, let's just learn from each other. By the way, what rank are you? Lin Xiaowan asked, blinking her large eyes with innocent curiosity. Class. Word class. Class. Jiang Chuan replied. Lin Xiaowan's hand froze mid-shake, and Zhao Xiaodong's hand, still polishing her blade, also came to a halt. The air fell silent for about 2 seconds. Class, huh? Lin Xiaowan released his hand. The smile on her face remained, but her enthusiasm clearly cooled. That's fine too. Take it slow. Life professions can grow as well. Her words and her heart were obviously at odds. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward Zhao Xiaodong, as if silently asking why would the captain recruit a useless blank slate dismantler into the team. Zhao Xiaodong had already found Jiang Chuan somewhat displeasing, so she simply said bluntly, he was assigned by Regiment Commander Su Lai. Didn't you say you had a lot of junk gear? Give it all to him, let him practice. Jiang Chuan felt no embarrassment. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his thick skin would hardly be shaken by something like this. At her words, he looked at Lin Xiaowan with open anticipation. Got equipment? Take it out then. Do I? Lin Xiaowan's smile turned stiff and hollow. The materials recovered by a dismantler ultimately went to the individual team members. She had assumed that as the daughter of the Battle Regiment Commander, Su Yao's squad would at least be assigned a high-level dismantler. Class. Calculated both ways, she would be losing at least 40% of her potential gains. But the words had already been spoken, and Lin Xiaowan could no longer back out without looking bad. She stayed on guard, though, and did not take out the most valuable scrapped pieces in her bag. She only produced a heap of worthless whiteboard equipment and still offered encouragement. Do your best. I hope you'll become a high-level dismantler soon and help lay a solid foundation for our team. Jiang Chuan accepted the equipment, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Many thanks for your sponsorship. Watching from the side, Zhao Xiaodang suddenly remarked, weren't you, right? I was just about to head to the training grounds. Lin Xiaowan hurriedly interrupted, winking at Zhao Xiaodang. I only came back to tell you a few things. I'll be off in a bit. By then Jiang Chuan had already turned and headed back to his own workshop. Only after his back disappeared from view did Lin Xiaowan shoot Zhao Xiaodang a fierce glare. You just talk too much. That silver-grade broken artifact of mine contains flowing sand gold. I was planning to use it to forge an heirloom for myself. How insane would I have to be to let him use it for practice? That wasn't what I was going to say, Zhao Xiaodang replied, shrugging, too lazy to explain further. Forget it. The benefits of the Liehua Battle Regiment truly were on a different level from ordinary regiments. Even dismantlers had their own dedicated workshops. Jiang Chuan's was a storeroom of over 30 square meters equipped with weapon racks, gear cabinets, and an enormous workbench. He closed the door and laid all the equipment Lin Xiaowan had given him out on the workbench. There were more than 20 pieces in total, all whiteboard gear, already a tidy income in his eyes. Excited, Jiang Chuan picked up a plain dagger. Dismantle. Extraction successful. Iron ingot 1 scrap, leather 1, agility 0. 1. He picked up a tattered robe next. Dismantle. Extraction successful. Cotton cloth 2, constitution 0. 1. Jiang Chuan noticed that each piece of equipment did not yield the same attribute. Weapons such as long swords granted strength, while daggers provided agility. After some pondering, he realized this was likely related to the class for which each piece of equipment was intended. Gear that enhanced strength and constitution was mostly for warrior classes, while gear that boosted agility came from assassins and archers. Equipment that increased wisdom was the rarest of all. Gear for mages always carried a measure of magic power, and once equipment bore magical power, it was at least black iron grade. No longer merely whiteboard. Thus, even after dismantling more than 30 pieces of whiteboard equipment, his wisdom remained at its initial 0. 5. Unchanged. The equipment Lin Xiaowan had brought was quickly dismantled. Excluding the 20% portion he had to hand over to her, the surplus materials brought in a total income of around 2,200 credits. 2,002 plus the previous 1,300. 3,005. Jiang Chuan froze for a moment. This was precisely the total monthly income of his parents. And he had earned this sum in merely half an hour. If not for the limitations on the quantity and quality of the equipment, he could have earned even more. This was the efficiency of a rule-level talent. Jiang Chuan's hands trembled with excitement. Moreover, he knew very clearly that making money was the most insignificant aspect of this talent's effects. It could grant him endless growth in his attributes. His life would no longer be confined to this 30-odd square meter space. Equipment. He needed far more equipment. The Blazing Fire Battle Group, as in a ranked battle group with more than 2,000 members, certainly scrapped far more equipment than this. However, none of that equipment would be allocated to him. Su Yao's team, on the other hand, had just been established and had not yet experienced many battles, so naturally, they did not have much in reserve. He would have to figure something out on his own. The trading market. Jiang Chuan quickly thought of a destination. With his ability to turn trash into treasure, heading to a discarded equipment market was practically the same as hauling money away by the sackful. The trading market of Tianyuan City was located in the center of the main city, about a 20-minute walk from Qingzhou Alley. Jogging all the way, Jiang Chuan arrived in 15 minutes. The market was extremely bustling. 2 long rows of stalls stretched beyond the reach of the eye. Some sold equipment, some sold materials, some sold potions, some sold skill books, and cries of hawkers rose and fell in an unending chorus. Squeezing into the crowd, Jiang Chuan let his gaze sweep around and quickly found his target, a stall dedicated to selling discarded equipment. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a face full of fleshy folds. He did not look like a proper businessman, but rather like someone who collected protection fees. A tattered piece of cloth was spread before him, upon which lay a heap of 30 to 40 pieces of plain whiteboard equipment. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Everything was there. Yet without exception, they were all scrapped and damaged pieces. Jiang Chuan crouched down, casually picked up a long blade whose edge had chipped into serrations, and asked, "Boss, how do you sell this equipment?" 50 credits apiece. If you take 10 or more, 45 each, the stall owner replied with a sidelong glance. How many do you want? You have 42 pieces here. If I take all of them, can you give me a bit more of a discount? After a quick count, Jiang Chuan posed his question. The stall owner raised his brows, evidently not expecting this young man to have such an appetite. He pondered for 2 seconds. If you want to take the whole lot, 1,700 will do. 1,007. Averaged out, that came to 40 credits per piece of equipment. Different types of equipment varied in value. Among whiteboard gear, iron equipment was the most expensive because iron ingots fetched the highest price among recycled materials, while scraps of leather and cotton cloth were somewhat cheaper. Moreover, the price of an iron sword was higher than that of a dagger of the same weapon category, because more materials were consumed in forging it. Jiang Chuan gave the stall a sweeping glance. Most of the items on this stall were large pieces with ample material, and there were few small junk items like daggers. It was a very reasonable price. Deal. Just as Jiang Chuan initiated the transaction with the stall owner, an awkward look crossed his face. Wait a moment, I need to convert some materials into cash first. The stall owner said heartily, no need, if you have materials of equivalent value that works too. All the better. Jiang Chuan took out 20 iron ingots and some scraps of leather, making up 1,700 in total, and in exchange obtained 42 pieces of equipment. The stall owner had not expected the deal to go so smoothly, and immediately helped him pack everything up. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Chuan suddenly asked, brother, where did you get so many discarded pieces of equipment? Large quantities of discarded equipment usually came from major battle groups. However, such groups all had their own dismantlers and would generally process everything internally. Very little ever flowed out. Thus, seeing a lone stall owner selling so many discarded pieces, Jiang Chuan could not help asking out of curiosity. I'm a scavenger, the stall owner replied readily. Oh, understanding dawned in Jiang Chuan's heart. In the Source Realm, there were not only humans, but myriad races of the heavens and worlds. To compete for resources, the various races had designated certain areas as open battlefields. On those battlefields, at every moment, humans or warriors of other races were dying and their equipment was left behind. This naturally drew in a group of scavengers, individuals of average strength, but remarkable courage. At times, they also undertook corpse retrieval jobs, helping families bring back the bodies of professionals who had fallen on the battlefield. Thus, they were also known as battlefield cleaners. It was a highly dangerous occupation that suited his talent growth very well, but it did not align with Jiang Chuan's temperament. He could become endlessly stronger simply by dismantling plain whiteboard equipment. Why would he risk his life? Brutes. Brainless. Clearly, serving as a dismantler in a team's logistics was the most suitable work for him. However, the stall owner's identity gave Jiang Chuan another idea. Brother, do you have any scavenger friends? My demand for discarded equipment is quite large. If you do, you can introduce them to me. No matter how much of this kind of scrap you have, I'll take it all. The stall owner asked curiously, little brother, are you a dismantler? No, I just run errands for a battle group, Jiang Chuan replied, not telling the truth. Which battle group? The Blazing Fire battle group. The stall owner straightened with respect. Oh, a major group. No wonder you're so generous. All right, I do have some friends. Let's add each other as friends. Oh, once I have goods, I'll notify you immediately. Good. A notification popped up indicating that he had added Shin Erbio as a friend. Jiang Chuan then hefted a sack full of equipment onto his shoulder and walked out of the market. In the Source Realm, he could use his ability anytime, anywhere. Jiang Chuan did not go far from the market, lest he have to run back and forth later. He found a quiet corner with few people, dropped the sack onto the ground, took a deep breath, and began to work. The first piece was that chipped short blade. Dismantle. A flash of golden light. 3 iron ingots, strength 0. 1. The second piece was a pair of split leather boots. Dismantle. For pieces of scrap, leather 1 strip of tendon, agility 0. 1. The third piece was a rusted copper bracer. Dismantle. 2 copper ingots, constitution 0. 1. The fourth piece, the fifth piece. Squatting in the corner, Jiang Chuan dismantled piece after piece, his speed growing ever faster. At first, he cautiously watched to see if anyone passed by, but later he became completely immersed in the exhilaration of his rising attributes. Strength 0. 1. Constitution 0. 1. Agility 0. 1. With each item dismantled, a subtle stream of warmth flowed into his body until his entire being felt pleasantly warm. All 42 pieces of equipment were soon dismantled. Catching his breath, Jiang Chuan opened his attribute panel. Name Jiang Chuan. Level 1. Combat Profession None. Life Profession Dismantler, Basic Proficiency 0. 062. Health 10. Mana 10. Constitution 1. 6. Wisdom 0. 5. Strength 1. 7. Agility 0. 8. Staring at these numbers, the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. With Constitution at 1. 6 and Strength at 1. 7, he had already reached, and even exceeded, the standard for an Frank combat profession, and his agility was only a hair's breadth away. One had to know that he, a dismantler of a life profession, now possessed physical fitness no worse than that of an Frank combat professional. And this was only the beginning. The 42 pieces of common whiteboard gear had cost him 1,700 yuan, yet the materials he obtained from dismantling them were worth at least 5,500. A clear profit of 3,800. Jiang Chuan packed the materials into his backpack and stood up ready to go sell them off, recover his funds, and then purchase another batch of junk equipment. It was a snowballing process: equipment turned into materials, materials turned into money, money bought more equipment. The more it rolled, the larger and faster it grew, and if he kept it going, he would eventually become invincible. For an entire day, Jiang Chuan bustled about the trading market like a diligent worker ant, shuttling tirelessly between junk equipment and materials, running back and forth more times than he could count. He also established contact with 2 scavengers introduced by Shun Erbio and took in several batches of equipment from them. By afternoon, as he squatted in a corner counting his money, his hands were already trembling slightly. 75,000 yuan. Just by reselling common whiteboard equipment, he had earned that much. The gains in his attributes excited him even more. Constitution 3, 2, Wisdom 0, 5, Strength 3, 4, Agility 3, 1. Apart from Wisdom, still firmly stuck at 0, 5, his other 3 attributes had all broken through the 3-point threshold. What did that mean? The basic standard for a Drank combat class was only 3, 0. In other words, even as a Frank disassembler, his physical qualities were already close to those of a Drank warrior. Jiang Chuan curled his fingers into a fist, feeling a solid, tangible sense of power in his palm. Now that he had money, his purchasing targets no longer needed to be limited to whiteboard gear. He could start looking at black iron, bronze, and even silver-grade junk equipment. Although the prices were higher, the returns from recycling them were also greater. Yet after making a circuit around the market, Jiang Chuan felt a bit lost. Across the entire market, there was not a single stall selling black iron-grade junk equipment. Brother Wang, you don't have any black iron items. After wandering all afternoon, Jiang Chuan had grown familiar with many stall owners. He walked straight up to a general goods vendor's stall and asked. Brother Wang looked at him curiously. Black iron and above junk equipment would never end up on street stalls. Senior disassemblers from large battle regiments reserve them long in advance. Aren't you running errands for the Liehua Battle Regiment? How can you not know that? Jiang Chuan replied, I just started today. There's a lot I don't understand. After a round of conversation, he finally learned the truth. The greatest difference between black iron gear and common whiteboard equipment was that black iron pieces all contained magical materials, and those materials possessed extremely high recycling value. A single portion of material could be more expensive than the finished equipment itself. Thus, to offset losses, sellers usually chose to sell such items to large battle regiments. Those regiments employed senior disassemblers capable of turning waste into treasure to the greatest extent and were willing to pay higher prices for that. Some high-quality junk equipment could even be sold at the price of intact gear. Oh, Jiang Chuan's thoughts shifted at once. So the cost of buying a piece of black iron junk equipment is actually about the same as buying a complete black iron item. Brother Wang thought for a moment. You could say that. It was indeed the case. Jiang Chuan realized his mindset had been rather small-time. Instead of focusing on attribute growth, he kept fixating on profit from reselling. Moreover, with his 100% recovery rate, dismantling black iron gear would allow him to extract complete magical materials. When he sold them later, he would scarcely suffer any loss. He should have done this long ago. Spirits lifting, Jiang Chuan quickly asked Brother Wang, where can I buy a large quantity of black iron equipment? Brother Wang pointed toward the north of the city. If you want black iron gear, go to Jiangxi Pavilion. Jiangxi Pavilion. It's the largest equipment trading house in Tianyuan City. They have gear of every. While tidying up his stall, Brother Wang added, but the prices there are much higher than at our street stalls. If you're looking for black iron gear, though, they have plenty. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. Of course. How had he forgotten about such formal equipment trading houses? Thanks, Brother Wang. After confirming the location, he broke into a run toward the northern part of the city. Jiangxi Pavilion stood at the very center of Tianyuan City's most prosperous Zhuke Avenue, a grand five-story building radiating imposing presence. Jiang Chuan stopped at the entrance, lifted his gaze to the facade, then lowered his eyes to his own clothes. They were a bit shabby, but he straightened his back at once. It's fine. I'm a 10th Sandiyuan man now. Oh, I'm qualified to spend money in a place like this. He gave himself a silent pep talk and strode inside. As he crossed the threshold, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted toward him. The main hall was spacious and bright. Display cases lining the walls were filled with all manner of equipment: swords, sabers, bows, axes, armor bracers, all gleaming in varied hues under the lights. Several young women in high-slit qipao, their pale legs prominently revealed, were introducing products to customers. Jiang Chuan glanced toward one of the display cases and caught sight of a price tag. His eyes widened at once. Steel cleaving sword, bronze, attack 2348, attack speed 17, shield breaking 12, price 1880. A single bronze weapon could sell for 1880. After working so hard, he had only made 7500. Even if he emptied his wallet, he could only afford for such weapons. Jiang Chuan clicked his tongue inwardly. Sir, may I ask what you're looking for? A young woman in a qipao stepped up to greet him, her smile sweet and her gaze gentle, without showing the slightest hint of disdain for his simple clothes. Jiang Chuan appreciated her service attitude. I want to buy some black iron grade equipment. Some. Catching the keyword, the Qipao girl asked with concern approximately, how many pieces do you intend to purchase? Jiang Chuan went straight to the point. What's the price of the cheapest black iron equipment? You're buying to practice as a disassembler, aren't you? The seasoned saleswoman quickly put the pieces together. She made a graceful, inviting gesture. Please come. She led Jiang Chuan along one side of the hall, where the shelves were packed with black iron equipment priced between 1,000 and 4,000 yuan. Pointing to one section of shelving, the Qipao girl said, if you're a beginner, I recommend these. This batch of black iron equipment is the cheapest, averaging around 1,000 yuan per piece. If you already have some experience, then I would recommend these instead. She gestured toward the racks priced at 1,000 and 3,000 yuan respectively. Jiang Chuan looked over and suddenly felt something was off. These pieces have almost identical attributes. Why is there nearly a threefold difference in price? The Qipao girl smiled. Because these ones were crafted by senior blacksmiths. What? Did you point to? Jiang Chuan stared blankly at the rack filled with 1,000 yuan equipment. The Qipao girl's smile deepened, though without a trace of mockery. She explained senior blacksmiths have ways of turning decay into wonder. Even with lower grade materials, they can forge superior equipment. But for disassemblers, because the materials used are cheap, the recycling value of these pieces isn't particularly high. The proficiency you gain from dismantling them is the same, though. So if you're focusing on leveling up, buying these cheaper items is more cost-effective. If you're confident you can maintain a high recovery rate, then the more expensive equipment will yield better materials and help you recoup some of your capital. So consider it. The gentle and soft-spoken service of the girl in the Qipao made Jiang Chuan feel a bit lightheaded. He wanted to give her a tip. But then he remembered that he wasn't wealthy yet. He resisted the urge. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chuan realized that she was indeed right. Some of the materials used for the equipment could even be utilized to forge bronze equipment. Although the price was steep, it would certainly not be a loss for someone like him with a 100% return rate. After careful selection, Jiang Chuan finally said, just these 20 pieces of equipment, package them all for me. You want to buy 20 pieces? The girl in the Qipao said in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, then her expression turned to joy. As a salesperson, she would earn a commission from selling the equipment and quickly helped Jiang Chuan pack it all up. Then with enthusiasm, she asked, do you have a membership card? Jiang Chuan countered, are there discounts for having a membership? Yes. The girl in the Qipao nodded gently. Our crafting pavilion's membership cards come in different levels, such as silver, gold, and diamond. Silver members get a 9.5% discount on purchases, and the total amount of your transaction qualifies for it. And it can take effect immediately. 20 pieces of equipment, 60,000 coins. With the 5% discount, he could save 3,000 coins. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan immediately said, then what are we waiting for? Hurry and get me one. Please wait a moment. The girl in the Qipao turned and left. Shortly after, she returned briskly, holding not only a membership card, but also a palm-sized pouch. She smiled gently. Mr. Jiang, this is a small gift I personally prepared for you. I hope you won't dislike it. Cloud embroidery pouch, black iron backpack, slots 20, effective when carried in the backpack, a good item. Professionals come with a system backpack. However, the slots were limited in the early stages, so materials that could be stacked could be carried in large quantities. But each piece of equipment occupied one slot. With too many, one could only carry them in an unseemly manner like Jiang Chuan did with a sack. The girl in the Qipao clearly noticed that Jiang Chuan's backpack wasn't big enough, which is why she gifted him such an item. The price wasn't high, but the thoughtfulness warmed his heart. Jiang Chuan glanced at her badge on her chest. Xing. Quite ample cough. Jiang Chuan discreetly averted his gaze. Thank you, Miss Xing. He'll definitely come to you when I want to buy equipment in the future. Xing'er's beautiful eyes shimmered. It is my greatest honor to serve you. Listen to that. Such words are soothing to hear. Those arrogant salesgirls from his past life should come here and learn a thing or two. Jiang Chuan packed all the equipment into the storage pouch and placed it in his backpack. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from outside the side hall. Is there really no way? The voice was cold, laced with a barely perceptible urgency. Jiang Chuan's expression froze slightly. He had heard that voice before. Not only had he heard it, but the impression it left was also extremely deep. He unconsciously walked out of the side hall and peeked into the main hall. A girl in white light armor stood at the counter, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her posture straight, and her features exquisitely painted like a portrait. In front of her lay a long spear, the shaft riddled with cracks, and a large chunk missing from the tip. The entire spear looked as if it had been dug out of a garbage heap. Ling Aoshuang. The two had just had an unpleasant misunderstanding yesterday. At this moment, this ice-cold beauty was furrowing her brows, slightly looking at an old man behind the counter. The old man was dressed in a brocade robe and had a goatee, his demeanor profound. Miss Ling, it's not that I can't help. The old man stroked his beard, looking troubled. Your spear is too severely damaged. the success rate of repairing it is less than 10%. Moreover, the materials of the spear have aged. Even if the repair is successful, the quality will drop significantly. In my opinion, you might as well buy a new one directly. Ling Aoshuang's gaze darkened. This spear holds special significance for me. I do not wish to replace it. The old man sighed. Then I have no way to help you. You can try other shops, but I estimate that no one in the entire Tianyuan city will take on this task. Ling Aoshuang remained silent for a few seconds, picked up the damaged spear, and turned to leave. Suddenly she felt someone watching her. Her gaze swept across the hall. And then it stopped. Jiang Chuan was standing at the entrance of the side hall. He was pondering whether to continue watching the show or make a quick exit. In that instant when their eyes met, he clearly saw the change in Ling Aoshuang's expression from calm to reminiscence, and from reminiscence to not very friendly. It's you. Ling Aoshuang spoke with an unfriendly tone. Ahaha, classmate Ling, what a coincidence. Jiang Chuan chuckled awkwardly. Are you here to shop too? Humph. Ling Aoshuang did not respond, still somewhat angered. As the class monitor, she felt obliged to care about every student's mental health. After witnessing Jiang Chuan awakening his Flevel decomposer talent yesterday, she had been in a daze for quite a while, and she was sure he felt sad, which was why she wanted to comfort him a bit. But instead she had been pinched on the thigh and called fat. Although she knew it was a misunderstanding, the incident had all. At this moment Jiang Chuan's gaze had fallen on the broken spear in Ling Aoshuang's hand. Just one glance, and his attribute panel automatically popped up with a line of information. North Wind Broken Moon Spears severely damaged golden grade, can be decomposed, estimated recovery, star, iron 1 a dragon scale, with 2, crystal silver, 3, physique. Jiang Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. Golden grade. This broken long spear was actually a piece of golden grade equipment. His heart raced twice, and he said nonchalantly, classmate Ling, your spear seems quite severely damaged. Ling Aoshuang lowered her eyelashes, her fingers gently tracing the shaft of the spear. Did that old man just say it can't be repaired? Jiang Chuan pondered his words for a moment, then half-jokingly said, although the blacksmith can't repair it, if you find a top-tier decomposer to extract the materials and then recast it, wouldn't that work? Ling Aoshuang looked at him with a what are you talking about expression. She had come to repair her equipment because she had no money. Because she had no money, she wanted to fix her old equipment and continue using it. How much does it cost to hire a top-tier decomposer? Moreover, even if it's a top-tier decomposer, decomposing golden equipment isn't guaranteed to be successful. Ling Aoshuang originally thought Jiang Chuan was a very honest and steady person in class, but now he seemed equally unreliable. Her gaze showed some disappointment as she said lightly, no need. Jiang Chuan couldn't let such a free opportunity slip by. He quickly stopped her, no longer joking, and said earnestly, I actually know a top-tier decomposer. If you give me this equipment, I guarantee I can extract all the core materials for you. Ling Aoshuang's gaze turned icy, her tone slightly sarcastic. The top-tier decomposer you mentioned wouldn't be you, would it? Jiang Chuan did not respond directly. Instead, he said, anyway, this spear is beyond saving. You might as well treat it as a dead horse trying to be a live horse. What if it works? Hee. Ling Aoshuang coldly chuckled twice without a hint of expression and turned to leave. What if it actually works? This question caused Ling Aoshuang to pause unexpectedly. She turned back, staring into Jiang Chuan's eyes. Can you really extract the materials completely? Jiang Chuan had thought there was no chance left. He replied excitedly, I'm sure. But it's not me, but it's a top-tier decomposer I know who can do it. I won't run. Jiang Chuan quickly accepted the long gun with both hands. If I really ran away, how would I get along in Tianyuan City? A golden grade weapon, even though it was a scrap, was still worth a lot. Wasn't she afraid he would run away with it? Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Jiang Chuan couldn't help but ask. Ling Aoshuang looked at him expressionlessly. You can't escape. Those simple 4 words, said with such nonchalance, sent a chilling sensation through Jiang Chuan. I won't run. Jiang Chuan quickly accepted the long gun with both hands. If I really ran away, how would I get along in Tianyuan City in the future? The moment he grabbed the gun, the information on the panel refreshed again. Beifeng Duanyue gun severely damaged golden grade, can be decomposed, estimated recovery Xingqian iron 1, Longlin wood 2, crystal silver 3, constitution 5, a wisdom 5, strength 5, agility 5. He noticed that the previously question mark descriptions had turned into specific numbers. All attributes 5. Jiang Chuan's breath quickened suddenly. A plain gear only adds 0. 1 to attributes, while a black iron gear adds at most 0. 5. But a golden gear adds a total of 20 points directly. This is too outrageous. What's wrong? Ling Aoshuang noticed the change in his expression and frowned slightly. It's nothing. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath to calm himself. I just feel. This gun must be very important to you. It would be a shame to waste such good materials. How long will it take? Ling Aoshuang asked. Half an hour. Jiang Chuan replied without hesitation. I'll go find that top decomposer right away. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Jiang Chuan put away the long gun and quickly left the crafting pavilion. He turned down 2 streets and found a secluded dead end. This is it. Jiang Chuan squatted down and opened the storage bag containing the black iron equipment. 20 black iron pieces of various types, all intact, all carefully selected. He picked up the first piece of shoulder guard. Decompose. A flash of golden light appeared. Extraction successful. Iron ingot 5, soft leather 1, Lingwu, emerald 1, strength 0. 5. A black iron piece adds 0. 5 to attributes. The efficiency was 5 times that of plain equipment. Moreover, the magical materials extracted completely were worth a fortune. Most of these expensive, even and profitable pieces were actually practice works for blacksmiths leveling up, made with high-quality materials. It was mainly to ensure the success rate of forging. Not seeking a return, just hoping not to lose too much was a necessary investment to cultivate a high-level life profession. The market price for this Lingwu emerald was already around 3,000. Adding the other forging materials. A small profit. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath and began to work in bulk. The second piece black iron bracers. Decompose. Constitution 0. 5. The third piece black iron chest plate. Decompose. Strength 0. 5. The fourth piece black iron shield. Decompose. Constitution 0. 5. The 10th piece. The 15th piece. The 20th piece. Streams of golden light flashed. Jiang Chuan was enveloped in a faint golden aura. The surging heat flowing into his body was no longer a trickle, but a rushing river surging through his limbs. He could clearly feel his body changing. His muscles became firmer. His bones became harder. Even his heartbeat grew stronger. This was a transformation from the inside out, an evolution of life's essence towards a higher level. All 20 black iron pieces had been decomposed. Jiang Chuan gasped for breath, not looking at the panel, but directing his gaze at the golden long gun. Beifeng Duanyue gun. The tip of this gun was missing a large chunk and the shaft was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter completely with the slightest force. But what looked like junk to others was a treasure to him. Jiang Chuan gripped the gun body with both hands, silently reciting, "Decompose." Buzz. This time the golden light was more dazzling than any before. A blazing golden light erupted from the gun body, illuminating the entire alley as bright as day. Jiang Chuan instinctively closed his eyes, feeling a tremendous force surging between his hands, as if he were holding a living dragon. The light lasted a full 5 seconds before slowly dissipating. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes and looked down. The long gun had vanished, replaced by 3 items neatly arranged on the ground: a piece of silvery metal shimmering with starlight, 2 sections of dark wood exuding a faint fragrance, and 3 pieces of high-purity silver ingots. Xingshan iron, Longlin wood, crystal silver. Just these 3 materials, if sold on the market, would be worth at least over $1 million. But Jiang Chuan had no time to think about money now, because the surge of power flowing into his body was 10 times more intense than all the heat waves before. Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth, pressing his hands against the wall, veins bulging on his forehead. After a long while, that surge of power finally began to calm down. He gasped for air, then opened the attribute panel. Constitution 11. 2 Wisdom 7. 5 Strength 11. 3 Agility 10. 4. The base attributes for Inf grade professional are 1 point. A grade is 2 points. And so forth. Grade Ling Aishuang's base attribute is only 7 points. Yet he with his lowest wisdom had already reached 7 points, and the other 3 attributes even exceeded 10 points, which SS grade professionals don't have. Invincible. Jiang Chuan felt that he could easily punch a cow to death now. He didn't linger in his joy, for Long Ling Aoshuang was still waiting for him at the crafting pavilion, and he couldn't let her misunderstand that he had really run away. Jiang Chuan quickly got up, packed the materials, and rushed back to the crafting pavilion. As he approached, he saw Ling Aoshuang waiting outside the door from a distance. But beside her were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all wearing similar dark battle armor with a crescent moon embroidered on their chests. The leader was a tall young man in his early 20s with a handsome face and an expression that exuded a sense of superiority. An Yuan's grade battle group, the strongest professional group in Tianyuan City. An undisputed dominant presence. Jiang Chuan felt a chill in his heart. He had heard of it during school, saying that Ling Aoshuang had already caught the attention of a top battle group, which offered a sky-high contract indicating a bright future. It seemed that this was indeed the NU battle group. The 3 surrounded Ling Aoshuang, chatting and laughing with the young man, showing obvious signs of intimacy toward her. Jiang Chuan observed for a moment. He still walked over to Ling Aoshuang, holding the materials. Outside the artisan armory, 3 people had already arrived and learned of Ling Aoshuang's situation. Chun Ping, a young man, sighed helplessly. "Aoshuang, how careless you are, trusting the words of some unknown youth without question. That treasured spear is your family's heirloom. How could you hand it over to him so readily? An heirloom holds value only if it serves me, otherwise it is no more than scrap metal." Ling Aoshuang spoke calmly. She glanced at the time. 3 minutes had passed beyond their half-hour agreement. Though she had long anticipated this outcome, a deep wave of disappointment still rose within her. I misjudged him, she murmured softly. Beside her, the young woman shot Chen Ping a knowing look. That boy claimed he knew a top-tier disassembler. He was clearly deceiving you. Across the entire Tianyuan city, only our Dark Moon Legion possesses a master-level disassembler. You should have spoken to young Master Chen sooner. He'd have resolved it with a single word. Indeed. Now that you're a member of the Dark Moon Legion, simply voice your needs to the team. You needn't seek aid from outsiders. Aoshuang, don't speak of merely repairing damaged gear. I can procure even brand new Golden Ear equipment for you if you wish. Chen Ping, the sole heir of the Dark Moon Legion's commander. Himself possessing an A-rank talent, he ranked among the most prominent youths in all of Tianyuan City. He spoke with genuine authority. For ordinary people, Golden Tier equipment was a once-in-a-lifetime rarity. Yet within the Dark Moon Legion's armory, such treasures were not ubiquitous, but dozens certainly existed. Ling Aoshuang merely shook her head, saying nothing more. The reason the Dark Moon Legion had signed her to an exorbitant contract was common knowledge. Yet she refused to accept such a preordained fate, to seize control of her own future, and would never incur a personal debt to Chen Ping. Let's go. In an instant she regained her composure. Wait. Jiang Chuan arrived at last, late but undeniably present. Ling Aoshuang froze mid-step and turned sharply, her cool gaze flickering with unexpected surprise. You've returned. Mission accomplished. Jiang Chuan grinned and laid out 3 materials before her. Ling Aoshuang stood stunned. Her eyes locked onto the Sterin dragon scale wood and crystal silver resting in Jiang Chuan's palm, her pupils widening faintly. Their quality far surpassed even her highest expectations. After all, her spear had endured centuries of use. As the elder artisan at the artisan armory had said, its components had lost much of their spiritual resonance. Any extracted material would suffer diminished value. Yet these specimens gleamed as though freshly mined. Did he, the disassembler you mentioned, extract these? Ling Aoshuang's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Jiang Chuan nodded. I told you, he's exceptionally skilled. She took the materials into her hands, opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it, uttering only 2 words, thank you. You're welcome. The other 3 stood frozen, disbelief etched across their faces. Was there truly a second master-level disassembler in Tianyuan City? A surge of unease pierced Chen Ping's heart. If Jiang Chuan could summon such a master, his own standing must be extraordinary. And this youth was also absurdly handsome. Who is this? Chen Ping couldn't resist asking. Oh, I'm class leader Ling's classmate. A friend. Both spoke simultaneously. Jiang Chuan paused, glancing at Ling Aoshuang, whose expression remained perfectly composed, as though the words carried no weight. Chen Ping's sense of threat sharpened further. Hello. He offered Jiang Chuan a stiff nod, then abruptly shifted focus toward Ling Aoshuang. Aoshuang, we're scheduled to level up in the Silver Wolf Sanctum tonight. We're short on time. Let's head back now for practice. He deliberately emphasized the name Silver Wolf Sanctum, watching Jiang Chuan closely for any reaction, only to meet serene indifference. The Silver Wolf Sanctum. What was that? Jiang Chuan had never heard of it, though Chen Ping's tone suggested it was a rare high-tier sanctum. But what relevance did that hold for him? A disassembler. Ling Aoshuang, though typically aloof and unapproachable, was far from ignorant. Had she been alone, she wouldn't have minded exchanging a few more words with Jiang Chuan. Yet before Chen Ping, every moment spent with him risked drawing trouble upon him. She turned away, then glanced sideways at Jiang Chuan. If I need you again, I'll find you. All right. Jiang Chuan nodded. They departed together. Watching Ling Aoshuang's retreating figure fade into the distance, Jiang Chuan slowly withdrew his gaze, then gave a wry, self-deprecating smile, brushing aside fantasies too distant to grasp. Strength, talent. The Dark Moon Legion. These belonged to a realm immeasurably remote from ordinary life. And he was merely a run-off-the-mill rule-tier prodigy. The hour had grown late. Tianyuan City's twilight was breathtaking. The central metropolis bathed in molten amber silhouettes streaking across the sky, trailing luminous afterimages. Jiang Chuan suddenly smacked his forehead. Regardless, today he was officially a member of the Blazing Flame Legion. To vanish without notice for an entire day amounted to blatant disregard for authority. He sprinted back toward Qingzhou Alley. Before even stepping through the gate, he sensed something amiss in the air. In the courtyard, Zhao Xiaodang practiced sword forms, while Lin Xiaowan trained archery against a distant target. At his arrival, both turned their heads in unison. What was going on? They'd met earlier that day. Why now did they regard him like a stranger? Jiang Chuan had barely crossed the threshold when a voice echoed down from the second floor. Jiang Chuan. Su Yao's tone was off, cold-edged with interrogation. Jiang Chuan's heart skipped. Trouble. He'd been caught red-handed, absent without leave. Come up. Jiang Chuan ascended the stairs, and pushed open the door, instantly taking in the scene. Su Yao sat by the window in her usual seat, flipping pages of a book with icy detachment. Two others occupied the room. A broad-shouldered youth clad in light armor lounged on the right sofa, his expression teasing. A young man in his early 20s wore a gray and white robe and greeted Jiang Chuan with quiet warmth. "Hello, I'm Fong Lin." Jiang Chuan nodded. Jiang Chuan. Su Yao set down her book and raised a hand, cutting off their exchange. He expected her to demand where he'd spent the afternoon. Instead, she said, "Fong Lin is our new mid-tier disassembler. He'll handle primary disassembly tasks going forward. You'll assist him and learn from him." "What does that mean?" "What do you mean? What does it mean?" A flash of disdain crossed Su Yao's eyes as she snapped. "Must the team consult you before making decisions? Or must I seek your approval before acting?" "That's not what I meant." Jiang Chuan frowned. Something was wrong. That morning Su Yao had spoken bluntly, but still treated him with courtesy, even offering gear for practice. What catches the eye is a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Tianyuan City. The rooftops, the spires, the distant mountains. Jiang Chuan walked out of the office with a stoic expression. Although he did not know what had happened, Su Yao's attitude was already quite clear. The newcomer Fong Lin would completely replace him. In the courtyard, Lin Weiner had already put away her bow and was pulling the arrows out of the target one by one. She saw Jiang Chuan come out. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and then walked over to whisper, "Sister Su received a communication this afternoon. It was from Uncle Su. Since then her mood has been quite poor." Jiang Chuan replied, "What does this have to do with me?" Lin Weiner had yet to speak. A tall figure walked out from the doorway. It was the youth in light armor, Zhao Han, along with the newly arrived intermediate disassembler Fong Lin. As he passed by Jiang Chuan, Zhao Han coldly remarked, "A toad wants to eat swan meat," truly overestimating himself. "Wait a minute." Jiang Chuan frowned and said, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Han stopped in his tracks, sneering at him. Don't you understand what I mean? Don't think that just because Captain Su is loyal and your father once saved his life, you can use that as leverage. Sister Su is a grade talent, a celestial prodigy. How could a useless grade disassembler like you possibly be worthy? What? Jiang Chuan felt utterly confused. But as his mind raced, he quickly understood what was happening. Captain Su was trying to match him with Su Yao because of his father's life-saving grace. The phone call that Su Yao received this afternoon was probably about this matter, otherwise her attitude wouldn't have changed so drastically. What is this all about? Jiang Chuan felt as if 1,000 grass-mud horses were racing through his mind. He just wanted to quietly make money, to develop safely. He had no interest in romantic entanglements, unless it was with the beautiful Ling Aoshang, but Su Yao was far from it. Not to mention that Su Yao looked down on him, he looked down on Su Yao too. Forget it. There was no way to explain such things. Su Yao's actions were not necessarily a bad thing for him. With Fong Lin taking over his team's work, it also meant he could have more free time. He had already earned his capital, and buying advanced equipment for disassembly at the crafting pavilion would be far more efficient than mingling with their team. Fong Lin, with a hypocritical smile, said, "Jiang classmate, don't worry. If you assist me in the future, I will definitely let you learn the real stuff." Jiang Chuan shot him a glance, said nothing, and turned to leave. TCH. Zhao Han disdainfully spat on the ground. A relationship beneficiary acting so high and mighty. Big Lindsay, let me tell you, don't be so polite with him in the future. If there are any dirty or heavy tasks, make sure to work him to the bone. If anything happens, it's on me. After 9 p.m., Tianyuan City would implement a curfew, and practitioners below level 3 were not allowed to linger in the city. The shops in the city had already closed early. Jiang Chuan also exited the source realm. The sound of spatulas clashing came from the living room. His mother Wang Xiaolan was cooking, and the aroma wafted in through the door. Jiang Chuan sat up and pushed open the bedroom door. "Mom, I'll help you." No need, you just rest." Wang Xiaolan didn't even look back, stirring the food in the pan with the spatula. "Are you tired today? How's that battle group you joined? Is Captain Su nice?" "Quite good." Jiang Chuan leaned against the kitchen doorframe, smiling as he replied, "The battle group is large, and the people are quite nice." That's good. Wang Xiaolan turned to look at him, her eyes filled with unspoken comfort and concern. "Your dad will be home soon. He said he would get off work early today. As it's your first day in the battle group, we should celebrate." As soon as she finished speaking, the door lock sounded, and Zhang Mingyuan walked in, the fatigue on his face still evident. "How is it, son? The people in the flame battle group didn't make things difficult for you, right?" "They're all quite good," Jiang Chuan repeated. Zhang Mingyuan changed his shoes, washed his face, and walked into the kitchen to check the food in the pot, nodding in satisfaction. "Pork stew with vermicelli, good dish. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll have a few drinks." "You just know how to drink." Wang Xiaolan shot him a glance, but still pulled out a bottle of Red Star liquor from the cupboard. At the dining table with 3 dishes and a soup, Jiang Chuan stood up to pour his father a full cup of liquor and poured himself a small half cup. Jiang Mingyuan, feeling pleased, raised his glass. "Come son, let's celebrate your formal entry into the flame battle group." You'll have a good future, all be at ease. Jiang Chuan picked up his cup, took a sip, and grimaced at the spiciness. Drink slowly, drink slowly. Wang Xiaolan helped him pick up some eggs. Eat more vegetables to cushion your stomach. After eating a few bites, Jiang Chuan put down his chopsticks and carefully said, "By the way, Dad, Mom, today Captain Su advanced my first month's salary, giving me 20,000 first." He took out a stack of red bills from his pocket and placed them on the table, pushing them towards his parents. Wang Xiaolan stared at the money in shock. Jiang Mingyuan was also a bit dazed, his chopsticks suspended in midair. 20,000. Wang Xiaolan's voice rose a pitch. You just started on the first day, and they already advanced you 20,000. The treatment of an A-grade battle group is good. Jiang Chuan said without changing his expression, Dad, Mom, you take this 20,000 and use it to pay off the debts at home. In the future, not only will I have a salary of 20,000 every month, but the group will also subsidize me for the gear I need to practice, so I won't have to spend too much money. That won't do. Wang Xiaolan quickly pushed the money back. Since you have money, you should first buy equipment to practice. The disassembler profession requires money to stack in the early stages. If your level doesn't rise, how will you stand in the group later? Jiang Mingyuan also put down his chopsticks seriously, saying, Son, your mom is right. Since old Su is giving you such a good treatment, you should spend the money on the right path. You must understand the importance of gratitude to the battle group in the future. But listen to Dad. Jiang Mingyuan's voice was not loud, but very firm. Your mom and I have lived like this for our whole lives. You're still young and have a future. This money needs to be spent wisely. Wang Xiaolan took out an old cloth bag from the side, unwrapping layer after layer to reveal a stack of neatly arranged bills. This 50,000 is the savings your dad and I have accumulated over many years. Wang Xiaolan pushed the money towards Jiang Chuan. Originally, this was meant for you to marry a wife, but now that you've entered the battle group, it's the right time to use money. Take it first, and we can talk about earning more later. Sigh. Jiang Chuan secretly let out a breath. He was afraid that his parents would react like this, so he didn't dare to take out too much money. In fact, he had earned nearly 100,000 in just one day, but he couldn't tell the truth about such matters, otherwise his parents would only worry more. Jiang Chuan silently put the money away. He suddenly figured it out. If he directly gave the money to his parents, no matter how much it was, they would be reluctant to spend it on themselves. This was a common trait among the older generation who lived frugally. To show filial piety, he could only turn the money into goods that couldn't be returned. With this thought, Jiang Chuan did not dwell further on the matter. The next day, Jiang Chuan entered the Source Realm early. He first went to the battle group to check in, as usual. Regardless of the circumstances, this job was arranged for him through his father's connections. He could ignore Su Yao, but he couldn't break the basic rules of the battle group, as that would embarrass his father. Moreover, he needed the identity of the battle group to explain his source of income to his parents. After checking in, Jiang Chuan didn't stay for even a minute longer and headed straight to the Artisan Pavilion. In the early morning, the streets of Tianyuan City were bustling with early risers selling breakfast, and the air still carried the coolness of the night. As the doors of the Artisan Pavilion opened, Jiang Chuan strode in and immediately spotted Xing'er behind the counter. She was wearing a light blue qipao today, her hair styled in a bun, and she was touching up her makeup with a cosmetics box. A group of flag-dressed beauties with long legs and curvy figures gathered together, a truly pleasing sight. Seeing Jiang Chuan come in, Xing'er was slightly taken aback, but soon revealed a professional smile, quickly approaching him. Mr. Jiang, you arrived really early. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Jiang Chuan smiled slightly and got straight to the point. Today, I want to see better equipment. Do you mean? You want to buy bronze-level equipment? Xing'er's eyes widened slightly, instantly becoming interested. The average price of bronze equipment in the Artisan Pavilion is over 10,000 coins. She can earn a 3 commission on each sale. That's at least several hundred coins. She quickly flipped through the inventory list. We have over 300 bronze equipment pieces here, about a third of which meet your needs. How many would you like to buy? Jiang Chuan took the list, glanced at the prices, noting that the average cost of bronze equipment was around 10,000. He quickly calculated. From reselling materials yesterday, he earned nearly 100,000 coins, and his parents provided another 50,000. As a member of the Artisan Pavilion, he had discounts. This amount was just enough for him to buy 15 pieces of bronze equipment. Jiang Chuan said, let's start with 15 pieces. Okay, I'll pack them for you right away. 15 pieces of bronze equipment were brought out, neatly arranged on the counter. He arrived at a familiar secluded corner, ensured no one was around, took a deep breath, and began to disassemble. The first item, bronze. After disassembling them, he wouldn't lose much from selling the materials. Of course, the more important aspect was the attribute bonuses. Jiang Chuan paid for the equipment, packed them into his backpack, exchanged a few words with Xing'er, and turned to leave the Artisan Pavilion. He arrived at a familiar secluded corner, ensured no one was around, took a deep breath, and began to disassemble. The first item, bronze broadsword. Wind-cutting broadsword can be disassembled. Expected recovery: steel ingot 4, Star Calling Gold 1, Wind Demon Stone 1, Strength 1. 5. Strength 1. 5. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. Common gear adds only 0. 1 to attributes. Black iron adds 0. 5. But bronze adds 1. 5. The increase in enhancement was indeed exponential. Next. Second item, bronze longbow agility 1. 5. Third item, bronze chest armor constitution 1. 5. Sixth item. 10th item. 15th item. Golden light flickered one after another, enveloping Jiang Chuan in a halo. The warm currents surging into his body felt like streams of molten lava flowing from his palms, rushing along his meridians, and finally merging into his limbs. Of the 15 pieces of bronze equipment, 12 added to his strength, constitution, and agility, while only 3 enhanced his wisdom. Overall, they provided him with a permanent attribute boost of 22. 5 points. This was exhilarating. Jiang Chuan was incredibly excited, unable to help but think that if he continued to grow infinitely like this, would he possess the power to dominate this world even at level 1. No, wait. Why would I want to dominate the world? He shook his head to dismiss the strange thoughts, gathered the materials scattered around, and rushed toward the treasure shop that specializes in recycling. The artisan pavilion would also buy forging materials at high prices, but Jiang Chuan wasn't foolish. The people at the artisan pavilion weren't either. He had just bought a pile of equipment here and was now turning around to sell a batch of pristine materials. Even a fool could see something was off. This exchange was also Jiang Chuan's way of ensuring he wouldn't be Of course, this insurance wouldn't hold up under scrutiny, but it wouldn't be long. At this efficiency, he would be basically invincible within a week. Even if someone noticed him, what could they do? The materials sold from the 15 pieces of equipment totaled just over 16,000. He could still profit. However, the profit margin was getting slimmer. High-level equipment, due to their limited quantity, usually has a certain premium. While he could still make a little profit on bronze equipment, switching to silver equipment would likely be a pure loss. However, Jiang Chuan thought to himself that it wasn't a big deal. Losing a bit was fine. With his current investment, once he gained strength, would he really worry about not making money? One more. Jiang Chuan turned and ran back to the artisan pavilion. Xinger was visibly startled when he returned not long after leaving. Mr. Jiang, is there something else you need? Give me another 16 pieces of bronze equipment. Huh? Xinger blinked in confusion. Didn't you just buy some? As she began to speak, she realized there was no need to ask so much. Customers have their privacy. Her only job was to provide the best service, and being overly curious would only bring trouble to herself. Please wait a moment. Her attitude changed immediately as she quickly fetched another 16 pieces of bronze equipment. She said, Mr. Jiang, you have now spent a total of 200,000 in our store and can upgrade to a gold membership. As a gold member, you can enjoy a 9.3 discount on purchases. Would you like to process it right away? 9.3 off. That means I can save even more. Process it for me. Jiang Chuan casually asked, isn't the diamond membership the next level above gold? How much do you need to spend to upgrade, and what's the discount? Xinger smiled. The shopping discount for diamond members is 10. You only need to spend 1 million to upgrade. Moreover, diamond members enjoy VIP treatment in the pavilion and can directly access the 5th floor for shopping. The artisan pavilion has 5 floors. The first floor only sells low-level equipment like black iron and bronze. From the second floor onward, silver level and higher equipment are sold, as well as some rare treasures. Jiang Chuan's current gold membership status allows him to access the 4th floor. He could casually explore when he had time, but not right now. Development is crucial. He hurriedly packed away the equipment and left. Less than half an hour later, he reappeared before Xinger, who looked astonished, and spent another 200,000 to buy 20 more pieces of bronze equipment. Repeatedly, Jiang Chuan's attributes quickly reached a new peak in the system. Notification: Jiang Chuan, level 1 health, 1000 mana, 1000 constitution, 100 current level max, wisdom 100 current level max, strength 100 current level max, agility 100 current level max. Notice your base attributes have all reached the maximum for the current level, triggering the legendary achievement peak of all races. The system will announce this across the entire map. Do you want to hide your name? Above Tianyuan City, a golden light curtain suddenly erupted across the heavens, vast and overwhelming, nearly blotting out the sky. At that very moment, a voice echoed in the minds of all living beings across the Source Realm. Announcement of the Source Realm: congratulations for achieving the pinnacle of 10,000 races, the first being in the annals of the Source Realm to attain this feat. This proclamation is issued to all realms. All races rejoice together. In an instant, the entire Source Realm fell silent, then trembled from all 4 directions. The Endless Sea, the Deep Sea Royal Court. Within the colossal coral palace, a Naga queen, her upper body human, her lower half serpentine, abruptly opened her eyes. Her trident slammed hard into the floor, shaking the entire palace to its foundations. The pinnacle of 10,000 races. Her voice resonated low and commanding through the vast hall. I have lived 2,000 years, and never once witnessed such an achievement. Her attendants prostrated themselves instantly, none daring to utter a word. Slowly the Naga queen rose, her crimson hair cascading like seaweed down to her waist. She approached the palace window and gazed upward through the thick shimmering water at the lingering white radiance in the sky, its blazing characters reflected vividly in her pupils. Witnessed by heaven and earth. She murmured, her tone hushed with awe. Even the heavens themselves have stirred. This being's strength must surpass the ninth order. She paused in silence, then turned and commanded, issue orders immediately. All arcane engaged in distant campaigns shall withdraw their forces. Until we uncover the true nature of this sovereign, no clan may provoke any other power. The Northern Wastes. The Frostwolf Plateau. A Frostwolf king, its massive frame rivaling a small mountain, lay sprawled upon a cliff frozen for 10,000 years, silver fur rippling fiercely in the wind. It opened its glacial blue eyes toward the south and rumbled deep within its throat. The celestial proclamation lingered stubbornly in its mind. The pinnacle of 10,000 races. Its voice was coarse and thunderous like boulders tumbling down a mountainside. I stand but half a step from the 10th order, and yet dare not claim the pinnacle. Who then is this enigmatic sovereign? It rose, shook snow and ice from its fur, and unleashed a howl that pierced the northern skies. That cry reverberated across the entire wasteland, whereupon every Frostwolf lifted its head and answered in kind. For a time the plateau echoed with overlapping howls. When the Frostwolf king ceased, its cry, a flicker of wariness flashed across its gaze. Retreat our borders, no offensive action permitted. It commanded its pack behind it. Until this sovereign's identity is confirmed, no one shall cross the frontier. Sire, asked a young Frostwolf, puzzled, the Tiger clan grows weak. This is our perfect chance to expand. Why retreat? The Frostwolf king lowered its gaze, then struck the youth down with a single paw, sending it sprawling into the snow. You dare question my decree? Whine? No, I dare not. The southern borderlands. The magma abyss. Crimson magma churned ceaselessly, rising heat warped the air itself. Deep within the abyss, a slumbering fire dragon slowly opened its eyes, vertical pupils reflecting the faint light filtering down from above. It yawned, exhaling a plume of black smoke. The pinnacle of 10,000 races. Its voice was languid, gravelly, as if still half dreaming. That legendary title, truly attained by a living being. The pinnacle of 10,000 races, the sovereign lord of the Source Realm. Those ancient races have ruled so long they've long forgotten this covenant. But it holds no bearing on me either way. The fire dragon muttered softly before closing its eyes again. Let them do as they please, so long as they leave me undisturbed. And with that it sank back into deep slumber. The Western Desert. The Golden Holy City. Within a palace forged entirely of gold sat an elderly man clad in white robes. His face bore serene kindness, his eyes were gently closed. A soft golden aura emanated from his being. When the celestial announcement appeared, his breath paused, for just a heartbeat. And thus, every soul within the holy city felt the shift. The sovereign lord of the Source Realm. His voice flowed calm and placid, devoid of joy or wrath. He opened his eyes, galaxies seemed to swirl within them. I shall see whether this sovereign truly bears the weight of that title. A luminous golden entity materialized beside him and whispered, Master, shall we investigate? The elder shook his head and closed his eyes once more. No need. If this being wishes to remain hidden, no inquiry will unveil it. Yet soon enough it will reveal itself unbidden. Meanwhile, within the human dominion, the imperial capital Tianke City, in the grand hall of the Tiange Council, the seat of ultimate human authority, dozens of elders sat around a massive circular table. They formed humanity's highest governing body, each an eighth order cultivator, each embodying the pinnacle of human martial might. Yet now these figures, normally aloof and imperious, sat with grim faces and solemn expressions. At the far end of the table, a venerable elder with snow-white hair and beard spoke slowly. You all saw it. No one replied, because none needed to. The proclamation had resounded across the entire Source Realm. His name was Zhou Tianyan, the chief elder of the Tiange Council and the strongest known human cultivator alive. 8th Order peak. One final threshold stood between him and the 9th Order. Yet now not a trace of triumph graced his features. The pinnacle of 10,000 races. As Zhou Tianyan uttered those 4 words, his voice carried a bitter, ineffable sorrow. Across tens of thousands of years, fewer than 5 beings among the myriad races of the Source Realm have ever scaled that absolute summit. Now another has ascended, and the Source Realm shall surely be remade. A middle-aged general clad in gleaming armor spoke gravely. I have already ordered all frontier legions to tighten patrols. Any anomalous movement among neighboring races will be reported without delay. We may well find ourselves too late to report it when the time comes. Zhou Tianyan's fingers tapped softly, but with heavy resonance, against the table. The emergence of a sovereign alien powerhouse may not strike us directly, but the chain reaction it triggers could doom us utterly. An elder woman draped in black robes sighed deeply. Humanity has long been weakened, pressed beneath the heels of surrounding races. Now with a sovereign ascending from any alien lineage, our plight can only worsen. Could it be, ventured a younger council member hesitantly, that this pinnacle of 10,000 races hails from humanity itself? A few hollow chuckles drifted around the table. Zhou Tianyan shook his head, not speaking, yet his expression conveyed everything. Impossible. Human frailty was an immutable truth, a biological given. Among the myriad races of the Source Realm, humanity ranked last. Its survival over millennia owed nothing to strength, but rather to the barren poverty of its territory, so desolate, even rival races deemed it unworthy of conquest. The odds of a sovereign emerging from humanity were slimmer than finding a divine artifact on a city street. Then let us consider how best to respond. Zhou Tianyan exhaled heavily and declared, "In my judgment, we must contract our borders, retreating all defenses to the Lingnan region. Should necessity demand it, we must abandon the entire southern domain." A long silence settled over the chamber. To abandon the South meant surrendering 1/3 of humanity's current territory. And not merely any third, the most fertile resource-rich third. Already starved of resources to nurture ninth-order cultivators, this loss would extinguish even that slender hope forever. Inside Tianyuan City, Jiang Chuan was stunned. He never expected that this achievement would trigger a global announcement. Does this mean that all races in the Source Realm are now aware of this news? Fortunately, he had concealed his name. Otherwise, at this moment, a giant hand might descend from the sky and crush him on the spot. The pinnacle of all races. It sounds quite provocative. Jiang Chuan smirked. However, completing this achievement surprisingly grants him a special reward. First is a legendary title, Sovereign of the Source Realm. Title level legendary effect. Passive: you are the one and only sovereign within the Source Realm. While wearing this title, health 100 mana 100, and you will be immune to all realm suppression effects and immune to the intimidation effects of higher races. 1 million health. 1 million mana. Jiang Chuan opened his panel, and his health and mana skyrocketed by 1,000 times, jumping from 4 digits directly to 7. Does this mean him now a blood cow? He muttered to himself, clenching his fist and feeling the surging power. But he also understood that having just health was not enough. When facing true powerhouses, a single attack could deal hundreds of thousands of damage, and having 1 million health only meant he could withstand one more blow. The true value of this title for him was not the million health. Instead, it was the two special attributes that came with it: immunity to realm suppression and immunity to intimidation from higher races. What is realm suppression? Simply put, a second-tier professional can suppress a first-tier professional even if their attributes are similar due to the level difference. The intimidation from higher races is even more aggravating. Some races naturally exert mental pressure. Lower races would feel weak-kneed standing before them. They might not even be able to lift a hand. Immunity to these two effects effectively compensates for Jiang Chuan's lower level and his background as a human. After equipping the title, he could choose to conceal it. Jiang Chuan concentrated, and a brilliant golden light flashed above his head and disappeared. The other reward was a special contract, Nightmare Contract. First-tier legendary, can be used in any first-tier secret realm to unlock the Nightmare difficulty challenge of the current secret realm. Completing the challenge grants exclusive rewards. I haven't even completed a normal difficulty secret realm, and now I am jumping straight to Nightmare. Jiang Chuan scratched his head. However, this contract came at the right time. His attributes were already capped, and he needed to level up to continue growing, and secret realms were the perfect places to defeat monsters and gain experience. Nightmare difficulty certainly grants more experience compared to normal difficulty. The only problem was that combat professions could only be chosen after reaching level 10. As a life profession disassembler, having attributes without skills wouldn't do. He couldn't just punch things, could he? Though he could punch. With his attributes, taking down small monsters with a single punch wouldn't be a problem, but that would be rather undignified. First, he needed to get a weapon. Jiang Chuan did not go to the Artisan Pavilion. Although he had spent 1 million to become a top-tier diamond member, the Artisan Pavilion was a high-end equipment trading place and wouldn't have any beginner gear for level 1, so going there would be a waste of time. Jiang Chuan randomly found a weapon shop on the street. The shop was not large, with a worn wooden sign hanging above that red old iron weapon shop, and several wooden racks at the entrance displayed a variety of swords and blades. Jiang Chuan walked in. A muscular man with his shirt off was hammering away at an anvil. Sweat cascaded down his back, and the clanging sounds were painful to the ears. "Boss, I want to buy something," Jiang Chuan shouted. The muscular man didn't even look up. "Look for yourself, call me when you're ready." Jiang Chuan didn't mind walking over to the shelf to start selecting. Swords, blades, spears, axes. The 18 types of weapons were fully stocked. There was everything. He picked each one up to test the feel. Eventually his gaze fell upon a one-handed sword. The blade was not long, about 2 feet in length, its edge glinting with a cold light. The handle was wrapped in non-slip hemp rope, and it felt heavy and substantial in his hand. "How much for this sword?" Jiang Chuan asked, holding it up. The muscular man finally glanced at him. "That one is a black iron level one-handed sword made of Wudong steel. It's 3,008, no bargaining." 3,008. Not too expensive. Jiang Chuan had already saved nearly 300,000, so a few thousand was certainly affordable. But then he thought it didn't seem elegant enough to bring a sword and charge at monsters. Besides, what if the monster could breathe fire? What if the monster was poisonous? Close combat was still a bit too risky. He put the sword down and turned to the other side of the shelf. Here they sold ranged weapons. Bows, crossbows, throwing darts. There were also throwing short spears. A good variety. Jiang Chuan picked up a longbow made of dark hardwood. The bowstring was made from the tendons of some exotic beast. He tried to pull the bowstring. The tension must have been at least 100 pounds, but for him with 100 strength, it was still too light. "Boss, how much for this bow?" "That's also a black iron level weapon. Our ranged weapons are a bit pricier. If you want it, it's 4,005. "What's its power like?" The muscular man set down the hammer he was holding and finally looked at him properly. "What level are you? What profession?" Jiang Chuan answered honestly, "Level 1 disassembler." The muscular man's expression suddenly became quite subtle. "A level 1 disassembler, and you're here to buy a weapon to fight monsters. Is that a problem?" The muscular man paused for 2 seconds, then shook his head helplessly. "The effective range of this bow is 50 meters. It's sufficient to deal damage to first-tier monsters, but can you even draw it as a disassembler? You might as well try the crossbow next to it. That could save you some effort." Jiang Chuan didn't reply, but lifted the longbow, knocked an arrow meant for testing, and aimed at a target on the back wall of the shop. Pulling the bowstring taut, he released his fingers. The arrow shot through the air with a sharp whistle, precisely hitting the bullseye. The arrow's tail vibrated and buried itself deep, creating a crack in the earthen wall behind the target. The muscular man wore an expression of disbelief, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg inside. "This? Are you really a disassembler?" "Absolutely true." Jiang Chuan set the bow down, nodding in satisfaction. Although his skills had languished for over a decade, his experience as an archery enthusiast in his past life remained. "I'll take this bow and 200 iron arrows to go with it. Do you have them?" The muscular man nodded woodenly and turned to the back room to fetch 2 barrels of arrows, a black iron longbow, and 200 fine iron arrows. Jiang Chuan also chose a set of leather armor. In total, he spent just over 30,000. He slung the bow over his shoulder, took out 20 arrows, placed them in the quiver at his waist, and walked out of the weapon shop. He glanced at his reflection in the shop's glass. Wearing leather armor with a bow on his back and arrows at his side, he looked somewhat like a warrior. "No, I still need to prepare a melee weapon. Oh, what if I get cornered by a monster and go in empty-handed?" Jiang Chuan thought for a moment, then turned back to buy that black iron one-handed sword as well. Outside the southern city, the forest is dense, and the sign by the roadside reads 4 large characters, "Tree Spirit Secret Realm." The entrance to the secret realm is a massive stone archway overgrown with green vines exuding a sense of age. There are many people around. Some new adventurers like him are shouting to form teams. Others are selling potions and food. There are also a group of lifestyle professionals offering repair and disassembly services for free. It's as lively as a market. Level talents leading. No less than level output tanks, healers. Freeloaders stay away, selling potent healing potions. Potions are precious, but life is even more valuable. You only have one life, don't pay a painful price for a moment's savings. Roasted chicken. Fragrant roasted chicken. 1 skewer can fully restore your satiety. Come and get one. Free equipment disassembly service. If you need it, just point at me. Jiang Chuan had just checked the leveling spots near Tianyuan City. The most suitable for his current level is this first-tier secret realm before him. This secret realm is quite famous in Tianyuan City. Not because it is high level, but precisely because it is low level and safe enough. There is only one type of monster in the secret realm, tree spirits. They range from level 1 to 5, move slowly, and have low attack power, making them ideal targets for beginners. Every year, a large number of newly awakened newcomers come here to level up. Occasionally, some low-level equipment can be produced to sell for a little money. But for Jiang Chuan, the significance of this tree spirit secret realm goes beyond that. He currently has a nightmare contract, and if he applies this contract to the tree spirit secret realm, the monsters within will become nightmare difficulty. With the difficulty raised, the drops from the secret realm will surely increase. Moreover, clearing the nightmare difficulty will yield an exclusive reward, which sounds extraordinary. Let's first try the normal difficulty to see how it goes. Jiang Chuan made up his mind. His fully equipped attire had already attracted quite a bit of attention. Some people sent him team requests, but Jiang Chuan ignored them and walked straight into the stone archway. Tip: do you wish to challenge the Tree Spirit's secret realm normal difficulty? Yes. A flash of white light appeared before him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a dark forest. The surrounding trees are so tall that they block out the sun, with only a few beams of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air is filled with a damp, decaying smell mingled with a faint sweet and fishy odor. Jiang Chuan drew his hunting bow, nocking an arrow, and carefully moved forward. After walking a few steps, the bushes ahead suddenly swayed. A thick tree branch came to life from the trunk, twisting in the air like a snake. Then a blurry human face appeared on the trunk of the whole tree, with two hollow eyes fixed on Jiang Chuan. Tree Spirit LV1, Health 200, Attack 25, Defense 20, a Level 1 Tree Spirit. Jiang Chuan drew his bowstring, fully aiming at the ugly face of the Tree Spirit. Releasing his finger, the arrow shot through the air, accurately piercing the Tree Spirit's eye. Dark green liquid gushed out from the wound, and the Tree Spirit let out a sharp howl, its entire body trembling violently. A line of damage numbers floated above the Tree Spirit's head. 378. The Tree Spirit's health bar instantly hit bottom. The entire trunk exploded from within, with chips and leaves scattering everywhere. Kill the Tree Spirit LV1. Gain experience 15. Current upgrade progress LV1 151,000. To go from level 1 to level 2, he needs to kill a total of 67 monsters. That's really not easy. Jiang Chuan thought to himself that he was glad he could use a bow. Killing 67 monsters one by one would be quite troublesome. Shooting them dead with one arrow is much easier. Jiang Chuan stepped forward to check the monster's drops. There was nothing at all. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused, eyeing the broken wooden stump. His rule-level talent is called Extraction of All Things, and it's not limited to just disassembling equipment. Or rather, disassembling equipment is just one of its functions. So can it be used to extract the monster's corpse? Jiang Chuan tentatively placed his hand on the carcass. Extraction of All Things activate. Whoosh. A flash of golden light. The Tree Spirit's corpse vanished, and a warm current surged into Jiang Chuan's body. Extraction successful. Strength 1. Since your strength attribute has reached the current level's limit, the energy extracted this time will be converted into upgrade experience. Experience 100. Current upgrade progress LV1 115 1000. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened. Did he see that right? The attribute increase from the most ordinary level 1 monster is actually comparable to 2 pieces of black iron equipment. Is it because of the difference between living and dead things? No, the Tree Spirit dropped nothing. Jiang Chuan realized that while extracting equipment provides less attribute boost, it restores all materials, while extracting the Tree Spirit's corpse only grants attribute boosts. However, this is enough for him. With permanent attribute boosts, who needs equipment? He can smash the world. Jiang Chuan stood up excitedly and continued deeper into the forest. Along the way, the monsters increased in number. Jiang Chuan spared no one, shooting each one he encountered, each arrow hitting a Tree Spirit directly. And due to his Extraction of All Things talent providing him with extra experience points, it wasn't long before he successfully leveled up to 2. Whoosh. Golden light surrounded him. Jiang Chuan immediately felt a surge in his strength. He opened his status panel, and then his expression turned to shock, because the auto-increased attributes after his level up were not the typical 1 point for an level profession, nor the theoretical maximum of 10 points for an SS level, but a full 100 points. What? Directly adding 100 points to all attributes for leveling up? Too outrageous. So this is the true meaning of extreme value. It doesn't represent the extreme value of attributes, but rather the extreme value of growth. Only the strongest beings in the source realm can possess 100 points of attribute growth at each level. Jiang Chuan's attributes doubled, his attack skyrocketed to 400 points, making it easier to instant kill monsters in conjunction with his black iron longbow. Moreover, he also discovered that after leveling up, his extraction attributes were no longer limited. Extracting the Tree Spirit's corpse would randomly grow his constitution and strength attributes. He killed over 100 Tree Spirits, and although he hadn't reached level 3, yet his constitution and strength attributes had already reached 253 points and 261 points respectively. The highest level 5 Tree Spirit in the secret realm only has 1,000 health points, and with a shot to its weak point it can be killed instantly, as if it were made of paper. His experience points were skyrocketing. Soon a golden light began to swirl around him. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV3. Constitution 100, Wisdom 100, Strength 100, Agility 100. The exponential increase in attributes brought Jiang Chuan an all-around enhancement. His strength became greater, and he had to be careful even while drawing the bow, fearing he might break this toy. With a light leap, he could jump to a height of 15 meters. Jiang Chuan felt that wearing armor was now unnecessary as his flesh was already tougher than black iron-level equipment. This is too exaggerated. Jiang Chuan was shocked in his heart. Ins-level profession needs to reach the 4th tier to have a 300-point attribute panel, and I am only at level 3. When I reach level 10, my panel will probably exceed that of a 9th tier powerhouse. Of course, he knew in his heart that the difference between him and higher tier professionals was not just attributes. There are also equipment skills and, most importantly, career promotions. Compared to these, attributes are the least significant factor, but the problem is that his attribute growth is terrifying and quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. Only one last area remains to be cleared in the secret realm. Jiang Chuan continued to explore deeper, and when he reached the innermost part of the forest, the open space ahead suddenly widened. A massive ancient tree stood in the center of the clearing, towering 3 to 4 times larger than all the surrounding trees. Its trunk was covered in moss and vines. The crown of the tree obscured the sky. A gigantic and ancient face appeared on the trunk of the tree, with 2 eyes resembling red lanterns staring at Jiang Chuan, while a deep roar emanated from its mouth, shaking the ground slightly. 1000-year Tree Spirit Leader LV5, Health 5000, Attack Power 120, Defense 60. A boss at the ordinary difficulty level. For an ordinary person, this boss would require a well-equipped team of 5-level professionals to defeat. But in front of him, it was merely a matter of firing a few more arrows. With 5,000 health, he only needed 7 arrows given his output. Jiang Chuan drew his longbow and shot an arrow at the trunk of the 1000-year Tree Spirit. 748. The health bar of the 1000-year Tree Spirit instantly dropped significantly. It let out an angry roar and countless vines emerged from the ground, coiling toward Jiang Chuan like snakes. Jiang Chuan took 2 steps back and shot another arrow. 755. Another arrow. 761. 3 arrows in succession, and the 1000-year Tree Spirit's health had nearly halved. Although there were many vines, they were too slow to catch up with his agile pace. Jiang Chuan stepped back 2 paces, easily dodging all attacks, then pulled an arrow from his quiver, knocking it on the bowstring and drawing it into a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, accompanied by a whistling sound, and accurately pierced the massive mouth of the 1000-year Tree Spirit. Critical hit. 1412. A large critical damage number floated above the 1000-year Tree Spirit's head. With another arrow, Jiang Chuan completely emptied its health bar, and the ancient face suddenly froze in place before the entire massive trunk exploded. Countless wood chips and leaves flew through the forest like a green snowstorm. Defeated the 1000-year Tree Spirit Leader LV5, gained experience 500. Successfully cleared Tree God Secret Realm Ordinary Difficulty, gained experience 2000. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV4. Level 4. His highest strength attribute was nearing 500 points. Jiang Chuan took a breath, stowed his longbow, and walked to the corpse of the 1000-year Tree Spirit. First clear of the secret realm. This boss also dropped a few pieces of low-grade trash equipment. Disassembling them casually, Jiang Chuan rubbed his hands together, wondering what good things he could extract from a boss-level corpse. He pressed his hands against the shattered trunk, silently chanting the disassembly. Golden light erupted. The entire clearing was instantly illuminated. A surge of heat flowed from the trunk, pouring into Jiang Chuan's body through his hands, and a prompt rang out in his mind. Extraction successful. Gain talent. Precise shooting a level. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Talent. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened suddenly. Can talents also be extracted from anything? This is a bit absurd. He immediately chose to confirm. A green light shone from his palm, and something was drawn from the remnants, merging into his body. Talent absorption successful. Precise shooting a level. Precise shooting passive. When using ranged weapons, hit rate 15, critical hit rate 5. Universal extraction rule level. Intermediate disassembly level. Precise shooting a level. 3 talents lay quietly on his panel. Jiang Chuan slowly grinned. A level talent. Not high, but for him at this moment, it was like a timely gift. As a disassembler with no skills, relying only on basic attacks, this 15 hit rate and 5 critical hit rate seem insignificant, but for him it translates to a tangible increase in damage. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Since he can extract talents from the boss, could he extract level, or even a level and S-level talents from higher level bosses? This secret realm of the Tree God is merely the lowest grade secret realm, with bosses at most at this level. However, there are many secret realms in the source world that are 10 or 100 times more advanced than the Tree God secret realm. Furthermore, he can now open a higher level Nightmare secret realm. A flash of white light. Jiang Chuan was teleported out of the secret realm. He stood in front of the stone archway, squinting to adjust to the light outside. The surroundings were still bustling with activity. Someone noticed him. It was the several teams that had tried to recruit him before. Jiang Chuan had already completed a dungeon, while they had yet to gather their members. Their leveling efficiency was no match for him. However, seeing him exit the dungeon so quickly, they thought he had failed and given up, immediately launching a barrage of cold mockery. "Oh, isn't this the arrogant lone wolf? Too good to join our team, yet you're out so soon. Head just because you have better gear. What's so great about it? To clear a dungeon, you still need teammates. I think he's done pretty well. At least he knows not to overestimate himself and didn't die inside." Ha ha ha. Jiang Chuan glanced at their faces, all a bunch of 20-somethings still stuck in a first-tier secret realm after so many years of awakening. No wonder they were so bitter. Arguing with these people was a waste of time. Jiang Chuan walked to the side where stalls were set up by life professionals selling various goods. He bought a spicy roasted chicken to replenish his energy. He also purchased 4 barrels of iron arrows. Arrows are consumables. Archers have always been considered elite professions in the cold weapon era. One reason for this is that ordinary families cannot even afford the consumption of arrows. The market price for an iron arrow is 20 coins. He spent his parents' monthly income to clear the ordinary difficulty of the Tree God's secret realm. Of course, he now has a certain level of wealth. There's no need to be stingy about this. In his spare time, Jiang Chuan glanced at his panel. Jiang Chuan, level LV, 4 health 100, 4620 mana 100, 4000 constitution, 462 wisdom, 400 strength, 472 agility, 400 talents, universal extraction, intermediate disassembly, precise shooting. With 472 points in strength plus the bonus from this black iron bow in his hands, his attack value had already exceeded 1,000. If I can't even handle nightmare difficulty now, then no one can. Jiang Chuan mumbled to himself. He took out the nightmare contract from his backpack, the black glowing parchment looking somewhat eerie under the sunlight. Use. Jiang Chuan concentrated his mind. The nightmare contract disappeared from his hand, transforming into a black beam of light that merged into the stone archway. The stone archway trembled slightly at first. Then the entire archway began to shake violently. The stone walls covered in vines developed countless cracks with dark red light seeping through, looking extremely eerie. Surrounding players stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the scene. What's happening? What's wrong with the secret realm? I don't know. I've never encountered anything like this before. Look at the writing on the archway. Jiang Chuan looked up, and the 4 ancient characters above the stone archway were changing as if being eroded with the strokes, gradually turning dark red, finally transforming into 4 new characters. Primitive Tree Realm. A chilling wind blew out from the archway, carrying a strong stench of decay. Jiang Chuan stood at the very front, the wind directly hitting his face. It was icy and bone-chilling, as if countless fine needles were stabbing his skin. But he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. Prompt: do you wish to challenge Primitive Tree Realm nightmare difficulty? Yes. With a flash of white light, Jiang Chuan's figure disappeared into the archway. Jiang Chuan was unaware that shortly after he entered the secret realm, several flying boats appeared in the sky, descending with hundreds of soldiers to clear the area. A middle-aged man was the first to arrive. Dressed in a purple robe, he exuded a noble demeanor, commanding respect without a word. He was none other than Lu Qingshan, the lord of Tianyuan City. It was said that he had already reached the 7th tier, but due to a lack of crucial resources, he could not advance to the 8th tier. Otherwise, he would have long been a member of the Heavenly Pavilion. Following him were several powerful figures, including a voluptuous woman, a young man wearing glasses, and a thin old man. Lu Qingshan glanced at everyone, his expression serious, as he said, "How could the secret realm suddenly mutate like this? Has there been such a situation before?" "I don't know." The young man shook his head slightly. "But it is certain that this is definitely not a good thing." "Why do you say that, Lord Zhou?" The woman, whose face was veiled in a light scarf, asked in surprise. "The higher the difficulty of the secret realm, doesn't it mean richer resources? Isn't that a good thing?" As she spoke, her gaze flicked toward the thin, old man. The old man's name was Chun Duhu, the leader of the Dark Moon War Corps, which controlled the only master-level secret realm in Tianyuan City, the Silver Wolf Secret Realm. That was a treasure so coveted that even she, the master of the Artifact Pavilion, who claimed to control half the wealth of the city, was envious. Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly. "Lord Yuan, you are unaware. A secret realm is a projection of another world cast into the source realm. The projection is illusory, so if it is broken, that is, after clearing it, it will reset, and the monsters inside cannot truly escape. If it were merely a difficult master-level secret realm, it would certainly be a good thing. But the nightmare difficulty is different. Nightmare difficulty will open a pathway to the real world, and monsters from that world could invade." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zi immediately realized the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting slightly. The myriad races of the source realm could easily annihilate humanity if any slightly stronger race were to emerge. If this secret realm became a passage to another world, then the entire Tianyuan city would likely face a catastrophic disaster. Chen Duhu said solemnly, the Nightmare Secret Realm hasn't appeared in our country for several decades. Its emergence this time may indicate the beginning of some disaster. Could it be related to the appearance of that powerful entity known as the pinnacle of all races? Lu Qingshan asked, his expression stunned. At this point, many ignorant beings from the Source Realm still believed that the achievement of pinnacle of all races was due to the emergence of a 10th-tier powerhouse. Of course, it was not their fault for making wild guesses. After all, this title was indeed highly misleading. Chen Duhu sighed, I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse for us humans. What should we do now? Yuan Zi asked. Zhou Yuan calmly adjusted his glasses. Lord Yuan, do not panic. Fortunately, the discovery of this secret realm was timely. As long as we completely seal it off, we can prevent the nightmare from appearing. Yuan Zi could not help but panic. All her family assets were within Tianyuan City. If the city became an entry point for an invasion by other races, her entire family's foundation would be destroyed in an instant. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly seal off the secret realm. Zhou Yuan turned to Lu Qingshan and said, after all, this secret realm is Tianyuan City's property. Whether we seal it or not depends on Lord Lu's decision. Lu Qingshan pondered for a moment, then inquired, the mutation of the secret realm happened so suddenly. There should still be many people inside who haven't exited. If we completely seal this secret realm, won't they be unable to return forever? That's right, Zhou Yuan nodded. The secret realm is a passage. If the passage is closed, those who haven't managed to come out will be trapped in that world. As for whether they would live or die, that would depend on their own fortune. One could only pray that the inhabitants of the world on the other side were a group of peace-loving races. Chen Duhu remarked, the Tree Spirit Secret Realm is only a first-tier secret realm. Even if we close it, the loss would only be a group of first-tier practitioners. This concerns the safety of the entire Tianyuan City. Lord Lu, what is there to hesitate about? However, Lu Qingshan disagreed. First-tier practitioners are also citizens of Tianyuan City. As the city lord, how can I abandon my people? Let's do this. Give them half an hour more, he declared. In half an hour, they will have witnessed the horrors of the Nightmare Secret Realm. If they still do not come out, that will be their own choice, and they cannot blame anyone else. Zhou Yuan nodded approvingly. Lord Lu's concern for the people is indeed a blessing for Tianyuan. Bloodlight illuminated the scene as Jiang Chuan floated in what seemed to be a sea of blood. After a long wait, he finally felt the solid ground beneath his feet. He opened his eyes and was immediately stunned. The scene before him was completely different from a normal difficulty secret realm. The ordinary difficulty Tree Spirit Secret Realm was a dark forest dense with trees that blocked out the sun. Although it was eerie, at least it had a breath of life. However, the world before him, which could be called the tree world, resembled a massive grave instead. Everywhere were the dead, giant trees, their bare branches stretching toward the sky like desiccated arms. The ground was black and felt soft underfoot, like stepping on decaying corpses. The air was thick with a strong stench of decay, and the odor invaded his nostrils, sticking to his throat and making him feel nauseated. But what truly shocked Jiang Chuan was not these sights, but what lay in the distance. In the deepest part of the forest, he could vaguely see a massive silhouette. Like a mountain range, gray lines undulated along the skyline, stretching for who knows how many kilometers, casting a shadow over the entire nightmare sea of trees. Jiang Chuan squinted his eyes and looked for a long while before barely discerning what it was. It was a tree, a colossal ancient tree of unbelievable size. It was already dead, its trunk covered in cracks and holes resembling an excavated mountain. Under the grayish light, it appeared particularly desolate. Indeed, the Nightmare Difficulty Secret Realm is different, Jiang Chuan murmured. At this moment, he was still unaware that he had stepped into an unknown world.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Its trunk was riddled with fierce cracks, dark red sap flowing from the cracks like blood, and its twisted human face had two eyes glowing with a ghostly red light. Nightmare Tree Spirit LV5, Health 3000, Attack 250, Defense 120, 3000 Health, 250 Attack, 120 Defense. An ordinary difficulty level 5 Tree Spirit only had 1000 health. This Nightmare difficulty version had directly tripled its stats. For ordinary players, this kind of monster was a nightmare. Taking down one would be quite a challenge. But for Jiang Chuan, it was merely a matter of increasing the number of arrows from 1 to 3. He knocked an arrow and shot it at the Nightmare Tree Spirit's face. 956. The tree spirit let out a piercing howl, one of its ghostly red eyes extinguishing instantly, yet it did not fall. Instead it frantically swung its branches and lunged at Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan sidestepped to avoid it and shot another arrow. 887. Another arrow. 942. 3 arrows, and the Nightmare Tree Spirit's health dropped to 0. Its body burst apart from the inside, shattered trunks and branches flying everywhere, dying far more tragically than an ordinary tree spirit. Defeated Nightmare Tree Spirit LV5, gained 150 experience points. The experience gained from the Nightmare difficulty is tenfold that of the normal level. A single Nightmare Tree Spirit is equivalent to 10 ordinary tree spirits in value, which made Jiang Chuan nod in satisfaction. He crouched down, pressing his palm against the remains of the spirit. Extract all essence, activate. Swish. A dazzling golden light exploded and a scorching power surged instantly through his limbs and body, as if every pore was cheering. Extraction successful. Strength 4. A level 5 ordinary tree spirit yields only 2 attribute points, but the Nightmare doubles that. Refreshing. Jiang Chuan licked his lips, a gleam of sharpness flickering in his eyes. His sole thought now was that the monsters in this nightmare realm had better be countless. Too few would be no fun at all. Pressing onward. Along the way, the number of Nightmare Tree spirits increased. Some gathered in small groups, others wandered alone. Occasionally, even larger elite monsters appeared, their health exceeding 10,000 and their attributes even more exaggerated. Yet without exception, none could withstand more than 5 arrows from Jiang Chuan's longbow. The experience points surged wildly, as if fueled by an unstoppable energy. In the blink of an eye, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping him entirely. Congratulations on reaching LV5. Vitality 100. Wisdom 100. Strength 100. Agility 100. Another 100 points added to all attributes. Jiang Chuan's stats broke through the 500 mark, with strength and vitality surpassing 700. He continued deeper, killing, extracting, and leveling up all the way. LV6. LV7, LV8, each level gained brought a direct increase of 100 points to all attributes. The growth rate was so terrifying that even Jiang Chuan found it surreal. At level 8, all 4 of his attributes exceeded 800 points, with vitality and strength finally reaching new peaks. Extraction successful. Vitality 4. Since your vitality attribute has reached the first tier limit, the extracted energy can be converted into experience points, or at half efficiency into growth of other attributes. 1,500 points. This is the limit for the first tier realm. This means that within the level range from 1 to 10, 1,500 points is the highest attribute cap. No race can exceed this boundary. Upon hearing the prompt, Jiang Chuan chose without hesitation to convert into wisdom and agility. Gaining experience is simple, but it could never match the value of permanent attribute growth. Even at half efficiency, each monster killed increased his attributes by 2 points, maintaining a considerable growth speed. Finally, after slaying countless Nightmare Tree spirits, Jiang Chuan reached the deepest part of the Nightmare Tree Sea. He stopped, looked up, and took a deep breath. The scene before him was even more breathtaking than he had imagined. The giant tree he had seen from afar now stood right before him, astonishingly massive. Its trunk was several kilometers in diameter, the upward extending branches blocked the entire sky, and the roots burrowed deep into the earth, as if piercing through the entire world.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
Between the bark's fissures resembling a canyon, enormous red flesh tumors were scattered. These tumors varied in size, some as small as a house, others like small hills. They densely clung to the trunk and branches like a swarm of blood-engorged ticks. A chill ran through Jiang Chuan's heart, as he involuntarily wondered if these tumors were the true culprits behind the giant tree's death. He approached and quickly received the monster's information. Cancer of the Tree Realm, Boss Nightmare, LV10, HP 500 attack, 500 defense, 2000. A monster with 500,000 HP and 500 attack far exceeded the limits that first-tier practitioners could withstand. Fortunately, its defense was low, only 200. After Jiang Chuan's strength reached 1500 points, combined with the Black Iron Longbow's bonus, his base attack rose to 3026. Can fight. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath, drew the bowstring, his gaze suddenly sharp as a blade. An arrow shot through the air, striking fiercely the nearest tumor. 2789. Bang! The tumor exploded, spewing dark green pus. The ancient tree god's remains trembled violently, shaking the entire basin. Immediately after, all the tumors burst simultaneously. Countless pitch-black, twisted tree men crawled out frantically. Some had 7 or 8 arms resembling humanoid centipedes. Some bore 3 fierce faces, screaming piercingly in unison. Others were covered in spinning eyes, each pupil brimming with malice. They roared, shrieked, and surged toward Jiang Chuan like a tidal wave. Come on! Jiang Chuan showed no fear, only excitement. With too many monsters, shooting arrows was insufficient. Jiang Chuan quickly decided, tossing the longbow onto his back, decisively drawing the refined steel one-handed sword at his waist, charging into the monster tide. One slash down. 3105. The 3-faced tree man at the front was neatly split in half, dark green sap splattering everywhere. Turning around, the second slash. 2987. for arms of a seven-armed tree man were severed cleanly like chopping firewood. Jiang Chuan rampaged through the monster crowd, each strike carrying the terrifying force of an earthquake. Those tree men with bodies as hard as iron were as fragile as paper before him. His moves were unstructured. He knew no sword techniques nor flashy skills. Pure speed. Heavy. So heavy that every slash could cleave through a monster's body. Dark green sap splattered all over him. Jiang Chuan, wielding a nicked black blade, was like an unmatched killing god emerging from a sea of blood. His 1500-point peak vitality granted him near-limitless stamina. The more he fought, the crazier he became, killing relentlessly without fatigue. But the monsters were finite after all. 10 minutes later, the last twisted tree man fell with a scream. Jiang Chuan stood proudly amid a mountain of corpses and blood, surrounded by severed limbs. The black iron long sword in his hand was chipped and on the verge of breaking. All tumors had burst, and the trunk was covered with dense cracks. From the depths of these fissures emitted a dark red light, like a dying heart about to extinguish. Jiang Chuan sheathed his broken sword and redrew the longbow, knocking his last arrow. He aimed steadily. His gaze was as calm as a still pond, yet as sharp as a piercing arrow cleaving the clouds. Swish! The arrow cut through the air, piercing through the largest crack in the trunk and striking directly at the core. 3184. The colossal ancient tree, trembling heavily, as if releasing a long sigh of relief after endless. The dark red glow from the cracks suddenly extinguished. The entire corpse began collapsing from within. The trunk as thick as a mountain shattered into countless giant stones, the branches as long as rivers broke into innumerable fragments. Yet these fragments did not fall. They hovered in the air, slowly ascending, as if invisible hands were guiding them to a final resting place high above the heavens. At the same time, continuous system prompts echoed in Jiang Chuan's mind. Killed Cancer of the Tree Realm, Boss Nightmare LV10, gained 500 experience points. Successfully cleared. Primordial Tree Realm Nightmare difficulty, gained 200 experience points. Congratulations on reaching LV9. Congratulations on reaching LV10. Notice your level has reached a bottleneck. Excess experience points will be stored and fully returned upon breaking the level cap. In the place where the boss died, a dazzling light of treasures flickered, and several items radiating golden brilliance fell to the ground. Golden equipment. Jiang Chuan's eyes seemed to shine with golden light. In the artisan pavilion, a piece of golden equipment easily costs hundreds of thousands, or even millions, yet this nightmare boss directly dropped 3 or 4 pieces. Among them, one bow was particularly striking, its lines sharp as if light flowed over it. Jiang Chuan's heart raced as he rushed forward in leaps, bending down to pick it up. Sun-piercing divine bow, gold level 10, attack 179-198, attack speed 35, critical hit 25, feature long rainbow piercing sun active, fires a sun-piercing arrow dealing 1100 piercing damage to enemies in a straight line, cooldown 4 hours. So powerful. Jiang Chuan examined the attributes of this golden divine bow, then looked at the black iron longbow he had on him. Is this even a bow? It's practically a firewood stick. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly equipped the sun-piercing divine bow. Then he picked up the remaining 2 pieces of golden equipment. Although he couldn't use these 2 pieces, they were pure silver coins. Selling them back at the artisan pavilion would earn him another fortune of hundreds of thousands. And the real treasures were still to come. Jiang Chuan's gaze slowly shifted to the remains of the boss. No, to be precise, it should be the shattered remnants of that boundless divine tree. This tree had grown in such an exaggerated manner that even as a dead object, its tier must be unimaginably high. I wonder if I can extract anything from it. He swallowed hard and approached a section of the tree, trunk trembling as he placed his hand on it. Golden light enveloped him. A line of prompts flashed before his eyes, and instantly Jiang Chuan's pupils dilated tenfold. Detected extractable talent, ESSS level unique. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? ESSS level. Level 1 star. Effect passive, your ranged attacks ignore target defense, ignore distance, and hit unerringly. Effect passive, each attack additionally deals 10 of maximum health as damage. Description: the divine bow of the celestial being E who shot down the suns later fell to the mortal realm, transformed into a divine tree, opened a new realm, yet upon the calamity this realm met its end. Holy crap! Jiang Chuan was stunned, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He had anticipated extracting something remarkable, but he never expected it to be this outrageous. SSS level talent. If this appeared during an awakening ceremony, it could shake the entire human race's upper echelons. This effect is simply insane. Ignore defense. Ignore distance. Hit unerringly. Moreover, each attack can deal an additional 10 of maximum health as damage. Not counting the bonus from the title ruler of the source realm, Jiang Chuan's current health was already 15,000 points. One arrow would deal an extra 1,500 points of damage. including the title. Each of his attacks could add a full 100,000 points of damage, and it would be true damage that ignores defenses. With this talent, he effectively transformed into a human-sized Barret. Whoever he points at will die. Invincible. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chuan roared in his heart, absorb. In an instant, an indescribably dense golden light erupted from the remains of the divine tree, surging toward him like a raging tide. At the same time, the tree realm began to shake violently. The ground collapsed and roots as thick as mountains erupted. The sky tore apart and torrents of chaotic void rushed in, bringing with them the fury to destroy everything. The divine tree was the foundation of this world. Now that its roots were pulled out by Jiang Chuan, this tree realm was bound to face total destruction. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, gazing at this world on the brink of collapse with not a shred of reluctance in his heart. He had already taken all the greatest benefits. What more was there to covet? At the very moment before the world completely fell apart, Jiang Chuan decisively chose to exit. Outside the secret realm, there were less than 5 minutes until the half-hour mark agreed upon with Lu Qingshan. Chun Duhu yawned, his heavy eyelids half opened. That should be enough. I'm getting old, and I can't keep up with you. Zhou Yuan looked at his watch. 4.5 minutes left. Yuan Zi, more anxious than them, said, It's been so long. Those who can come out have basically come out. Lord Lu, please order the secret realm to be sealed. Lu Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then let's. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise interrupted the conversation, and the four of them immediately turned their gazes toward the entrance of the secret realm. They were shocked to find that the stone archway covered in dark red cracks had collapsed. Zhou Yuan was the first to rush forward, his face filled with disbelief. The secret realm actually collapsed on its own. What happened? 1,000 miles away, Jiang Chuan was bewilderedly enjoying free fall due to the collapse of the secret realm, which caused a misalignment in the teleportation landing. Oh, holy crap. Thud. He crash-landed into a thicket. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough that he wasn't injured, only his already damaged leather armor was completely torn by the branches. Phew. Jiang Chuan spat out the dirt in his mouth, finally managing to crawl out of the bushes only to find himself bewildered by his surroundings. Where the hell is this place? Standing still, Jiang Chuan turned in a complete circle. Before him was an endless expanse of mountains and forests with undulating mountains in the distance, no official roads, no signposts, and not even a single person in sight. Can the secret realm teleportation really have accidents? Jiang Chuan opened the map. Even the online system map displayed a blank area. This meant that this place was already beyond the signal coverage of Tianyuan City, and it was very likely not even within the territory of the human race. This is troublesome. However, Jiang Chuan was not panicked. With his current attributes, as long as he didn't encounter top-tier powerhouses, there shouldn't be many beings that could threaten his safety. The only problem was that he was completely unprepared for long journeys, lacking food and water. What to eat? First figure out where I am. Then think of a way to get back. He identified the direction. He remembered that Tianyuan City was to the south, so he headed south. After about half an hour, the trees ahead became sparse, and the sound of flowing water reached his ears. He quickened his pace, passing through the last thicket, and suddenly he found himself in a wide open area. Ahead was a river. The river was not wide, about 20 meters across, with slow, clear water allowing him to see the pebbles and swimming fish at the bottom. Jiang Chuan looked down at himself, covered in blood and dirt, his clothes nearly torn and his face sticky. He hadn't noticed it during the battle. Now that he stood still, the stench assaulted his senses, making him feel nauseous. Perfect time for a bath. Jiang Chuan swiftly stripped off his clothes and jumped into the river completely naked. The water was neither cold nor hot, just right, washing away most of the blood and fatigue. Jiang Chuan sighed contentedly, splashing a few handfuls of water on himself, then dunked his head into the water to thoroughly wash his hair. On the riverbank, several human corpses lay scattered haphazardly across an open stretch of land. The blood had yet to dry, seeping deep into the soil in vivid, chilling crimson. Two factions faced each other in the clearing. One comprised 3 human cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, dressed uniformly in deep blue uniforms. Their faces were ashen, their bodies lacerated with wounds. They stood back to back in a tight, triangular formation, making their final stand. The opposing side consisted of 7 or 8 humanoid creatures, slightly shorter than average humans, their bodies covered in short grayish-brown fur, limbs ending in razor-sharp claws and feline heads, vertical pupils, pointed ears, a sinuous cat's tail. The Bloodcat clan, a race among the myriad tribes of the Origin realm, whose territory bordered that of humanity, rendering them one of mankind's foremost adversaries. Renowned for unmatched agility, individual Bloodcats possessed modest strength, but their extraordinary fertility and tendency to hunt in coordinated packs made them exceedingly dangerous. And now, among that alien host stood a young human man, dressed identically in the deep blue uniform, Standing calmly behind the Bloodcat's arms crossed a faint, unsettling smile playing upon his lips. Strangely, those Bloodcats, traditionally sworn enemies of humankind, made no move to attack him. His gaze rested upon the 3 human cultivators lingering longest on the girl. She appeared 16 or 17. Delicate oval face, porcelain skin, and luminous almond eyes now swollen with tears. Her lips clenched, her entire frame trembling uncontrollably. Su Yining, cease your resistance. His voice dripped with mockery. Your defiance is futile. Submit willingly to my covenant, and I shall spare you unnecessary suffering. Lin Yueming, you're insane. You've conspired with aliens and murdered your own classmates. Once word spreads, even the Lin family won't protect you. Spready. Lin Yueming laughed, a gentle chilling sound. Who will spread it? You, or those 2 corpses beside you? Once you become my bound servant, I guarantee you'll not even dream of complaint. I gaze upon you, Su Yining, with absolute certainty. My talent is the sovereign oath, a mere Runka ability, yet rarer than any SS Steer gift. Bound to me you shall want for nothing. With your Shrank talent fused to mine, together we shall ascend, unquestionably, to the pinnacle of supremacy. You're a deranged monster. Su Yining ground her teeth, jaw rigid. The sovereign oath, a profoundly rare talent. Though ranked only A, it enabled binding pacts with other cultivators, mutual sharing of attributes. In essence, one person gained double the stat enhancements and talent capabilities. Yet the price was absolute. Upon oath activation, the bound became the sovereign's lifelong vassal, forever incapable of resisting his will. Which Shrank, or higher, cultivator would willingly submit to servitude under an rank peer? Vassal was merely a polite euphemism. In truth, it was slavery. At the academy, Su Yining had already refused Lin Yueming unequivocally, believing he might retreat. Instead, he escalated, seizing this field excursion to conspire with aliens, murder classmates, and force the covenant upon her by any means necessary. Su Yining cried out, voice raw with fury. I'd rather die than let you triumph, you beast. Lin Yueming's eyes turned glacial, a sinister smile curled his lips. Stubborn mouth. No matter. I adore girls like you. So self-righteous, so brittle. Do you recall your dear friend, Chen Yufei? She too wore that same haughty mask, yet at death's threshold she wept and begged me endlessly. Though rest assured, I'd never kill you. So you abducted Fei Fei. 2 tears rolled down Su Yining's cheeks. You wretched scum. Her 2 comrades behind her bristled with rage. One male cultivator roared and lunged forward, sword raised only to be yanked back violently by the other. Don't act rashly, he's provoking you. Charging forward is suicide. I'd rather die than endure this humiliation. Very well, I'll grant your wish. Lin Yueming flicked his hand coldly. Instantly, the encircling Bloodcat assassins surged forward. One feinted a frontal assault, drawing out the youth's opening, while another materialized like a phantom from the periphery, claws slashing open his throat in a single brutal motion. Blood sprayed across the water's surface, blooming into a vast spreading stain of crimson. Song Quan. The fate of the second male cultivator proved even more harrowing. He wasn't slain outright. Instead, Lin Yueming seized him as leverage against Su Yining. 4 Bloodcat assassins ringed him, striking left and right, not to kill but to toy like cats toying with mice. Lin Yueming's cruel grin widened. Su Yining, my final offer, sign or refuse. If you consent swiftly, I'll grant him a swift end. Otherwise, he gave a subtle nod. Ah! The youth screamed, a limb torn clean off by a Bloodcat's claw. Eyes bulging, he spat curses. Lin Yueming, you mongrel cur. I'll haunt you beyond death. Lin Yueming glanced sideways, indifferent, still got spirit. Rip out his tongue. Wait. Su Yining tightened her grip on her short sword until her knuckles whitened. Her heart shattered with grief, yet unwilling to watch others suffer further for her sake. Release Huang Yi. He'll speak. A voice cut through her unfinished plea, emanating from behind the reed. All heads turned simultaneously to see a drenched head emerge from the reeds. Jiang Chuan stood bare-chested, water glistening along taut muscle contours. Around his waist hung ragged cloth strips, just enough to shield his dignity. He complained with earnest indignation, you're free to fight, but must you toss corpses into the river? What if you crush some little fish or shrimp? Even if you miss the fish and shrimp, can't you at least respect public hygiene? I just washed myself, thoroughly. Lin Yueming's smile froze, then twisted into a frown. Where did this savage come from? Savage? Jiang Chuan bristled. Are your eyes blind? Have you ever seen a savage this handsome? Lin Yueming's gaze darkened. No matter your origin, you've witnessed what cannot be unseen. You won't leave this place alive. Meow. A Bloodcat assassin shrieked and launched itself, blurring through air like a streak of shadow. Jiang Chuan didn't even glance. His fist swung casually, crashing into the assassin's chest with a sickening crunch of splintering bone. The Bloodcat flew backward like a severed puppet, shattering 4 or 5 thick-trunked trees before embedding itself deep within the bark of the last. It convulsed twice, then stilled. The remaining 7 assassins instantly fluffed their fur ears, pinned back spines arched, hissing in unison, a chorus of primal threat. Lin Yueming's pupils contracted sharply. One punch, killing a bloodcat. Though bloodcats weren't famed for physical resilience, these assassins he'd summoned were all at least 4th rank. Certainly not creatures felled by a casual blow. Just who was this savage? Jiang Chuan flicked the blood from his fist and expressionless regarded the 7 remaining bloodcat assassins. The cat-like creatures hunched their backs, their fur standing on end, hissing threats, yet none dared press forward. Lin Yueming's face turned stone cold as his mind raced. One punch to kill a 4th rank bloodcat assassin. Such power must be at least that of a 6th rank warrior. This savage-looking fellow bears no trace of any martial vocation, yet he wields strength comparable to a 6th rank powerhouse. What on earth is his origin? Friend. Lin Yueming forced a smile, his tone changing from fierce to conciliatory. I do not know who you are, but this matter does not concern you. Make me an offer. How much will it take for you to pretend you saw nothing? Jiang Chuan glanced at him, then turned to Su Yinying. Hope blossomed in Su Yinyin's once desperate eyes as she sobbed, Senior. This man consorts with the other races and slaughters his own people, an unmitigated traitor to humankind. I implore you, Senior, strike him down and purge this evil from our race. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment. Sounds no different from a collaborator. He turned back to Lin Yueming, his gaze as calm as if examining a corpse. Make an offer, you say? Jiang Chuan grinned. Very well. Name your price. How much do you believe your life is worth? Lin Yueming's smile froze. Refuse a toast, and you sip the bitter cup. He lurched backward 1 step and barked, Go. Kill him. The remaining 7 bloodcat assassins sprang into motion. They no longer charged foolishly from the front, but displayed uncanny coordination, scattering and attacking from all directions. Speed was their advantage. Yet Jiang Chuan was swifter. With a thunderous crack, the earth beneath his feet burst open into a crater, and he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, his fist had already made intimate contact with a bloodcat assassin's skull. One punch, its head exploded like a melon. Jiang Chuan's form flickered again. He seized the tail of a bloodcat, leaping toward the trees to launch an aerial strike, yanked it down, and smashed it onto the ground until it was dazed. Before it could regain its senses, Jiang Chuan delivered a crushing kick to its skull. Brutal. Remorseless. The remaining 5 bloodcats halted, pupils narrowed to slits, their tails tucked tight. As 4th rank assassins, they were elite among the bloodcat clan. But before this bare-chested savage, they did not even merit the right to fight back. Meow. Someone yelped. The 4 survivors simultaneously spun and fled in different directions. Jiang Chuan did not pursue. With a casual hand motion, a resplendent golden longbow materialized in his grip. Thinking to run? Let us see whether your legs or my arrow are swifter. Whoosh. An arrow cleaved the air with a keen ripping cry, instantly piercing the chest of a fleeing bloodcat assassin. The iron arrow's momentum did not abate. It even drove through a large tree ahead. A 3rd shaft. A 4th. A 5th. Wherever they remained within his sight, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, his arrow's inescapable pursuit would find them. 5 arrows. The bloodcat assassins were wiped out on the spot. The clearing fell eerily quiet, broken only by the river's flow and the moans of the student with the severed arm. Lin Yueming's face had gone as white as paper. He stared at the carpet of bloodcat corpses, then at Jiang Chuan, standing amid them drenched in blood like a tyrant overlord, and gurgled an indistinct syllable. You cannot kill me. His voice trembled. My father is Lin Kanglin, head of the Lin family in Tianke City, a 7th rank powerhouse. If you kill me, the Lin family will not spare you. Jiang Chuan advanced. His steps were unhurried, yet each felt like a tread upon Lin Yueming's heart. A 7th rank powerhouse. Jiang Chuan nodded. Impressive. It will do you well to remember that. Clutching at the last straw, Lin Yueming's voice shot up. If you leave now, I will pretend nothing occurred. If you dare lay a finger on me. Before the sentence finished, Jiang Chuan flicked a pebble that cleanly severed his entire right hand. Lin Yueming uttered a terrible scream, clutched his bleeding stump, fell to his knees, and howled like an animal at the slaughterhouse. And then, oi? Jiang Chuan asked with a flat tone. Lin Yueming, smeared with tears and snot, finally shattered and cried. What do you want? Spare me. I'll give you anything. Jiang Chuan said nothing. He looked to Su Yinying and asked, will you do it? Su Yinying clenched the short sword in her hand, glanced at the wailing Lin Yueming, and could no longer hold back. She drew a deep breath and walked toward Lin Yueming step by deliberate step. Su Yinying, you cannot kill me. We are classmates. Schoolmates. Lin Yueming scuttled backward, frantically dragging his rear through the mud. If you kill me, the academy's instructors will investigate. You will be punished. Su Yinying did not stop. She reached him and raised the short sword. Her arms shook violently with rage and sorrow. This strike is for Chun Yufei, and for all the classmates you butchered. Thwack. The short sword plunged into Lin Yuming's back. His pupils dilated, he issued a garbled sound, went limp, and collapsed into a pool of blood motionless. The riverside clearing fell into absolute silence save for the reed's whisper and the river's murmuring. Su Yining threw the short sword down, silent tears streaming, and forced out, "Thank you, senior." Jiang Chuan waved his hand, "Go check on your friend." Su Yining snapped out of her daze and hurried to tend to Huang Yi. Jiang Chuan was not idle. He took the chance to inspect every Bloodcat assassin's body. Extraction successful, agility 20. Extraction successful, agility 20. 8 Bloodcat assassins granted him a total of 160 agility points, another modest enhancement. Jiang Chuan then approached Lin Yuming's corpse. One could extract from alien bodies. Humans. He glanced at Su Yining, desperately staunching Huang Yi's wound, placed his hand on Lin Yuming's corpse, and a flash of golden light signaled the quiet activation of his talent. Detection: an extractable talent has been found. The Emperor's Oath. Absorb now. Emperor's Oath, a rank 1 star, can bind a contract with any target. Once bound, one gains the target's full attribute bonuses and talent abilities, and may share one's own attribute bonuses with the target. Current contract capacity 01. Good heavens, are there such outrageous talents in the Source Realm? Jiang Chuan's brow lifted. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the discovery. Such a monstrous talent is only rated as a level. Jiang Chuan thought to himself. Then he understood. Although the effect of the Emperor's Oath is formidable, it does not provide any combat power enhancement. Moreover, once the contract is signed, the other party becomes a slave to the contractor, and it's unlikely that many high-ranking professionals would accept this. In the end, he could only bind some foreign races weaker than himself. While it could still be effective, it is fundamentally at the level of a level talent, hardly reaching this level threshold. However, in his hands it was different. Jiang Chuan did not need to stack other people's attributes to enhance his strength. Instead, he could utilize this talent to directly create a powerful subordinate completely loyal to him. The applications for this are numerous. A hoarse voice came from behind him. Jiang Chuan quickly absorbed the talent, and then casually turned around. Su Yining was standing not far behind him, her tear-streaked face still wet, but her eyes were much more composed than before. She bowed deeply, saying, "Senior, thank you. Without you I truly do not know what would have happened." A mere trifle. Jiang Chuan waved his hand, and then gazed at the other corpses on the ground, feeling a stir in his heart. "Do you need me to help you collect the corpses? Oi." "Huh." Su Yining was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "There's no need to trouble the senior with such matters." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chuan had already walked over to the first corpse. Su Yining felt a wave of emotion, and Jiang Chuan's figure seemed much taller. Jiang Chuan had no time to consider her feelings. He crouched down, placing his hand on the first corpse. Extraction of all things. Activate. Extraction successful. Gain talent Copper Wall and Iron Bastion Clevel. Copper Wall and Iron Bastion Clevel 1 star reduces 35 of physical damage taken, reduces 25 of magical and ranged damage taken. A dull metallic sheen flashed across Jiang Chuan's skin as he pressed his hand against it, feeling his skin become much more resilient. Not bad. This Clevel talent was obtained far too easily. Jiang Chuan's thoughts were somewhat peculiar. So far he had extracted 3 types of targets: equipment, foreign races, and humans. Equipment only provides attributes. Foreign races also provide attributes. Only some particularly strong leader individuals drop talents. Only humans are the most special existence, as seemingly all professionals drop talents 100 upon death. He quickly walked to the second corpse. Extraction successful. Gain talent Rapid Healing Clevel. Rapid Healing Clevel 1 star significantly enhances healing effects, increases all healing effects by 30. Third corpse. Extraction successful. Gain talent Spell Mastery Clevel. Spell Mastery Clevel 1 star reduces all spellcasting costs by 35, making it easier to comprehend magical principles. Fourth corpse. Extraction successful. Gain talent Strength Enhancement Clevel. Strength Enhancement Clevel 1 star increases strength attribute by an additional 25, adds a 50 bonus to strength checks. Holy shit, this is incredible. Jiang Chuan was utterly shocked. Including Lin Yuming, there were a total of 5 corpses of professionals. He obtained 1 a level and 4 Clevel talents, achieving a 100 guaranteed drop. Ordinary professionals can only awaken 1 talent in their lifetime. At this moment he had mastered a total of 7. Moreover, his capacity for absorption clearly had not reached its limit, allowing him to continue absorbing indefinitely. Could it be that this is the true use of extraction of all things? To devour the talent of all humanity, creating an ultimate life that encompasses billions of talents. A terrifying thought inevitably arose in Jiang Chuan's mind. After pausing in place for a moment, he theatrically moved the bodies together. Then he approached Su Yining and Huang Yi. Su Yining was busily bandaging the wound on Huang Yi's severed arm. Let me take a look. Jiang Chuan walked over to examine Huang Yi's condition. His right arm was completely gone below the elbow. The severed end was a bloody mess. Although Su Yining had tightly wrapped the upper arm to stem the bleeding, the loss of blood was still too great. At this moment his face was as pale as paper, his lips were blue, and his pupils had begun to dilate. Jiang Chuan frowned. Although he had just absorbed a clever healing talent, he had not learned any healing skills. This talent could only enhance the healing effects of his releases, not grant him the ability to heal out of thin air, unless he could find some miraculous medicine. Otherwise, he was beyond saving. Su Yining looked up, her eyes red and swollen, her voice carrying the last trace of hope. Senior, how is he? Jiang Chuan was silent for 2 seconds, then shook his head slightly. Su Yinyan's head slowly lowered. It's all because of me. Don't blame yourself just yet. Jiang Chuan interrupted her sorrow and asked, what about Lin Yueming and the Lin family? What is their background, and where do you come from? Su Yining hurriedly wiped away a tear. Her voice still carried a sob, but her attention was clearly diverted. The Lin family is a prominent clan in Tiancai City, and there was once an 8th-tier powerhouse who served as a heavenly general in the Tian Pavilion. Although that powerhouse has been dead for many years, the Lin family still has several 7th-tier powerhouses stationed there, holding significant influence in all of Tiancai City. We are students of the Star Crown Academy in Tiancai City. Initially, we were ordered to go to Tianyuan City to welcome the new students this year. She did not continue, as Jiang Chuan had already witnessed what happened next. There were 7 people traveling together. Now only Su Yining remained as the sole survivor. Tiancai City is the capital of the human race, and the Tian Pavilion represents the highest power institution of humanity. The 12 on-duty heavenly generals, along with a marshal of the Tian Pavilion, determine the future direction of all humanity. The Lin family actually had a powerhouse who once served as a heavenly general. Their background is indeed significant. Jiang Chuan asked, is Star Crown Academy the foremost higher education institution for humanity? MHM. Su Yining nodded slightly. After humans awaken their talents at 16, they can still attend higher institutions for further education. However, such opportunities are extremely precious and are almost unattainable for those below level. Therefore, no one had ever mentioned this to Jiang Chuan. Just like a candidate who failed the college entrance exam knowing there are still prestigious universities above them, why not go? Is it because they don't like it? In the Source realm, the opportunities to attend higher institutions are even more precious, as there are only 3 such elite institutions like Star Crown Academy for all of humanity. Jiang Chuan asked with interest, how many new students are there this year in Tianyuan City? Hey, is there anyone named Ling Aoshan? Su Yining pondered for a moment with her head down. Then she shook her head and said, no, there are only 5 new students in Tianyuan City this year, and none are named Ling Aoshan. Jiang Chuan asked in surprise, how could she not be listed? Ling Aoshuang is in S-level talent, this year's top awakening from Tianyuan City. Could S-level still fall short of your academy's admission threshold? Su Yining also found it odd. S-level talent. Impossible. Her name didn't appear at all on this year's list submitted from Tianyuan City. Xingyan Academy always extends special admissions to S-level talents. They do not count toward each city's quota, and tuition is entirely waived. She would be a specially recruited student. Perhaps she gave up her spot herself? Jiang Chuan frowned slightly. Could it really be that Ling Aoshuang renounced her academy place to join the Anyue Battle Corps? It seemed unlikely. Though the S-level Corps were powerful, they could not compare to Xingyan Academy. Xingyan had produced a number of heavenly generals. One sitting heavenly general even served personally as its headmaster, a top-tier power. Reason and sentiment alike forbade such a choice. Ling Aoshuang would never choose the latter, unless there were hidden circumstances he did not know of. After mulling it over, Jiang Chuan suddenly smiled wryly. Whatever choice Ling Aoshuang made, what business was it of his? They had only exchanged a few words. What right had he to worry over her future? You said just now that the admission lists are submitted by each city, which means they can still be changed before being finalized, right? Jiang Chuan asked. Su Yining thought for a moment. Because of various accidents, there are indeed many personnel changes each year. Hearing that, Jiang Chuan became alert. Tianyuan City was a small place with only a handful of advanced secret zones. If he could replace one admission slot to go to Xingyan Academy, the prospects there would far outshine staying here. However, making that happen would not. A city only had 5 slots a year. The stakes and vested interests intertwined were not something to be overturned lightly. It would require long-term planning. Huang Yi's body had already gone cold. Jiang Chuan lifted him and placed him among the other corpses and casually extracted his talent. Extraction successful. Acquired talent. Deadly Strike level. Deadly Strike level 1 star. When your attack hits an enemy's weak point, it will trigger a guaranteed critical hit with an initial critical damage of 200. This talent was excellent, a guaranteed critical on weak points. Coupled with E's guaranteed hit effect, it would essentially ensure critical strikes every time. While hauling the bodies, Jiang Chuan suddenly asked, "By the way, what's your talent?" "I'm just curious, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Su Yining pursed her lips. "My talent is mental shockwaves level." Jiang Chuan arched an eyebrow. That sounds formidable. He did not flatter her. Any talent that touched the mind or spirit was inherently superior. In the Yuan realm, few defenses existed against assaults on the psyche. The most famous example, a human 6th-rank psychic once directly overcame an 8th-rank alien king in confrontation. From then on, the Federation raised the grading for all psychic talents. Su Yining lowered her gaze. "It's just a pity I haven't developed this talent far enough, otherwise Lin Yueming would never have found an opening." Jiang Chuan said nothing further. He could help divert her attention, but the shadow of that incident was something she would have to emerge from herself. He gathered some dry wood and stacked the bodies upon it. "Is there anything to start a fire?" he asked as he turned. Su Yinyan's mood sank. "Senior, can't we bury them? I want to notify their parents when we return, at least to recover their bodies." Jiang Chuan replied, "Beasts have keen noses. No matter how deep you bury a corpse, it will be dug up. Cremation is the better choice." Hearing this, Su Yining snuffled, produced a fire-starting tool, and said, "Let me do it." The dry kindling caught easily. Flames rose. They gradually consumed the bodies. Emotions surged. Su Yining, exhausted in both body and spirit, wavered on her feet and instinctively reached out to steady herself on Jiang Chuan's arm. That single touch changed everything. In less than a fraction of a second, her complexion went from pale to ashen. At the same time, a line of system prompt automatically flickered before Jiang Chuan's eyes. Not from any conscious intent, but from instinct. When a target drew sufficiently close, the universal extraction automatically scanned for extractable elements on the other party. Detected extractable talent. Mental perceptions level. Mental perceptions level 1 star. Through physical contact, one can sense the target's strong current emotions and subconscious thoughts. The longer the contact, the deeper the perception. The scene fell utterly silent. Only the crackle and pop of the devouring flames remained. Jiang Chuan and Su Yining, one plunged into silence, the other frozen stiff, dared not move for fear that any errant gesture might provoke the other. In that instant, Jiang Chuan understood Su Yinyan's previous words. Had her talent been developed more fully, Lin Yueming would not have succeeded. Indeed, if her perception were just a shade keener, she could have detected Lin Yueming's thoughts in advance, and thus removed any possibility of his acting upon them. After a long while, Jiang Chuan sighed in helplessness. "You saw it, didn't you?" Su Yining looked up as if struck, her lips trembling. "No, Senior. I saw nothing at all." "You're lying." Jiang Chuan stepped forward. There was no oppressive fury in his manner, yet Su Yining felt as if a mountain were pressing down upon her. She instinctively took a step back, her spine hitting a tree, nowhere left to retreat. Jiang Chuan regarded her with an unreadable calm. Su Yining broke down. How could she be so unlucky? She had just escaped the wolf's jaws, only to stumble into a tiger's den. She begged pitifully, "Senior, you are a good person. I know you won't kill me. I swear by the name of the Yuan realm, I will not reveal your secret to anyone." Swearing by the Yuan realm bore the heaviest binding force upon practitioners. But Jiang Chuan could not allow someone who knew his secret to walk away. He did not know how much Su Yining had, whether it was his identity as a transgressor, his rule-level talent, or his achievements at the summit of myriad races. Any of those revelations could bring upon him annihilating calamity. He would not gamble. A dim red light shimmered in Jiang Chuan's palm. "Since you have seen my secret, you should understand I cannot let you go. But am no demon who slaughters innocents indiscriminately. So I will give you 2 choices. 1, bind a contract with me. I promise not to meddle excessively in your life. If necessary, I can share portions of my strength with you. You should know the extent of my power. It is not comparable to someone like Lin Yueming." Jiang Chuan's words stopped there. The second option needed no mention. Su Yining already understood what it implied. "Senior." Su Yining lifted her teary doe-like eyes to Jiang Chuan, fragile and pitiable. Seizing a moment of his inattention, she suddenly spun on her heel and bolted. Jiang Chuan reacted in time, but did not block her. He let Su Yining run 100 meters before he took a step to follow. "It seems you have already made your choice." 3 days later, the gates of Tianyuan City finally loomed at the edge of his sight. The instant the signal snapped back to life, Jiang Chuan's communicator began to beep incessantly. He opened it and skimmed the messages. Most of them were from his parents. He had gone missing for 3 whole days after an accident during a secret realm transmission. Of course, they would be frantic with worry. "You go find the city lord first." Jiang Chuan patted Su Yinyan's smooth, springy thigh, inwardly admiring how a girl in her adolescence seemed filled with boundless vitality. He instructed Su Yining, "Check who was on this year's enrollment list. I'll go home and give them a report that I'm safe. We'll meet again tonight when I have the chance." Su Yinyan's cheeks flushed faintly, Her expression was all compliance. Yes, master. He choked on a breath and hastily said, don't call me master in front of others. You should call me senior and... Yes, senior. Jiang Chuan dismounted from the wooden kite-shaped flying device and watched Su Yining stride into the city ahead of him. He reflected silently. The rank talent known as the Diwang Oath really was domineering. After the binding contract, everything about Su Yining remained unchanged. Memory, personality, cognition, everything was exactly as before. Only her attitude toward him had shifted, becoming utterly obedient. Even if he ordered her to die, she would hesitate not at all. This was a corruption of her will at its core. There were only two ways to sever that influence. One was for him as the contract holder to voluntarily relinquish the bond. The other was for a practitioner whose spiritual cultivation far exceeded his own to forcibly break the link. Beyond those options, even killing him would not free the bound party. If he died, Su Yining would die as well, and the contract would remain unbroken. Jiang Chuan naturally had no intention of casually undoing the contract. After all, she remained useful. Do not misunderstand, he meant useful because she was a member of the elite class at Xingyan Academy. Wrapped in that tiger skin within the Federation, all manner of powers would give her 3 steps of deference. It made many things exceedingly convenient. Whether Jiang Chuan could secure an admission slot at Xingyan Academy depended in part on leveraging her status. With that in mind, he opened his communicator to check the messages. Unread messages, 4743 of which were from his mother. 2 more were from his father. There were not many characters in those. 2 others were from the scavenger Shun Erbio, had found more discarded equipment, and wanted to know if Jiang Chuan was still buying. Jiang Chuan tapped open his mother's messages and scrolled through them, his expression quickly tinged with guilt. The first read, son, are you coming home for dinner today? The second, son, why didn't you come home today? The third, Jiang Chuan, are you there? The fourth, son, don't scare your mother, reply as soon as you see this. The fifth, I called the Liehua Battle Corps. They said you missed sign-in for 2 days. The sixth, son, did something happen to you? The dozens of messages that followed were all variations of the same anxiety, cycling from worry to anger to fear to helplessness, and they made Jiang Chuan's chest ache. He steadied himself and immediately called his mother. The call was answered on the first ring. Wang Xiaolin's voice came through hoarse and strained as if she had been crying. Jiang Chuan. Mom, it's me. Where on earth have you been? Wang Xiaolin's voice rose so sharply that Jiang Chuan instinctively held the communicator away. 3 days. 3 whole days. You didn't send a single message. Your father and I thought you. Her words collapsed into suppressed sobs on the other end of the line. Jiang Chuan's nose prickled. He spoke softly, Mom, I'm all right. I did have an accident and couldn't connect to the city network. I stayed out in the wild for a few days, but am back now. Poor signal. Where could you have gone that the signal was poor? Outskirts, deep in the mountains and forests. It's normal not to have signal there. Why would a decomposer go traipsing into the deep mountains and forests? Wang Xiaolin demanded. Jiang Chuan opened his mouth and found he had no honest answer. He certainly couldn't tell her that had entered a nightmare secret realm only to be transported 1,000 miles away and by the by came back with an unexpected convenient bride. It was an accident, he mumbled vaguely. Wang Xiaolin fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Without pressing further, your father even went to see Captain Su to look for you. They sent teams to search for 2 days. You. Child, why must you make us worry so? A cold jolt ran through Jiang Chuan's chest. His father had gone to Sulai again. Last time his father had already spent a favor to get him into the Liehua Battle Corps. This time more favors had been called, and the debt of gratitude only deepened. Mom, let me not talk now. He'll message Dad. He quickly ended the call and dialed his father. The call connected almost immediately. Jiang Mingyuan's voice came across weary back. Yes, Dad, good that you're back. Jiang Mingyuan asked nothing more, but the tone of his relief was heavier than any reprimand and cut into Jiang Chuan nonetheless. Dad, I'm sorry. No need to say more. The important thing is you're back. Jiang Mingyuan interrupted him. Go to the Corps and apologize to Captain Su. He sent several teams out to look for you and delayed many things on our account. We must remember that favor. Jiang Chuan sighed. Qingzhou Alley. The Liehua Battle Corps banner snapped in the wind. The courtyard was empty. Jiang Chuan pushed open the door and was about to climb the stairs when someone descended from the 2nd floor. Su Lai, the captain of the Liehua Battle Corps, Su Yao's father, a 5th rank peak practitioner. Jiang Chuan had only seen him in news reports. In person, he was far more imposing than any photograph. Su Lai wore dark red battle armor. Broad-shouldered and rugged, his face carried a coarse severity, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. He paused when he saw Jiang Chuan, then continued down the steps. He stopped before Jiang Chuan and looked down at him from above. Jiang Chuan. Yes. Jiang Chuan stood up straight and answered obediently. Su Lai scrutinized him from head to toe. The look was not hostile, but far from friendly. After a few seconds, he said, your father asked me to find you some work. I put you into my daughter's team, not because you are particularly talented, but because your father once did me a favor. The flatness of Su Lai's voice only made Jiang Chuan feel guiltier. You failed to report on the first day without reason. On the second day, you skipped the squad's daily drills. On the third day, you did better, by going completely off the grid. Yao Yao told me you relied on your elders' connections to break rules. I wouldn't believe it, Su Lai added coldly. Now it seems her words were perhaps even mild. Jiang Chuan had no retort. He wanted to explain, but every accusation Su Lai made was true. What could he possibly say? To stand before a father and blame his own daughter for hiring another decomposer to ostracize him would be idiotic. If he had spoken thus, his emotional and intellectual faculties would have been on display as two empty vessels. Su Lai's tone softened a fraction, yet the admonishment remained. Your father has not had it easy. He bears injuries, toils day and night mining to pay for your studies and your awakening. He called in many favors and swallowed his pride to ask me for help to give you a way out. And what have you done? You come here for almost a week and cannot even behave like a proper member. Uncle Suai, Jiang Chuan tried to say that he had already become a junior decomposer and was not idle. Su Lai lifted a hand to cut him off. Don't call me uncle. In the Corps you are one of us, I am the captain, and you are a member. Rules are rules. I will not pursue this matter now since you are young and foolish, but if there is a next time, no matter whose son you are, the Liehua Battle Corps will not keep you. With that he stopped looking at Jiang Chuan and strode out of the courtyard. Jiang Chuan remained where he stood, watching Su Lai's retreating back until it vanished from the lane and exhaled a muffled breath. Just then a mocking voice rose behind him. Well, who is this? Disappeared for 3 whole days and made the whole corps mobilize. I thought you were dead out there. Jiang Chuan turned without expression to see Zhao Han's insolent face. Zhao Han sneered, to be honest, you'd have been better off dying out there, so you wouldn't come back and make us all miserable. Jiang Chuan arched an eyebrow. Does my presence vex you? Before Zhao Han could finish his retort, the world blurred, and Jiang Chuan was suddenly in front of him. There was a dull thud. Zhao Han's eyes widened abruptly, his body bowed like a cooked prawn, his face flushing red, and he was left speechless. Jiang Chuan patted his shoulder. Thanks to you, I feel much better now. A clear fist imprint was left on Zhao Han's steel light armor as he curled up on the ground in pain, gasped. In reality, Jiang Chuan hadn't even used 1% of his strength. If he unleashed his full power, he could probably obliterate Zhao Han. Quite literally. Lin Shaoan ran out upon hearing the noise, looking at the sprawled Zhao Han with a surprised expression. What happened to him? Jiang Chuan did not respond and turned to leave, prompting her to call out hurriedly, Hey Jiang Chuan, wait a minute. Sister Su Yao said that if you come back you should go find her right away. Jiang Chuan asked, where is she? Lin Shaoan replied, she just went out for something, you wait in the office for a bit. Hey, don't go. Jiang Chuan ignored the calls. He could tolerate being scolded by Su Lai because he knew it was for his own good and that she genuinely cared. But what was Su Yao? Why should he wait for her? What status did she have to deserve that? Jiang Chuan figured it out. He owed a favor to Captain Su Lai and could repay it later. There was no need to waste time playing house with Su Yao. It's about time to inform my parents. If I manage to secure an admission spot at Xingyan Academy, it will be impossible to keep it a secret. Jiang Chuan thought to himself. The Artisan Pavilion. The decor on the 4th floor was several notches above that of the lower levels. The floor was laid with black jade from the southern frontier, giving off a gentle coolness when stepped on. The display cabinets around were made of high-quality rosewood, with each piece of equipment encased in an independent glass cover. Under the lights, the treasures shimmered enticingly, making one feel that the price tags behind them had countless zeros. Su Yao leaned against a genuine leather sofa by the window, holding a cup of freshly brewed spiritual tea, the tea of vibrant green exuding a faint fragrance. Sitting across from her was a girl in a pale yellow long dress named Zhou Wanqing. She was Su Yao's childhood friend whose family ran a medicinal herbs business and was considered quite wealthy in Tianyuan City. There were also 2 young men sitting nearby. One was Zhou Wanqing's brother Zhou Qing'an, and the other was Li Mingyuan from the Li family in the eastern part of the city, both familiar faces in the power circles of Tianyuan City. A few pieces of silver equipment just taken from the display case were laid out in front of them. They were of exceptional quality, but not cheap. This bracer has quite good attributes. I heard it's a new work by the old master Cheng'en. Zhou Wanqing pushed aside a bracer that gleamed with silvery light, but her intention was not in the drink. She casually asked, Yao, has a newcomer joined your battle group recently? Su Yao paused slightly while holding her tea, her expression neutral. Where did you hear that? Do I need to hear it? The news has spread throughout the circle. Zhou Wanqing propped her chin with her hand, her eyes glinting with interest. People are saying Captain Su is going to betroth you to the son of her benefactor. What was his name? Jiang Chuan. Zhou Qing'an and Li Mingyuan turned to look as soon as they heard this. Su Yao was naturally beautiful and came from an illustrious family, making her the object of affection from many noble scions since childhood. Both men present were her admirers. Su Yao's expression turned cold in an instant as she slammed the teacup down on the table, producing a crisp sound. What nonsense are you spouting? It's not nonsense, that's what's being said outside. Zhou Wanqing quickly retracted her smile when she saw Su Yao was genuinely angry and shifted closer. She hooked her arm around Su Yao's. I'm just worried about you. Look at you getting so angry just at the mention of him. But speaking of which, is Jiang Chuan really that terrible? Su Yao scoffed lightly and grade waste of a disassembler with one parent mining and the other sewing. Their combined income wouldn't even cover the cost of a single piece of equipment for me. He has so many bad habits, refuses to be disciplined, and doesn't even understand the most basic rules. How can someone like that be allowed in the battle group? Zhou Qinggan frowned, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Uncle Su is too loyal. Keeping someone like him in the group is a disaster. He has no skills, but a big ego. How about I find someone to teach him a lesson? Li Mingyuan suggested. Su Yao's gaze drifted, showing a hint of, but in the end she said, forget it, I'll be going to Tianke City next week. There's no need to fuss over a waste like him. You're going to Tianke City. Oh, at this time are you going to? Zhou Wanqing's eyes flickered as she instantly connected the dots. Zhou Qinggan and Li Mingyuan were not fools either, and the latter blurted out, did you get the admission slot at Xingyan Academy? Zhou Qinggan was astonished, and then spoke with a somewhat sour tone, there are only 5 admission slots for Tianyuan City, 1 for Lu Zhou, 1 for Qin Ping, 1 for the Yuan family, and 1 for the disciple of that Inspector Zhou. That leaves only 1 unallocated slot, which I heard has been fiercely contested. I never expected it would fall into your hands. Uncle Su truly has skills. Li Mingyuan took a sip of tea, feeling somewhat uncomfortable inside. If Su Yao went to Xingyan Academy, where the best talents from across the country gathered, her perspective would surely elevate, and how could she possibly look at them afterward? The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Unbeknownst to them, a thick barrier had formed between Su Yao and Su Yao did not respond, lifting her teacup for another sip, her gaze drifting to the streets of Tianyuan City outside the window, lost in thought. At that moment, clear footsteps echoed from the staircase. The group instinctively looked up to see a man and a woman walking down from the stairwell. Leading the way was a young man dressed in gray cloth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a decent appearance, but his attire stood out as particularly simple amidst the opulence of the artisan pavilion. The woman following him was entirely different, clad in a well-fitted gold red qipao, her figure graceful and her face beautiful. It was Xing Er, who had just been promoted to sales manager. Su Yao's gaze lingered on the young man's face for a moment. Her pupils constricted. Jiang Chuan. She instinctively furrowed her brow, about to say something, when she noticed that Xing Er did not stop on the 4th floor, but led Jiang Chuan straight to the staircase leading to the 5th floor. The 5th floor of the Artisan Pavilion is the most upscale equipment trading venue in the entire Tianyuan City. Customers allowed on the 5th floor must possess the Artisan Pavilion's highest level Diamond Membership Card, which requires a cumulative expenditure of 1 million. In all of Tianyuan City, there were no more than 20 individuals who could possess a Diamond Membership Card, each one a person of considerable wealth and high status. The gold membership card in Su Yao's hand was given to her by Su Lai, and her cumulative spending was only a little over 200,000. She had only been to the 5th floor once, and that was with Su Lai. She was simply not qualified to go up there on her own. Yet now that Jiang Chuan, whom she deemed utterly useless and from a poor family, was heading to the 5th floor. Su Yao was stunned. Zhou Wanqing noticed the change in her expression. What's wrong, Yao Yao? Do you know that person? Su Yao did not answer because she was not entirely sure herself. The young man's profile did resemble Jiang Chuan a bit, but when did he acquire a diamond membership at the Artisan Pavilion? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou Qinggan remarked in surprise, who is that young man? He looks unfamiliar, yet he possesses a diamond membership card from the Artisan Pavilion. When did such a person emerge in our circle? I don't know, but anyone who holds a diamond membership card is either rich or powerful. Perhaps he is the illegitimate son of some battle group leader. Would an illegitimate son dare to be so ostentatious? He might be from out of town. Anyway, I haven't heard of such a person in Tianyuan City. Su Yao's grip on the teacup tightened, her knuckles turning white. She stared at the now empty staircase, her mind swirling with various thoughts, each one piercing her heart with discomfort. What catches the eye is a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Tianyuan City. The rooftops, the spires, the distant mountains layer. What catches the eye is a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Tianyuan City. The rooftops, the spires, the distant mountains layer upon layer, unfolding like a magnificent landscape painting. The ground is covered with an unknown type of beast hide, soft as cotton, and a faint scent of sandalwood lingers in the air. As Jiang Chuan stepped onto the last step, a single thought occupied his mind. It's great to be wealthy. Xing Er, standing half a step in front of him, slightly bowed without advancing further, turned her head and revealed a professional smile. Mr. Jiang, the master is already waiting for you inside. The master? Jiang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. You didn't mention this before. Xing Er smiled. As a newly promoted diamond member of our craftsman pavilion, it is only right for the master to personally greet you. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, the master is very kind. Jiang Chuan thought to himself that the master's kindness was irrelevant. He was there to sell a few pieces of golden equipment and did not wish to complicate matters. However, he said nothing more, nodded, and walked straight into the hall on the 5th floor. At the back of the hall, near the floor-to-ceiling windows, was a long table. A woman by the table stood up upon hearing the footsteps. She was tall and wore a deep purple long dress, her face veiled with a light gauze revealing only her eyes and a small patch of skin on her forehead, her emerald green eyes as clear as the autumn sky. Mr. Jiang, it's an honor to meet you. Her voice was younger than Jiang Chuan had imagined. I am Yuan Zi, the master of the Craftsman Pavilion. I apologize for the abrupt greeting. Jiang Chuan calmly replied, Master Yuan, you are too polite. As a junior, how could I dare to have you personally receive me? Mr. Jiang is far too modest. Yuan Zi smiled slightly, the veil fluttering slightly. Please have a seat. She got straight to the point. Mr. Jiang, are you here today to conduct another transaction with us? Jiang Chuan did not beat around the bush either. He directly took out 2 pieces of equipment from his backpack. 2 pieces of golden equipment, a 2-handed greatsword, and a shield, both in good condition. While they might not be top tier, they were certainly solid goods that would sell well in a place like Tianyuan City. Yuan Zi's gaze swept over the 2 pieces of equipment, her brows raising slightly. She was surprised not by the quality of the equipment, but by the fact that Jiang Chuan had managed to obtain them. She had already investigated Jiang Chuan, a poor level decomposer. He had no money and no status. How could he possibly acquire golden equipment? Mr. Jiang, these 2 pieces of equipment are of excellent quality, especially this shield. Her gaze fell on the shield. Though it is a first-tier golden equipment, its craftsmanship is exceptional and the materials are extraordinary. It could fetch a good price in the market of Tianyuan City. Just give me an estimate, Master Yuan. Jiang Chuan picked up a teacup and took a sip. The tea was slightly bitter at first, but quickly turned sweet, a warm feeling sliding down his throat, making him feel much more relaxed. 70,000 for the shield, and for the 2-handed sword, it will be a bit cheaper at 60,000 Yuan. Zi quoted a figure. Jiang Chuan nodded imperceptibly after hearing this. The price was already higher than he had expected. Yuan Zi smiled slightly, picking up a bell from the table and shaking it. Xing'er quickly appeared and took the 2 pieces of golden equipment away. Before long, the transaction amount was deposited into Jiang Chuan's account, and the string of zeros behind the number made him quite happy. But he did not rush to leave. Yuan Zi also showed no intention of hastily sending him off. Jiang Chuan said, I also plan to buy some items to replenish my vitality. That can be arranged. Yuan Zi did not ask for his requirements, but simply instructed, and Xing'er quickly returned holding a delicate wooden box. She opened the box. Inside were several neatly arranged items. There were reishi mushrooms, ginseng, and some medicinal herbs he did not recognize, but even an outsider could tell they were of excellent quality, definitely not the kind that could be bought casually in the market. 100-year-old snow reishi, 300-year-old black ginseng, both are excellent for replenishing qi and blood. And this? Yuan Zi took out a porcelain bottle from the box. This is the Dragon Tiger pill produced by the Fountain of Eternal Youth, which has a strong restorative effect for older practitioners with qi and blood deficiencies. She deliberately emphasized the term older practitioners. The implication was clear. Jiang Chuan's expression remained unchanged. How much? Just some small items, they won't cost much. I heard that, Mr. Jiang's parents are not in good health, so consider this a small gesture from me. Jiang Chuan looked at her for 2 seconds and smiled. Then, I thank Master Yuan on behalf of my parents. After 3 rounds of tea, Jiang Chuan still did not rise. He said calmly, Master Yuan coming to see me in person should not just be for casual conversation. Yuan Zi sat elegantly in her chair, her hands folded on her knees. Mr. Jiang is indeed a clever man. I do have a few matters that I find puzzling and would like to consult you about in person. Please go ahead. Yuan Zi said, I took the liberty of checking your consumption records. You registered as a member of the Craftsman Pavilion less than 3 days ago, and your spending has already exceeded 1 million. However, according to my investigation, you are merely a newly awakened level decomposer, and your parents are just ordinary workers in Tianyuan City. How could you possess such a large sum of money? Out of curiosity, I conducted a deeper investigation. I also discovered that you had sold a large quantity of materials under the name of the Fire War Group at the Baibao Trading Company, and the total value of those materials happened to be around 1 million. Jiang Chuan's expression showed no change. He had considered from the beginning that such a large expenditure would certainly not withstand scrutiny. Being targeted at this moment was merely the outcome he had anticipated. However, after 3 days of in-depth conversations with Su Yining, he had begun to understand the level of his own strength. At the very least, he could handle himself against 7th-tier practitioners. In a small place like Tianyuan City, where the highest rank was only 7th tier, he could afford to be a bit reckless. He asked, is Master Yuan suspicious of the origins of my items? Not at all. Yuan Zi smiled. These matters are your privacy, and I have no right to inquire. However, there is one thing I have always found puzzling. She leaned slightly forward, her veil fluttering gently with her movements. You have also been to the tree mystical realm right on the day it was destroyed. The destruction of the mystical realm. At that moment, Jiang Chuan understood the significant impact that breaking through the nightmare difficulty had on the tree mystical realm. Coincidentally, I was also present at the scene that day. Since you are a distinguished guest of the Craftsman Pavilion, I paid special attention when I saw your name on the list. After the mystical realm was destroyed, you also went missing. At that time, I thought you had perished inside. I never expected to see you again. How did you survive? Yuan Zi's eyes were filled with curiosity. Jiang Chuan replied, that is my secret. Yuan Zi smiled brightly. Everyone has secrets, and secrets happen to be the most valuable things in this world. As a businesswoman, I most enjoy dealing with those who have secrets. What if my secret is vital for you? Jiang Chuan leaned in. Yuan Zi's smile froze for a moment, then she calmly clapped her hands. Mr. Jiang, you need not be so guarded. I just want to do business with you. Before she finished speaking, a towering figure as solid as an iron tower stepped out from behind her. The heavy aura like a mountain erupted from the man and pressed directly toward Jiang Chuan as Yuan Zi intended to give him a warning. Heh! Jiang Chuan let out a cold laugh, his figure suddenly vanishing, leaving only the chair beneath him trembling slightly. In the next moment, a heavy thud echoed throughout the entire 5th floor. Boom! Jiang Chuan's figure reappeared, having replaced the position of the burly man. With a single punch, he sent the man flying, deeply embedding him into the wall, his fate uncertain. Jiang Chuan approached the stiff Yuan Zi, gently placing his palm on her shoulder. Master Yuan, do you still wish to hear my secret now? Yuan Zi was pinned to the chair by Jiang Chuan's hand, her body stiff and unable to move, a muscle-cold sweat trickling down her forehead. The burly man who was sent flying by Jiang Chuan's punch was her strongest bodyguard, Zhao Taizhan, a level 65 berserker. His physique was as formidable as a barbaric dragon, having single-handedly wiped out a stronghold of the Bloodcat clan. In Tianyuan City, where the highest-ranking warrior was only at the 7th tier, Zhao Taizhan was among the select few standing at the top of the pyramid. Zhao Taizhan was her most loyal subordinate, whom she brought out from the Yuan family, having followed her for 12 years without ever failing. Now he had been sent flying by this young man who had just awakened. His life and death were uncertain. In Yuan Zi's emerald green eyes, there was an unprecedented fear and disbelief. What exactly was this guy, a human or a monster? No. Even if he were a monster, it was impossible for him to be this formidable at the 1st tier. Mr. Jiang. Yuan Zi's voice trembled, her tone completely changed, no longer testing, but rather submissive as she said, I was the one who offended you, please forgive me, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chuan sensed the turmoil of emotions within her and calmly replied, is an apology something you say with words? Yuan Zi's body trembled as she quickly took out a gold note. This is a 1 million anonymous banknote from the Black Star Merchant Association. Please accept it. A banknote. Jiang Chuan scrutinized it. It was a rectangular gold note adorned with intricate patterns featuring a dark star symbol in the center and a series of numbers representing its value. This was the first time he had seen such a thing, and he immediately asked, what is the difference between this banknote and cash? Yuan Zi explained honestly. Human currency can only circulate within the Federation and is not recognized by other races. However, the Black Star Merchant Association is a top force throughout the Source Realm, and their banknotes are accepted across the entire Source Realm. You can directly exchange it for an equivalent amount of cash. Of course, the actual exchange rate would be even higher. Through the effect of spiritual perception, Jiang Chuan could discern whether she was lying. He curiously asked, you still engage in trade with other races in secret? Yuan Zi hurriedly replied, it's just normal business dealings. Not all other races are aggressive. There are many peaceful races in the Source Realm, and they rely on many things made by humans. I see. Jiang Chuan gained a deeper understanding of this world. He released his hand from Yuan Zi's shoulder, suddenly curious about the true face behind her veil. Power can make people reckless. Strength can do the same. Jiang Chuan yanked off the veil from Yuan Zi's face, revealing a flawlessly beautiful visage. She gasped in surprise, instinctively turning her head away, only to be forcibly turned back by Jiang Chuan gripping her chin. Her clear and beautiful eyes instantly filled with anger and embarrassment. Jiang Chuan gently rubbed her delicate cheek, teasingly saying, why hide such beauty under a veil? After saying that, he did not make any further moves, turning back to sit in the chair leisurely, and said, now tell me what business you wish to discuss. Yuan Zi's face became ashen as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She was a merchant, and merchants by nature pursue profit, unwilling to let emotions dictate their choices. Soon Yuan Zi regained her composure. Picking up the veil and putting it back on, she then asked, Mr. Jiang, may I confirm first, are you truly a 1st-tier professional? Jiang Chuan replied, You should have already found out that I just awakened not long ago and haven't even been to the transmutation temple. Yuanzi nodded. The business I want to discuss is related to the core secret of the artisan pavilion, so I asked Mr. Jiang not to disclose it. Yuanzi nodded. The business I want to discuss is related to the core secret of the artisan pavilion, so she first asked Mr. Jiang, do you know why among so many crafters in Tianyuan City our artisan pavilion can become the leading brand? Jiang Chuan replied, I've heard that your success rate in forging equipment is higher and the quality is better. Exactly. Yuanzi took out a small wooden box and pushed it over. The reason our artisan pavilion's crafters far surpass others is all because of this. Jiang Chuan opened the box to find a flame-colored crystal inside. Artisan Spirit Crystal Grade D, containing the crystallization of a grade crafter's lifelong forging insights. After consumption, it can enhance one's crafting talent by 1 level. This item is only effective the first time it is used. Jiang Chuan was greatly astonished, a way to enhance talent level. Such things exist. There are all kinds of wonders in the source realm. Yuanzi said earnestly, this item originates from a special secret realm owned by my Yuan family, and it is precisely because of this secret realm that the artisan pavilion has been thriving. Jiang Chuan pondered, it should be unexpected that something went wrong. Correct. Yuanzi's tone turned bitter. About half a year ago, the secret realm started to show abnormalities and the entrance began to repel high-tier professionals. At first it was inaccessible to those above the 5th tier, then it became the 3rd tier, and later. Now it has become a place where only 1st-tier professionals can enter. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. So you have your eyes on me. Yuanzi spoke sincerely. We have searched for over a dozen outstanding 1st-tier professionals, but once they entered there was no news from them. I fear that if we wait longer, even 1st-tier professionals will be unable to enter, and we will never be able to uncover what has happened in the secret realm. Jiang Chuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table. What is the danger level of this secret realm? 5 tiers. Yuanzi added, before the anomaly it was 5 tiers, but we are unclear about the current situation inside. She was quite honest, and besides honesty, she had no other leverage to persuade him. Jiang Chuan thought for a moment. As Yuanzi said, this secret realm posed a danger level above 5 tiers, yet only allowed 1st-tier professionals to enter, which indeed was not an ordinary problem. He asked, what can I gain from this? Yuanzi replied seriously, to be honest, the compensation I initially prepared is completely inadequate before you. I had intended to offer a piece of golden equipment as a reward for you to venture into the secret realm. A piece of golden equipment for a life, in the eyes of a merchant, that was a fair price. However, after witnessing Jiang Chuan send Zhao Taizhan flying with a single punch, this price was clearly insufficient. For someone who could crush a 6th-tier powerhouse, what value did a few pieces of golden equipment hold? So what now? Jiang Chuan asked. What compensation can you offer me for this discussion? Yuanzi was silent for a moment before taking out a token from her pocket and placing it on the table, pushing it towards Jiang Chuan. The token was entirely black with the word Star Crown engraved on the front, and the back showcased a starry sky design feeling cold to the touch. This is the admission token to Star Crown Academy. Yuanzi said, with this token you can enter Star Crown Academy without any examination and enjoy the same treatment as all official students. Oh. Jiang Chuan was instantly delighted. The admission quota for Star Crown Academy was exactly what he desired. He was still contemplating how to maneuver this through Sui Nin. He did not expect Yuanzi to offer him what he wanted so readily. Jiang Chuan picked up the token and examined it closely. The starry sky pattern shimmered with a faint blue light under the illumination, resembling a miniature galaxy sealed within the token. Jiang Chuan placed the token on the table, not in a hurry to put it away. He picked up the teacup. The tea had already gone cold, but he still took a sip, swallowing slowly before speaking. I need to know more information about the secret realm maps, routes, any records left by previous explorers. I want to see all the data you have. No problem. Additionally, I need a supply kit, potions, food, and tools for outdoor survival, all provided to the highest standards. Understood. Jiang Chuan added. Finally, I want to clarify that I will only be responsible for investigating the cause of the anomalies in the secret realm. If it is within my ability to resolve, I will assist you, but if it proves too difficult, I will not take risks. Yuanzi hesitated for a moment. Having brought out such a precious token, she naturally hoped Jiang Chuan would directly resolve the root of the issue. But after only 2 seconds of hesitation, she nodded. Okay, because she had no other choice. Everyone she had sought had already perished within, and if they could not uncover the cause, her family would forever lose this secret realm. Asking Jiang Chuan for help could at least bring back some hope. All right. Jiang Chuan collected the token and the box containing supplies, asking, when do we depart? Yuanzi also stood up, slightly bowing. Whenever is convenient for Mr. Jiang, I can arrange it at any time. Then let's depart tomorrow. Jiang Chuan said, I will come to the artisan pavilion to find you tomorrow morning. Zi will await Mr. Jiang's arrival. The hall on the 5th floor fell silent, leaving Yuan Zi alone, standing there gazing blankly at the empty stair. After quite a while she walked to the wall, crouching down to check Zhao Taizhan's injuries. Zhao Taizhan had slid down from the wall, sitting against it with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his breath remained steady. He opened his eyes, and upon seeing Yuan Zi, his first words were, "Guild Master, what on earth is that guy? A monster?" Yuan Zi did not answer. She lifted her head, looking through the floor-to-ceiling window at the setting sun over Tianyuan City, the twilight dyeing the entire city in shades of orange, with the outlines of distant mountains becoming indistinct in the dusk. "I don't know," she said softly, "but I know one thing." "What is it?" "No matter what he is, we cannot make him our enemy." Zhao Taizhan fell silent, then nodded heavily. The lights on the 5th floor gradually illuminated, brightening the entire hall. Yuan Zi stood by the window, her silhouette cast as a blurred outline on the glass. She instinctively touched her cheek, recalling Jiang Chuan's near-humiliating actions, causing her face to flush slightly. Not from humiliation, but from excitement. A person who could easily defeat a 6th-tier professional with 1st-tier strength, a young man who could overturn the rules, appeared before her, and she was fortunate enough to become his first investor. Whether this business would be profitable, she did not know. But she knew that if she did not take action, she would surely regret. In the evening, Jiang Chuan logged off. He took off the helmet, and as he stepped out of his bedroom, Wang Xiulan was busy in the kitchen. The sound of the spatula stir-frying echoed with crackling noises, and the scallions in the hot oil emitted a rich aroma, filling the entire living room. Jiang Mingyuan sat on the sofa, holding the remote control, watching the news on TV. Jiang Chuan entered the living room carrying a delicate wooden box and placed it on the coffee table. Jiang Mingyuan looked up, his gaze landing on the wooden box. The craftsmanship of the box was exquisite, made from fine mahogany, with silver-white metal edging, clearly not something an ordinary family could afford. "What is this?" Jiang Mingyuan put down the remote. Jiang Chuan did not rush to answer. Instead, he entered the kitchen and pulled Wang Xiulan out. Wang Xiulan, still holding the spatula, looked confused. "What's going on?" "The food is going to burn." "It won't burn, Mom. Just come out. I have something to say." Wang Xiulan was dragged into the living room, and upon seeing the wooden box on the coffee table, she was momentarily taken aback. "Mom, please sit down." Wang Xiulan sat down with doubt, still clutching the spatula. Jiang Chuan opened the wooden box. The contents inside glimmered softly under the bright lights of the living room. Snow Ganoderma, Xianshun, and Longhu Dan were arranged on the table, the fragrance of the herbs mixed with the slight bitterness of the pills permeating the small living room. Wang Xiulan was stunned, the spatula slipping from her hand and clattering to the floor. What are... Her voice trembled slightly. The two had never seen such items in their lives, but she recognized the Ganoderma and ginseng, and just by looking at their quality, she could tell these things were incredibly expensive. Jiang Mingyuan rubbed his eyes and picked up the Longhu Dan, examining the label closely. A familiar emblem was printed on the label. 3 drops of water formed a circle with a small sun in the center. The Immortal Spring was the top-tier supplier of pills in the Source Realm. Even the lowest-grade pills were priced in the thousands, and they were often hard to come by. He placed the Longhu Dan back in the box and looked up, his gaze heavy as he stared at Jiang Chuan. Where did these things come from? Jiang Chuan did not rush to explain. He first sat down opposite his parents, thought for a moment about how to phrase it, then spoke. "Dad, Mom, I need to tell you something. Please don't get too excited." Wang Xiulan and Jiang Mingyuan exchanged glances, both seeing unease in each other's eyes. "I'm actually not in grade talent," Jiang Chuan said. The living room fell silent for 2 seconds. Wang Xiulan chuckled. "What nonsense is this child talking? Your father and I are both grade talents. If you're not grade, then what could you be?" "It's really not, Dad, Mom. My awakened talent is SS grade." Jiang Chuan extended his hand, palm up, and a golden light began to shine from his fingertips, coalescing like a miniature arrow in his palm, the brilliance intensifying until the entire living room was illuminated as if it were daytime. The shape of the light changed continuously in his palm, finally solidifying into a golden bow's phantom. The bowstring was taut, as if an invisible arrow would be shot forth in the next moment. The phantom of the SS grade talent pulsed in his palm. The energy wave, derived from the essence of life and supremely powerful, required no explanation. Anyone who saw it would instinctively understand that this was a power beyond mundane comprehension. Wang Xiulan covered her mouth, tears welling up instantly. Jiang Mingyuan's hand trembled slightly. An SS grade talent, he had never even seen one, only heard snippets about it in those distant tales that had nothing to do with his life. He never imagined that his son, the child of an A-grade warrior and an A-grade seamstress, would possess an SS grade talent. This? Jiang Mingyuan's voice was hoarse. How is that possible? The rule of bloodline dilution is not absolute. Jiang Chuan retracted the light, his tone calm. There will always be exceptions, and I am that exception. Zhang Mingyuan was silent for a long time. He reached for the box of Longhu Dan, holding it in his palm, feeling a surreal dreamlike sensation. What you mean is? What I mean is you can retire now. Zhang Chuan smiled. From now on I will take care of this family. Dad, your back isn't good. Don't go back to the mines anymore. Mom, you too, you've worked hard your whole life and deserve to enjoy some comfort now. Wang Xiaolin's tears spilled out again. No way. Zhang Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, if we both suddenly quit our jobs, it will definitely attract unnecessary attention. We need to take it slow and try not to raise anyone's suspicions. Zhang Chuan felt helpless, but at least his parents had accepted his suggestion, so he went along with them. The next morning, Zhang Chuan went to the artisan pavilion where Yuan Zi had already prepared everything. The two set off immediately. The secret realm was located in a hidden valley. The entrance was actually a furnace, and as Zhang Chuan stepped in, flames erupted in the furnace, gradually engulfing his figure. Tip: do you wish to challenge the artisan tomb? Secret realm, normal difficulty. Yes. Whoosh. The scorching air rushed at him. The moment he entered the secret realm, Zhang Chuan felt as if he were in a furnace. He opened his eyes to look around. It was a desolate and scorching plain, the sky a gray-black color with no sun in sight, only a layer of dark red light, enveloping the entire world, like an inverted furnace lid trapping all the heat inside. No wonder dozens of people have died here without any rewards. Zhang Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow. A first-tier professional could only endure a few dozen points of constitution. In such an environment, just standing would lead to continuous health loss, let alone battling and exploring deeper. Those newcomers sent in by Yuan Zi probably half died not from monsters, but from heat exhaustion. However, Yuan Zi was also prepared for this. Zhang Chuan took out a thumb-sized orb from his backpack, completely white and icy to the touch. The cold jade orb, made from high-grade ice materials, could continuously emit cool air when carried, resisting the high temperatures. The effect wasn't earth-shattering, but it was enough to allow him to move normally in the secret realm without being disturbed by the heat. A good item worth 20,000 each. It's quite luxurious for the next dungeon run. Zhang Chuan tucked the cold jade orb into his collar, the coolness spreading across his chest, providing instant relief. He took out his golden longbow, knocked an arrow, and walked deeper along the cracked earth. Not far in, the first monster appeared. It was a wandering humanoid creature, muscular and covered in bluish-black flesh, wielding a large iron hammer, its eyes burning with dark green ghostly flames. Soul of the artisan. The level difference was too great. Zhang Chuan couldn't even scan the basic information of the creature. He drew the longbow into a crescent, then released it. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, leaving a golden trail piercing straight through the monster's chest. 104,829. True damage. The monster was torn apart, letting out a silent roar. Tip: you have killed the soul of the artisan, level 52, gaining 3,000 experience. Since your current level's experience is full, you can convert experience into skill and talent proficiency. Experience can actually be converted into talent proficiency. Can I upgrade extraction of all things? Zhang Chuan felt a spark of interest. Upgrade failed. That talent has already reached the highest level. Alright then. Zhang Chuan's second target was the SS grade talent E. This time there was no failure. The experience was successfully converted, but there was still a gap before this talent could be upgraded to 2 stars. He first approached the corpse of the monster. Extraction of all things, activate. Whoosh. A visible light blue energy entered Zhang Chuan's palm. Extraction successful. Wisdom 30. Extraction successful. Obtained item, artisan spirit crystal, grade 1. Zhang Chuan picked up the crystal with some surprise. According to the information given by Yuan Zi, this item should have a low drop rate. Her subordinates averaged 2 to 3 months to obtain one. Yet he could obtain it with a 100 success rate through extraction of all things. Looks like I can make a fortune from this. Zhang Chuan thought happily as he continued forward. Along the way, he encountered 20 to 30 souls of the artisan. After defeating them all, not only did his wisdom attribute reach an extreme value of 1,500 points, but he also collected a large number of artisan spirit crystals, and the SS grade talent, he finally leveled up to 2 stars. ESS grade level 2 stars effect passive. Your ranged attacks can ignore target defense regardless of distance and will definitely hit. Effect passive: each attack deals additional damage equal to 15 of your maximum health. Effect passive: after attacking the same target 9 times, it will forcibly deduct 100 of the target's maximum health. Description: born of the 10 suns, E shot down 9 suns. The legendary divine bow of the celestial being E fell to the mortal realm. 9 arrows guarantee death. This effect needs to be used against targets with thick health to truly manifest its power. Among the enemies Zhang Chuan currently faced, those who could withstand 2 arrows of his damage were few and far between, let alone 9 arrows. They'd probably turn to ashes long before that. The proficiency required to upgrade an SS grade talent to 3 stars is 1 million. It might be hard to gather that much within this dungeon. Thus Jiang Chuan shifted his focus and began upgrading the Grade Talent Emperor's vow, wanting to see what changes would occur after this talent leveled up. Meanwhile, his exploration of the secret realm continued unabated. After crossing a ridge, he encountered the second type of monster in the realm. These were broken weapons strewn across the ground, including swords, spears, staves, and bows. These weapons had gained sentience in the secret realm and would automatically attack any living beings that got too close. Weapon spirit. He still couldn't see the attributes. However, this did not hinder Jiang Chuan from killing them one by one with a single arrow. He approached the completely shattered weapons, activating extraction of all things. Whoosh. Extraction successful. Strength 30. As your strength attribute has reached its maximum, it has been automatically converted to 15 points of agility. Extraction successful. Obtained item Starfall, Iron 1, a refined Gold 1, Secret Silver 2. The souls of the artisan can yield artisan spirit crystals, while these weapon spirits yield rare metals. The items dropped in this secret realm are quite valuable. Jiang Chuan understood. No wonder Yuan Zi was willing to trade a school admission slot for him to take action. Starfall, Iron, Refined Gold, Secret Silver. These are core materials for golden grade equipment and above, often priced by the gram outside, and are usually hard to find. Just defeating a monster in the artisan tomb could yield a pile of these. This place was practically an open-air treasure mine. Even in the hands of ordinary people, it would be an inexhaustible gold mine. With this secret realm, even without business from the artisan pavilion, the Yuan family could stand strong for hundreds of years. However, these valuable treasures now belonged to him. Jiang Chuan pressed forward, encountering almost no danger. The effect of the SS grade talent was indeed too powerful. Guaranteed hits allowed him to snipe targets from outside the monster's line of sight. Moreover, with the passive bonus of every arrow he shot dealt true damage. Anyone else, even a 7th-tier professional, would not have it as easy in this secret realm. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan successfully arrived at a large chasm. The chasm spanned the ground about 100 meters wide, with dark red magma flowing at the bottom, emitting a rolling heat and light. Why is there a lava river here? Jiang Chuan opened the map and compared it repeatedly. He quickly confirmed that Yuan Zi's map did not include this area. She shouldn't be foolish enough to lie to herself. This must be a change that occurred after the secret realm experienced an anomaly. Jiang Chuan glanced at the opposite side of the chasm. If he wanted to continue forward, he would need to cross this lava river. But he didn't have any fire-resistant means of transport. How to cross? Jiang Chuan moved down the edge of the chasm to the bottom. At this moment, he was less than 10 meters away from the lava river. The cold air from the cold jade orb was working hard, but against the heat from the entire lava river, its effect was. However, Jiang Chuan's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle. The magma didn't seem as terrifying as he had imagined. To verify his suspicion, he cautiously approached the lava river step by step. Suddenly sparks flew from his body, his pants ignited from the intense heat. Jiang Chuan simply removed all his clothes. Then, completely naked, he walked up to the lava river and reached out to touch the flowing molten rock. 100, 100, 100. A series of numbers appeared above his head. Jiang Chuan felt the heat, but it was still within tolerable limits. Indeed, with his constitution attribute reaching 1500 points, his physique had become extraordinarily strong. Even magma, which would be lethal to an ordinary person, dealt very limited damage to him. What's more, he could just treat it as a free hot bath. Splash. Jiang Chuan jumped into the lava river. As his entire body made contact with the magma, his health began to drop faster. But for Jiang Chuan, who had a full 1,000,000 health points, it was still just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, he also had the healing talent. The automatic recovery effect from merely having 1500 points in constitution amplified by the rapid healing would allow him to endure in the lava pool indefinitely. Phew. Jiang Chuan touched the hair on his head, which had not been burned off. Hair was part of his body, so it naturally benefited from the enhancement of his physique. He even scooped up some lava and rubbed it on himself. Comfortable. Crossing the river of lava, Jiang Chuan arrived at a special area not mentioned in the reports. This was a desolate plain filled with remnants of soldiers. Broken swords, shattered blades, and ruined shields. Densely scattered. It stretched to the horizon, resembling a graveyard for weapons. Jiang Chuan picked up a broken sword at his feet and activated the extraction ability, only to receive a prompt: this item has no extraction value. He picked up a shield that had been split in two. It too had no value. Jiang Chuan recalled what the scavengers like Shen Erbio had said. Not all equipment on the battlefield can be salvaged, and many will gradually lose their spiritual essence over time, ultimately becoming worthless remnants, which is likely referring to these weapons before him. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the plain. The wind carried countless tiny metal fragments, striking him like a swarm of miniature flying daggers, producing a clattering sound. Jiang Chuan's skin was tough as iron due to his robust physique, These metal shards left no mark upon him. However, his newly donned clothes were not so fortunate. The sleeves, pants, and hem were all cut with long slits, quickly transforming into rags. Jiang Chuan sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have worn this. The wind grew stronger, and the metal fragments became denser, visibility dropping to less than 10 meters. Jiang Chuan squinted his eyes and sprinted forward at full speed. The longer he stayed in this place, the more uncertain factors would arise. Rushing out was the only right choice. 10 minutes later, the storm of metal debris finally dissipated. Jiang Chuan wiped his face and stood still, gazing back at the desolate battlefield. Not a single monster. There were no monsters nor rewards, as if it was solely designed to hinder one's progress. The lava river ahead was the same. The formation of these two areas was truly peculiar, completely defying the logic of the secret realm. It seems like someone is deliberately causing trouble, Jiang Chuan thought to himself. At the end of the secret realm lay a circular valley shaped like a meteorite crater, surrounded by protruding dark rocky mountains with heat waves rolling within and the air distorted. The sight within the valley made him halt. In the center of the valley was a massive forging platform with a dark blue stone surface and a copper pillar standing at each corner. Behind the forging platform stood a tall figure, a humanoid being over 3 meters tall, emanating a faint golden glow. His body was rugged and powerful, with shoulders as broad as a small mountain and exaggerated muscle line. He wielded a hammer, striking the forging platform, with each blow producing deafening sounds. The moment Jiang Chuan entered the valley, the glowing humanoid stopped his actions. He slowly turned around, looking down at Jiang Chuan. His luminous face had no features, just an expanse of blinding light, yet Jiang Chuan could feel that he was being watched. Finally, someone has come. The glowing figure spoke in a deep, resonant voice, as if a large bell was ringing in the valley, each word carrying a buzzing echo. How many years has it been? I can barely remember. Soul of the artisan. Jiang Chuan tightened his grip on the longbow. He could not see this being's attributes, but he could sense it. He was definitely stronger than the level 5 monsters on the road. Jiang Chuan asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The glowing figure responded, "I am the guardian of this place, executing the master's orders to find the inheritor of the spirit of the artisan." Inheritor? Yes. Jiang Chuan paused for a moment and directly asked, "Did you cause the anomalies in the secret realm?" The glowing figure replied, "When someone triggers the conditions for inheritance, the secret realm will automatically seal, forming the final trial. Whoever can pass the 3 trials will inherit the master's legacy and become the new generation of the artisan." 3 trials. Jiang Chuan frowned. "You already passed 2 of them." The glowing figure raised the hammer in his hand, pointing towards the direction of the lava river. The first trial, the lava river, can only be traversed by those naturally attuned to fire, who can withstand the lava's scorching heat to reach the other side. This is the most basic qualification to become a blacksmith. Without fire, there is no forging. Jiang Chuan pondered seriously upon hearing this. Am I considered fire-attuned? I suppose. I must be. After all, I swam across the lava river in earnest. The glowing figure pointed towards the ancient battlefield. The second trial tests your sensitivity to weapon spirits. Only those with an affinity for weapon spirits can find the weapon that resonates with them among the countless remnants of soldiers and pass through the storm under its protection. This is the qualification for advancing as a blacksmith. Without understanding the soul of the weapon, one cannot forge a weapon with a soul. Jiang Chuan's expression grew somewhat strange upon hearing this. What weapon spirit? What remnants? I managed to tough it out solely based on my physical prowess. It turns out this isn't the normal way to pass. Jiang Chuan asked, "What about the third trial?" The glowing figure set down the hammer and caressed the forging platform before him. "The content of the third trial requires you to forge the remnants you bring from the second trial here. This is the final test left by the master for the inheritor. You do not need to forge high-level equipment. You only need to prove that you possess the talent to be a blacksmith. Hammer technique, heat control, quenching, shaping. Any one of these, as long as you can demonstrate basic forging ability, will count as passing. You will receive the master's full inheritance and control of this secret realm." The glowing figure's voice carried a hint of anticipation. "You will become the new generation of the artisan, inheriting the master's unfinished ambitions and promoting the path of forging." Jiang Chuan felt a chill upon hearing this. He had directly speed-ran through the second trial and hadn't sought out the so-called remnants at all. How could he pass the final trial? Jiang Chuan tentatively asked, "Can I choose to forego the trial?" "Why?" The glowing figure's tone contained rare confusion. Jiang Chuan shrugged. "Because I have little interest in becoming a blacksmith." The glowing figure fell silent, and after a moment replied, "Then you will die. If you cannot pass the final trial, you will never leave here unless you can wait for the next inheritor to arrive." The next inheritor? Wouldn't that mean he'd have to wait until the next millennium? This secret realm itself possessed a strength of level 5, and now, with 2 additional trials, even if 1,000,000 more people came, it was unlikely to find another anomaly like him. To pass this trial, does he really have to go back and find a compatible remnant? But even if he found it, he was utterly clueless about forging. Jiang Chuan sighed and proposed, I truly am not the right candidate to inherit this legacy. You wouldn't want the master's inheritance to fall into the hands of someone uninterested in forging, would you? How about this? Let me go and I will help you find a more suitable candidate to come in and ensure that this inheritance is properly passed on. How about it? The glowing figure responded. Once the inheritance ritual begins, no one can reverse it. You must either pass the trial or die. Jiang Chuan's expression changed, sighing. So there's no room for negotiation. The glowing figure remained unmoved. Jiang Chuan suddenly said, actually, I think there might be a second way to get out. What? He knocked an arrow on his longbow, pulled the bowstring taut, and aimed at the glowing figure's chest. Kill you. Whoosh. The light flashed instantly. The glowing figure's body trembled violently, a burst of dazzling sparks erupted from its chest, and it stood frozen for a moment, then its entire form turned fiery red, like an enraged deity, presumptuous. Clang. The arrow pinned into the chest of the light being, producing a loud metallic collision sound. The body of the light being trembled slightly, and a small spot of golden light dimmed at its chest, but was quickly filled back in by the surrounding radiance. 154,978. The health bar of the light being finally appeared in Jiang Chuan's line of sight. Previously he couldn't see it because the level of the light being was too high beyond the range he could detect. But now as he released his first arrow, the damage number popped up and simultaneously the light being's health bar was forcibly revealed. That health bar was astonishingly long. After dealing 150 true damage, its health barely dropped by less than 1%. What level is this guy? Jiang Chuan was taken aback. However, he didn't panic, since he dared to attack the light being. He naturally had his own confidence.
想象一个能让生活更轻松的世界，我们将科技与人情味融合在一起。
The light being roared angrily, raising the iron hammer high, its dark red light patterns instantly shining blindingly, like a small sun condensing in its palm. Boom! The light exploded. It was as if boiling lava instantly filled the entire valley. Jiang Chuan felt a sharp pain all over his body, his health plummeting, but his gaze remained locked firmly on the light being as the arrows flew out. The light being crushed the arrows shot at it. Suddenly Jiang Chuan's longbow trembled violently and uncontrollably flew from his hand, the bowstring taut, aiming at himself. The light being spoke mockingly. Who gave you the courage to use weapons in front of the god of crafts? What the hell? At that moment Jiang Chuan was truly dumbfounded. His confidence came from the third effect of E, which allowed him to deal full damage to the target regardless of how thick their health bar was after enduring 9 instances of ranged damage. But now without a weapon, how could he hit the light being 9 times? The valley trembled. A piece of rubble flew toward Jiang Chuan's face. He instinctively dodged, then his eyes lit up as he picked up a pebble. The requirement for his talent to trigger was a ranged attack, but it didn't specify that he had to use arrows. He had been limited by the legend of Ho-E shooting the sun. Snap! Jiang Chuan used his fingers to crush the pebble into countless fragments, scattering them in an instant. Whiz! The light being thought Jiang Chuan was crazy, actually trying to threaten it with a pebble. It was even too lazy to dodge, allowing the fragments to hit its body. However, it overlooked a very strange detail. Why could every single fragment that Jiang Chuan casually scattered accurately track it? Puff, puff, puff. The demigod body that even arrows couldn't penetrate was instantly pierced by the pebbles, creating numerous tiny holes. Following that, these inconspicuous holes began to expand rapidly. Like a festering sore, in the blink of an eye they grew to the size of a bowl. The body of the light being froze in place, mumbling, "How is this possible?" Boom. And then it exploded entirely. Tip killed the soul of the god of crafts. Level 80, gained experience, 500,000. Since your current level's experience is full, it has been automatically converted to talent proficiency. Successfully cleared Tomb of Crafts normal difficulty, gained experience, 200,000. Talent Imperial Oath has been successfully upgraded to 3 stars. Jiang Chuan opened the panel, and indeed, he could exit the secret realm. As he had anticipated, defeating this so-called guardian was also one of the ways to clear it. It wasn't necessary to accept the inheritance of the god of crafts. Although this action seemed to outsiders to be utterly foolish. The inheritance of the god of crafts was the highest legacy that countless craftsmen dreamed of, yet he not only refused it to its face, but also killed the guardian of the inheritance. But Jiang Chuan felt no regret at all. He picked up the sun-connecting bow and approached the shattered body of the light being. Extraction of all things activate. Buzz! The dazzling golden light suddenly shone as fiercely as the sun, illuminating the entire valley to brilliance. Extraction successful. Obtained SS level talent Heavenly Crafting Unique. Heavenly Crafting SS level 1 star effect passive 100 success rate for all forging related activities effect passive 100 base attributes for equipment forge description Heavenly Craftsman forges divine weapons all things are spirit. Those who obtain this talent experience no loss in hundreds of forges becoming divine through thousands of refinements and all creations are extraordinary. Jiang Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted. SS level another SS level talent. He hadn't had time to examine it closely when the second prompt, extraction successful. Obtained item Stone of Inheritance of the God of Crafts S level. Stone of Inheritance of the God of Crafts S level after use can obtain the occupational inheritance of the God of Crafts. For non-crafting profession users, it will automatically override the existing combat living profession and transform into the God of Crafts profession limited to first-tier professionals. Jiang Chuan looked at these two items and took a deep breath. He quickly decided to keep the SS level talent for himself. If the talent wasn't absorbed, it couldn't manifest. Giving it up would be a waste. Having one more SS level talent on him wasn't a bad thing. After all, he could accommodate an infinite number of talents, so why not take it? But the S-level Stone of Occupational Inheritance had little value for him. Professionals could have one combat profession and one living profession at the same time. The craftsman should have been a living profession similar to a decomposer, but this inheritance of the God of Crafts was so domineering that once inherited, it would actually occupy the position of the combat profession as well. This was a bit disappointing. Moreover, it was just an S-level profession. Boom. Suddenly a loud noise echoed through the heavens and earth. Jiang Chuan looked into the distance, seeing the sky, filled with gray-black dust clouds being torn apart, and the earth splitting open with deep chasms, as if a dragon was surging beneath. This scene was exactly the same as the last moment he witnessed in the Tree God Secret Realm. Because I extracted the remains of the Tree God Secret Realm was completely destroyed. This secret realm must have met a similar fate. So it seems each secret realm must have a critically important core object. Its value is at least that of an SS level. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan's expression became somewhat subtle. Could it be that I will become a professional secret realm destroyer in the future? He opened the secret realm interface, chose to exit, and white light gradually enveloped him. Wait. Jiang Chuan suddenly realized, thinking of a very serious question. This time I won't be teleported thousands of miles away again, will I? Fortunately, this time the teleportation deviation wasn't too far. Jiang Chuan could still connect to the network signal of Tianyuan City and send a message to Yuanzi. In a short while she arrived driving a flying artifact shaped like a gold ingot. As soon as she landed, she anxiously asked Mr. Jiang what exactly happened in the secret realms. She had been waiting at the entrance of the secret realm, witnessing the explosion of the furnace. She was still in a daze. Besides being dazed, she was also panicked. That Tomb of Craft's secret realm was the foundation of their Yuan family in Tianyuan City. The Craftsman Pavilion could go bankrupt, but this secret realm must not have any mishap. But now the entrance of the secret realm exploded in front of her. A small accident occurred. Jiang Chuan's expression was awkward. If he had just defeated the Guardian and cleared the secret realm normally, it certainly wouldn't have been a problem. Maybe that inheritance could condense again in a few years. But after all, he destroyed the whole secret realm to extract the SS level talent, so it wouldn't be fair not to give Yuanzi some compensation. So Jiang Chuan took out the Stone of Inheritance of the God of Crafts that he completely couldn't use. Although the secret realm was destroyed, I got this thing. It's not a total loss. Yuanzi took the Stone of Inheritance of the God of Crafts, her gaze immediately fixed, and then her entire body trembled. S level. Occupational Inheritance. Hey. Her eyes lit up, and she instantly became excited and incoherent. Not a loss. Absolutely not a loss. The destruction of the secret realm is a good thing. It's a good thing. Mr. Jiang, you are truly amazing. Jiang Chuan smiled slightly. Su Yining had praised him like this. Aboard the flying artifact, Yuanzi cradled the legacy stone in her hands, turning it over and over with gleaming emerald eyes, as if she longed to devour it whole. Director Yuan, please don't accidentally activate it. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but remark. I wish I could, she replied wistfully. Yuanzi sighed regretfully. Alas, I am no longer a Tier 1 professionist. Such high-tier legacies encompass complete cultivation systems, requiring one to begin from the very first tier. Miss that window, and the legacy becomes irretrievably obsolete. This was precisely why following the Sanctuary's mutation entry had been restricted exclusively to Tier 1 professionists. Noticing Jiang Chuan's indifferent expression, she added earnestly, Mr. Jiang, do you grasp what this legacy truly signifies? What is it? Yuanzi drew a deep breath, striving to steady her voice. The Divine Artificer Legacy. The ultimate vocation coveted by every soul-forging artisan across humanity. Fewer than 5 individuals in all of humankind bear the title of Divine Artificer. Each is fiercely courted by major powers. A single Divine Artificer can sustain a clan's prosperity for over a century. It took Yuan clan 3 centuries to rise to its current stature through the Artificer Tomb Sanctuary. Yet a single Divine Artificer could achieve the same in merely 30 years, or even less. In fact, just 30 years would suffice to elevate an entire clan into the ranks of supreme powers. 30 years. That was still far too long. Jiang Chuan mused inwardly. With his present capabilities, he wouldn't consider himself successful unless he forged his clan into a top-tier power within 3 years, not 30. Yet he refrained from shattering Yuan Zi's conviction, merely nodding in polite agreement. Not bad at all. Suddenly she asked, Mr. Jiang, you haven't undergone profession advancement yet, have you? Jiang Chuan anticipated her intent and waved dismissively. I hold no interest in becoming a soul-forging artisan. By the way, upon our return, please drop me off at the Profession Advancement Temple. Having resolved the Artificer Tomb Sanctuary, all 4 of his core attributes had ascended to their maximum value of 1500 points, and the time for profession advancement had arrived. Otherwise, his level would stagnate indefinitely, and further attribute growth would remain impossible. Yuan Zi paused momentarily, startled. The Profession Advancement Temple. You intend to undergo profession advancement? Indeed. There is indeed such a temple in Tianyuan City, Yuan Zi confirmed, but her tone carried a subtle hesitation. However what? Yuan Zi carefully chose her words before speaking. Mr. Jiang, I beg your pardon. How much do you know about profession advancement? Isn't profession advancement simply acquiring a combat vocation? Is there more to it? Jiang Chuan asked. Yuan Zi offered a faint smile, her veil fluttering softly. Allow me to briefly elucidate. She straightened her posture. Profession advancement transcends mere acquisition of a combat vocation. It is a metamorphosis of one's very essence. A professionist's life unfolds through 3 profound metamorphoses, and the first, occurring at Tier 1, is the most pivotal of all. It determines one's ultimate ceiling of growth. Ceiling of growth. Jiang Chuan's interest quickened. Surely you know that each level up naturally augments all core attributes, and the magnitude of that augmentation varies by innate talent known as the base growth value. Yuan Zi explained, and Frank Professionist gains 1 point per level, and a rank gains 2 points, and so forth. Before Tier 1, each level up grants a fixed increment to all 4 attributes determined solely by this base growth value. But after profession advancement, the base growth value itself transforms. Jiang Chuan nodded. That much I understand. And Rank Professionist gains 7 points per level, OS rank yields 8 points, and SS rank reaches 10 points, commonly regarded by humankind as the absolute cap of base growth value. Yet in truth that cap is vastly exceeded. Jiang Chuan had shattered it tenfold. He now gained a staggering 100 points per level. Could his base growth value possibly surge further after profession advancement? Yuan Zi continued. Scholars of the Federation, after rigorous investigation, have identified 3 distinct paths to profession advancement within the Source Realm. The first is the most common and most ordinary path. Post-advancement, it enhances base growth value by only 20 to 30%, rendering negligible impact upon overall strength. Jiang Chuan instinctively calculated 20 to 30% meant merely 20 or 30 additional points for him. Truly insignificant. Yuan Zi added, the second path is termed sublimation, requiring elaborate ritualized ceremonies typically sustained only by elite academies or major powers core resources. Upon sublimation, base growth value surges by 60 to 70% per level, granting an inherent substantial advantage over ordinary professionists. Hence, beyond Tier 2 professionists are formally categorized as either ordinary or sublimated. Her tone grew solemn. Mr. Jiang, I urge you not to proceed to Tianyuan City's Profession Advancement Temple. It offers only the ordinary path, lacking any sublimation protocol. Given your extraordinary aptitude, and potential ordinary advancement would be a profound waste. Upon reaching Xingyan Academy, you'll find fully established sublimation ceremonies. There you must undergo sublimated profession advancement. Jiang Chuan listened intently, nodding without immediate response. Noting she'd mentioned only 2 paths, he asked, and the third? Yuan Zi faltered mid-gesture. The third path is called ultimate sublimation, she murmured, her gaze drifting into distant reverie. Ultimate sublimation doubles the base growth value, granting precisely double the attribute growth per level. Do not underestimate the chasm between ultimate sublimation and mere sublimation, even though the difference appears modest, merely 30 to 40%. Recall, at levels 35 and 60, professionists undergo 2 further metamorphoses, built upon that foundational first transformation. Lay that first metamorphosis flawlessly, and every subsequent one elevates you onto ever loftier peaks. However, she shook her head faintly, a wry smile touching her lips. Ultimate sublimation exists only in legend, said to be attainable solely by apex alien races dwelling in the Source Realm's innermost sanctums. Humanity has ventured into the Source Realm for millennia, yet not a single ultimate sublimated prodigy has ever emerged. Jiang Chuan asked curiously, why is that? Yuan Zi replied, rumors claim one prerequisite for ultimate sublimation is elevating all 4 core attributes to their absolute world-imposed limits. Yet this world seems cursed against humanity. Even the strongest SS-tier human talents possess a base growth value of merely 10 points. Alien races, by contrast, effortlessly meet and surpass that benchmark. Take the Bloodcat clan, those southern predators eyeing our borders. Their royal bloodline heirs are born with an 18-point base growth value, nearly twice that of SS-tier humans. And the true nature of that absolute limit remains utterly unknown. All 4 attributes elevated to the absolute limit. Jiang Chuan's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers unconsciously clenched. Others knew not the Tier 1 attribute cap. He did. His 4 attributes now stood at the perfect, unyielding maximum of 1500 points. His strength attribute, even augmented by the Class C talent Strength Amplification, failed to exceed it. This confirmed unequivocally that 1500 was the world's immutable ceiling. Thus, had he already fulfilled all conditions for ultimate sublimation. 100 points per level doubled, 200 points. Who among mortals could forge a foundation more unassailable than his? Mr. Jiang. Yuan Zi, noting his trance-like silence, gently called his name. He blinked back to awareness, offering a calm smile. Very well. I shall follow your counsel and await profession advancement at Xingyan Academy. He asked no further questions about the rituals of ultimate sublimation. Yuan Zi herself had gleaned the concept only through hearsay. She held no deeper knowledge. When he reached Xingyan Academy, he would seek answers on his own. Jiang Chuan stood at the entrance of the inn for a moment, confirming that no one was following him before raising his hand to knock on the door. The door opened slightly, and Su Yinyan's face appeared through the crack. Upon seeing him, she immediately pulled the door open and stepped aside to let him in. She was still wearing the blue and white uniform of the Star Crown Academy with a short skirt that revealed her long, fair thighs. Master. As soon as she entered the room, Su Yinyan wrapped herself around him with dreamy eyes. Jiang Chuan was at an age full of vigor. How could he withstand this? He dove right in. Half an hour later, a sudden strong wave of energy emerged from the room. Su Yinyan's face was flushed, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, Master, my talent has suddenly upgraded to SS level. Jiang Chuan lay sprawled on the bed, panting heavily, slow to respond, feeling particularly exhausted today. But he quickly found the reason. Imperial Oath, a level 3 stars effect passive, can establish a contract with any target gaining all their attributes and talent abilities, and can also share his own attribute bonuses with the target. Current contract capacity 12 effect active can gradually elevate the talent level of the contracted target below his own to match his level through enchantment. The second effect of the level talent was unlocked only after reaching 3 stars. Jiang Chuan initially thought this effect was of little use. After all, the Imperial Oath was only a level in itself. However, hearing Su Yinyan say this, he realized that this effect corresponded to the highest level talent he possessed. And what was his highest level? It was the extraction of all things. A rule level talent. Could it possibly enhance Su Yinyan's telepathy talent to rule level as well? If that were to happen, wouldn't he become a wholesale dealer of rule level talents? Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan immediately became invigorated and pulled Su Yinyan over again. Let's do it once more and see if we can push it to SS level in one go. Jiang Chuan quickly got his answer. He couldn't. The activation of this effect might have a time limit or required other conditions to be met. He tried several more times, but was unable to elevate Su Yinyan's talent to SS level. However, this was already quite extraordinary. S-level and S-level talents were entirely different concepts. The former, while also rare, could still be found in the Federation every year, with a dozen S-level geniuses appearing annually. But S-level geniuses had a chance of appearing only once every 10 years, enjoying completely different benefits within the Star Crown Academy. Moreover, the talent effect could still be triggered as sooner or later he would elevate Su Yinyan to SS level. Every S-level practitioner was a pillar of the nation. One could only emerge every 100 years, and he could create one so easily. If this news were to spread, he feared he would be immediately captured and turned into a breeding stallion for the people, subjected to endless exploitation. Jiang Chuan shivered at the thought. He quickly warned Su Yinyan, this matter must not be spoken of to anyone. Su Yinyan raised her head. Yes, master. After resting, Jiang Chuan finally inquired about the business they were meant to discuss. Have you found out about the quota? Su Yining quickly took out a document. This year there are a total of 5 enrollment quotas in Tianyuan City, 4 of which have already been decided. Lu Qingshan's son Lu Zhou, the true disciple of Inspector, Zhou Yuan Li Xian, the behind Thessines, Zhou family of the Artisan Pavilion, and Qin Ping from the Dark Moon Battle Group. Zhang Chuan's gaze paused on the last name. Qin Ping, the son of Qin Duhu, the leader of the Dark Moon Battle Group. They had met once before when Ling Aoshang had asked him to procure materials for a golden spear. If he remembered correctly, this guy only had a level talent. He obtained a quota while Ling Aoshang possessing level talent was abandoned. He asked, "What about the remaining quota?" Su Yining replied, "The last quota hasn't been decided yet. According to past practices, Lu Qingshan will hold a martial arts competition to select the winner through open selection." Zhang Chuan was somewhat surprised to hear this. It sounds fair. They are actually willing to part with such a precious quota. Su Yining shook her head. Fairness is for Shoto outsiders. From what I've gathered, this quota has long been internally decided. Decided for whom? Su Yao, the daughter of Su Lai, the leader of the Fire War Group and a level talent practitioner. My. Zhang Chuan raised his eyebrows upon hearing the familiar name. They actually decided on her. It is said that her father paid a hefty price for this. Su Yining continued, moreover, she was already the 6th to awaken in Tianyuan City this year, with a level talent, so her future prospects are limitless. Therefore, many who originally had the strength to compete were willing to give Su Lai face. Zhang Chuan thought for a moment. Ling Aoshang can also participate in this martial arts competition. Could it be that the Dark Moon Battle Group has reached an agreement with Su Lai? Master, you guessed correctly. Su Yining said. It is said that Ling Aoshang will not only participate, but will deliberately lose to Su Yao in the competition, thereby increasing the value of Su Yao's victory and allowing her to obtain the enrollment quota justifiably. Zhang Chuan's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Ling Aoshang would lose to Su Yao? An S-level practitioner losing to an A-level practitioner was essentially paving the way for the latter's future with her own life. What kind of benefit had she received to make such a huge sacrifice willingly? Or was it that she was forced to sacrifice? Zhang Chuan initially did not want to meddle, but Su Yining suddenly asked, "Master, why are you so concerned about Ling Aoshang? Is she your friend?" Friend. The words Ling Aoshang said that day suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Zhang Chuan nodded. That's right, she is a friend. I don't think she should be the kind of person who easily compromises. As a friend, I have the right to find out what exactly she has been through. Zhang Chuan had already added Ling Aoshang as a friend when he was at the Artisan Pavilion that day. Just as he was about to send a message, he was stopped by Su Yining. She smiled and said, "Master, if you ask directly whether the other party has any difficulties, anyone with a bit of self-respect would refuse. You might as well try to be a little more tactful and invite her out for a meal first." My. Zhang Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then thought, "What you said makes sense." He deleted the message he had just typed and revised it to, "Do you have time recently? Let's go out for a meal together. I happen to have some cultivation questions I want to ask you." The latter part was added by Su Yining at the last. Said makes sense. He deleted the message he had just typed and revised it to, "Do you have time recently? Let's go out for a meal together." Zhang Chuan asked Su Yining, "When is the martial arts competition?" Su Yining replied, "Tomorrow morning. You should invite her quickly, but it will be too late if you wait too long." Zhang Chuan immediately sent a message. "If you have time, let's do it now. I have some urgent matters to discuss with you." Ling Aoshang was silent for a moment before sending a message. "Location. Let's go to the usual place." Zhang Chuan began to get dressed. He suddenly asked, "Do you want to come with me?" He thought Su Yining would be quite useful in this regard. Upon hearing this, Su Yining smiled helplessly. "Master, are you going on a date with one girl and bringing another girl along? What does that mean? That's not a date. That's a provocation." She paused and continued, "Moreover, I am not in a position to move freely right now. I have already reported Lin Yuming's death to the academy, and they will soon send someone to investigate. I need to keep a low profile as well." She had considered everything thoroughly which Zhang Chuan had not thought of. It was best to keep their relationship under wraps for now, especially after Su Yinin's talent upgrade. Otherwise, it would be easy for those with ulterior motives to trace back to him. Once they discovered his extraordinary abilities, it would attract unnecessary trouble. Zhang Chuan said, "Then let's not meet for now. We'll talk about it once this matter is over." Su Yining reluctantly agreed, "Yes, master." The evening sky of Tianyuan City was painted golden by the twilight, and the lanterns at the entrance of the Craftsman's Pavilion were just lit, casting an orange glow on the bluestone path, reflecting the blurred shadows of passers-by. Zhang Chuan arrived 10 minutes early, standing at the door waiting for a moment, when he spotted Ling Aoshang turning the corner from afar. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, and the light gray armor she wore glimmered faintly in the dusk, her long hair still neatly tied back. As she approached, Zhang Chuan finally saw her clearly. Her features were as cold as frost, with a high nose and pale lips. Her entire face was exquisitely carved, resembling fine jade, devoid of any hint of worldly warmth. What stood out the most were her legs. They were fair and firm, long and straight. Her legs were pressed together without a sliver of gap, perfectly full, without an ounce of excess flesh. Jiang Chuan reluctantly withdrew his gaze only after she drew closer. "You're here," he said. Ling Aoshang nodded. Jiang Chuan stepped aside and entered the craftsman's pavilion, first saying, "Let's talk inside." Ling Aoshang hesitated for a second, but stepped inside anyway. The first floor of the craftsman's pavilion was still bustling with people. The lights were bright. A tall clerk in a qipao was introducing equipment to a customer. Jiang Chuan did not linger on the first floor, leading Ling Aoshang through the crowd and directly up the stairs. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor. He did not stop. Ling Aoshang followed behind him in silence, her initial confusion transforming into a more complex emotion. She was certainly aware of what it meant to ascend to the fifth floor of the craftsman's pavilion. Membership at that level was something even Shinping did not possess, yet Jiang Chuan appeared at ease, as if he were home. At the stairway from the fourth to the fifth floor, Xinger was already waiting there. Upon seeing Jiang Chuan, she slightly inclined her body, smilingly called out, "Mr. Jiang." Then her gaze fell on Ling Aoshang, looking her over a couple of times, without saying anything, stepping aside to lead the way. In the VIP room, Xinger brought in tea, poured 2 cups, and then stepped out. The room fell silent, and she finally couldn't help but ask, "What is going on? Do you remember the top-tier decomposer I mentioned?" Jiang Chuan did not tell the truth, but instead brought up the identity he had fabricated earlier. "He is a significant figure, someone with vast connections. I have gained many benefits following him." Ling Aoshang, upon hearing this, reminded him, "Without any ties, why would he treat you so well? You need to be careful, though any unearned benefits come with a cost." Jiang Chuan chuckled, hearing that makes it sound like you've fallen into a trap before. Ling Aoshang's gaze was complex and silent. Did she really fall into a trap? Jiang Chuan took a sip of tea, weighing his words. "I have heard some things about you, opera." Ling Aoshang looked up in confusion, her gemstone-like azure eyes revealing her bewilderment. "Why?" she asked. Jiang Chuan replied, "Because we are friends. Oh, remember you said that yourself." Ling Aoshang's eyes flickered slightly. She lowered her head, and then stood up, saying, "No need, I have my own plans for this matter. Thank you for your kindness, but if you brought me out just to discuss this, then let's end it here for today." Jiang Chuan's tone turned urgent. "The significant figure behind me can easily resolve this matter. The Dark Moon Battle Group is a behemoth in Tianyuan City. It's nothing in his eyes." If Su Yining were here, she would definitely exclaim that Jiang Chuan was truly a blockhead who had no understanding of interpersonal relationships. Even someone with a bit of self-respect would be unwilling to accept help easily. Moreover, it was someone like Ling Aoshang. The more he insisted, the more Ling Aoshang felt repulsed. Sure enough, she prepared to leave without a word. Jiang Chuan said, "Do you mean you never took your own words seriously, and you don't regard me as a friend?" Ling Aoshang paused. Her tone was low. "Jiang Chuan, the significant figure you know may truly be formidable and dismissive of the Dark Moon Battle Group, but I am not like you. What's the difference?" Ling Aoshang looked up at him, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. "I have no background, no support. I cannot afford to owe anyone a favor, nor do I want to drag others into the mire because of me." She turned to walk toward the stairway. After taking 2 steps, she stopped. Without looking back, she stood there, her silhouette casting a lonely shadow in the light. That day in the craftsman's pavilion, her voice floated back, barely audible. "Everything I said was true, so don't make me owe you more." Jiang Chuan felt as though his heart was tightly gripped. He silently walked out the door, watching Ling Aoshang's figure disappear into the twilight. Suddenly, a rich fragrance wafted by. Yuan Zi appeared, looking in the direction of Jiang Chuan's gaze with some surprise. "You know her?" "Yes, she is a friend," Jiang Chuan replied. Yuan Zi glanced at his serious expression and slowly said, "Your friend is in a bit of a predicament, Mr. Jiang. Are you aware of this?" Jiang Chuan turned to look at her. Yuan Zi sighed. "A powerless young girl wouldn't be too concerning if she were merely pretty, but she happens to possess an enviable level talent, making her a target for those with ulterior motives." "Continue," Jiang Chuan said expressionlessly. Yuan Zi continued, "I heard this from others, so I can't guarantee its accuracy, but her father was set up in a scheme accumulating a huge debt. At this moment, someone approached her promising to help clear the debt. But the condition is that she must sign a contract for 30 years of service, during which she cannot leave Tianyuan City, even for a step." 30 years. Yes, essentially a contract of servitude. In short, it means selling her entire youth to the Dark Moon Battle Group. After 30 years, she will be nearly 50. Even with high talent, she will have missed the golden period for growth. The Dark Moon Battle Group is buying out the most precious 30 years of its level talent with a sum of money, and they stand to lose nothing from this deal. Jiang Chuan looked back at the already invisible silhouette, finally understanding the heavy burden the girl was carrying. "Do you think this is the end?" Yuan Zi looked at him, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "This is just the overt requirement. The Dark Moon Battle Group approached her mainly to exploit her." "What do you mean?" Yuan Zi glanced around, lowering her voice. I have gathered some secret news, Chun Du-hu of the Dark Moon Battle Group. That old man is nearing the end of his lifespan. I don't understand, how does this relate to Ling Aoshang? Jiang Chuan asked. Yuan Zi continued, you know Chen Ping is son, right? With a level talent, he can be considered a genius in the eyes of ordinary people, but to Chun Du-hu, it's not enough, far from enough. An heir with a level talent can't support the future of the Dark Moon Battle Group. What Chen Du-hu desires is a bloodline of level talent. Someone who can inherit his legacy. To continue the glory. Jiang Chuan's pupils constricted slightly. He vaguely guessed what Yuan Zi was about to say, but that guess was too absurd, so absurd that he was reluctant to confirm it. Ling Aoshang has already become his target. Yuan Zi sighed, her tone laced with disgust. That disgusting old man wants to exploit her level talent to purify the bloodline of his descendants, seeking in level talent offspring to inherit his legacy. Bang! Jiang Chuan's fists clenched tightly, his face dark enough to drip water. He fixed his gaze on Yuan Zi, his tone, I see you're not suggesting that you want to use me as a weapon to eliminate competitors for the Yuan family, are you? I wouldn't dare. Yuan Zi sensed Jiang Chuan's cold-killing intent and hurriedly restrained her expression, explaining seriously, though what I've heard are just rumors, they're close to the truth. They signed Ling Aoshang not to nurture her, otherwise why would they give Chen Ping the admission quota? Instead, they let her remain in Tianyuan City, wasting 30 years of her life. Who? Jiang Chuan let out a long breath. He had to admit that even knowing Yuan Zi was using a knife to kill her, words had indeed pricked at his conscience. As a friend, he could never bear to see Ling Aoshang end up like that. Jiang Chuan calmly asked, do you know where Chun Du-hu usually resides? Yuan Zi was slightly startled by the coldness in his words, quickly responding, that old man rarely shows himself unless it's an important occasion he cannot avoid. Important occasion. Jiang Chuan wondered, does the martial arts competition count as an important occasion? The next day at the Tianyuan City Arena. This giant structure capable of accommodating 30,000 people is located in the northern part of the city, with gray-white stone walls towering into the clouds and 10-meter-high warrior statues holding swords and blades standing on all four sides, overlooking the entire square. Above the arena, a massive light screen hovers, broadcasting every match in real time, allowing those who couldn't secure a seat to watch from the square. When Jiang Chuan arrived, the square outside the arena was already a sea of people. He navigated through the crowded throng and entered the arena, where the three-tiered circular stands rose in layers around the central circular stage. The stands were filled with people divided into three distinct groups based on their status. At the front, a row of seats draped in red satin was occupied by the dignitaries of Tianyuan City. In the center sat the city lord Lu Qingshan in his 50s, pale-faced and beardless, dressed in a deep blue official robe, exuding a calm demeanor as he held a teacup and conversed with the person beside him. To his left was the inspector Zhou Yuan, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined like a scholar. The seat to his right was empty. Further to the right sat Yuan Zi. She had mentioned that there were 4 individuals in Tianyuan City who represented absolute nobility: city Lord Lu Qingshan, Inspector Zhou Yuan from Tianke City, Chun Du-hu of the Dark Moon Battle Group, and herself with a background from the Yuan family. Of the 4, 3 were present, and it was clear to whom the empty seat belonged. Had Chun Du-hu not come? Jiang Chuan gently rubbed the stone in his hand. It shouldn't be, at such an important occasion, he would definitely appear, it was just a matter of time. Jiang Chuan shifted his gaze away from the VIP area and scanned the second tier of the stands. There sat a group of young individuals dressed elegantly. Their demeanor was exceptional, unmistakably the offspring of the powerful factions in Tianyuan City. They gathered in small clusters, forming several groups. Among them were Chen Ping, Su Yao, and a few other young people Jiang Chuan had not seen before, all prominent figures in their respective circles. Su Yining was also present. She sat in a corner on the second tier, surrounded by numerous young men, each eager to please, offering water and snacks, their smiles obsequious. This was to be expected. She was in class prodigy from the Tianke City's Xingyan Academy. In terms of status, she was more esteemed than those in the front row, but due to her age, she did not sit there. For the so-called privileged youths in Tianyuan City, being associated with her was akin to reaching the pinnacle, and naturally both genders vied to get closer to her. Su Yining dealt with them politely, yet her eyes concealed impatience. Her talent had already risen to SS level, a fact known only to Jiang Chuan. An S-level genius was a treasure at Xingyan Academy and was truly one of a kind in Tianyuan City. Those young men surrounding her likely had no idea that this seemingly gentle girl could easily pin them to the ground. Jiang Chuan withdrew his gaze and continued searching through the crowd. Was that old man really absent, or was he hiding in some dark corner waiting to see this spectacle unfold? While he pondered, the light screen above the arena suddenly brightened. City Lord Lu Qingshan stood up, walked to the edge of the stands, holding a megaphone, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual Tianyuan City Martial Arts Competition. This year's rules are the same as in previous years, arena style with no restrictions on weapons or professions. All first-tier practitioners under 30 may participate. The last person standing on the arena will receive an admission slot at Xingyan Academy. He paused, surveying the crowd, his tone growing more serious. Everyone understands the rules. I have only one thing to add. During the competition, strikes must be controlled. No deliberate harm is allowed. Violators will be disqualified and expelled from the arena. After saying this, he returned to his seat. A buzz of discussion erupted among the crowd, and a referee stepped onto the arena, a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was tall and robust, his voice booming. After the registration deadline, we will determine the order of challenge by drawing lots. Now, who is willing to be the first to defend the arena? The crowd fell silent for a moment. Then a figure clad in white leaped from the stands like a snowflake blown by the wind, gracefully landing in the center of the arena. Ling Aoshang. Today she wore light gray armor, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, holding a long spear, entirely silver white, the frost aura at the spear tip, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. Standing in the center of the arena, she held her spear horizontally, her gaze sweeping across the audience, cold as frost. Ling Aoshang, S-level talent, I seek your guidance. The entire arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into a great uproar. S-level talent, the strongest awakened of the year in Tianyuan City. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Jiang Chuan leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on her. Her expression remained as cold and proud as ever, betraying no emotional fluctuations. No one knew the intense turmoil she was experiencing inside. The first challenger soon ascended. He was a robust young warrior gripping a massive battle axe. Each step he took onto the arena made the bluestone floor tremble. He was a strength-type level practitioner, decent among ordinary people, but before Ling Aoshang, he wouldn't even get a chance to strike. Before the starting whistle for the match had even been blown, Ling Aoshang had already moved. Her figure flickered, the spear like a silver snake emerging from its hole, tracing a cold arc in the air, carrying a biting chill, striking the warrior's axe handle. The warrior felt an overwhelming force surge from the axe handle, his hands numb, and the battle axe flew out of his grip, embedding itself into the light screen at the edge of the arena with a dull thud. The spear tip rested steadily 3 inches from the warrior's throat, unwavering. Thank you for your guidance. Ling Aoshang withdrew her spear and returned to her original position. The warrior froze for 2 seconds, picked up his axe, and walked off the arena in defeat. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. A single strike to defeat the enemy. Clean and swift. This was the kind of strength expected from an S-level talent. The second round, the third round, the fourth round. Challengers ascended one after another, none able to last more than 3 moves against Ling Aoshang. Some were swept away by her spear, others frozen stiff by the frosty power and directly surrendered, while some couldn't even get close, being forced back to the edge of the arena by the cold aura emanating from her spear. Ling Aoshang's fighting style was devoid of any flamboyance. It was simply fast, precise, and ruthless. Utilizing her overwhelming S-level talent, she swept all opponents off the stage, completely disregarding the expenditure of her mana. After witnessing this, Jiang Chuan vaguely guessed something. Given her status, she realmente didn't need to be the first to ascend the stage. The martial arts competition employed a defending system. The first to take the stage would be at a disadvantage unless she possessed the strength to crush all. Yet she had chosen this reckless, consumption-blind fighting style. Her intentions were clear. Her appearance on stage was to clear all competing opponents for the eventual victory. Once her condition deteriorated to a certain point, the true protagonist would take the stage, defeat her in one fell swoop, and claim all the glory. These individuals not only intended to use Ling Aoshang as a stepping stone for Su Yao's success, but also to extract all her utility value. And that protagonist was presently seated in the stands, leisurely watching the matches on the stage. Su Yao's expression was calm, even bearing a hint of a faint smile. There was no trace of guilt or unease in her gaze. To her, this was all but natural. Everything she possessed was something her father had obtained at great cost, and it was only right that it belonged. What did it matter if Ling Aoshang had S-level talent? Without power or influence, she could only serve as a background to highlight her own brilliance. The 14th match, the 15th match, the 16th match. Under Ling Aoshang's relentless fighting style, her breathing soon became rapid, yet her grip on the spear remained steady. At the end of each match, she would stand in place, slightly closing her eyes. She utilized those brief seconds to recover as much stamina as possible, then readied herself for the next opponent. Jiang Chuan stood in the crowd, watching her fight alone on the stage, the fire within him growing ever stronger. The 17th match. The 18th match. The challenger in the 18th match was an assassin with level talent, fast, but too weak in attack. Ling Aoshang swept him off the stage with just one thrust. But after that thrust, the frosty aura surrounding her spear completely dissipated. Su Yao in the stands set down her teacup and stood up. She glanced at the young man beside her. He nodded and quickly approached the referee's desk, whispering a few words. The referee nodded, then announced loudly, "Next up, challenger. Su Yao, a level talent, please prepare." The arena instantly buzzed with discussion. Ling Aoshang had fought 18 matches. Her stamina was nearly depleted, while Su Yao, well rested though a full level lower in talent, was in a state that could easily bridge that gap. Was Ling Aoshang going to lose? At that moment, Ling Aoshang's gaze also searched the stands. She scanned the first tier of the stands, spotted the empty seat, then looked across the second tier of privileged youths, and saw Chen Ping, who smiled silently at her. Ling Aoshang lowered her head, gazing at the spear in her hand, pausing in silence for 2 seconds, then exhaled deeply. On the central viewing platform, Lu Qingshan held a teacup, his gaze sweeping across the arena, then glancing at a position far away from him. He turned his head and whispered something to the attendant behind him, who quickly departed. Before long, a burly middle-aged man walked in from the back of the platform, striding forward with the grace of a dragon, his face resolute. It was Su Lai. "Team leader Su, come sit." Lu Qingshan smiled, beckoning to the empty seat beside him. Su Lai cupped his fists in greeting, unceremoniously taking a seat. Lu Qingshan picked up the teapot and personally poured a cup for him, his tone laced with a hint of admiration. "Team leader Su, you have a wonderful daughter. I have watched Yao Yao grow up. She has had a strong personality since childhood and will surely surpass you in the future." Su Lai accepted the cup, smiling at the compliment, and with humble pride, he replied, "The city lord overestimates her. Yao Yao is still young, and there is a long road ahead." "The road is long, but as long as the direction is right, distance is no concern." Lu Qingshan took a sip of tea, his gaze directed at the arena. Su Yao was just standing up from the viewing platform, preparing to take the stage. He said, "Once she secures this enrollment spot, Yao Yao will be a formal student at Xingyin Academy. With her talent and character, after honing her skills in the academy for a few years, it is certain she will take over your Fire War group, becoming a pillar of support for Tianyuan City's new generation." Su Lai did not respond, but his smile grew slightly proud as he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him. He locked eyes with a pair of murky yet restrained bright eyes. Chen Duhu had finally arrived. His emaciated body was wrapped in a long robe, his face etched with deep lines, and his sunken eyes appeared cloudy and yellow. However, they occasionally glimmered with a chilling light. Su Lai set down his cup, slightly bowing. "Team leader Chen." Chen Duhu nodded stiffly as if his neck was inflexible, and his voice was hoarse. "This girl is not bad. You flatter me, Team leader Chen." Chen Duhu's murky gaze shifted to the arena as he suddenly spoke. "Team leader Su, how have you considered the marriage between your daughter and my son?" This question instantly silenced the crowd. Even Lu Qingshan looked up at Su Lai in surprise. They all knew that Su Lai had paid a heavy price to persuade Chen Duhu to keep the Dark Moon War Group from intervening in the tournament, even helping her in return. Yet unexpectedly, that price turned out to be Su Yao herself. Su Lai fell silent for 2 seconds, and then said, "I have already spoken with Yao Yao about this. She has no—" Chen Duhu displayed a smile, a trace of life finally appearing on his dry face. Good. Once they return from Xingyin Academy, we will arrange their wedding. Then the Fire and Dark Moon will be one family, and one family does not speak of 2 households. Yuan Zi remained silent, her head lowered, while Lu Qingshan rubbed his teacup, pondering for a moment before revealing a subtle smile. In Tianyuan City, the true power has always rested with only 2 people, Lu Qingshan and Zhou Yuan. One is the powerful city lord with control over a territory, while the other is a commissioner sent from above to oversee, holding absolute power within the Federation. Chen Duhu, Yuan Zi, and the Suntobe elevated Su Lai were merely pawns choosing sides, holding onto a modicum of influence. Chen Duhu stood by Lu Qingshan's side, his growing power allowing him to vie for more influence, which was naturally a good thing for him. In contrast, Zhou Yuan and Yuan Zi did not seem as enthusiastic about this matter. Of course, these were just side issues. On the arena, Su Yao had already stepped up, standing at the edge and gazing at Ling Aoshang, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Ling Aoshang." Su Yao spoke, her voice not loud, but clear enough for those around the arena to hear. "You have fought 18 matches. Your stamina is depleted. Concede. My magic is quite potent, and I do not wish to accidentally injure you." Ling Aoshang did not respond, merely lifting her spear, her knuckles turning white as the frost lingering at the spear's tip quivered slightly. Su Yao was very pleased with her reaction. Yes, just like that. Carrying an unyielding spirit, she should fall spectacularly beneath Su Yao's magic, cementing her fame. The referee looked at the 2, raised his hand, and brought it down. "Begin." Su Yao struck first. With a wave of her staff, 3 fireballs the size of fists flew from the tip. They hurled towards Ling Aoshang in a triangular formation, moving at an incredible speed, leaving 3 blazing trails in the air. Ling Aoshang sidestepped the first fireball, sweeping her spear to deflect the second, while the third grazed her shoulder, scorching a patch of her light armor. Her movements remained swift, but anyone with keen eyes could see that she was faltering. If she still had any usable magic power, she could have easily released a frost aura to block Su Yao's attacks instead of dodging clumsily. Su Yao's fireballs came crashing down one after another, overwhelming the arena in a sea of flames. Everyone believed this match held no suspense, and Jiang Chuan was hesitating whether to intervene. At that moment, Ling Aoshang suddenly stopped. She stood her ground, allowing one fireball to hit her chest. With a muffled thud, her body swayed slightly, but did not retreat. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but suddenly her azure eyes sparkled with brilliance. Boom! A surge of coldness erupted. Like a flood breaching a dam, the chill spread along the spear in her hand, turning the entire spear into a blue ice crystal. The temperature on the arena plummeted in an instant, the burning flames suppressed by the cold air flickering before extinguishing completely, leaving a bone-chilling aura in the air. Su Yao's expression changed. How is this possible? You were all ready. Ling Aoshang did not give her the... She moved. This time her speed was so fast that she left no afterimage. Su Yao only saw a flash of blue light before her chest felt as if hit by a cannonball, sending her flying dozens of meters into the air. She crashed heavily against the barrier at the edge of the arena, bouncing back and rolling several times on the ground. Finally, she lay at the edge of the arena, motionless. The entire arena fell silent. 30,000 people, not a sound. The referee was stunned. How did this deviate from the expected outcome? The dignitaries in the stands displayed varied expressions. Lu Qingshan frowned tightly, Su Lai's face turned ashen, and Chun Du's face was shrouded in dark clouds. Only Yuan Zi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Zhou Yuan adjusted his glasses and remarked, interesting. Ling Aoshang stood at the center of the arena, her face devoid of victorious joy, only a hint of relief and liberation. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave from all directions. The referee glanced at the motionless Su Yao, unable to deceitfully declare a biased judgment, and could only announce with a stiff resolve, the winner of this match is... Boom. A terrifying thunderclap suddenly drowned out all voices. The sky changed color in an instant. A gray light descended from the clouds, precisely enveloping Ling Aoshang's body, carrying a suffocating pressure, as if the entire world had collapsed upon her shoulders at that moment. Ling Aoshang's body trembled violently, her spear clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. She covered her head with her hands, letting out a muffled groan of utmost pain. Heavenly Dao contract. She had violated the terms of the contract, resulting in a backlash from the contract and the Heavenly Dao's punishment. The content of the punishment was clear to her. Ever since the contract was signed, the violator's talent would be directly reduced to zero. The surging chill around her visibly dissipated. Ling Aoshang's face turned pale, her body swayed, and bending her knees, she knelt on the ground. Damn it! Chen Duhu reacted more violently than Su Lai. He did not expect that Ling Aoshang would willingly risk being punished by the Heavenly Dao just to win this match. First level talent was gone, reduced to a useless state on the spot. And this meant that all his meticulous plans had come to naught. You worthless wretch. In his fury, Chen Duhu lost his reason, and a rolling black smoke transformed into a massive hand reaching directly toward Ling Aoshang in the arena. This. Lu Qingshan's expression fluctuated between dark and light, unsure whether to intervene. While he hesitated, a brilliant golden light had already arrived, first piercing through and tearing apart that black smoky hand. Whoosh. A figure dashed into the arena in an instant. Jiang Chuan caught Ling Aoshang, who was about to fall, realizing her body was as light as a piece of paper. Her eyes' half-opened pupils dilated, her consciousness waning at the edge of oblivion, and the once clear and proud gaze was now left hollow and bewildered. Only upon seeing his arrival did a hint of vitality flicker in her eyes. Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan responded heavily, his expression filled with guilt and anger. He felt guilty for having failed to notice Ling Aoshang's resolve to die. Her character had never changed, as she would rather die to break free from the cage that bound her than bow her head to anyone. He was furious, wishing he could chop Chen Duhu into 1,000 pieces right then and there, but there was something even more important at hand. The power of the Heavenly Dao's punishment was still wreaking havoc within Ling Aoshang. She had lost her level talent and could not withstand this force, her life teetering on the brink. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from the stands. Use an oath. Su Yining shouted loudly, disregarding the astonished looks from those around her. The power of an oath can only be bound by another higher-level oath. Binding her with an oath is the only way to save her. Jiang Chuan, hearing this, showed no hesitation. A dark red light ignited in his palm. Imperial Oath. Looking at the dying Ling Aoshang, he silently thought, classmate Ling, I'm sorry, but I'm doing this to save you. The light spread from his palm to Ling Aoshang's shoulder, gradually enveloping her entire body. The tyrannical nature of the Imperial Oath lies in the fact that it is an absolute master-servant contract. There is no requirement for mutual consent to bind it. This most detestable feature saved Ling Aoshang's life at this moment. Contract binding. Jiang Chuan directly shared his attributes with Ling Aoshang. The maximum value of 1,500 attributes instantly remodeled Ling Aoshang's body, turning the remnants of the heavenly Daos punishment from a lethal poison into a mere itch. A strong heartbeat echoed in her chest as she opened her eyes in confusion. Jiang Chuan, am I dreaming? Jiang Chuan had not yet responded. A torrential chill erupted within Ling Aoshang. Her talent, which had been erased to zero by the heavenly Dao, began to grow anew. Level. Her talent restored to level in the blink of an eye, yet it did not stop there. Instead, it erupted with 10 times the ferocity of before. S-level. Ling Aoshang felt an unrealistic, dreamlike sensation. What is happening? With so many people around, Jiang Chuan could not answer directly. He took Ling Aoshang's icy hand, his gaze sweeping to the central platform. I was going to kill him directly, but then I thought this grudge should be settled by you personally. On the platform, Chen Duhu was still reeling from his attack, being easily thwarted, deeply wary of the sudden appearance of Jiang Chuan. The next moment, he felt a gaze filled with bone-chilling cold sweep over him. Ling Aoshang was oblivious to what had transpired. She only felt as though her body was filled with a torrential, searing flow. Every inch of muscle and every bone rejoiced, the sensation akin to a person on the verge of drowning suddenly being pulled from the depths. No, it was far more intense. She clenched her fists, the knuckles cracking with sharp sounds as an unprecedented force surged within her. What is this? She looked down at her hands, where a chilling blue frost aura coalesced in her palms, its intensity magnified tenfold compared to before. An S-level talent. She had never experienced such a feeling. Jiang Chuan released her soft hand, stepped back, and directed his gaze back to the stands. Go, don't let him escape. Ling Aoshang lifted her head, gazing at the thin figure standing in the center of the stands, where hatred blazed like flames in her icy blue eyes. She moved. Her form transformed into a streak of ice blue light charging toward the stands. A long crystalline trail was left in the air, and wherever it passed, the surrounding railings were covered in a layer of white frost as the temperature plummeted. Chen Duhu's pupils constricted. He had lived for over 60 years and experienced countless life and death battles. Never had he felt such a moment. To feel such a strong threat from a 16-year-old girl. Two little brats, I'll send you both to your... He roared, raising his hands violently as billowing black smoke surged from him, transforming into dozens of pitch-black tentacles, exuding a foul stench as they lunged at Ling Aoshang. Each of these tentacles was as thick as a barrel, covered in menacing scales with gaping maws filled with sharp teeth at their ends. It was his third-tier ultimate technique, soul-crushing demon hand. At this moment, his peak 6th-tier power erupted without reservation. The entire stands trembled. The surrounding nobles recoiled in fear, their faces pale. Chen Duhu had gained fame over the years. His terrifying strength was indeed formidable. Ling Aoshang did not evade. She charged straight ahead. A shard of ice crystallized in her hands, forming a long spear, its surface intricately engraved with frost patterns emanating a piercing chill. She raised the spear, lightly waving it, sending forth an ice-blue arc of light from the spearhead, like a crescent moon slicing through the sky. The dozens of soul-crushing demon hands, upon contact with the arc, crumbled as if they were tofu cut by a blade. They snapped cleanly. The black smoke dissipated the foul stench, thoroughly suppressed by the chill. What? Chen Duhu's expression changed drastically. He never expected that a first-tier practitioner could shatter his peak 6th-tier strike Hedon. This is The gap in realms was undeniable. Even an S-level talent should not be this absurdly powerful. But he had no time to ponder further, because Ling Aoshang had already reached him. The spear swung again, thrusting forward with a piercing sound that was sharp and deafening, carrying terrifying power capable of piercing steel, aimed straight at Chen Duhu's chest. Chen Duhu's body retreated violently as he conjured a pitch-black shield before him. Boom! The ice spear collided with the black shield, producing a tremendous sound. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield's surface, barely managing to withstand the blow. Chen Duhu had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. The second spear was already upon him. Ling Aoshang's expression remained emotionless as she continuously conjured and thrust, with the spear's shattered ice crystals converging behind her, resembling a series of dazzling divine rings. A rain of ice fell like a curtain, blocking out the sun. When the third spear struck, Chen Duhu's black shield exploded. The fourth spear grazed his shoulder, tearing away a large swath of flesh. Chen Duhu screamed in agony, disregarding his dignity, shouting hoarsely toward the stands, "Lord Lu, save me." The stands erupted in chaos. Commander Chen is actually unable to defeat Ling Aoshang. But Chen Duhu is a peak 6th-tier powerhouse. How could he lose to a girl who has just awakened? I must be hearing things. I actually heard him call for help. It seems he really is in trouble. Su Lai's face turned pale. The teacup in his hand had long since shattered into dust. He stared at Ling Aoshuang in the arena, then glanced at Jiang Chuan standing on the platform. He couldn't comprehend how he had sacrificed the entire battle group to gain Chen Duhu's support orchestrating this meticulously planned martial arts competition. Everything had been advancing according to plan as Su Yao was supposed to secure her admission and become the brightest new star of Tianyuan City. But now everything was ruined. And the one who had ruined it all was not Ling Aoshuang. It was that boy who had never looked at him even once. Lu Qingshan stood up, his expression more serious than ever. Chen Duhu was a crucial piece in his strategy to balance Zhou Yuan. This piece could not be lost. He took a deep breath. The immense magical power within him began to circulate, an invisible pressure emanating from him, the aura of a seventh-tier powerhouse, causing the temperature in the entire arena to seem to freeze for a moment. But just as he was about to make his move, a sharp, tangible aura suddenly locked onto him. Lu Qingshan's movements abruptly froze. In an instant, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As a seventh-tier powerhouse, he had experienced countless life-and-death situations, and his sense of danger was ingrained in his very bones. At that moment, every cell in his body screamed a warning. Don't move. One wrong move, and he would die. He slowly turned his head to look at the source of that intent. Jiang Chuan on the platform was staring at him expressionlessly. The boy wore the most ordinary clothes without even a weapon in hand. Yet Lu Qingshan felt as if he were being targeted by a great flood or wild beast. What on earth is this guy's background? A drop of cold sweat slid down. Lu Qingshan, prioritizing his life over his pride, decisively chose to retreat. Seeing the situation turn dire, Chen Duhu prepared to flee. As a third-tier practitioner, he possessed an advantage that Ling Aoshuang did not, the ability to fly. Billowing black smoke lifted his body rapidly into the sky, his cold eyes filled with resentment. You little bastard, wait for me. I will skin you alive sooner or later. Buzz! A sharp buzzing suddenly rang in his ears. Chen Duhu turned around abruptly, a glimmer of gold rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Oh no. He tried to evade, but that golden light curved midair. It was tracking him. A wretched scream echoed above the arena. The black smoke was pierced by the golden arrow, and Chen Duhu's body plummeted from the sky like a bird with a broken wing, trailing a line of blood, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the stands. Boom! The stone wall shattered, dust swirling. When the dust settled, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Chen Duhu was pinned to the stand by a golden arrow, the arrow piercing through his scapula, leaving him firmly nailed to the shattered stone wall, his limbs hanging limply, blood trickling down the cracks in the wall. The once mighty leader of the peak 6th-tier Dark Moon battle group now resembled a dead dog nailed to the wall. The arena fell into silence. Cough! Chen Duhu struggled to lift his head, coughing up blood clots, his murky eyes filled with terror and disbelief. His lips trembled as he rasped, "Wait, don't kill me, I still..." Before he could finish, an ice-blue spear tore through the air, radiating a chilling light project. The spearhead accurately pierced Chen Duhu's skull, exploding his head completely. Boom! Blood and brains splattered against the shattered wall. A shocking sight. Countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the corpse nailed to the viewing platform, the murmurs coalescing into a hum that pierced the sky. Chen Duhu was dead, a top-tier powerhouse who had commanded Tianyuan City for decades. And just like that, he died, killed by a 16-year-old girl. Whether it was the ordinary onlookers or the lofty nobles, everyone gazed incredulously at this scene. My heavens! What kind of monstrous beings are these two capable of killing a 6th-tier powerhouse? Chen Duhu is dead. Can the Dark Moon battle group still maintain its position atop the first battle group? The heavens of Tianyuan City are changing. Some were shocked, some were bewildered, and others were excited. With Chen Duhu's death, the Dark Moon battle group would undoubtedly struggle to retain its position atop the first battle group. This was an opportunity for a reshuffle. Those with strength and ambition sensed an unusual aura, yet some were filled with fear. On the second level of the viewing platform, Chen Ping witnessed with his own eyes the moment Chen Duhu was killed by Ling Aoshuang. Fear, sorrow, and anger surged wildly within his chest. He wanted to rush out and fight the two, but in the end fear prevailed. He could not die. He had to live. Only by living could he seek revenge. I must make you suffer worse than... Chen Ping's eyes flickered with resentment as he gritted his teeth, bending low to swiftly make his way toward the exit amidst the chaos. Escape. As long as he could escape, there was hope. Just as he was about to succeed, whoosh! A chilling sound of slicing air rang out behind him. Chen Ping's blood suddenly froze. He turned sharply to see an ice-blue spear slicing through the air with a bone-chilling gleam shooting toward him with such speed that he had no time to even contemplate dodging. Thud! The ice spear pierced through his chest, lifting him off the ground and violently pinning him against the wall of the viewing platform. Chen Ping looked down in shock at the gaping hole in his chest. Blood froth spilled from his mouth as his head slowly drooped. Chen Ping. Dead. The tumultuous noise of the crowd abruptly fell silent for a moment before erupting into a more intense uproar. They even killed Chen Duhe's son. They are completely eradicating the roots. This girl is ruthless. Lu Qingshan could no longer remain seated. He suddenly stood up, smashing the table in front of him with a palm, the aura of a seventh-tier powerhouse erupting without reservation. Enough. His voice was laced with suppressed rage. What you all are doing is utterly excessive. Jiang Chuan raised his head, looking at the city lord on the platform with a gaze as calm as a still pond. Excessive, eh? He chuckled softly and replied, Chen Duhe openly violated the rules of the competition in front of tens of thousands and attacked a participant. Why didn't City Lord Lu say he was excessive? Lu Qingshan's face twitched violently. He did indeed intend to intervene at that moment, but he hadn't managed to do so. Nevertheless, even if he had acted, the outcome would not have changed. He could not punish his subordinates harshly just because of a first-tier practitioner, could he? Jiang Chuan continued. In broad daylight, the esteemed first battle group of Tianyuan City conspired to bully a young girl, forcing her to sign a contract of servitude, yet we did not see City Lord Lu take a stand for justice. Now I am merely giving him the punishment he deserves. Why is that excessive? The crowd erupted in noise. His words were too blunt. It was as if he was publicly slapping Lu Qingshan in the face. Lu Qingshan's expression changed repeatedly. Had it been anyone else who dared to speak to him this way, he would have already acted. But before Jiang Chuan, he did not dare. In truth, he was only standing up to say a few words to save face. If he truly wanted to stop it, he could have intervened when Ling Aoshang made her move rather than watching Chen Ping being killed. After all, Chen Duhe was a noble in Tianyuan City. If his offspring were eradicated, how could he as city lord not even express a stance? What would his subordinates think of him then? Unfortunately, the two young people before him completely misunderstood the ways of the world. Not only did they refuse to step down from the platform he provided, but they also countered him, making it difficult for him to maintain his dignity. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a gentle voice came from the side. All right. Zhou Yuan stepped forward to mediate. He smiled and said, these are all prominent figures in Tianyuan City. Quarreling in front of tens of thousands only makes a joke of ourselves. What does that say about us? Lu Qingshan snorted coldly, not responding. Zhou Yuan then looked toward Jiang Chuan, slightly nodding. Little brother, may I have a word with you? Jiang Chuan calmly glanced at him, similarly not expressing his stance, but the meaning in his eyes was clear. Who do you think you are? Yuan Zi, watching this scene from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. This Mr. Jiang's temper was indeed quite poor, disregarding even the two regional governors of Tianyuan City. She quickly interjected, Mr. Jiang, these people are quite observant, and this is not a suitable place for conversation. Chen Duhe is already dead. If you have any requests, we can discuss them thoroughly. The implication of her words was to remind Jiang Chuan that he could take the opportunity to negotiate reasonably and legally without openly confronting the authority of the Federation. Jiang Chuan could hear it, and the other two could naturally hear it as well. However, Lu Qingshan and Zhou Yuan did not display much surprise. In their view, Jiang Chuan was merely flexing his muscles, attempting to gain a voice. Otherwise, why would he publicly kill a high-tier battle group leader? Surely it could not be a fit of rage for a beauty, could it? Only then did Jiang Chuan nod in agreement. Inside the arena, there was a private conference room, not open to outsiders. The room was small, with a long table in the center. The five took their seats. Zhou Yuan took the initiative to speak. Since everyone is here, let's get straight to He adjusted his glasses, expressing goodwill toward Jiang Chuan. Chen Duhe attacked a participant and disrupted the order of the competition. He died by the punishment he deserved. I believe everyone has no objections. Among the five present, four applauded Chen Duhe's demise. Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshang were obvious, while Zhou Yuan could use this to weaken Lu Qingshan's power, and Yuan Zi could take the opportunity to seize business from the Dark Moon Battle Group. Only Lu Qingshan's face twitched, but he said nothing. With the man dead, even if he had immense dissatisfaction, he could only endure it at this moment. Zhou Yuan continued, the Dark Moon Battle Group is now leaderless. We must quickly send someone to take over to avoid causing greater chaos, so I do not wish to get involved in the affairs of the Dark Moon Battle Group. Jiang Chuan suddenly interjected, cutting him off. I came here only to confirm the allocation of the admission quota. Zhou Yuan smiled. Miss Ling is the champion of this competition. That quota rightly belongs to her. Jiang Chuan asked, what about the other one? Which one? Zhou Yuan momentarily did not catch on. Jiang Chuan reminded, Chen Ping is dead. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then said, according to regulations, the Dark Moon Battle Group can recommend a new candidate, or I can discuss with City Lord Lu to redistribute it. He enunciated the latter part clearly. The implication was that this matter had nothing to do with Jiang Chuan. He was not part of Tianyuan City's power structure and had no right to directly interfere with the allocation of quotas. Jiang Chuan remained noncommittal. In fact, he had already achieved his goal. He had secured Yuan Zi's recommendation quota, and Ling Aoshang received her deserved reward. Both could enter the Xingyan Academy, which was the best outcome. However, Qin Ping's quota was also quite useful to him. Zhou Yuan waited for a moment, seeing he had no response, had to continue. Mr. Jiang, you helped Miss Ling secure the champion's quota. That is your capability, but regarding Qin Ping's quota, I want it, Jiang Chuan said calmly. The room fell silent. Lu Qingshan suddenly raised his head, unable to suppress his anger any longer. You want it? What right do you have? What is your status? Zhou Yuan added, the admission quota for Xingyan Academy is only 1,000 each year, distributed across hundreds of cities nationwide. Some small cities don't even get one. Tianyuan City can get 5, which is already due to its strategic location, with the Federation giving special consideration. You want to take it away? You must give us an explanation. His tone remained gentle, but when it came to critical interests, he showed no signs of retreat. Jiang Chuan glanced at him, then looked at Yuan Zi. Yuan Zi shrugged, slightly indicating helplessness. Jiang Chuan stated, I said from the start that I would not take a single cent of the Dark Moon Battle Group's assets. I only want this quota. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions became nuanced. With Chun Duhu dead, the Dark Moon Battle Group he left behind was a very large cake. It was widely rumored that the Yuan family behind the Jiangxi Pavilion controlled half the wealth of the city. In reality, the Dark Moon Battle Group was the true behemoth, possessing half of Tianyuan City's wealth. Its industries were spread throughout the entire city, with dozens of fixed shops, mines, and secret realms, and the flowing capital was an astronomical figure. And whether it was Lu Qingshan or Zhou Yuan, they had already tacitly accepted Jiang Chuan as a person to divide the cake. His words indeed surprised several people. Lu Qingshan calmed down, staring at him. Are you serious? If I wanted those things, I could have taken over at the moment Chen Duhu died. No need to sit here and waste words with you. His words were quite arrogant, yet the three people present understood he was speaking the truth. With the strength he had just displayed, if he truly wanted to forcibly seize the assets of the Dark Moon Battle Group, no one in Tianyuan City could stop him. He did not do that. Zhou Yuan squinted his eyes, re-evaluating the youth before him. Just the quota, Jiang Chuan replied. I have no interest in the power games within Tianyuan City, nor do I wish to develop any forces here. Zhou Yuan immediately smiled, exchanging a glance with Lu Qingshan. In that case, let's talk. The cultivation resources in the Source Realm are limited. This is especially true for the human race. The high-level secret realms and rare resource gathering points within the human territories are firmly controlled by various forces, both large and small. If a practitioner does not join a certain force and become a part of it, they will not receive the resources necessary for development. No matter how high their talent, they will have no opportunity to grow. This is why Jiang Chuan, despite having the strength to overturn the table, still had to negotiate with Lu Qingshan and others regarding the allocation of enrollment spots. As one of the 3 highest academies in the Federation, Xingyan Academy possesses the most precious resources and complete experience in cultivating practitioners. Therefore, this is not just an enrollment spot. It also concerns whether Jiang Chuan can obtain the top-tier cultivation resources of the Federation. The negotiation went very smoothly. As they parted, Zhou Yuan handed over a set of keys, saying, this is an unoccupied residence of mine in the city. If Mr. Jiang does not mind, it can serve as a temporary place to rest. Jiang Chuan did not refuse. This residence is located in the most bustling area of Tianyuan City, a spacious flat that overlooks the entire night view of Tianyuan. The decor is luxurious and the amenities are fully equipped, especially the bed in the master bedroom. It is large and soft. Lying down, he felt as if he were wrapped in clouds, instantly shedding all his fatigue. While Jiang Chuan was rolling on the bed, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Ling Aoshuang out of the corner of his eye. Jiang Chuan's brain momentarily malfunctioned. During the martial arts competition, he acted decisively, but afterward he realized he had not thought about how to arrange for Ling Aoshuang at all. Should he treat her like Su Yining? That would not be appropriate. After all, Ling Aoshuang's identity is different from Su Yinyan's. His actions towards Su Yining were due to her knowledge of too many of his secrets, and their relationship was purely that of master and servant, devoid of any other emotions. But with Ling Aoshuang, the thought of that scenario filled Jiang Chuan with guilt. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chuan felt he should give Ling Aoshuang the right to choose. He promptly explained the effects of the Emperor's oath and the entire context of the situation, saying, this is how it is. If you want freedom, I can release the contract at any time. Ling Aoshuang's eyes showed no confusion. She gently shook her head, her cold tone expressing words that made one's heart race. It's quite good to follow you. Of course. A little head suddenly appeared behind her. Su Yining had snuck in at some point, grinning, as she said, the master's strength is unmatched in the world, and his future potential is even slightly more powerful than that. How many people wish to follow the master but aren't qualified yet? How did you get in? Jiang Chuan was astonished. Ling Aoshuang, however, paid special attention to Su Yinyan's address master. Master. Oh no, I accidentally let it slip. Su Yinan playfully stuck out her tongue. But the ambiguous smile on her face clearly indicated that it was intentional. Sure enough, she then leaned close to Ling Aoshuang's ear, gently enticing her. We are all servants bound by the master's oath, so we naturally have to call him master. Not only do we have to call him that regularly, but we also need to be ready at all times. Jiang Chuan's expression darkened as he hurriedly interrupted, Don't say such nonsense. Yes, Master, Su Yinan replied in a sweet voice. Ling Aoshuang's eyes were filled with confusion, and amidst that confusion, there was a hint of innocent clarity. Ready for what? Su Yinan looked at her in surprise, then smiled foolishly. I see you really don't understand. No worries, the master understands. He can teach you slowly in the future. Seeing the topic go increasingly off track and about to become inappropriate, Jiang Chuan quickly said, Aoshuang, we are about to head to Xingyan Academy. Do you have any other matters to attend to in reality? Upon hearing this, Ling Aoshuang's expression changed subtly, revealing a hint of coldness. Yes. Jiang Chuan keenly sensed the change in her mood. If you encounter difficulties, contact me anytime. Don't bear it alone. Okay. Ling Aoshuang nodded, her expression suddenly hesitant, then she added. Master. Hiss. Okay. Ling Aoshuang nodded, her expression suddenly hesitant, then she added. Master. Hiss. Affected by the oath, Ling Aoshuang did not feel anything wrong with her words, but Jiang Chuan felt as if electricity surged through him. Those two words coming from her cold and stunning face were irresistible to any man. She logged off. Jiang Chuan abruptly pushed Su Yinan down onto the bed. Breathing heavily, he said, from now on, don't teach Aoshuang those nonsensical things. My feelings for her are very pure. Hee. Su Yinan directly exposed his guilty little thoughts. If the master really was willing to let her go, why not lift the oath first, and then let her choose? Isn't that just burying your head in the sand? The same. In the old district, in an old residential building, Ling Aoshuang had not returned home for a long time, since she was forced to sign a contract with the Dark Moon Battle Group. As her biological father, who shared a blood bond with her, he was the last debt she had to repay. Now she and the people in this house had completely cleared their accounts. However, after joining the battle group, she accidentally learned some things, so she had to come back once more. Arriving at the corner on the 4th floor, she stopped in front of a door. The door was unlocked. The television in the living room loudly played a late-night shopping program. On the sofa, a man and a woman embraced each other in the nude, writhing like two maggots, but Ling Aoshuang's first glance wasn't at the couple, but at her mother's portrait placed on the cabinet. Her mother smiled gently in the photo. That was her appearance from 20 years ago. At the time this photo was taken, she had no idea what kind of man she would marry. The two, in the throes of passion, finally sensed the abnormality. The woman screamed and hurriedly picked up her clothes to cover herself. The man frantically grabbed a wrinkled shirt to cover his lower body, then upon seeing Ling Aoshuang's face, his panic turned to anger. You. Why the hell are you back? His expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly asked, did you do something wrong, and angered the old master of the Qin family. Damn it. I knew you were an unreliable little whore. Ling Aoshuang did not answer. A blue-ice aura began to gather in her hand as she asked, how much did the Dark Moon Battle Group give you? What money? The man's tone paused, but his attitude remained tough. Oh really? You've awakened, and now you think you can stand up to me. I am your biological father. Try hitting me and see what happens. PFF. An ice spike suddenly pierced through his chest, and before the blood could spray out, it was frozen by an endless chill. In the dead of night, Jiang Chuan was suddenly awakened by a ringing sound. It was Lu Qingshan calling. As soon as he connected, the other party stated bluntly, Mr. Jiang, your little girlfriend has caused quite a stir in the real world. Jiang Chuan immediately realized he was talking about Ling Aoshuang. What happened? She killed 2 ordinary citizens. Lu Qingshan paused for a moment. According to federal regulations, practitioners are absolutely forbidden from using extraordinary powers in the real world. Violators will face severe punishment regardless of their background. Jiang Chuan quietly refrained from responding. Lu Qingshan then shifted his tone, but don't worry, I have already smoothed this over for you. However, you must persuade her to resolve any conflicts in the Source Realm. Fortunately, this is in our Tianyuan city. Once we reach Tianke City, she must not act so impulsively. Jiang Chuan said, thank you, City Lord Lu. I will remember this favor. Lu Qingshan had been waiting for this response. He said no more and hung up the phone with satisfaction. Lying on his bed, Jiang Chuan's eyes were much clearer. Why did Ling Aoshuang kill? He did not waste his breath asking, for he knew she must have her own reasons. Jiang Chuan suddenly felt the presence of power. Lu Qingshan spoke lightly. In reality, Jiang Chuan was well aware that this was a capital offense. If it were not for this connection, even if Ling Aoshuang were an S-level prodigy, she would still face severe punishment, including exile. And at this moment, Lu Qingshan could easily downplay this matter with just a word. He suddenly realized that for the people living in Tianyuan City, the title city, Lord Lu carried far more weight than his 7th-tier strength. The next morning, fine rain drifted over Tianyuan City. Jiang Chuan arrived at the city gate. Waiting beside him was Ling Aoxiang, who appeared calm, as if nothing had happened the night before. Su Yao stood not far away, wearing dark red light armor, her face heavily made up, attempting to conceal the dark circles under her eyes. She occasionally stole glances in Jiang Chuan's direction, her gaze intensely complicated. Su Lai stood half a step behind her, forcing a smile towards Jiang Chuan from afar. Indeed, Jiang Chuan had ultimately given the quota he negotiated to him. Su Lai hesitated for a moment before approaching, steeling himself to say, Jiang Xinzi, I have investigated the matter thoroughly. It was all Yao Yao's fault. Yao Yao, come over and apologize. Su Yao remained standing, her expression shifting between shades of pale and flushed. Jiang Chuan raised his hand to interrupt. There's no need, Uncle Su. I left the quota for you to repay a favor my father owed. You don't need to thank me. As for what you said, it was genuinely for my benefit. I am not the kind who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Su Lai replied, I still want to thank you for generously leaving the quota for Yao Yao. Jiang Chuan reiterated, Uncle Su, I gave the quota to you. How you choose to use it is none of my concern. At this point, Su Lai had no face to continue further. He was not someone skilled in flattery. He returned to Su Yao's side to comfort her softly. Jiang Chuan felt a wave of relief in his heart. Although he had given up a very precious quota, he had finally settled this favor. They've arrived. Suddenly, Lu Qingshan rose into the air, cupping his hands towards the distance. I am Lu Qingshan, welcoming the envoy from Xingyan Academy. Everyone's gaze turned towards the sky as a silver-white flying boat slowly descended from the clouds. The vessel was elongated with the emblem of Xingyan Academy engraved on both sides. It featured a 6-pointed star pattern encircling an open scroll. The flying boat landed steadily in the open space at the city gate, and the cabin door opened. 2 figures stepped out, one after the other. The figure in the lead was a woman appearing to be in her early 30s. Her long black hair was styled in a bun at the back of her head, her features exquisite, and she wore a pair of thin-framed glasses on her nose. Her aura instilled an inexplicable fear in the recent graduates present. Upon seeing her, Su Yining instantly became excited, quickly approaching and bowing respectfully. Dean Shen. The woman nodded slightly, her gaze falling on Su Yining, surveying her up and down. She lightly furrowed her brows before relaxing them. Following behind her was an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s, tall and with silver hair slicked back. His back was straight, clad in a dark black robe with piercing eyes radiating brilliance. He furrowed his brows, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping through the crowd without pause. The woman stepped forward, her gaze sweeping through the crowd, pausing for a moment on Ling Aoxiang, then opening her mouth. I am Shunzi, the head of the Dark Star Institute of Xingyan Academy. Who is Jiang Chuan? Jiang Chuan stepped forward half a pace. I am. Shunzi looked at him. Before she could speak, the elderly man behind her interjected sharply, are you the one who killed my grandson? Jiang Chuan frowned, exchanging a glance with Su Yining, immediately recognizing the other party's identity. This was a member of the Lin family. The information Su Yining reported to Xingyan Academy clearly indicated that Lin Yueming colluded with the Bloodcat clan, so it was not surprising that the Lin family sent someone to investigate personally. However, his question seemed quite problematic. Jiang Chuan organized his thoughts and replied, Lin Yueming colluded with alien races and harmed fellow students. He deserved to die. Yes, I was the one who swiftly eliminated this scourge. No need for thanks. You are audacious. The elderly man's expression darkened instantly, his powerful aura released without reservation. Even the falling raindrops in the sky were distorted. However, Jiang Chuan was unaffected in the slightest. He curiously retorted, what? Do you think what I said is... Or do you imply that your Lin family is tacitly aware of Lin Yueming's collusion with alien races, hence you don't think he did anything wrong? Shunzi was momentarily surprised, glancing at Jiang Chuan, not expecting this young man's insight to be so keen. Lin Tianxing's question was merely a pure verbal trap. It completely disregarded the fact that Lin Yueming colluded with alien races. No matter how Jiang Chuan responded, he would be led by the other party's argument. Yet he not only noticed it immediately, but also deftly countered Lin Tianxing's verbal trap. Quite interesting. Shunzi swallowed the words she originally intended to say, wanting to see how far Lin Tianzhong was infuriated. Arrogant little thief. How dare you slander my Lin family's collusion with alien races? My Lin family has been loyal to the Federation for generations. Countless members have sacrificed their lives for the country. Based solely on your words, I can sentence you to death. Jiang Chuan raised his hands innocently. I never said your Lin family colluded with alien races. You said that yourself. And could you not be so agitated? If you were to die of anger on the spot, I wouldn't bear the responsibility. Shunzi knew that the argument between the two could not continue. Jiang Chuan's words were too venomous. If this went on, Lin Tianzhong would surely be unable to restrain himself from taking action. She spoke clearly. Elder Lin, our mission this time is to investigate the truth behind the ambush of the 7th Squad in the wild, not to assign blame. Lu Qingshan also approached Jiang Chuan and whispered, Mr. Jiang, please do not take action. The person before them was Lin Tianjing, an elder from the Lin family's law enforcement hall, and also a high-ranking official of the Federation. Without solid evidence, attacking him would be tantamount to declaring war on the Federation. I know Jiang Chuan's temperament too, while fearing that he might lose his temper and kill Lin Tianjing on the spot. If that happened, Jiang Chuan being wanted would be the least of his worries. Perhaps it would even jeopardize my position as the city lord. You sharp-tongued little beast, I see you as a spy planted among humans by the alien race. Lin Tianjing shot a vicious glare at Jiang Chuan. He then turned to Su Yining beside him, and you little harlot. What do you mean by saying my son Ming'er forced you to sign a pact? With the power of my Lin family, what kind of woman can I find in Tianke City? Ming'er would never take a liking to someone like you. I bet you seduced my son Ming'er instead. Out of shame and anger, you colluded with this little beast to kill him. After all, now only you two are alive, and the black can be turned white. Jiang Chuan's gaze turned icy. Before he could speak, Shenzi interjected again, her tone turning unfriendly. Elder Lin, I reiterate, everything must be based on evidence. According to your statements, hundreds of disciples from Xingyan Academy are ambushed every year at the borders. Are all the surviving students traitors? Of course I have evidence. Lin Tianjing sneered coldly. There is a huge flaw in this little harlot's According to the information she submitted, this Jiang's little beast is merely an Flevel decomposer who has recently awakened, even worse than the most useless disciple of Xingyan Academy. How could he have dealt with the Blood Cat clan assassins who surrounded them at the time? The scene fell silent, the rain pattering against the bluestone road producing a fine sound. Shenzi remained silent, which was precisely where her doubts lay. When Jiang Chuan first met Su Yining, he had not decided to reveal his true strength. Therefore, in her submitted report, he continued to use the identity of a decomposer without much thought. However, since he had decided to join Xingyan Academy, merely relying on the identity of an Flevel decomposer would not suffice. Jiang Chuan was prepared for this. Lin Tianjing was still pressing speak. Is it because my son Ming'er discovered your alien identity that you silenced? A light chuckle escaped Jiang Chuan's lips as a defiant smile slowly spread across his face. I say, old bastard, not only do you have a problem with your brain, but your experience is also woefully lacking. Lin Tianjing's forehead bulged with veins, his expression fierce and terrifying. With solid evidence, you still dare to act recklessly. Jiang Chuan replied leisurely, I am indeed an Flevel decomposer. However, that is merely one of my talents. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned peculiar. A golden light burst forth from Jiang Chuan's hand, transforming into the phantom of a longbow, an indescribable sense of pressure instantly enveloping the area. Lin Tianjing's eyes widened in shock. Facing this power, he felt his A-level talent was on the verge of submission. Not just him. Shenzi's eyes also revealed deep shock. Could it be? Jiang Chuan completed her unfinished words. Indeed. I am one of the rare dual talent holders among billions. My other talent is an SS-level combat talent. Everyone present collectively gasped. The most significant reaction came from the father-daughter duo Su Lai and Su Yao standing at the edge. Su Lai was first shocked, then showed a bitter expression. He rubbed his fingers, wanting to send a message to Jiang Mingyuan to criticize him for his underhanded tactics, only to find he had lost the qualification to contact him. In Su Yao's mind, she unconsciously recalled everything Jiang Chuan had done after joining the team, her gaze lost in confusion. SS-level talent. Lin Tianjing trembled, saliva flying in excitement. This is impossible. That's why I said you old bastard have seen too little. Jiang Chuan coldly snorted, I possess SS-level talent. Do I need to be a spy for the alien race? Your little bastard is nothing but an A-level talent trash. What can he compare to me? Lin Tianjing's face turned a deep shade of iron, a statement even he could not refute. Lu Qingshan's expression turned blank. It was clear now that Jiang Chuan possessed SS-level talent, and everything seemed to make sense. None of those present had ever witnessed an SS talent practitioner. They did not know just how powerful such a talent could be. However, since it was a 1 in a billion awakening probability, defeating a pinnacle 6th-tier Chinduhu with 1st-tier strength should be quite reasonable, right? This shocking news brewed in everyone's hearts. The emotions in Lin Tianjing's eyes shifted from anger to a cold, murderous intent. Moreover, it even contained a trace of fear he himself had not noticed. The few SS-level talent holders in human history were all supreme beings with the power to reach for the stars and boil the seas. If he were to grow up, it would be a catastrophe for the Lin family. But Shenzi's reaction was much quicker than Lin Tianjing's. She stepped in front of Jiang Chuan, her wide mentor's robe spreading out, firmly shielding him behind her. Her gaze swept across everyone present. Finally, it settled on Lin Tianjing's face, the warning in her eyes unmistakable. What happens here today, everything everyone sees and hears must be kept buried in your stomach. Sun Zi said coldly, anyone who dares to spread the news of Jiang Chuan possessing SS-level talent will be declared an enemy of Xingyan Academy, an enemy of the Federation. The Federation will go to any lengths to eliminate them. She fixed her gaze on Lin Tianjing, her tone growing even colder. The phrase at any cost should mean something that Elder Lin understands better than I do. Lin Tianjing's face twitched violently. He certainly understood that anyone who triggered this prohibition would be relentlessly hunted down by the Federation's powerhouses no matter where they fled. If it were to escalate to that point, the gifts left to the Lin family by several heavenly generals would become worthless. The entire Lin family would be removed overnight. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words: understood. Sun Zi did not say anything further. She turned and strode toward the flying vessel, saying, as she walked aboard the ship, return to the academy at full speed, everyone immediately. The hatch of the flying boat quickly closed after everyone boarded. The vessel ascended, its etched runes glowing brilliantly as the surrounding air was violently torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Tianyuan City rapidly shrank beneath them, its walls becoming thin lines, buildings shrinking to mere dots, and rivers transforming into silver ribbons. In just a few breaths, the entire city vanished beneath the clouds. Jiang Chuan still wished to enjoy the scenery for a while longer. Suddenly his vision blurred. He found himself inside an elegantly decorated cabin. Only Sun Zi was present in the room, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with silver star and moon patterns tightly cinched at the waist, accentuating her voluptuous curves. She spoke, "You are not allowed to leave this room or step out of my sight until we return to Tianke City. This is for your protection, and I hope you understand." Her strength surpassed Lin Tianjing's. She was not merely at the 7th tier, but rather at the 8th tier, akin to the luminous figure from the artisan's tomb. An 8th-tier powerhouse is already the strongest among the human race, but it remains unclear whether she holds the position of a heavenly general in the Celestial Pavilion. Jiang Chuan obediently nodded, then asked, "Is this matter really that serious?" "I can only say it is more severe than you imagine," Sun Zi said sternly. "Throughout the history of humanity, there have only been 7 SS-grade professionals who made indelible contributions to the expansion of our race in the Source Realm. You could say that the haven we possess in the Source Realm today is all thanks to these 7 legendary heroes who exchanged their lives for it. Likewise, each SS-grade professional becomes a thorn in the side of the alien races, a thorn in their flesh. Once your information leaks, assassins from the Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan will undoubtedly swarm in like sharks, sensing blood, launching ceaseless attacks on you and those around you. Furthermore, there is even a possibility that it could ignite a full-scale war between these 2 clans and humanity." Jiang Chuan's expression turned serious. He understood that the Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan were the primary enemies humanity currently faced. The borders of the 3 territories are in constant conflict. News reports almost every week highlight this. Among the 3, humanity is particularly caught in the middle, facing threats from both alien races. The overall situation of the war, Jiang Chuan concluded from the news, that it was not optimistic. Humanity's physical disadvantages are innate. Even their reproductive capabilities, which are essential for survival, cannot compare to those of the Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan. If it weren't for the weapons and trump cards obtained through trade with other alien races, they might not even be able to defend this resource-poor territory. Even so, humanity's territory is still being eroded year by year. Jiang Chuan pondered while Sun Zi was scrutinizing him with her piercing gaze. "When did your SS-grade talent awaken?" Jiang Chuan came back to his senses. It was on the day of awakening. Why wasn't it reported? Jiang Chuan was unsure how to respond. Sun Zi looked into his eyes, fell silent for a few seconds, then gave her own answer. "Because you do not trust the Federation, do not trust that Lord Lu, do not trust anyone. You fear being treated as an anomaly, fear being dissected for research, fear being treated as a tool." Jiang Chuan indeed thought this way. Sun Zi sighed. She leaned back against her chair, interlacing her fingers on the table, her tone softer than before. "Your concerns are not unfounded. There have been cases in the Federation's history where SS-grade talent holders were excessively protected and lost their freedom. But now it is different. You could say that the establishment of the Starcrown Academy is meant to completely eliminate such situations. Here your talent will not be suppressed, but rather cultivated and amplified, applied where it is most needed." Jiang Chuan remained noncommittal. What Sun Zi spoke of was based on the premise that he possessed an SS-grade talent. But what if he revealed that he had another SS-grade talent? What if he possessed a more terrifying rule-level talent? Her words were worth believing, but he could not fully trust. Sun Zi noticed his vigilance and calmly made a promise. "From now on, your safety is my full responsibility. No one can harm you within the academy. Outside, I will ensure that anyone who might threaten you weighs their own worth before acting. This is the promise of the Starcrown Academy, And also my promise, Shinzi. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment. Can you guarantee that the Lin family won't secretly harm me if they act unreasonably using their elders to bully the young? I can. However, the Lin family has many outstanding disciples in the academy. They can use the academy's rules to cause you trouble reasonably. Unless you face life-threatening danger, I will not intervene. Shinzi stated clearly. Conflicts among students are considered reasonable competition with positive feedback, and the Star Crown Academy has always encouraged such occurrences. From her perspective as a holder of SS grade talent, if Jiang Chuan cannot handle a few peers, then his supreme talent may not be worth cultivating, which is debatable. However, Jiang Chuan was not considering that. He retorted, what if I take action against the Lin family? Shinzi's mind momentarily went blank. The Lin family is a prestigious family in Tianke City. Although there are currently no 8th-tier powerhouses stationed there, given their background and connections, it is not difficult for them to invite several 8th-tier powerhouses to act. Jiang Chuan was surprisingly not worried about those old fellows disregarding their reputation and attacking him. Instead, he even wanted to proactively seek trouble with them. You? She pondered for a moment, unsure how to respond. Most of the Lin family's disciples hold important positions in the Federation. Unless you can find evidence of their collusion with alien races, it is difficult to bring them down. What a pity. Jiang Chuan sighed regretfully, but secretly calculated in his mind. It wouldn't do to act. Could he not discreetly eliminate a few pillars of their family? In Jiang Chuan's dictionary, there have never been words like mercy or settling accounts after the autumn harvest. Since he had already made enemies, how could he feel at ease without finding a way to wipe them out? However, he certainly would not express such thoughts in front of Shinzi. He changed the subject. What exactly is the Star Crown Academy like? The Star Crown Academy consists of 7 academies, each corresponding to a different training direction. The Starry Academy focuses on combat, the Starshine Academy, on spells, the Starry Sky Academy, on tactical command, the Nebula Academy, on equipment forging and disassembly, the Star Sea Academy, on potions and medical care, and the Starfall Academy on alien cultures and diplomacy. She paused, looking into Jiang Chuan's eyes. There is one final special academy, the Dark Star Academy. Dark Star Academy. Jiang Chuan noticed that her tone was plain when she mentioned the first 6 academies, even tinged with disdain, but when it came to the Dark Star Academy, her expression became proud. The Dark Star Academy is the most unique existence within the entire Star Crown Academy system. It does not enroll students from the outside, does not conduct public assessments, has no fixed curriculum, and no fixed instructors. The students of the Dark Star Academy are considered monsters with potential far exceeding the conventional training limits. She turned around to look at Jiang Chuan. You will be this year's only new student at the Dark Star Academy. Jiang Chuan did not show any surprise. He merely nodded. So I am one of the monsters. Shinzi did not find anything inappropriate in this statement. She continued, the rules of the Dark Star Academy are very simple. There are no rules. You can do whatever you want, learn whatever you wish, go wherever you please. The Academy will not assign you any compulsory courses, will not give you any homework, will not assess your attendance, and will not check your cultivation progress. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Sounds like free range. It's not free range. Shinzi corrected him. It is granting students ample autonomy. Dark Star Academy students do not need to be arranged, they know what they should do. If you do not know, then you do not deserve to stay in the Dark Star Academy. She paused. Of course, free range does not mean neglect. The resources of the Dark Star Academy are the richest among the 7 academies, with the highest priority for using secret realms and the largest quota for equipment requisition. Whatever you need, just tell me. As long as it is not too excessive, I can fulfill it. Jiang Chuan asked, how many students are there in the Dark Star Academy? Including you, there are a total of 8. I mentioned before, the Dark Star Academy only accepts monsters. When Shinzi said this, there was no hint of regret or sorrow in her tone, but rather a subtle pride. Monsters are rare, as sometimes it takes years to find one, and sometimes a decade can pass without one. Your admission is both your luck and the Academy's fortune. The flying boat traveled westward. After Jiang Chuan's SS-level talent was exposed, the investigation into Lin Yuming's death became trivial. Shinzi even stopped mentioning the matter. Jiang Chuan was glad for the peace. During the flight, Lin Tianzhong had come to address the matter, but Shinzi directly rebutted him. Elder Lin, there are priorities. Right now, more important matters concerning the future of humanity are at stake. I regret Lin Yuming's death as well, but we can investigate it later. Lin Tianzhong tried to play the emotional card. The flying boat will pass through that area on its return trip. I only wish to retrieve the body for tomorrow. Is this such a small request that Director Shun cannot agree? Shinzi gazed deeply at Lin Tianzhong's expression. To be honest, she also felt that the Lin family could not possibly collude with foreign races, as it would be a choice that brought them nothing but harm. But now it involved Jiang Chuan. Even if there was only a 1 in 10 million chance, she did not dare to gamble. What if it was true? What if he pretended to help retrieve Lin Yuming's body, while secretly notifying the Bloodcat clan's king preparing to ambush them? She could care less if she died, humanity would only lose an inconsequential 8th-tier powerhouse. But if Jiang Chuan were to die, humanity could lose an Ancient Millennium opportunity for territorial expansion. Therefore she calmly refused no. Bang! The cabin door closed, isolating Lin Tiansheng's ashen face outside. 2 days later, through the porthole, Jiang Chuan saw a massive shadow appear on the horizon. It was a colossal complex of buildings spanning the land. It stretched out endlessly. The highest tower pierced the cloud, sunlight reflecting off the golden, glazed tiles dazzlingly bright. The entire city resembled a colossal steel beast crawling across the vast plains, inhaling and exhaling millions of people in its breath. Impressive, isn't it? Shenzi had somehow come to his side. Jiang Chuan nodded. Tianke City is the last defense line of humanity. Shenzi's voice carried a hint of complex emotion. When foreign races think of humanity, the first thing that comes to mind is here. If this place cannot be defended, humanity truly has no future. The flying boat passed through layers of light screens and landed in the core area of the city, Xingyan Academy. Jiang Chuan finally saw this legendary academy with his own eyes. 7 enormous buildings, each with a distinct style, were arranged in the configuration of the Big Dipper, each towering to an intimidating height. In the central position stood a black tower, silently towering over the others, several times taller than the other 7 buildings. Its peak vanished into the clouds. That was the Anqing Institute. Jiang Chuan stared at the black tower, suddenly feeling a peculiar sensation. The tower seemed to be watching him as well. Is that tower alive? He frowned, withdrawing his gaze, and followed Shenzi off the flying boat. He hadn't even had a chance to speak to Ling Aoxiong and Su Yining. Suddenly, everything blurred. He was directly brought into a building by Shenzi. She handed him a black metal badge engraved with the image of a star surrounded by 7 small light points. This is the student credential of the Anqing Institute. After you input your identity information, the corresponding functions will be unlocked. Jiang Chuan complied. The badge vibrated slightly, transforming into a stream of black light that drilled into the back of his hand, leaving a faint star-shaped imprint. He blinked. He felt that the scenery before his eyes had changed somewhat. The academy remained the same, but he could see many digitized virtual information, such as a line of text floating above Shenzi's head. Shenzi, head of Anqing Institute, extremely dangerous. Before he could carefully study it, Shenzi clapped her hands and said, "Let's go, someone is waiting to see you." The headmaster and several experts. Shenzi rarely showed a meaningful smile. They are very interested in your body. Jiang Chuan followed her through a long corridor and arrived in front of a massive circular building. The building had no windows, only a heavy metal door. Shenzi placed her palm on it, and the metal door slid open silently to both sides. Behind the door was a training ground. It was absurdly large. The dome hung high above the ground, covered with some dark gray metal, and the walls were filled with dense runes. The headmaster. Shenzi whispered, "This is the headmaster of Xingyan Academy, Qin Tianheng." Jiang Chuan. The old man smiled and nodded at him, his voice resonant like a bell. "You've had a hard journey." The headmaster. Shenzi whispered, "This is the headmaster of Xingyan Academy, Qin Tianheng." Jiang Chuan. The old man smiled and nodded at him, his voice resonant like a bell. "You've had a hard journey." "I have met the headmaster." As Jiang Chuan spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the old man's head. Qin Tianheng, head of Xingyan Academy, 7th day, general, extremely dangerous. The 7th day general. One of the 13 symbols of supreme authority in the Federation, standing right in. Qin Tianheng waved his hand, indicating he need not be overly polite, then pointed at the few individuals behind him in white lab coats. These are the talent research experts of the Academy, responsible for analyzing the physical data of practitioners. They called you over to simply measure your current attributes. He paused reassuringly, saying, "It's just a basic data test that won't cause you any harm. You don't need to be nervous or hide anything. Knowing your specific strength will allow us to formulate a detailed training plan for you." Jiang Chuan nodded. Speaking of which, he also wanted to know what his true limits could reach. From his previous exchanges with Su Yining, he roughly assessed that his strength could match the 7th tier, but with the further upgrade of his talent, even 8th tier powerhouses couldn't withstand his attacks. Qin Tianheng and the others retreated to an observation room at the edge of the training ground. A transparent reinforced glass wall separated the observation room from the training ground. The room was filled with various monitoring devices. Shenzi stayed on the training ground and pointed to several areas in the center. "We will first test 4 basic data points: impact resistance, strength, speed, and mental intensity." "Which one shall we start with?" "Impact resistance." The ground in the center of the training ground slowly cracked open, raising a 3-metal metal device covered in dense mechanical arms. This impact testing machine can precisely control the intensity of the strikes, incrementing from 1st to 9th tier. You just need to stand there and endure the hits. She paused. Are you ready? Jiang Chuan walked up to the device and stood firm. Shenzi activated the device and stepped aside. In the observation room, several experts had already activated all the monitoring devices. The holographic screen displayed Jiang Chuan's physical data. He is currently only at level 10, so let's start testing with an attack intensity at the second tier. The first strike fell. Boom. The mechanical arm smashed against Jiang Chuan, producing a dull thud. Jiang Chuan remained motionless as the rune walls of the training ground glowed momentarily, absorbing the impact wave. The group glanced at the data. The peak impact force of the second tier had no effect on him. We initially determined that the talent E possesses strong defensive capabilities. We can continue. Third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier. The expressions of the crowd gradually changed. He's able to withstand the peak impact force of the fifth tier. Just how robust is this guy's physique? An old man with white hair, eyes gleaming with fervor, ordered, continue testing. No. Qin Tianheng quickly intervened. The sixth tier tests correspond to a third transition practitioner's full-strength strike with an impact force more than 10 times that of the fifth tier. We can't injure him. The fifth tier's attack feels like a mere tickle to him. Even if he can't withstand it, he won't come to any serious harm. The old man said, turning away his face. Since we are testing, we must find out where his limits lie. Otherwise, what is the point of calling us old folks over this? Qin Tianheng could only helplessly nod. Shenzi received the signal, her forehead sweating nervously, but she still raised the testing level. Sixth tier. Boom. Jiang Chuan remained unmoved. Seventh tier peak. Boom. Jiang Chuan's body swayed slightly, but quickly stabilized. Eighth tier. This time Jiang Chuan finally took half a step back. His clothes were torn by the attack, leaving a blood mark on his sturdy chest. Although it visibly healed at a rapid pace, he was still injured. The observation room fell silent. The old man's eyes filled with fervor, trembled uncontrollably. The impact resistance of the peak 8th tier. This is simply a miracle. Wait, is his level not exaggerated? Is he really only at level 10? The observation room was completely blown up. An 8th tier peak resistance. This is impossible. He is the god of the sun in mythology, and the inheritance he left behind is actually a defensive talent. Wait, we always thought he was resisting attacks with talent, but the energy tester showed no reaction. This is actually the strength of his own body. SS level talent. Is this the terrifying aspect of SS level talent? Qin Tianheng took a deep breath. As one of the highest 13 in the Federation, he had witnessed countless grand scenes, and it was hard for anything in this world to shock him. But at this moment he was deeply shocked by Jiang Chuan's monstrous physique. The Xingyan Academy had never enrolled an SS level student, yet there had been at least 100 students with S level talent. In fact, among the selection criteria of the Dark Star Academy, the most fundamental requirement is that students possess S-level talent or the extremely rare S-level talent. For example, Su Yinyan's S-level spiritual talent mind perception allowed her to be admitted to the Dark Star Academy despite lacking the usual qualifications. However, even the strongest S-level talent could only battle across 3 tiers. As for Jiang Chuan, he crossed a full 7-year gap. The white-haired elder Han Sinan was a national treasure-level researcher and also served as the president of the Shanghai Academy responsible for the research and development of top-tier potions. He was so shocked that he muttered, a 1-year difference, the SS level talent is so formidable. How many research achievements have we missed? He felt regret realizing that he had wasted a lifetime studying S-level talent on a pile of nonsense. Indeed, compared to Jiang Chuan's SS level talent, those so-called S-level prodigies were truly rubbish. Qin Tianheng hesitated, saying, continue testing. Continue. Han Sinan stared fervently at Jiang Chuan. We must test his true limits. After the resistance test, Shenzi allowed him to rest for 5 minutes. Then the strength test began. The testing device was switched to another one, a massive black metal wall covered with pressure sensors. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and struck the wall. Boom. For the first punch, he used only 30% of his strength. The numbers on the sensors began to jump wildly, finally stopping at a jaw-dropping figure. 7th tier. The power output of early 7th tier. Shenzi frowned. You didn't exert your full strength just now, did you? I only used 30% of my strength, Jiang Chuan answered honestly. Attack with full strength. Don't worry about destroying this equipment. This wall can withstand attacks up to the 9th tier. Shenzi paused. Because currently there wasn't a single official 9th tier powerhouse in the Federation. She added, well, theoretically, even if it gets destroyed, you won't have to pay for it. Jiang Chuan nodded, stepped back, and steadied himself. His body slightly crouched, his right arm pulled back, and the joints of his fingers cracked as he tightened his grip. This time he mobilized all the power within him, concentrating it all into his right fist. He punched. Boom. The air emitted a sharp explosion. The fist tore through the air, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted from the fist, violently crashing into the black metal wall. The sensors on the wall emitted a piercing shriek, and the numbers surged upwards at an almost frenzied pace. Mid-7th tier, peak 7th tier, early 8th tier, mid-8th tier. The numbers paused at mid-8th tier, then jumped again, finally settling at peak 8th tier. The observation room fell silent. An expert's hand trembled as he stared at the data on the screen, his lips quivering as he uttered a sentence. 16 years old, just awakened, and already possesses power attributes close to the 9th tier. Han Sinon surprisingly did not appear too shocked this time. Physical quality is holistic. If he can withstand the peak 8th tier attack, his strength cannot be weak. However, he still didn't use the power of his talent with that punch. Could it be that his talent is not an attacking talent? Next, let's test his speed. All the runes in the training ground lit up, and a 100-meter-long light strip appeared on the ground. Shen Zi stood at the finish line with a stopwatch in hand. Run at full speed from here to the finish line. I need you to unleash your maximum speed. Jiang Chuan nodded and stood at the starting point, his body slightly leaning forward. Shen Zi pressed the stopwatch. Whoosh. Boom. Jiang Chuan's body transformed into an afterimage crossing the 100 meters, almost instantaneously followed by a loud crash as one side of the testing ground's wall collapsed. Shen Zi held the stopwatch, falling into silence, then hurried to the collapsed area. Are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Chuan awkwardly crawled out from the rubble. He still couldn't control his strength. He spat out the dust from his mouth and then asked with concern, I won't have to pay for this, right? No. Shen Zi looked at the 10-meter-wide pit, shaking her head with a dazed expression. This testing ground was made of special materials combined with formations and could even withstand 9th-tier attacks. To be able to cause such astonishing destruction solely with physical strength, perhaps only someone like Jiang Chuan could achieve it. Jiang Chuan felt relieved to hear he wouldn't have to pay, and then he asked, what was my speed? Shen Zi looked down at the numbers on the stopwatch, then raised it up. 0.9 seconds. A 100-meter sprint in 0.9 seconds. This speed was not as exaggerated as Jiang Chuan had imagined. 8th tier. Mid-8th tier speed. Shen Zi took a deep breath. Not top tier, but your explosive power far exceeds that of professionals at this level. If you had received professional speed training, this number could at least be increased by 30%. In the observation room, Han Sinon suddenly stood up. 3 8th tiers. With only 10 levels, his basic attributes have already surpassed those of ordinary 8th tier professionals. He trembled as he spoke. Do you all know what this means? It means that his upper limit is likely not just 9th tier. Another expert quickly added, there is still one last test, mental strength. Mental strength is fundamental to breaking through 9th tier. If his mental strength is insufficient, no matter how strong his body is, it's all in vain. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the center of the training ground. The last test, mental strength. Shen Zi led Jiang Chuan into a special room where a circular rune array with a diameter of 3 meters was located. The array emitted a deep purple light, exuding a dizzying fluctuation. Stand in the center of the array, close your eyes, and relax your mind. Shen Zi's tone was more serious than ever. The mental strength test is the most dangerous among all tests. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately, and I will stop the test. Jiang Chuan walked into the rune array, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The rune array lit up. Purple light rose from the ground, enveloping him entirely. At first, Jiang Chuan's expression was calm, but soon the light of the rune array began to change from purple to deep purple, and from deep purple to a nearly black dark red. The instrument monitoring mental strength emitted a sharp alarm sound. Mental strength surpasses 7th tier. It's still rising. Peak 7th tier. 8th tier. As the alarm for early 8th tier rang, the data jumped past mid-8th tier, heading straight for peak 8th tier. Qin Tianheng, fully aware of the dangers of the mental test, quickly said, enough, stop it now. Wait. Han Sinon suddenly raised his hand, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Chuan. He's not at his limit yet. Continue. Qin Tianheng grew anxious. The mental test can easily go wrong. We humans have finally produced such a genius. We must not ruin him due to our recklessness. But Han Sinon remained insistent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the numbers climbing on the screen, as if witnessing a miracle that rarely occurs in a millennium. Peak 8th tier, and the testing numbers still did not stop. 9th tier. The alarm transformed into a long wail. All the indicator lights on the instrument lit up simultaneously, then extinguished at once. It wasn't a malfunction, but because the data had exceeded the instrument's measurement limits. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes. The light of the rune array gradually dissipated, and his gaze was as clear as if nothing had happened. Is it over? He asked. No one answered him. In the observation room, Qin Tianheng stared at the completely black-screened instrument, remaining silent for a long time before slowly turning to the nearby experts. Can anyone tell me? His voice trembled for the first time. What does it mean for a 16-year-old child to have mental strength exceeding 9th tier? No one could answer, because no one knew the answer. Shenzi stood on the training ground watching Jiang Chuan rise from the rune array. She suddenly recalled what she had said earlier. Monsters are rare. No, this is not a monster. The word monster is simply insufficient to describe the boy before her. Jiang Chuan can share Su Yinyan's S-level talent of spiritual perception through the Emperor's Oath. Without a doubt, the strength of his spirit is the most remarkable among his many strengths. This result has driven a group of experts into madness. Exceeding the 9th tier of spiritual strength, an elderly expert with gray hair held his head in disbelief as if he could not believe his eyes. A child who has just awakened for less than a month and his spiritual strength exceeds the 9th tier. A monster. No, he is a pure prodigy. Another expert stared intently at the now blacked-out instrument. It's not that he exceeds the 9th tier, it's that the instrument's limit is only the 9th tier. We simply cannot measure how high his spiritual strength truly is. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Han Sinan suddenly turned around, grabbing Qin Tianheng's arm, his voice trembling. Tianheng, do you know what this means? Spiritual strength is the only key to breaking through the 9th tier. Our human race has not produced a 9th tier powerhouse in hundreds of years, not because we haven't worked hard enough, not because we lack resources. It's because our upper limit of spiritual strength has been locked. But this child, he was born crossing this threshold. Qin Tianheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Are you saying he has a chance to break through the 9th tier? It's not just a chance. Han Sinan stated emphatically, it is a foregone conclusion. As long as we provide him with enough resources, even if he does nothing and just sleeps all day, he will naturally break through the 9th tier. All the experts' gazes pierced through the glass window, fixated on the boy in the arena. Their eyes no longer saw a student. Instead, they saw a monument. A glimpse of a race's future. Open the door. Han Sinan commanded. The metal door slid open and a group of elderly scholars rushed out, moving with a speed that belied their age, flocking towards Jiang Chuan. Before Jiang Chuan could react, he was surrounded by a crowd of elderly men and women. Classmate Jiang Chuan, I am the vice president of Shanghai Academy. How can you let me draw a tube of blood? Just one tube. Hair. Just give me a few strands. I only need to do a genetic sequence analysis. Skin tissue. Nails can work too. I beg you. Jiang Chuan took a step back, looking at the group of old scholars with shining eyes, feeling inexplicably like a piece of meat thrown into a pack of wolves. Shenzi stepped in front of him softly, saying, Everyone please calm down. Her aura was powerful. As an 8th tier powerhouse, she exerted pressure that immediately made the old scholars behave. But they still refused to disperse. One by one, they eagerly peered over Shenzi's shoulder, looking at Jiang. Han Sinan stepped forward. He was more restrained than the others, but the fervor in his eyes remained undiminished. Classmate Jiang Chuan, I am Han Sinan, the president of Shanghai Academy. I have studied the talents and bloodlines of practitioners for 60 years and have never seen an individual like you. Your existence may rewrite the entire human understanding of talent inheritance. He spoke sincerely, even with a hint of pleading. I only need a little blood, a little tissue sample. It won't harm you at all. Moreover, all research outcomes will ultimately benefit you. We will tailor the most suitable cultivation plan for you based on your genetic characteristics. Before Jiang Chuan could respond, an elderly voice came from the back of the crowd. You are all too conservative. The crowd parted automatically, and an old woman leaning on a cane slowly walked over. She appeared to be at least 80 years old, her silver hair meticulously styled. Her robe was embroidered with the emblem of the Federal Academy of Sciences, the highest honor in the entire federal academic community. Seeing her, Shenzi slightly bent her body. Teacher. The old woman nodded, approached Jiang Chuan, and scrutinized him for a while before uttering something that left everyone stunned. What use is it to study his blood and hair? How many SS-level talents can that produce? She paused, her cane striking the ground heavily. If we are to study, let us study how to produce SS-level talents. The venue fell silent. Han Sinan was the first to respond, pondering as he asked, Are you suggesting? We know nothing about the inheritance patterns of SS-level talents. The old woman's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chuan, as if she were looking at a rare treasure. Due to the principle of bloodline dilution, the offspring of normal practitioners usually have talents weaker than their parents by 1 or 2 major tiers. Yet there is a minuscule probability of less than 1 in 1,000 that mutations can occur, resulting in offspring with talents equal to, or even surpassing their parents. Think about it. If he combines with the top female practitioners of the Federation, what are the odds of producing SS-level offspring? Wouldn't it be much higher than 1 in 1,000? At this statement, everyone gasped in shock. That's too crazy. Someone whispered. Crazy. The old woman sneered. 300 years ago, the Bloodcat clan used this method to expand their royal bloodlines from single digits to triple digits in just a century. How did the royal family of the Corpse Dog clan rise? Wasn't it by relying on a top-tier stud to mate with all the elite females of the clan? Why can't our human race do the same? She turned to Qin Tianheng. Tianheng, your duty as a heavenly general is to cultivate the next generation of potential for humanity. Tell me, does what I say make sense? Qin Tianheng's expression was complex. He did not refute her, for from a purely bloodline inheritance perspective, the old woman's theory indeed held water. But this involved the most fundamental ethical issues. He pondered for a moment. Elder Jiang, this matter. I didn't say we should force him. The old woman waved her hand, looking back at Jiang Chuan, her tone suddenly becoming gentle, reminiscent of an elder trying to arrange a marriage. Child, rest assured, I am not the kind of person who disregards reason. I am simply stating a fact. Your bloodline is too important for humanity. You don't have to get married, nor do you need any emotional foundation. All that is needed, well, is to contribute some seeds, and then let the most outstanding female practitioners of the Federation conceive, and the rest will be handled by us. At this point, she suddenly turned to Shen Zi, a glint of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Zi, you are 32 this year, right? Shen Zi's expression changed slightly. Teacher, you. 32 years old, S-level talent, 8th tier powerhouse, and still a virgin. The old woman counted on her fingers. Your genetic quality ranks among the top 5 in the entire Federation, and you and Jiang Chuan have already interacted. You are not too unfamiliar with each other. Teacher. Shen Zi interrupted her, her voice unusually urgent. This matter does not need to be discussed. Why not? The old woman frowned. Tell me, how many suitors have you rejected over the years? I could tell long ago that you never intended to find a man in this lifetime. But this isn't just a personal matter, it's a major issue for the entire Federation. Your union with him significantly increases the probability of producing an SS-level offspring more than tenfold compared to those ordinary female professionals. Shen Zi's cold and somewhat aloof face was now tinged with a faint blush, revealing an indescribable charm. If the other students were to witness this scene, they would surely think the sky had fallen. The notorious head of the Dark Star Academy, known as the Dark Iron Maiden, actually displayed such a shy. Shen Zi bit her lip, her voice low. Teacher, I am the head of the Dark Star Academy. My duty is to protect him, to nurture him, not. That's not contradictory. The old woman waved her hand. During the day you protect him, and at night. Cough, cough. She realized there were a group of older men present, and quickly cut off her words, but the implication was clear. Jiang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that if he didn't speak up, he might truly be forced to mate in front of this group of insane old scholars today. Everyone. He raised his hand, his voice not loud, but clear enough. Please allow me to say I refuse. All eyes turned toward him. The old woman furrowed her brow. Jiang Chuan, you are still young. You might not understand the significance of this matter. I understand. I fully comprehend every word you said. Bloodline, inheritance, ethnic continuity, the future of the Federation. I understand it all. He paused and looked around. But I disagree. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Han Sinan opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Jiang Chuan's raised hand. I am not the kind of person who can sacrifice everything for the greater good. Jiang Chuan's voice was not loud, but resonant. My own bloodline is my own to govern. I will not become anyone's stud, nor will I allow my child to be treated as a tool from birth. He looked at the old woman, his tone softening slightly. Elder Jiang, I understand your good intentions and respect your academic standing, but there is no room for negotiation on this matter. The old woman stared at him for a long time before finally sighing. Young man. Still too young. Jiang Chuan shifted the conversation. I can provide blood, hair, and skin samples, and even. He hesitated for a moment. Some deeper research materials, but on the condition that all research must be conducted with my consent, and that I retain the right to know and to use all results. Han Sinan's eyes suddenly lit up. You are willing to provide. Daddy. Yes. Jiang Chuan remained impassive, but it can only be used for scientific research, not for any form of inheritance continuation. He spoke ambiguously. Even someone as experienced as Shen Zi turned beet red at his words. The old woman was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. All right, I have lived for 87 years, and what I admire most is a young person with conviction. If you are unwilling, no one can force you, but remember, your body does not belong solely to you. It is a treasure for the entire human race. She paused. Of course, that sounds a bit selfish, but you will understand later. Jiang Chuan did not argue, and Qin Tianheng timely broke the awkward atmosphere. Then it settled. Jiang Chuan will cooperate and provide research samples. All research must be conducted without harming his body, and results will be shared. As for Elder Jiang's earlier mentioned plan, we will temporarily set it aside and not discuss it. The old woman snorted, but did not say anything further. Han Sinan, excited, rubbed his hands together and pulled out a silvery metal box, which when opened revealed a neat row of test tubes and blood collection needles. Jiang Chuan, shall we start now? Jiang Chuan looked at the row of test tubes and suddenly felt he had agreed. Shen Zi walked up to him and whispered, you can back out. No need. Jiang Chuan rolled up his sleeve. Isn't it just a little blood? Come on. He paused, glancing at Shun Zi's side profile, still slightly flushed, and instinctively added, "If Dean Shun is interested, I can cooperate as well." Shun Zi's face instantly darkened, and Jiang Chuan felt a cold, killing intent rising beside him, quickly correcting himself. "Just joking. Just joking. Dean Shun is in her prime, stunningly beautiful, someone I cannot aspire to." Han Xinan had already inserted the specialized blood collection needle into Jiang Chuan's vein, and dark red blood flowed through the transparent tube into the test tube. He stared at the blood in the tube, his gaze devout, as if he were on a pilgrimage. "A miracle. It truly is a miracle," he murmured to himself. Jiang Chuan turned his head, uninterested in the fervent scholars, and began to seriously contemplate a question. These people all believed they had become so strong due to their SS-level talents. In reality, that was not. Would their research mislead future scholars into thinking that every SS-level talent should possess such strength, leading to some misunderstandings? Even if that were the case, it would only be a long time from now. Jiang Chuan cooperated in collecting blood, hair, and skin tissue samples, while a group of old scholars showed no intention of leaving, with Jiang Yinglan looking at him eagerly. Jiang Chuan looked at her wrinkled, old face, showing a pained expression. He said, "Vice Dean Jiang, some things cannot be forced, otherwise it will only backfire. I believe you can understand that." Jiang Yinglan agreed. "What you said makes sense. If in a highly tense environment the quality of the male's extracted essence would also decline, which is detrimental to our research." Before Jiang Chuan could breathe a sigh of relief, she urged, "They'll give you half an hour. Hurry and relax." Jiang Chuan's expression darkened. He felt he had to be firm, otherwise these old geezers would only push further. "They'll discuss it when I feel like it. The other samples are enough for you to study for now." "Well, fine." Jiang Yinglan felt reluctant, but understood that she shouldn't press Jiang Chuan too hard. She turned to Shun Zi and instructed, "Zi, this matter will be entirely under your responsibility." "Aye." Shun Zi did not immediately react. What responsibility did she have regarding collecting Jiang Chuan's research samples? Jiang Yinglan vaguely said, "In short, if he provides the samples, you must deliver them immediately, and be sure not to miss the time and compromise the samples' viability." Fearing Shun Zi might refuse, she added, "This is for the future of humanity. Ultimately, someone has to make some necessary sacrifices." Shun Zi understood now. Under what circumstances could she collect Jiang Chuan's sample in a timely manner? It was under the coercion of Jiang Yinglan, invoking the greater good of humanity. She could not refuse. After a moment of silence, Shun Zi took a deep breath and said, "I understand." A few old scholars happily walked away holding their research samples. Jiang Chuan let out a long sigh and slumped into his chair, saying, "I feel more exhausted than after a fight." Shen Ji stood beside him, her expression calm, but a hint of red still lingered at her ears. She remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. "You don't have to take those words to heart." Jiang Chuan tilted his head intentionally and asked, "Which ones?" "All of it." Shen Ji lightly bit her silver teeth, emphasizing her words, then quickly regained her composure. Teacher Jiang is a luminary in the academic world with unparalleled achievements in the field of bloodline inheritance. However, her research direction is somewhat extreme. The proposal she put forth has been a subject of great controversy within the Federal Academic Committee and has yet to pass the review. Jiang Chuan responded earnestly, "I actually think the old lattice abilities are somewhat overlooked." Shen Ji shot him a glare that was more impactful than any words. "Let's go." She turned and walked towards the door. "I'll first familiarize you with the environment of the Dark Star Academy. Afterwards, the Academy will formulate a specialized training plan for you, but whether to follow it is entirely your choice." "All right." Jiang Chuan followed her pace, and after a few steps took the initiative to speak. "Dean Shen, I have another question to ask." "Speak." "About job transition." Shen Ji's footsteps slightly paused. Jiang Chuan did not notice her unusual reaction and continued, "I have already reached a first-tier bottleneck. As far as I know, Xingyan Academy should have a way for sublimation transition." Shen Ji stopped, turned around to look at him, and her face revealed a complex emotion. Before this, she had almost regarded Jiang Chuan as an equal. Upon hearing this, she suddenly came to her senses. Jiang Chuan's true level was only at the first tier. She took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and then said, "Indeed, the Academy has 13 paths for sublimation transition. Currently 11 of them have been inherited, leaving only 2 unclaimed paths, both of which are S-level professions. I will send you the detailed information later." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan instantly felt disappointed. "Only S-level? Are you joking? The inheritance of the craft god I casually offered is already S-level." Shen Ji replied with a hint of helplessness, "Sublimation paths are extremely rare. Most have been occupied by alien races. These 13 S-level paths were obtained at the cost of the lives of human ancestors. However, for you this is indeed somewhat low. Unless..." Her eyes flickered and she did not continue. "Unless what?" "Unless you go to the Starry Sky Temple and seize a height-year inheritance yourself. The Starry Sky Temple. Shen Ji led him into a long corridor where luminous crystal panels embedded in the walls illuminated the entire passage. Her voice echoed in the corridor carrying a solemn tone. To obtain a sublimation-level job path, the first way is to directly inherit existing job inheritances of humanity. No risks are involved, just meet the conditions. Currently, there are 50 sublimation job transition paths across the Federation, with Xingyan Academy possessing 13 of them. The highest level is S level. She paused. The second method, which was also the way humanity first obtained sublimation transition, is to go to the Starry Sky Temple and personally fight for job inheritance. Jiang Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of place is the Starry Sky Temple? It is the sacred ground for job transitions shared by all races of the Source Realm. Shen Ji said calmly. To obtain a higher-tier sublimation path, you must go there and compete for qualifications with job changers from other races. The competition in the Starry Sky Temple is extremely fierce. Each year the number of job changers who can leave alive is less than half. And our human survival rate in the Starry Sky Temple is 8%. Shen Ji looked at him, her expression grave in a way Jiang Chuan had never seen before. That means out of every 100 human geniuses who challenge sublimation transitions, only 8 will return alive. Jiang Chuan frowned. Even so, countless human geniuses still go there every year. Shen Ji's voice lowered, because the strength gained from sublimation transition is too significant. At the same level, a sublimation job changer's strength is at least 3 times that of an ordinary job changer. This gap can determine life and death in a battle. I've heard. Jiang Chuan pondered his words. Above the sublimation path is there the ultimate sublimation path. Ultimate sublimation. That is the legendary inheritance path. Shen Ji shook her head slightly. In the thousands of years of human history, no one has ever achieved it because the conditions to meet are too harsh. The first threshold blocks all humans. Jiang Chuan nodded. He knew that the first condition to obtain the ultimate sublimation path was to elevate all 4 basic attributes to their extremes. He had already achieved that. Shen Ji said, in fact, not just humans, even the dominant races at the center of the Source Realm have never been heard of anyone obtaining the ultimate sublimation path. I've always suspected that it is merely a legend woven by our ancestors. But what if it really exists, eh? Jiang Chuan asked. Shen Ji glanced at him, paused for a moment, and said, if it really exists, it can only be hidden in the deepest parts of the Starry Sky Temple. The Starry Sky Temple is a multi-layered structure. The deeper you go, the harder the tests become, and the rewards grow more abundant. The best record in human history only reached the 4th layer. That was achieved by an SS-level genius 300 years ago. He completed the sublimation transition in the 4th layer and was hailed as the dawn of humanity when he emerged. Below the 4th layer is the territory of alien races. The Bloodcat Clan, Corpse Dog Clan, Scale Armor Clan, Feather Clan, and even those dominant races. All send their top talents into the depths of the temple to compete for resources. And their humans are an absolutely disadvantaged group. Shen Ji said all this thinking Jiang Chuan would hesitate and need time to consider. But she was wrong. Jiang Chuan immediately said, I've made up my mind, Dean Shun. I will personally go to the Starry Sky Temple to fight for better inheritances. Shen Ji nodded, her eyes filled with appreciation. Only first-tier job changers can enter the Starry Sky Temple. With your strength you can indeed walk boldly within, but I must remind you that ordinary alien races may not be able to contend with you. But there are many strange race beings in the Source Realm, and the inheritors of those dominant races may not be weaker than you. Jiang Chuan smiled confidently. Then I'll see just how strong they really are. The Stargazing Temple will open in 3 days. During these 3 days, Jiang Chuan became familiar with the various facilities of the Dark Star Academy. The training ground, library, material repository, and weaponry store were all available. What pleased him the most was the cafeteria, where the ingredients were all high-grade spirit beast meat imported from foreign realms, not only delicious, but also endowed with various extraordinary effects. However, to enjoy these one must spend the Academy's exclusive points. Academy points can be earned by completing tasks. In this regard, Jiang Chuan, despite his SS-level talent, received no special treatment. Shen Zi's explanation was quite reasonable. The Academy is a place for nurturing talents, not for him to lie idle as a useless person. Even if he possessed SS-level talent, he still needed to earn his keep. However, Jiang Chuan had to provide research samples to the Xinghai Academy. This could be considered a part-time job. Moreover, it was a well-paying part-time job, and the Academy points he earned were sufficient for him to splurge. During these 3 days, another event occurred. Ling Aoxiang's SS-level talent was detected, and she was specially recruited into the Dark Star Academy. She awakened in the same batch as Jiang Chuan and is currently stuck at level 10. Perfect. She could accompany him into the Stargazing Temple. 3 days later. On the day the stargazing temple opens, before dawn, Jiang Chuan was pulled out of bed by she handed him a set of black combat gear which felt like silk to the touch, but was quite heavy. This armor is made from the hide of an 8th-level spirit beast. It can withstand regular attacks. Shenzi turned her back to him, her voice cold. Put it on. Jiang Chuan did not hesitate, and quickly donned the combat gear, which fit him perfectly as if tailored. Let's go. Shenzi led him and Ling Aoxiang through the underground passage of the Dark Star Tower, arriving at a massive teleportation array. The runes of the teleportation array had all lit up, casting a pale blue glow that illuminated the entire hall, as if it were the deep sea. This teleportation array will directly send you to the outer area of the stargazing temple. Shenzi's tone became serious. Once the temple opens, you will have 7 days to explore. After 7 days, the teleportation array will reopen to bring you back. However, if you fail to reach the teleport point in time, you will have to stay inside for a whole year. Understood. Jiang Chuan nodded. Also, Shenzi glanced at Ling Aoxiang. Do not trust anyone inside. The human race will turn against each other for the sake of inheritance. The only one you can trust is yourself. Let's set off. The two stepped into the teleportation array, and the blue light surged. As the light dissipated, Jiang Chuan found himself standing in a vast plaza. The plaza was already crowded with over 100 people, all around the age of 16 or 17, gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. These individuals wore different attire. Some bore the emblem of the Xingyan Academy, while others adorned various family crests. Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoxiang only wore the standard student badges. This was to protect them. Even within the academy, members of the Dark Star Academy would not reveal their identities directly, but would undergo secret training to avoid assassination from foreign races. After all, no matter how thoroughly Shenzi protected them, there would always be moments of negligence. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a thief for 1,000 days, nor a guard for 1,000 days. Jiang Chuan scanned the crowd and gained insight. These were the most outstanding talents of the human race in this generation, each having passed numerous selections to qualify for entry into the Stargazing Temple. Their goal was singular: to achieve a transformation and become the backbone of the human race's future within the temple. Among the crowd, a few groups exuded a distinctly different aura. On the eastern side of the plaza, a youth clad in golden armor was surrounded by 7 or 8 others. He was tall and handsome, with a slightly raised chin, exuding an air of superiority. A golden Xingyan emblem adorned his chest, marking him as its level talent. On the western side of the plaza, a youth in a blue robe sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating. He had a fair number of people around him, but it was noticeably quieter than the golden-armored youth's group. In the center of the plaza, even more people gathered, with several talented youths surrounded, all exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Jiang Chuan merely cast a cursory glance. To him, these human talents were not the main competitors, because the place he was going to was a perilous land that these people would never dare to tread. However, Jiang Chuan did not notice that a figure in the crowd had taken note of him, only to quickly lower her head with a stiff smile. It was Su Yao. Relying on her level talent and good looks, she stood out among the new students. She garnered the favor of a scion from a prestigious family and entered a top-tier circle of power. She was doing quite well now. Her unusual reaction caught the attention of others, and a curious youth asked, "What's wrong, Yao Yao?" "Nothing. Just saw an old friend." Su Yao tried hard to cover it up. "I saw someone I used to know." The youth followed her gaze, spotting Jiang Chuan, and his eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. He wore inconspicuous gear of no discernible quality. There was no family crest. It was clear he was just here to test his luck. Such a person was only fit to serve as cannon fodder on the first level. He withdrew his gaze and casually reminded Yao Yao, "Since you've entered our circle, don't contact those impoverished friends anymore, to avoid upsetting young Master Li." Impoverished friends. A wave of bitterness rose in Su Yao's heart. Due to confidentiality agreements, she couldn't publicly disclose Jiang Chuan's SS level talent. But compared to his current identity, she was probably the one who was impoverished. She might not even qualify as a friend. With the Stargazing Temple opening imminent, the crowd in the plaza continued to swell. Among them, a few with S-level talents naturally became the focal point. The tall youth in golden armor spoke first, his voice booming and filled with undeniable confidence. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chu Minghui, an S-level warrior. The first level of the temple is filled with low-level foreign races hunting squads. Fighting alone is a death sentence. I am short a few scouts. Whoever is willing to join, I guarantee you will all obtain a satisfactory inheritance." In the midst of the crowd, another handsome youth spoke calmly. "I am Li Chunfeng, possessing S-level archer talent. My team has 3 spots left, requiring scouting talents of level or above. Do just be obedient." At once, whispers and murmurs erupted in the plaza. The Chu family and the Li family were both renowned top-tier families in Tianguan City. Although everyone knew their intentions were merely to recruit some cannon fodder to charge into battle for them, what Chu Minghui said was also a fact. Once inside the temple, they could encounter practitioners from other races at any moment, especially the blood cat and corpse dog races who, in order to fundamentally strike at the human race's power, would specifically target humans for hunting. If one were unfortunate enough to run into them while alone, they might not even have a chance to escape. Many solitary practitioners exchanged glances, hesitating over whom to ally with. The youth who had earlier lectured Su Yao looked around, suddenly fixing his gaze on Jiang Chuan, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hey, you two, why are you just standing there? Didn't you hear young Master Li is recruiting? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Su Yao's heart tightened at his words, and she instinctively hid behind the crowd. Jiang Chuan shot him a glance, but said nothing. The youth, seeing this attitude, became even more vigorous. What are you being picky? Looking at your badges, you should also be new students of this year's Xingyan Academy. Having young Master Li guide you to seek inheritance is your fortune. Don't be ungrateful. Let's go. Ling Aoxiang's gaze turned slightly cold, ready to speak, but Jiang Chuan held her wrist and calmly uttered 3 words: not interested. His voice was not loud, yet it was just enough for those around to hear. Li Chenfeng frowned, his gaze sweeping over, and upon seeing Ling Aoxiang's face, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes, though he did not show it overtly. The youth seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping up to exclaim, not interested. What are you? Young Master Li has given you a chance, and yet you act so high and mighty. Huh. Once inside the temple, don't come crying to ask for help. Jiang Chuan finally looked him in the eye. The calmness in his gaze was unsettling, as if he were merely looking at a stone on the roadside. Are you done talking? The youth was momentarily choked by his reaction. Just as he was about to retort, Li Chenfeng suddenly interjected, forget it, Wang Tong, everyone has their own aspirations. You can't hold back those who wish to seek death. Only then did the youth named Wang Tong sullenly fall silent, but before leaving, he couldn't help but toss out a don't know what's good for you. Jiang Chuan withdrew his gaze, uninterested in engaging. Ling Aoxiang's eyes glimmered with coldness as she whispered beside Jiang Chuan, Master, when we enter the temple, should we teach them a lesson? Jiang Chuan shook his head slightly, imparting his wisdom. If we teach them a lesson, it will breed enmity. If we have enemies, it will bring trouble. To avoid trouble, one must silence them. It's inconvenient to silence them here with so many people around. Let's not bother with them. Let's go. The teleportation array is about to open. Jiang Chuan strode forward. The teleportation array of the Starry Sky Temple erupted with blinding blue light, and hundreds of human geniuses simultaneously vanished from the square. Jiang Chuan found himself standing on a vast gray wasteland. The sky held no sun, moon, or stars, only a layer of pale purple light shrouding the entire space, casting everything in an eerie hue. This was the first level of the Starry Sky Temple. Moved. Keep up. Don't fall behind. The crowd around them quickly stirred, and the teams that had formed in the square began to take action. Those young disciples from prominent families each held a copy of notes left by their predecessors. Their objectives were clear at this moment, and they hurriedly advanced towards their chosen directions. The team led by Chu Mingwei headed east. The team of the young man in the blue robe went west, while Li Chenfeng's team headed directly north. Jiang Chuan stood still, also holding a copy of notes. It was personally handed to him by Qin Tianheng before departure. The cover was worn and tattered, and every page inside was densely filled with annotations, all the experiences purchased with the blood of predecessors. There are over a dozen known ruins on this level, and the highest inheritance is only Shrank. Jiang Chuan quickly flipped through the notes. There's nothing we want here. Ling Aoxiang stood beside him, her cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. Should we go directly to the second level? Yes. Jiang Chuan closed the notes and looked northward, but to reach the second level, we first need to obtain the key from a specific ruin. After speaking, he glanced at the direction where Li Chenfeng and the others had left. He couldn't help but shake his head. It shouldn't be so coincidental that we are heading to the same ruin. The two of them hurried toward the north together, neither too fast nor too slow. Before long, a team appeared in the distance on the wasteland, and it was Li Chenfeng's group. Wang Tong was at the back of the squad and was the first to notice Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoxiang following them. A look of disgust immediately appeared on his face. He shouted loudly, "Hey, what's up with you two? Didn't you say you weren't interested in us? Why are you following us now?" His shout turned everyone in the team to look back. Li Chenfeng stopped in his tracks, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chuan for a moment. Then it naturally shifted to Ling Aoxiang, and a hint of uncontainable admiration flashed in his eyes. Earlier, amidst the crowd and noise in the square, he had only caught a distant glance, but he felt that this woman possessed an exquisite figure and demeanor. Now at a closer distance, her cold and stunningly beautiful face was as delicate as carved jade, and her brilliant blue eyes carried an arresting, icy charm. He adjusted his attire, assuming a demeanor of cultured elegance, first nodding slightly to Ling Aoxiang before turning his attention to Jiang Chuan. His tone was calm, yet carried an air of condescension. This classmate Wang Tong was indeed a bit harsh earlier, But he was right to ask, since you rejected my invitation, why are you following us now? Jiang Chuan spoke, plainly, his tone unruffled. We need to go to the second level of the temple, and to do so we require a key, which is located in the ruin you are headed to. No sooner had he finished speaking than laughter erupted from the team. Going to the second level? Didn't he just say he wanted to go down to the second level? A young man carrying a heavy sword laughed heartily. Did I hear that wrong? Even our Li Xiao wouldn't dare to easily go down to the second level. Who do you think you are? Wang Tong laughed until tears almost came out. Pretending. Keep pretending. Earlier in the square you acted so aloof, saying you weren't interested, but now you want to tag along with our team. He turned to Li Qinfeng, his face filled with flattery. Li Xiao, you mustn't believe his words about going to the second level to get the key. It's obviously nonsense. This kid is just looking for an excuse to follow us, so that he can share the spoils later. Li Qinfeng ignored Wang Tong, and instead turned his gaze to Ling Aoxiang, his tone gentle to the point of being considerate. This beautiful lady, forgive my bluntness, the second level, is indeed extremely perilous. Even I have to think twice. Your companion's statement is either bragging or he simply does not understand the dangers of the second level. He stepped forward slightly, elegantly extending his hand. How about this? You join my team, and I guarantee you'll obtain a complete Srank inheritance. As for this boastful friend, let him go get the key by himself. Wang Tong immediately chimed in enthusiastically. Exactly. Li Xiao is a person who values talent. Beautiful lady, following him is definitely 1,000 times better than following this braggart. All eyes turned to Ling Aoxiang, waiting to see her choice. Without even lifting her eyelids, she parted her thin lips and coldly uttered just 2 words, no need. Li Qinfeng's smile instantly froze on his face. Wang Tong's face turned red as if he had been publicly slapped, and he shouted sharply, you don't know what's good for you. You're really asking for trouble. I see you two are. Enough. Li Qinfeng raised his hand to interrupt him. His expression had regained its calm, but a hint of shadow passed through his eyes. He cast a deep glance at Jiang Chuan and said lightly, since you both insist on following, then follow along. But let me be clear, the treasures in the ruins are based on one's ability. You don't expect us to share anything with you. He turned around, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The ruins were fraught with traps, and having these 2 oblivious fools lead the way would save him the trouble of sending someone to scout. As for that icy beauty, once she experienced the dangers within the ruins, she would naturally know whom to bow to. Jiang Chuan seemed completely oblivious to his thoughts, calmly trailing behind the team. About half an hour later, a cluster of dilapidated buildings finally emerged on the horizon ahead. It was a ruin that had existed for an unknown number of years. Gray-white stone pillars leaned haphazardly under the pale purple light, and the fractured walls were covered in mysterious black patterns resembling desiccated veins. The entire ruin was enveloped in a thin layer of gray mist, and occasionally eerie winds would blow out from the depths of the ruins, carrying a sound that made one's teeth ache. Li Qinfeng stopped at the edge of the ruins, taking out a piece of parchment map from his pocket. After pretending to study it for a few glances, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He turned around, his gaze landing on Jiang Chuan, his tone still gentle, but carrying an inexplicable undertone. Classmate Jiang, if I remember correctly, the key to the second level is hidden in the deepest part of this ruin. Jiang Chuan nodded, not replying. Li Qinfeng smiled slightly and continued, since our goals align, why not split up? This ruin has 2 entrances, and after reviewing the notes left by my family's predecessors, I found that this method of exploration is the most efficient and can also avoid interference between our 2 teams. He raised his hand, pointing towards the partially collapsed archway in front of the ruin, his tone becoming even more relaxed. The front gate is relatively intact, and my team will take responsibility for exploring it. As for the back entrance, he turned to another direction where a low and narrow crack could be vaguely seen, resembling a dark, gaping mouth embedded between the crumbling walls. The surrounding black patterns were much denser than those at the front entrance. That will be trouble for the 2 of you. As soon as his words fell, several people in the team who understood the situation exchanged glances swiftly. Jiang Chuan looked deeply at Li Qinfeng. He nodded and said, all right. After speaking, he took Ling Aoxiang and turned to leave without any hesitation, quickly disappearing into the pile of rubble beside the ruins. Once the 2 figures completely vanished, Wang Tong burst into laughter. Li Xiao's move is truly brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He gave a thumbs up with a flattering face. That kid probably doesn't even know that the backdoor area is the most dangerous part of this ruin, a place where one could easily die. Li Qinfeng's previously cultured smile finally faded, replaced by a trace of undisguised coldness. Since he dared to say he wants to go to the second level in front of me, he must have some ability. If that's the case, it's fair for him to share some of the risk. Laughter of agreement echoed through the team. It won't take long. Once he encounters that thing at the back entrance, he will naturally come running back to beg me. By then, he did not finish his sentence, but subtly glanced in the direction Jiang Chuan had left. A hint of barely perceptible greed flashed in his eyes. By that time, that kid will have lost the right to negotiate. As for the icy beauty beside him, she too will have to bow her head obediently. Su Yao had been observing this scene clearly from within the team. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. What should she say? That Jiang Chuan has an SS-level talent, and even the 8th-tier powerhouse from Xingyan Academy Shenzi has to protect him the whole way. That the seemingly ordinary young man could easily crush everyone present. With no evidence, who would believe her? She feared that if she spoke the truth, Li Qinfeng would think she was belittling him, looking down on him. And in that case, he would become displeased, ruining the little connections she had painstakingly built in the imperial capital. Forget it. Su Yao lowered her head, burying her face in the shadow of her hood. From the beginning to the end, she pretended not to know Jiang Chuan, and now there was no need to step out and say more. After all, with Jiang Chuan's strength, not to mention a back entrance, even turning the entire ruin upside down wouldn't harm him in the slightest. The one who truly should be worried is probably Li Qinfeng himself. At the front gate, Li Qinfeng's team had already delved deep into the ruins. Initially, everything was going smooth. A few grade warriors led the way, working in tandem with Li Qinfeng's grade archer for long-range suppression. The low-level monsters along the way posed no threat at all. In less than a quarter of an hour, they successfully passed through the outer corridor. Ahead lay a trap zone. Li Qinfeng stopped, glanced at the map, and casually pointed to two individuals. You two go explore that stretch of road ahead. The faces of the two turned pale instantly. The human death rate in the Starry Sky Temple was a staggering 92 each year, and it was no joke. For scouts like them, it was likely a one-way trip to death. They had thought that being backed by a strong team would allow them to fish in troubled waters. Unexpectedly, it was their turn first. The two exchanged a glance and saw deep regret and fear reflected in each. Just a moment ago, they had been cheering and mocking Jiang Chuan for going to the back door to face death, but now it was their turn to scout the path, and not a single person stood up to say a word for them. At the back of the team, Su Yao silently watched the scene unfold, a vague chill rising within her. Li Qinfeng glanced back indifferently. He didn't even know the names of the two sent to scout. He casually asked, "Is there any movement at the back door?" Wang Tong immediately chimed in, "What movement? That kid is probably dead already. Maybe after a while that beauty next to him will come running, crying and begging young Master Li for help." Li Qinfeng's lips curved up slightly at this. However, before his smile could fully form, a deep rumbling sound suddenly echoed from the depths of the ruins. The sound was extremely muffled, as if some colossal object was turning over underground, causing dust to fall from the passage. Oh, everyone was stunned by this sudden commotion. The main hall. Li Qinfeng's expression changed abruptly. "Someone has arrived here ahead of us. The seal has been triggered. We cannot let others get ahead. Move at full speed." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a shadow and dashed deeper. At the back door of the ruins, Jiang Chuan was advancing leisurely while observing his surroundings. Whoosh! A poisoned dark arrow shot out from a crack in the wall, moving so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. Ling Aoxiang casually waved her hand, and a shield of ice appeared out of nowhere, freezing the arrow along with the entire wall into a solid block of ice. Turning the corner, 4 stone statue guards over 3 meters tall were activated simultaneously, their massive hammers crashing down with a whoosh of wind. Ling Aoxiang didn't even raise her hand. She lightly tapped the ground, unleashing a circle of ice-blue shockwaves. The movements of the 4 stone statue guards froze midair. In the next moment, they exploded into a flurry of ice shards. The current Ling Aoxiang was no longer that girl who would exhaust herself after 18 rounds in a martial arts arena. With the enhancement of the Emperor's Oath, she shared Jiang Chuan's full base attributes of 1,500 points along with her frost talent that had broken through to SS level, increasing its power tenfold. It was no exaggeration to say that now, with a casual strike, she could unleash the power of a peak level 7 attack. Even when facing an 8th level powerhouse, she would not be at a disadvantage. To ordinary first-level professionals, the traps and monsters in this ruin were extremely perilous, but in her presence, they were no different from the wild monsters in a novice village. "Master." Ling Aoxiang suddenly halted, her ice-blue eyes gazing ahead. "There's no way forward." Jiang Chuan looked up, facing a heavy stone wall, its surface covered in black patterns with a fist-sized dark purple crystal embedded in the center, radiating an ominous glow. He flipped through the notes given to him by Qin Tianheng, turned 2 pages, and found the corresponding entry. "It's a heritage stone. Only when someone who meets the requirements for inheritance encounters it will the door open." Jiang Chuan pondered for less than 2 seconds before saying to Ling Aoxiang, "Break it." Ling Aoxiang nodded, raising her slender hand. A long spear formed from condensed ice-blue frost appeared in the void. The temperature in the air plummeted, and thick white frost instantly covered the surrounding walls. The black patterns on the stone wall cracked and shattered from the freezing. She gripped the spear tightly and threw it casually. Boom! The entire ruin shook violently. The stone wall was blasted out, creating a hole several meters in diameter, and a chilling gust of air surged out from the opening with crystalline ice shards clinging to the edges. Jiang Chuan stepped over the rubble and entered the space behind the wall. Before him stood a vast main hall with a high dome and walls intricately carved with countless star totems. The floor is black, as a mirror reflecting the grand hall in a deep and solemn manner. In the center of the hall, a dark purple cocoon of light, several meters in diameter, hung, suspended in midair, its surface constantly writhing, as if something was gestating within. Before the two could approach, the cocoon suddenly exploded. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a three-meter humanoid monster crashed down to the ground. It was covered in dark green scales, its long limbs bristling with barbs, and its giant mouth split to the roots of its ears, filled with jagged teeth, 6 blood-red eyes locking onto the intruders. Heritage Guardian Boss, LV-10 Health, 0 Attack, 1-0 Defense, 800. A level 10 monster, but this creature's attributes were not something an ordinary level 10 professional could handle. It was likely that even a level 3 or 4 professional would find it troublesome. Roar. The Guardian of the Temple dropped to all fours, transforming into a dark green lightning bolt, rushing forward so fast that it tore through the air with a piercing crack. Ling Aoxiang shouted lightly, raising her slender hand. An ice-blue spear coalesced in her grasp, sweeping out horizontally. Crack! The ice spear swept across the Guardian's waist and abdomen, its hard dark green scales proving less sturdy than paper before the spear tip instantly tearing a vicious gash through flesh and scales. Chilling air surged into the wound, swiftly freezing most of its body into an ice sculpture. The Temple Guardian let out an incredibly shrill scream. Fear surfaced in its 6 eyes. It turned to flee, but its lower limbs were already frozen to the ground, unable to move an inch. Ling Aoxiang flipped her wrist. The ice spear slipped from her hand, transforming into an ice-blue streak of light that accurately entered its gaping mouth, piercing through its skull and reducing its hideous head to a pile of ice shards. With a thunderous crash, the monster's massive body fell to the ground, shattered into countless ice shards. Instant kill. The corpse of the Temple Guardian dissolved into specks of light, and 2 beams of different colored light shot up from where it had vanished, illuminating the entire main hall. The left beam contained a dark golden long sword, its blade elongated with a pulsating red gem embedded in the guard, clearly a non-ordinary item. The right beam held a palm-sized bronze key quietly floating, engraved with mysterious star patterns. Jiang Chuan's eyelids twitched. This is it. However, this monster surprisingly did not drop any professional inheritance. According to the notes, the ruins in the Starry Sky Temple were actually similar to realms, refreshing once a year. Every time a guardian monster was defeated, there was a chance to drop an inheritance. The reason why this ruin was deemed S-level by previous human predecessors was that it had previously dropped in S-level sublimation inheritance, and their luck was clearly not very good. They hadn't seen even in a level inheritance, let alone in S-level 1. However, bad luck had nothing to do with Jiang Chuan. He stepped forward, and a golden light surged in his hand. Extraction of all things. Activate. Whoosh. Extraction successful. Strength attribute 20 points. Since your strength attribute has reached the current realm's limit, it has automatically been converted into talent proficiency. Extraction successful. Gained sublimation inheritance. Dragon Slayer Knight SS level. A rich orange glow coalesced in Jiang Chuan's hand, and anyone could sense the indescribable wave of power contained within. Not bad. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly, and just as he was about to store the inheritance, the archway on the other side of the main hall suddenly burst open. Li Chenfeng burst in with his team from the front door, drenched in sweat, his armor covered in dust, clearly having run with great effort. But when he caught sight of the scene in the main hall, all his fatigue was instantly cast aside. 3 beams of light. Dark, gold-level weapons. S-level inheritance. His pupils dilated sharply, and his heart raced uncontrollably. These 2 items, just one of them, would be an immense opportunity. Especially that S-level inheritance. His biggest goal for this trip was merely the S-level sublimation path, and S-level was something he hadn't even dared to dream about. Immediately his gaze fell upon the 2 individuals on the other side of the main hall. Jiang Chuan was spotless, while Ling Aoxiang stood beside him, emotionless and still coldly beautiful, not a single hair out of place. You guys. His throat bobbed, his voice bewildered. How could you be faster than us? Impossible. The area at the back door is dozens of times more dangerous than the front door. We didn't even get to you through the main road, so how could you? His words suddenly stopped. Li Chenfeng's mind churned with lightning speed. He refused to believe that Jiang Chuan and his companion had breached the rear gate through sheer brute force. The perilous nature of that zone was meticulously documented in the ancestral notes passed down through the Li family. A fate sealed 9 times out of 10. How then could these 2 obscure figures stand here unscathed? Only one possibility remained: they possessed intelligence unknown to him, or perhaps some extraordinary method capable of neutralizing the ruins' defensive mechanisms. That explained why he had so eagerly volunteered to lead the charge toward the rear gate, not to court death but to pursue a hidden agenda. Yes, exactly so. As this realization crystallized, the shock blazing in Li Qinfeng's eyes swiftly gave way to an insatiable, ravenous greed. Regardless of how Jiang Chuan and his companion had secured entry into the main hall ahead of them, the legacy remained untouched, and thus still within reach. Damn it! Look at the occupational sequence rankings. A bespectacled youth stared fixedly at the shimmering holographic display before him, his voice cracking. Slayer Swordmaster. S-tier legacy. Rank 985. My heavens. This places them among the top 1,000 occupational sequences across the entire Yuanshi realm. At those words, the entire team erupted into chaos. The occupational sequence rankings, a celestial decree issued by the Yuanshi realm's heavenly Tao, evaluated every known occupational lineage across all dimensions, sealing potential growth, trajectory, battlefield efficacy, and more. To rank among the top 1,000 meant belonging to an elite sequence coveted by countless races, each one a pinnacle aspiration for generations of practitioners. Rank 985. I recall our human race's strongest legacy, the Heaven's Punishment Thunder Sovereign, only reaches position 1024. It doesn't even crack the top 1,000. So this fellow wields a legacy superior even to the Thunder Sovereign. Impossible. Our race has produced only 7 S-tier prodigies in centuries. The highest-ranked S-tier legacies barely scrape past the 1,000th mark. What entitles him to this? Greed, jealousy, shock, incredulity. These emotions swirled violently across youthful faces, while searing gazes converged unblinking upon the luminous orb cradled in Jiang Chuan's palm. After all, humanity's most powerful known occupation ranked merely 1,024th, an S-tier legacy, so revered it was treated as a national treasure. Sealed deep within the celestial pavilion, its inheritance reserved solely for those who had rendered extraordinary service to the Federation. Yet this unassuming amber sphere before them outranked even that sovereign heirloom by nearly 40 positions. Li Qinfeng's gaze burned with sudden, incandescent intensity. An S-tier legacy ranked within the celestial top 1,000. What did that signify? Acquiring it would elevate Li Qinfeng beyond mere distinction among Tianke City's youth. He would become the undisputed apex of humanity's next generation. Given time to fully assimilate its essence, ascension beyond 7th and 8th orders, and even to the legendary 9th order, would no longer be fantasy. By then, not only would Star Crown Academy pale in significance, but even within the hallowed halls of the Celestial Pavilion, he would command a seat of honor. And the Li clan, beginning with him, would ascend from being merely a first-tier house of Tianke City to joining the pantheon of humanity's most exalted dynasties. At this thought, his breath quickened. He drew a slow, steadying inhalation and rekindled his practiced, affable smile as he stepped forward. Classmate, what extraordinary fortune! My sincerest congratulations. Jiang Chuan did not deign. A flicker of irritation crossed Li Qinfeng's eyes, swiftly suppressed, as his smile deepened, now laced with feigned sincerity. Yet if you two knew of a shortcut through the ruins, yet feigned ignorance and trailed us for protection, that hardly seems fair, does it? What shortcut? Jiang Chuan regarded him with genuine bewilderment. Ha ha ha. Now that's just... Li Qinfeng's smile tightened at the edges. If not by shortcut, then pray tell. Do you expect us to believe you forced your way through the far deadlier rear gate by raw strength alone? Exactly. You must know the shortcut. Why else choose the more dangerous rear gate? Without our numbers shielding you along the way, you'd likely never have reached this place alive. So, what precisely do you propose we do? Jiang Chuan's impatience sharpened. I say, hand over everything you've claimed. Wang Tong bellowed, eyes bloodshot. Li Qinfeng cast an approving glance toward Wang Tong. Sharp lad indeed. Wasn't his father employed by the Li clan? A promotion might soon be warranted. Yet decorum demanded such thoughts remain veiled beneath polished composure. Since you benefited from our protection, surrendering your spoils is only equitable. Rest assured, I am scrupulously fair. All acquisitions shall be distributed proportionally to each member's contribution. No one leaves empty-handed. At his words, the already envious members of the team drew sharper, heavier breaths. Few dared dream of claiming the S-tier legacy itself, but even a modest share under Li Qinfeng's stewardship beat returning home with nothing. Only Su Yao paled further, her heart churning with silent curses. Why provoke this calamity incarnate? Chen Du, who, 6th Order Apex, had been slain on a whim when Jiang Chuan held no backing whatsoever. Now, he commanded the full endorsement of the Federation's highest echelons. To slay a few individuals, or even order the Li clan's complete annihilation, would require but a single effortless thought. A mere aristocratic house, less formidable than the Lin clan, What fatal folly drives you? Her feet had already begun retreating imperceptibly toward the exit. Wang Tong stoked the flames anew. Seniorly speaks truth. Surrender your findings. We'll divide them fairly among all. Precisely. Another voice joined in. We risked our lives to get here, yet you seize everything. How do you reckon our sacrifice? Li Chunfeng savored the rising tide of resentment behind him, satisfaction warming his tone as it hardened. Jiang classmate. You see, it isn't that I lack reason. These brothers have followed me into mortal peril. For you to snatch victory before their eyes, that places me in an impossible position. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the great hall's profound silence, applause rang out. Abrupt, deliberate, jarring. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Jiang Chuan lowered his hands, his expression utterly unchanged as he met Li Chunfeng's hollow smile. To cloak theft in such lofty rhetoric, you truly are a wretched breed. Li Chunfeng's smile froze. Classmate, it appears you refuse to uphold the greater good. The Jiang Chuan's lips curled into a grim, fleeting grin. Then he stepped forward, his mirth vanishing like mist. A wave of lethal intent flooded the hall. Who precisely do you think you are? Dare you demand my deference? Li Chunfeng's face turned ashen. Behind him, several combat specialists drew weapons instantly, while Su Yao bolted white-faced for the doorway. Attack! Li Chunfeng's command cracked like thunder, when suddenly from beyond the hall's entrance a shrill, agonized scream pierced the air, then choked off mid-cry as though throttled by an unseen hand. The chilling screams outside the grand hall echoed one after another like a dull knife slicing through flesh, sending shivers down the spine. Li Chunfeng's expression changed dramatically, and he no longer cared about seizing any inheritance. He shouted sternly, everyone stay alert. Something's coming in. Before he finished speaking, Su Yao emerged from the passage, her face pale. She had intended to sneak away, no longer wanting to be involved in this matter, even contemplating leaving the Starry Sky Temple directly, but she encountered the horrific scene outside. Immediately following was a stumbling figure, a person missing an arm, with a bloody and mangled shoulder covered in blood. With a trembling voice, he shouted, the Corpse Hound clan. It's the hunting team of the Corpse Hound clan. The few people who were on lookout outside are all dead. All dead. The grand hall erupted in chaos. The Corpse Hound clan. If the Bloodcat clan is the nemesis of humanity, then the Corpse Hound clan is a nightmare for all of humankind. These decaying monsters with dog heads inherently carry lethal corpse poison. Even the toxic mist they exude can make practitioners of the same level dizzy and significantly reduce their combat strength. What's even worse is their astonishingly strong physiques. A corpse hound of the same level can easily take on 5 humans without losing ground. Every year, countless elite humans perish beneath the claws of these monsters. For the newly awakened young practitioners of the Corpse Hound clan entering the Starry Sky Temple to hunt humans is their Kamingafage ceremony. Outside the main gate, 5 figures slowly walked in. They were taller than ordinary adults by a full head, their bodies covered in gray-green rotting flesh, with some areas even revealing stark white bones. On the massive dog head, 2 rows of drooling fangs were exposed, and murky eyeballs swirled with unmasked malice and hunger. The leading corpse hound was larger than its companions, its muscles black-brown, and as firm as obsidian, visibly emanating strength beneath its skin. With each step, its paws left behind corrosive footprints on the ground, emitting white smoke. This was the royal bloodline of the Corpse Hound clan. The mere presence of it exuded such an oppressive aura that it caused the legs of many inside the hall to weaken. There are indeed a lot of humans. The royal Corpse Hound grinned savagely. Perfect. I just need 7 more heads to complete my Kamingafage ceremony. You human meat pigs obediently hand over your heads. Li Chunfeng's pupils constricted sharply as he desperately suppressed his fear, sternly declaring, don't be intimidated. We outnumber them 10 to 1. As long as we cooperate properly, it might not be impossible. Before he could finish, the royal corpse hound moved. There was no warning. The black figure flashed like lightning, instantly crossing a distance of 10 meters, slamming its paw against the chest of an A-class warrior in the front row. The warrior raised his shield, but it was as if the shield were made of paper before the corpse hound's claws, and both man and shield were sent flying, crashing hard against the stone wall of the grand hall. His chest armor shattered, revealing 3 horrifying wounds deep enough to see bone, with the edges of the flesh visibly blackening and rotting. He was still in midair when he already ceased to breathe. Everyone gasped in cold air. An A-class defensive warrior couldn't even withstand a single claw. The strength of the Corpse Hound clan was indeed as terrifying as rumored. No wonder they could take on 5 at once. This was an outright crushing disparity in combat power. The other 4 corpse hounds let out excited howls simultaneously, like 4 gray-green phantoms pouncing into the crowd. Li Chunfeng could no longer afford to give commands, and hurriedly retreated. The other team members fell into disarray, fighting individually. The sounds of screams and clashing weapons merged into a cacophony. Jiang Chuan stood expressionless on the other side of the grand hall, watching the slaughter unfold. He withdrew his gaze and reached for the light pillars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 light pillars were collected one after another. Li Chengfeng with keen eyes caught sight of this scene, and his eyes nearly burst with anger. Jiang Chuan, you shameless bastard. We are here fighting for our lives, and you take the opportunity to steal things. Jiang Chuan didn't even glance at him, turning away with a flat tone. Let's go, there's no need for us to act. Ling Aoshang nodded and walked alongside him toward the back door. Trying to run, the Royal Corpse Hound's gaze crossed the crowd and fell upon the two, sneering coldly. I told you none of you meat pigs can escape. Kill them. The Royal Corpse Hound let out a low growl, and immediately 2 roars came from outside the back door as 2 gray-green figures lunged out of the darkness. They were 2 ordinary corpse hounds flanking in from the back door, one on the left and one on the right, their blood-stained mouths aiming directly for the throats of the 2. With a flick of her delicate hand, Ling Aoshang sent 2 icy blue beams shooting from her fingertips, accurately piercing through the foreheads of the 2 corpse hounds. As the 2 monsters were still in midair, their decaying flesh rapidly froze, turning into 2 ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The moment they hit the ground, the ice sculptures shattered into countless fragments. The grand hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, including the corpse hounds that were slaughtering, stood frozen in place. The Royal Corpse Hound's pupils suddenly constricted for the first time, revealing a grave expression on its face. The other humans seemed to have grasped a lifeline, shouting to the 2, please save us. Classmate, we beg, take us with you. With your strength, killing these evil corpse hounds should be a piece of cake, right? Classmates, we are all of the same kind. You can't just watch us die. Their voices rose and fell, filled with pleas and moral coercion. It was as if everyone had completely forgotten. Just moments ago, they had tried to seize the inheritance from Jiang Chuan with their ugly faces. Jiang Chuan cast a cold glance at them. In his heart, there was always a line he refused to cross, restraining his desire to kill and seize talents, preventing him from becoming a complete madman. Therefore, Jiang Chuan was reluctant to entertain thoughts of killing. However, asking him to save a group of selfish, ungrateful wolves was absolutely impossible. I will come back to help collect your corpses, he said lightly. This was of course the truth. He would not miss the bodies of a group of at least B-class talent holders plus 1 S-class talent. After saying this, he turned around, his figure disappearing into the hole. Li Chengfeng stared at the empty hole, then glanced at the corpse hounds, eyeing them hungrily. His face looked as if he had been slapped multiple times in public. He stammered, no need to be afraid. We are fight these beasts. The Royal Corpse Hound had already turned its gaze back, licking the drool from the corner of its mouth, refocusing its attention on him. It grinned, the saliva on its fangs stretching into thin threads. First finish off this group of humans, then go chase those 2 interesting prey. Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshang crawled out through the back door. After walking a few steps, Ling Aoshang suddenly looked back at the shattered stone wall. Master, are we just going to let them go? Jiang Chuan continued, walking, his tone calm. Of course not. With a casual sweep of his palm, he struck the stone wall on one side of the passage. A terrifying force surged through the wall, causing the entire passage to tremble violently, and debris fell from the ceiling, quickly sealing off the passage behind them. Jiang Chuan smirked. I didn't even lift a finger. Out of respect for my kin, I wanted to let them escape, but there's no way. Let's go. After we gather what we need, we'll come back to collect their bodies. Ling Aoxiang's expression was calm. The 2 left the ruins and proceeded towards the entrance of the second layer, following the route marked in the notes. The first layer was littered with ruins. Occasionally, a few fresh corpses could be seen. Human corpses, alien corpses, lying haphazardly on the grayish-white gravel. The blood had yet to dry. After about a quarter of an hour, a sudden clatter of weapons clashing rang out ahead, mixed with human roars and shrill screams. Jiang Chuan looked up. Not far away, on a chaotic rocky area, 7 or 8 human practitioners had formed a defensive circle back-to-back, surrounded by dozens of small alien creatures. Covered in short gray-brown fur with a cat-like head and body, vertical pupils, pointed ears, and claws like curved daggers. They were practitioners of the Bloodcat clan. This group was clad in tattered armor, clearly having fought for quite some time. The leader was a burly youth wielding a heavy shield, its surface scarred with scratches from Bloodcat claws. His left arm had a deep gash, exposing bone, blood streaming down his elbow, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent, bracing himself at the forefront. Oh, quite impressive to endure. The Bloodcat leader was a robust individual with reddish fur, squatting on a large stone, its vertical pupils filled with mockery, licking the blood off its claws. Don't struggle, obediently let me take your head, and you'll suffer less. You're dreaming, spat the burly youth, a mouthful of blood escaping him. The red-furred Bloodcat sneered, and was about to give the final command for an assault, when a flash of icy blue light suddenly crossed its vision. Ling Aoshang had made her move. Without greetings, without any pre-battle declaration, not even an unnecessary word, she stepped onto the battlefield, her ice spear already sweeping out, a frost wave sweeping across the rocky terrain. The Bloodcat practitioners didn't even have time to react before frost enveloped them. The Bloodcat King stood up, its fur bristling, emitting a threatening hiss. "Who are you?" Its words were cut short, as an icy blue spear point had already reached before its eyes. How could it be? This was the last thought in the Bloodcat King's mind. The ice spear pierced through its skull, nailing it, and its body to the ground, the blood not even having the chance to splatter before being frozen solid. It died without ever understanding why such a powerful monster appeared among the humans it deemed worthless. The remaining Bloodcats shrieked and attempted to scatter. Ling Aoxiang swept her spear again, an icy blue arc slicing through the air, severing several monsters in half, and scattering them into icy shards. The battle concluded within a few breaths. Beside the pile of rubble, the surviving practitioners stared in disbelief at the scene, their minds blank. Just moments ago, the dozen Bloodcats had been toying with them, and now they lay dead without a trace. The Bloodcat King, which had filled them with despair, was killed in one blow. The burly youth was the first to regain his senses, clutching his injured left arm, deeply bowing to Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoxiang, his voice trembling. "Thank you both for saving my life. I am Zhao Tai, and these are my teammates. May I ask for your names? If you ever need our assistance, we would be There's no need to mention it." Jiang Chuan waved his hand. As fellow humans, it's only natural to help when one is in danger. His gaze had already fallen upon the corpses of the Bloodcats slain by Ling Aoxiang. While everyone was still calming their emotions, he quietly approached the largest Bloodcat corpse, pressing his palm gently on its back. Extraction initiated. Extraction successful. Gain talent agility enhancement B level. Agility enhancement B level 1-star agility attribute increased by an additional 25, with an extra 50 bonus for agility checks. Jiang Chuan glanced at the prompt on his panel, feeling little disturbance within. It was similar to the strength enhancement he had acquired previously, just with a different attribute. For an ordinary practitioner, it would be a quite practical passive ability, but his 4 attributes had long since hit the first stage limit, leaving little room for improvement. Currently, it would be of no use. However, it would surely become useful once he broke through to the second stage. He didn't linger, confirming that there were no casualties among the group that needed assistance, and continued on with Ling Aoxiang. At the end of the wasteland, a massive stone door stood alone on the gray earth. The stone door towered over 20 meters high, etched with countless intertwined star patterns, serving as the entrance to the second layer of the Starry Sky Temple. But at this moment, the stone door was already occupied. To be precise, it was occupied by a group of aliens. Not many in number, only about 10, but each one exuded an oppressive presence far surpassing the Bloodcats and corpse dogs they had encountered before. These aliens varied in size. Some were covered in scales, some had wings sprouting from their backs, while others were simply a mass of black mist floating in the air. Yet they all stood silently at the sides of the stone door, none of them speaking. The true main character was the creature squatting directly in front of the stone door. It was a rhinoceros man, nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body was a dull rock gray, the muscles on its back rising like mountain ridges, with arms thicker than an adult's waist. A short, thick horn protruded from above its wide, flat nose, glinting with a metallic sheen under the pale purple light. It squatted there like a towering iron tower. As soon as Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoxiang appeared, the rhinoceros man slowly lifted its eyelids, its deep-set brown eyes sweeping over them, indifferent, as if it were looking at 2 ants crawling by. "Humans." It spoke, its voice deep, like thunder rumbling from the earth, carrying an air of condescension. "I have been waiting here for 3 days. The opponent I was supposed to meet has not arrived." It straightened slightly, casting a long shadow on the ground. "Instead, 2 human bugs have come early. Kill them." It waved its hand, the gesture casual, as if swatting away flies. First floor of Shinkong Shindian, a human stronghold. Chu Minghui leaned against a stone pillar, sharpening his heavy sword. Its blade reflected his sharply defined face, every line of his brow brimming with arrogance. His team had already cleared 3 relic sites in the area and returned with plentiful spoils. They had unearthed 2 level inheritances and even 1 level legacy, although some clashed with his own aptitude. Bringing them back to the family would still be regarded as a great achievement. "Young Master Chu." A hurried shout came from the entrance. Chu Minghui looked up to see the sentry urgently calling, "There is trouble outside." Chu Minghui frowned, hoisted his heavy sword onto his shoulder, and strode briskly out of the stronghold. Outside stood a low wall hastily assembled from broken walls and rubble. Several sentries, professionals, lay behind it, peering outward. Chu Minghui vaulted onto the wall and scanned the distance. On the wasteland, 7 or 8 ragged figures drenched in blood staggered toward them, as if crawling out of a pile of corpses. The man at the front was missing an arm. The stump was carelessly bound with strips of cloth soaked through with blood. The others trailing him were in no better condition. Their faces were ashen wounds rimmed with an unnatural black-purple. Corpse poison. Chu Minghui's brow tightened. With a wave he ordered bring them inside. Several of his men leapt over the low wall and clumsily helped the group into the stronghold. The worst injured was laid flat on the ground, a wound at his chest still seeped black blood, and he lay semi-conscious. Chu Minghui crouched, turned the blood-smeared face aside, and his pupils constricted. Li Chunfeng. The Chu and Li families were evenly matched estates in Tiancai City. Li Chunfeng shared in level aptitude with him and was among the notable freshmen of Xingyan Shuyuan this year. Chu Minghui could not call him a friend, but they'd often crossed paths at gatherings of the powerful. How had this man come to such a state? Young Master Chu. Li Chunfeng's eyelids fluttered, his voice was weak and hoarse. Treat him first. Chu Minghui frowned and ordered it. Someone immediately produced antidote pills and rejuvenation powder and administered them to the survivors. After a long while, Li Chunfeng's complexion steadied a little. What on earth happened? Chu Minghui asked. Li Chunfeng shut his eyes. 2 clear tears slid from the corners, his voice thick with grief and unwillingness. It was Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan. Chu Minghui had no recollection of the name. Who is he? Li Chunfeng snapped, his eyes open, hatred flaring, his teeth grinding. A nobody. We took him along out of goodwill, he spat, and he stabbed us in the back. While we were fighting the Shirquan clan, he stole my S-level inheritance and sealed us inside the ruin, then fled. A commotion rippled through the crowd. An S-level inheritance. Impossible. The first-floor ruins of the Xingkong Xindian only yield at most S-level. Where would an S-level come from? Is he telling the truth? What a scoundrel. Li Chunfeng's chest heaved violently, his voice so hoarse it seemed he might cough up all his hatred. I know you won't believe me, but the ruin did produce an S-level profession inheritance. Zhanlong Jianshi, Zhanlong swordsman sequence, rank 985. We fought bloodily with the Shirquan clan and finally drove them off. He took advantage of the chaos to steal the inheritance and slipped out through the back door. He paused, sweeping his gaze over their shocked faces, voice growing even more pained. We tried to stop him, but the woman beside him struck ruthlessly. She wounded several of our people and sealed off our escape. Look at this arm. I with S-level aptitude. Would I lie to you? The watching professionals exchanged glances, their shock slowly curdled into anger. They were all of the human race. In a place like the Xingkong Xindian, they should stand together against other races, yet someone had stabbed his compatriots in the back, for the sake of hoarding an S-level inheritance. At that, Chu Minghui's eyes lit up. Zhanlong Jianshi. The name alone suggested a close combat path, and he, Chu Minghui, was precisely in S-level close combat talent. This S-level inheritance you spoke of, is it a close combat path? Li Chunfeng's eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible chill. That was the very question he had been waiting for. He knew this man's temperament, proud and greedy, prone to reckless acts without regard for consequences. Now that he knew of the inheritance, he would not let it go. Young Master Chu, if I lie, let my aptitude fall to level. Li Chunfeng raised his intact hand and wore an expression of utter anguish. I saw it with my own eyes. The inheritance was a close combat sword technique. Sadly, I lacked the fortune to keep it. Chu Minghui sprang to his feet with a soft exhalation, brandishing his heavy sword. Its sheen revealed the unabashed greed on his face. He called to the onlookers, you have all heard. Our people are already weak in the Xingkong Xindian, with other races eyeing us hungrily, yet Jiang Chuan, for his own selfish gain, harmed his compatriots, so? Such a man does not deserve to stand with us. He pointed his blade north. I now issue a kill order and place a bounty on the whereabouts of Jiang Chuan. Those who join me will not only have the satisfaction of avenging this outrage once the job is done, but everyone will share in whatever he carries. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into waves of assent. Young Master Chu is right. Such a man does not deserve to stand with us. He must pay the price. Leaning against the stone wall, Li Chunfeng wore a face of righteous fury while secretly smiling coldly. Even if he could not obtain the S-level inheritance, he would not let Jiang Chuan escape unpunished. At the back of the crowd, Su Yao sat wrapped in a blanket in the corner, taking the whole scene in. A deep chill crept up in her heart. Li Chunfeng's once handsome face now seemed fouler to her than the fangs of the Shirquan clan. Without warning, she remembered the look Jiang Chuan had given when he turned back to leave the ruin. She had then thought that gaze was excessively cold, so cold it sent shivers down her spine. Now she suddenly understood Jiang Chuan had scorned explaining himself to this rabble, for he had long seen through them. They were not worth a single wasted word. Huh. The massive skull of the Shirin Wangzu was pinned to the ground by a foot. Its proud horn lay broken, being toyed with in Jiang Chuan's hand. Not a bad material for forging. Jiang Chuan pocketed it casually. Around them, the once formidable other races lay reduced to a field of corpses. What are you? The Shirin Wangzu gasped, squeezing the words from its throat. It could not believe these two were frail humans. They must be some stronger beings in disguise. But why would such mighty races disguise themselves as humans? Jiang Chuan gave it no answer. He crushed its skull with a single stomp. Then the extraction of all things activated. Extraction succeeded. Gained aptitude Tiji Changhua Constitutional Enhancement Rank. Tiji Changhua rank 1 star. Raises Constitution attribute by 25 and grants an additional 50 bonus to Constitution checks. Jiang Chuan gazed at the prompt displayed on his interface, a faint sigh stirring within his heart. Rank B talent. His previously extracted agility enhancement from the Bloodcat Royal Clan was also rank B. The Corpse Hound Royal Clan was likely no different. Such bloodline talents ranked merely mid-to-upper tier among alien clans, yet they were more than sufficient to slaughter human-strength prodigies like livestock. The chasm between humanity and alien races proved far wider than he had imagined. Yet pondering further, if even these rank royal heirs could effortlessly crush human-strength elites, how formidable must their true strength or S-strength geniuses be? And what of those supreme races born atop the pinnacle of all sentient species? As Jiang Chuan mused, his hands never ceased moving. He reached out once more toward the corpse of the rhinoceros human royal clan. Item acquired: Star Concealing Compass. A palm-sized bronze compass tumbled from the corpse, dense and weighty in his grip, its surface etched with intricate, densely packed star glyphs. The needle at the compass's center spun chaotically. Jiang Chuan flipped through Qin Tianing's notes, but found no record of this artifact. Still, judging by its name and apparent function, it was almost certainly a navigational tool, though the needle's erratic motion suggested its destination lay beyond the first layer. We'll deal with it later. Jiang Chuan stowed the compass and withdrew the bronze key from his pack. He approached the colossal stone gate leading to the second layer. He inserted the key into the lock, gently turned it. Hum! The stone gate thundered open. Let's go. Jiang Chuan beckoned Ling Ao Shuang, and together they stepped across the threshold into the second layer. As the blinding white light faded, Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, to find himself standing upon a platform suspended amidst the star-strewn void. Beneath his feet stretched a translucent starlit floor rippling faintly like water. Above, no ceiling confined the sky. Only boundless deep cerulean star oceans stretched in every direction. Several starlit causeways, varying in width, extended outward from the platform's edges, crisscrossing and interweaving to form a vast floating labyrinth adrift in the cosmic deep. This is the second layer. Jiang Chuan opened his notebook and skimmed several pages. The records on Layer 2 were less than half as extensive as those for Layer 1. Yet all critical information remained intact. He turned to a specific page and paused, his gaze locking onto the text. Layer 2 contains no fixed heritage ruins, only star beasts. Slaying them yields stellar chi. Accumulate enough, and the great gate to Layer 3 shall open automatically. Star beasts possess strength roughly equivalent to human Tier 3 adepts. Team hunting is advised. Tier 3. Jiang Chuan closed the notebook, his lips twitching faintly. No wonder Layer 2's records amounted to little more than a dozen terse entries. A band of freshly awakened Tier 1 adepts confronting Tier 3 monsters, even in coordinated squads, faced near certain annihilation. But for him, the distinction between Tier 3 and Tier 1 held little meaning. Let's go. Hunt beasts, gather energy. Together the two strode forward along one of the causeways. They hadn't gone far when the starlight ahead warped violently. A hazy silhouette coalesced from the void and landed upon the causeway, resolving into a colossal wolf forged entirely of stellar radiance. Nearly 3 meters long, its limbs were sleek and powerfully muscled. Silver-white flames burning with contained intensity crowned its back like a mane. Its eyes blazed like compressed orbs of pure light. Stellar Beast Radiant Wolf, Level 15, HP 120 ATK, 240 Def, 1500. Such stats would have rendered this creature nearly invincible within Layer 1. Yet here in Layer 2, it was merely the most common of adversaries. Ling Ao Shuang did not wait for it to lunge. She surged forward to meet it head-on. An ice-blue spear materialized in her grasp. In a blur of motion, she pierced the radiant wolf's forelimb with its tip. The beast howled in pain and unleashed a searing breath of stellar flame. Ling Ao Shuang didn't even bother dodging. A shield of glacial ice manifested before her, absorbing the incinerating breath with absolute unyielding solidity. Within 2 exchanges, she impaled the radiant wolf upon her spear, pinning it dead to the causeway, its body dissolving into a shower of shimmering stardust. A thread of silvery light detached from the fading motes and flowed into Ling Ao Shuang's body. Stellar Beast Radiant Wolf slain. 5 stellar chi acquired. 1,000 points of stellar chi are required to unlock the gate to Layer 3. We'll grind slowly. Starbeast spawn rates were low. Ling Ao Shuang handled them with ease, leaving Jiang Chuan free to retrieve his dark gold longsword. Dragonblood Sword Dark Gold. ATK 280,345. STR 50. AGI 30. Trait. Dragon-slaying Sword Chi. When activated, attacks release additional Sword Chi, dealing 120 extra damage against Dragonkind damage doubles. Cooldown 300 seconds. A dark gold tier weapon, 1 rank above gold tier. Out in the mortal world, this blade would fetch a staggering price, 4 or 5 million credits at minimum. Yet Jiang Chuan wielded bows, not swords, rendering this weapon little better than a fire poker in his hands. A notion flickered in his mind. Instantly he willed it forth. Shua. Extraction successful. Obtained Purple Gold 2, Dragonflame Stone 1, a Dragonblood Crystal 1. The dark gold blade dissolved in his palm into a flowing luminescence, reforging itself into several ingots of rare metal, each gleaming with an unearthly aura and a single crimson gemstone pulsing like living blood. His conviction intensified. He possessed Divine Artificer's Craft, a tier SSS forging talent, granting 100 success rate and doubling all final attributes. Since acquiring this ability, he had yet to employ it once. Jiang Chuan glanced toward Ling Ao Shuang nearby. Her ice spear, though masterfully wielded, was merely a manifestation of her innate talent, intangible, ephemeral. If he forged her a true physical spear, amplified by Divine Artificer's Craft's attribute doubling effect, her combat prowess would surge dramatically. Shall we try? Jiang Chuan's interest quickened. He possessed no forge, no anvil, not even the simplest hammer. Any ordinary artificer would have been utterly stymied under such conditions. But Jiang Chuan was no ordinary artificer. Drawing a deep breath, he arranged the materials before him, and added the jade horn dropped earlier by the rhinoceros human royal clan. Divine Artificer's Craft. Activate. Miraculously without flame or heat, the rare metals, resistant even to ordinary furnace fire, melted swiftly beneath his palms. Molten dark gold flowed between his fingers, scorching him not at all. The Dragonblood crystal shattered spontaneously into countless scarlet motes, which dispersed evenly into the molten metal, tracing luminous serpentine flame patterns. Jiang Chuan felt less like a craftsman forging equipment, and more like a sculptor shaping reality itself. One word's difference. A universe apart. It was like molding clay in childhood. Stretch it, sharpen it, thicken, or taper any part at will. The moment a shape formed in his mind, the molten metal obeyed, flowing, solidifying, conforming flawlessly. This sensation was transcendent. He knew no formal metallurgy, but instinctively he understood precisely how to mold perfection. Moments later, a brand new spear rested complete in his hands. 2.0 meters long, its shaft gleamed dark gold wreathed in undulating crimson flame patterns. Its tapered double-edged tip caught the starlight, shimmering with a cold, lethal luster. Unnamed weapon, dark gold. ATK 420,510. STR 80. AGI 50. Trait, Stellar Flame Pierce, actively releases a beam of stellar flame, dealing 350 physical damage to a single target and inflicting burn 15 of ATK as true damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown 25 seconds. Jiang Chuan stared silently at the spear, then exhaled slowly. I truly am a genius. Same materials, same rarity. Yet this spear's stats eclipsed the Dragonblood sword by an entire tier, the sheer unmitigated power of 100 attribute amplification. Ao Shuang. He called out. She had just dispatched another star beast. Hearing him, she turned, her ice blue eyes settling upon the spear in his hand, and for a fleeting instant her expression softened in quiet surprise. Try this weapon. Jiang Chuan tossed it casually toward her. At the moment she caught it, the crimson flame patterns flared brilliantly, resonating mysteriously with her innate frost affinity. A delicate halo of ice blue light bloomed across the dark gold shaft, cold and heat entwining seamlessly along its length, neither clashing nor diminishing, but merging into something greater, something fiercer. Ling Ao Shuang lowered her gaze to the weapon resting in her hands. Rarely did emotion stir in her ice blue eyes, but now a subtle warmth flickered within them. Thank you, master. I love this spear. I'm glad you do. Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. It hasn't been named yet. Since it pleases you, choose its name. Ling Ao Shuang considered for 2 seconds, then replied, let it be called Star Shatter. Jiang Chuan watched as Ling Aoshuang charged into the star beast horde with the shattered star wreaking havoc, while he sat cross-legged by the roadside contemplating the star hiding compass. The needle continued to spin chaotically, showing no signs of stopping. Seems it isn't on the second level. He muttered to himself, completely unaware that a faint outline suddenly emerged from the empty space behind him. It silently rose behind Jiang Chuan like a shadow seeping from the ground, slowly coalescing into a slender silhouette. 2 narrow eyes opened amidst the starlight, their vertical pupils swirling with a chilling, killing intent. Shadow Clan, the most unpredictable assassin race in the Source Realm. They possess an innate ability to camouflage, merging with shadows capable of concealing their presence, entirely fooling even high-level professionals. There is little recorded about the Shadow Clan in human records, as both races operate in entirely different tiers. However, due to the rules on the second level of the temple, killing others allows one to directly plunder their star power. This Shadow Clan assassin had been watching the two for quite some time. That woman with the spear was too strong. It didn't dare to approach. But the man had been sitting still, not moving at all, likely a useless burden being carried along. Such combinations were familiar to it: strong supporting weak. As long as the weak one was eliminated, the strong one would surely lose their composure. Now the opportunity had arrived. The Shadow Clan assassin stealthily approached Jiang Chuan's back, its right arm transforming into a glowing bone blade, unleashing its full strength. In an instant, the blade piercing the air as it aimed directly downwards. Clang! A crisp sound. It was as if it had stabbed into a steel plate. The vertical pupils of the Shadow Clan widened in shock. Its bone blade, capable of easily slicing through the scales of star beasts, failed even to pierce this person's skin, with sparks even flying from the blade's edge. What kind of perverse defense is this? It refused to believe it and stabbed down fiercely again. Clang! The bone blade shattered cleanly, half of it spinning in the air before clattering to the ground. The air grew quiet for 2 seconds. Jiang Chuan reacted instantly as it struck, now quietly gazing at it. Are you done? The narrow pupils of the Shadow Clan assassin were filled with shock and deep self-doubt at that moment. Hearing this, it instinctively nodded. Jiang Chuan extended a hand as if a dark cloud had descended, enveloping its face. Then it's my turn. Crack! A clean, crisp sound of bone breaking as Jiang Chuan released his hand, leaving a small, limp corpse slumped on the ground. He habitually activated the universal extraction. Extraction successful. Agility 25. Extraction successful. Acquired talent, Nightwalker A-class. Jiang Chuan's hand paused in midair. He had expected to at least obtain a B-class talent, given this guy's strength, which couldn't even withstand his blow. To think he could even get an A-class. Nightwalker A-class 1-star passive reduces personal presence. When stationary effect doubled in shadow environments, can conceal personal aura, immune to detection. This effect is ineffective against targets with higher intelligence attributes than oneself. Jiang Chuan was somewhat pleasantly surprised that this talent had quite good effects. Reducing presence, concealing aura, and being immune to detection. These 3 attributes. Each of these alone would be a dream skill for an assassin class. It was also quite useful for him. Immunity to detection meant no one could probe his information unless their intelligence attributes surpassed his. Surpassing his attributes. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He was only at the first tier, yet he already possessed 1,500 base attributes. Take Shinzi as an example, who she even had an SS class talent. Following the normal progression to the 8th tier, she only had 650 attributes. Even with the enhancements from her evolutions and transitions, her attributes wouldn't exceed 2,000. Once he changes classes, wouldn't it be easy to break 2,000 attributes? By then, wouldn't only monsters above the 9th tier be able to sense his presence? This talent is quite interesting, Jiang Chuan thought, and the passive effect of Nightwalker, silently activated, although he remained seated, his presence suddenly became indistinct. Ling Aoxiang, who was hunting star beasts ahead, suddenly stopped her movements, her ice blue eyes scanning the pathway with a slight frown. She could clearly sense Jiang Chuan's position, yet she couldn't see him. Master, it's nothing. Jiang Chuan revealed himself, his aura solidifying once more. I just got a new talent. Ling Aoxiang nodded, not asking further, her spear swinging as she pinned the last star beast to the ground. The star beast dissolved into countless light particles, a thread of silver star power flying out and merging into her body. She closed her eyes, feeling the star power accumulated within her, and when she opened her eyes again, a sharp glint flashed through her ice-blue pupils. Master, that's enough. Jiang Chuan stood up from the ground. Ling Aoxiang had slain nearly 200 star beasts, finally gathering enough star power. Open the door. Ling Aoxiang raised her hand, releasing all the star power accumulated within her. The two waited for a moment. No response. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Following that, the starlight of the entire star sea dimmed suddenly for a moment, and a massive shadow emerged from the depths of the star sea. It was a giant beast the size of a mountain, covered in dark green scales with dozens of bony spikes of varying lengths protruding from its back, the longest nearly piercing the sky. What stood out the most was the 10-meter-high star brilliance door it bore on its back. Star Sea Beast, level 25, HP 500, attack power 4,000, defense power 2,000. Looks like we have to kill this guy to get through the door. Jiang Chuan's hand flickered with golden light. As the sun-piercing bow appeared, Ling Aoxiang had already charged in with the shattered star. As she leaped forward, the starlight beneath her feet exploded, transforming her into a streak of ice-blue light, instantly closing in on the giant beast. The icy blue flames erupted from the shattered star as it viciously stabbed into the gaps of the giant beast's forelimb scales. The giant beast howled in pain, letting out a roar that shook the entire star, raising its massive paw to strike down at her. That blow contained tremendous force, compressing the air to emit a sharp cracking sound. Ling Aoxiang did not retreat or evade. The shattered star swept across. A gun light interwoven with ice and fire met Heaton. Boom! The two forces collided midair, sending fragments of the giant beast's scales flying like a meteor shower. At that moment, Jiang Chuan's arrow arrived, the golden arrow transforming into a shooting star that tore through the star, accurately penetrating the giant beast's left eye socket, blasting a massive hole through its head that was larger than a house. The giant beast's movements suddenly froze, then it emitted a long, low hum. Boom! The giant beast collapsed, the star brilliance door it bore crashing down to the ground. This monster was very powerful, capable of stopping 90 of the alien races in the Source Realm, preventing entry to the third level of the temple, yet under the combined attack of the two, it couldn't even last half a minute. Jiang Chuan approached, extracting from the monster's corpse. In his hand, a sphere of condensed star brilliance materialized. Extraction successful. Obtained the Ascension Legacy, Star Weaver SS class. Jiang Chuan casually opened the job ranking to take a look, discovering that the Star Weaver was surprisingly ranked 817th, over 160 places higher than the Dragon Slayer Knight. What a good item. Even if he couldn't use it, it could be exchanged for several million cultivation resources when taken back, as this was a national treasure level Ascension Legacy. Good haul. He felt great stowing the legacy in his backpack. At that moment where the giant beast had vanished, the star brilliance door finally stabilized, no longer flickering. Jiang Chuan put away the sun-piercing bow, stretching his shoulders. Let's go to the lower 3 levels. With that, he stepped into the star brilliance door first. The space of the third layer of the Starry Sky Temple was surprisingly small. If the second layer was a maze, then the third layer was merely an isolated island floating in the void. The entire area of the space, visually estimated, had a diameter of no more than a kilometer, with the edges marked by a uniform spatial fracture. Beyond that lay an absolute void, devoid of any light. At the center of the third layer of the temple stood an ancient structure entirely made of a certain dark purple crystal, its surface adorned with slowly swirling patterns. Jiang Chuan opened his notebook. The recorded content about the third layer consisted of only a few sparse sentences. He extracted the content and summarized it into one sentence, murmuring, the third layer contains only a single relic. To seize the opportunity for inheritance in this trial, there is no element of luck involved, only raw strength to forcibly claim it. Jiang Chuan closed the notebook, his gaze slowly sweeping around the surroundings. Despite the already high requirements to enter the third layer at this moment, many beings still gathered within this not-so-large space. The area near the relic's entrance was particularly occupied by a dozen figures, among which 4 stood out the most. On the eastern side, a golden lion covered in dark golden fur was crouching there. Its size was a whole circle larger than an ordinary lion, and its mane flowed like molten gold under the dim light, with a pair of amber vertical pupils half closed and electric arcs flickering at the corners of its mouth. A full 3-meter radius around it was left completely clear, with no other beings daring to approach. On the southern side, a cyclopean giant sat cross-legged. It stood over 3 meters tall, its skin a shade of iron gray, with a single massive vertical eye on its forehead. The surface of that eyeball emitted a faint green glow, and just a glance made Jiang Chuan's gaze momentarily falter. But that feeling faded away in an instant. The cyclopean giant evidently sensed something as that vertical eye turned to look at Jiang Chuan. On the western side, a humanoid woman with golden wings stood atop a protruding rock. Her appearance was almost identical to a human's, but her features were more exquisite, with her eyes a light golden color. The wings were slightly folded, with each feather's edge shimmering with a faint golden light, making her look like an angel stepping out of a mural. However, her gaze was far from gentle. When she surveyed the other beings, the aloof indifference in her expression was almost unmasked. To the north, at the farthest position from the relic's entrance, stood a divine horse. The horse was entirely snow white, without a single stray hair. Its 4 long legs appeared to be stepping on invisible steps, with its hooves suspended 3 inches above the ground. The most eye-catching feature was the horn on its head, which was semi-transparent and purple, with a spiral structure that seemed to have a galaxy slowly rotating within. Jiang Chuan withdrew his gaze. At the same time, the knowledge he had learned before awakening quickly replayed in his mind. Ordinary blood, exotic blood, spiritual blood, holy blood, origin blood. In the realm of origins, the races were divided into 5 levels of bloodlines, from low to high, resembling the steps of a pyramid. The Bloodcat tribe and the Corpse Dog tribe, living on the human borders, were merely ordinary blood creatures at the very bottom of the pyramid, relying solely on their numbers to pose a certain threat. The Rhinoceros King tribe he had killed earlier should be stronger, classifying them as exotic blood creatures. Yet here the aura of every single figure was several times stronger than that of the Rhinoceros King tribe. Spiritual blood creatures. Those who could arrive here were at the very least of spiritual blood. The four powerful beings in the middle might even belong to the Holy Blood race. Holy Blood races, while not as formidable as those legendary origin blood races, were still entities that most beings could only look up to in their lifetime. However, what of the Holy Blood races? Jiang Chuan's sole purpose in coming to the Starry Sky Temple was singular. That is to find the path to ultimate transcendence. Any being that dared to obstruct him would be crushed directly. Let's go. Jiang Chuan stepped forward, heading straight toward the relic's entrance. Ling Aoshue followed closely behind him, her steps steady, her ice blue eyes always fixed straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of the surrounding beings. After walking just a few steps, a sharp voice suddenly rang out ahead. Huh, am I seeing things? An alien creature covered in dark green scales with long slender limbs stood up from the ground. Its round eyes stared at Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshue, and its mouth split into an exaggerated arc, revealing a mouth full of jagged teeth. Human. Its gaze was filled with astonishment. How could two humans appear here? It screeched, twisting its neck 360 degrees, as if calling the surrounding beings over to watch. Hey, come and see. Alive, fresh, still steaming. A wave of hushed, sneering laughter arose. Several other similarly scaled beings gathered around, some crossing their arms, others licking their claws, their gazes filled only with pure disdain and mockery. They really are humans. How strange, trash that doesn't even count as ordinary blood. How did they climb up here? Hey, didn't you notice? These two humans still have the scent of star power. Tisk. Could they have killed their way up from the second layer? How ridiculous, just relying on them. They must be some big clan servants, right? A burst of laughter followed. To these beings from the spiritual blood race, humans were not even qualified to be looked at properly. The lowest intelligent beings on the edge of the realm, barely considered ordinary blood. What essential difference is there from those beasts that only know how to devour blood and flesh? The first scaly alien took a step forward, its slender claws reaching towards Ling Aoshue, a drop of faint green venom forming at the claw tip, and it let out a frivolous laugh. But this human looks quite tender, should taste good. It did not finish its sentence. Ling Aoshue moved. Her arm transformed into an afterimage in an instant as she struck the fractured star, trailing an ice blue trajectory, the gun tip piercing through the scaly alien's throat. Immediately after, she flipped the gun, and using the momentum swung it sideways. The strength of that swing directly propelled the scaly alien's entire body. Like throwing away a rag doll, it slammed heavily onto the ground, producing a dull bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache. The ice flames attached to the gun erupted violently from the gun tip. Crack! The scaly alien didn't even have time to scream before being frozen into a fearful ice sculpture. The air fell into a dead silence. The surrounding aliens seemed to have their throats collectively gripped, their smiles frozen on their faces, their eyes bulging from their sockets. Ling Aoshue slowly retracted her gun, the tip of the fractured star drawing a faint arc in the void as she coldly said, "Who else dares to try?" The golden lion's half-closed vertical pupils suddenly widened. The cyclopean giant's green eyeball turned towards her, its pupil shrinking to the size of a pin. The golden-winged woman slightly tilted her head, a serious scrutiny finally appearing in her golden eyes. The white divine horse snorted, and the starlight in its purple spiral horn flickered slightly. The surrounding aliens, who had originally been waiting to watch the fun, now stepped back one by one, their fur standing on end, their expressions filled with suspicion and trepidation. They were all spiritual blood creatures, considered upper middle among the myriad races in the realm of origins. If they were honest with themselves, none could guarantee they could eliminate that scaly alien in a single strike. And this human not only achieved that, but did so in the most understated manner. Even more terrifying was the aura she exuded. It was not in the slightest weaker than the four holy blood beings present. What on earth was this human? Could it be that they were two holy blood races in disguise? Ling Aosheng's cold voice echoed throughout the entire third-level space, the residual power of her strike that had annihilated the spirit blood alien race still simmering. However, the reaction on site was completely different from what she had anticipated. There was no anger, no fear in response, not even a single provocation. The circle of spirit blood aliens merely tilted their heads in unison, their expressions shifting from terror to bewilderment, beginning to whisper among themselves. What did that human just say? I don't know, I can't understand. From her tone, it seems she is showing off. Strange, these two fellows don't even know the mental language. Are they really such lowly humans? Whispers flooded Jiang Chuan's ears. He was taken aback for a moment before realizing that these beings did not understand Ling Aosheng's words. Right, he remembered what the teacher had taught in class. In the myriad races of the Source Realm, each race has its own unique language and writing. If everyone communicated in their mother tongues, wouldn't the entire world fall into chaos? Thus, a dominant being studied and developed a unique language. Mental language. This method of communication through mental resonance allows even different races to grasp each other's true intentions. This not only solved the language barrier among the races, but also greatly promoted trade flow in the Source Realm. The reason he and Ling Aoshang could understand these aliens' words was because their spiritual power was strong enough. They could decipher the thoughts of others. Conversely, when Ling Aoshang demonstrated in the human language they naturally could not comprehend, it was like a person accustomed to hearing Chinese suddenly getting shouted at in an African dialect. No matter how clever they were, they would just be left bewildered. Realizing this, Jiang Chuan's lips twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ling Aoshang turned her head, a hint of confusion in her icy blue eyes. Master. Jiang Chuan lowered his voice and briefly shared his speculation. After listening, Ling Aoshang fell silent for 2 seconds. Her face remained frosty, yet a faint blush crept up around her ears. The murmurs in the crowd continued. One of the bone spike aliens, evidently hot-tempered, grew increasingly agitated as the discussion went on. Finally, unable to contain himself, he stepped forward, pointing at Ling Aoshang, and suppressing his anger questioned. Hey, human, can you even speak the common language? What did that last sentence mean? Jiang Chuan glanced at it. He could understand the mental language. But how should he respond? He hadn't learned the mental language. Fortunately, he could still convey the simplest thought. Jiang Chuan tried to release a straightforward mental impulse which translated into human language as 2 words, get lost. This time, all the spirit blood aliens understood. The bone spike alien's expression turned ashen, its spikes standing rigidly on its back, hissing a threatening sound. You. My. Ling Aoshang raised an eyebrow and was about to act when the bone spike alien sensed a breath of death, its whole body curling into a spiked ball, bouncing a few times on the ground before vanishing. This scene immediately drew the ire of the surrounding aliens. What a coward. Way scared off by 2 humans. Huh. The bone race's pride is better off renamed as the insect race. My. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on our insect race? Jiang Chuan surveyed the surrounding aliens, contemplating whether to wipe them all out. However, after a few seconds of thought, he dismissed the idea. He wasn't sure what escape cards these beings had. If he could wipe them all out, that would be fine. But if he couldn't kill them all, and they escaped to spread the news, it would offend all high-level races. At this stage, the human race didn't even have a 9th-level powerhouse. Even if he didn't consider himself, he had to think about the soldiers still risking their lives on the borders. Let's go. Jiang Chuan retracted his gaze and said to Ling Aoshang. She nodded, pulling the fractured star back behind her. As the 2 passed through the middle, the aliens instinctively parted to the sides, creating a wide path. In front of the ruins, 4 holy blood beings stood facing each other, quietly observing Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshang, none daring to make a move. There were no handles on the door, only a smooth crystal wall that could clearly reflect one's image. After examining the door from left to right, Jiang Chuan couldn't find a way to open it. Just then the Golden Lion spoke in a deep voice. Don't bother, the ruins haven't reached the opening time. Even if you rack your brains, you can't get in. Jiang Chuan turned around, looking in the direction of the voice. The Golden Lion's amber vertical pupils were half squinted, its lush mane resembling a ball of burning golden flames. It grinned and said, the ruins only open at specific times. The next opening is still about 2 hours away. Jiang Chuan felt that the other party had no reason to deceive him on such matters. Thank you. He nodded slightly and sat cross-legged on the empty ground beside the ruin's entrance. Ling Aoshang stood beside him, the fractured star plunged into the ground at her feet, the icy blue body of the spear shimmering with a faint cold light. The Golden Lion's vertical pupils shifted slightly, muttering, quite polite. It did not speak further. The atmosphere in the surrounding space became subtle. The spirit blood aliens who had been whispering before had now consciously retreated to a farther distance, gathering in small groups to discuss in hushed tones. Before long, the surrounding space suddenly rippled. 2 figures began to materialize. The first to enter was a giant lizard covered in dark red scales, its size even larger than the Golden Lion, with short muscular limbs, flames flowing along its scales. With each step it left behind a charred footprint. The other creature was a bug the size of a grinding disc, its body translucent amber, fluttering thin wings like those of a cicada, producing an extremely uncomfortable buzzing sound. The 2 aliens, one large and one small, appeared on the scene, exuding equal measures of oppression. The Golden Lion opened its half-squinted eyes and nodded at the giant lizard. Yinjia, you were late. The giant lizard Yinjia grunted, its voice hoarse as if it held a volcano ready to erupt. I slaughtered a bunch of blind things on the way which delayed me. Its dark red vertical pupils scanned the crowd, pausing momentarily on Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshang, the pupils slightly contracting. Humans. The Golden Lion slightly bared its teeth, but did not explain the situation. It was not friends with Yinjia. They were competitors. Of course it was pleased to see the other not causing trouble for those two humans. But being fellow holy blood beings, Yinjia was no fool. The two weak humans could remain safe among a crowd of aliens, indicating there was certainly something amiss. Yinjia rotated its vertical pupils, sizing up the two, slowly exhaling a breath tinged with sulfur. Interesting. The two newly arrived holy blood aliens each picked a spot to stand. 6 holy blood beings each occupied a corner of the space. Each kept to themselves, maintaining a delicate balance between them. But undoubtedly this balance had been destined to be fragile from the start, as all the holy blood beings' gazes intentionally or unintentionally drifted toward Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshan. 6 against 2. It seemed they held the advantage. But in reality, each of them had their own ulterior motives, none trusting each other. The truly advantageous ones were the two allied humans. They must first eliminate these two humans. They did not communicate, but some tacit understandings required no words. Any rational mind would make the right judgment. Time flowed slowly in this taut silence. Finally, a dull tremor resonated from deep within. The ground shook violently. The ruins were about to open. All the aliens turned their gazes toward the crystal wall at that moment. The 6 holy blood beings moved simultaneously. The golden lion struck first, suddenly opening its mouth. A blinding light ball ignited deep within its throat, transforming into a golden thunderbolt the size of a barrel, roaring towards Jiang Chuan's position with an ear-splitting boom. The other 5 holy blood beings also launched their attacks, without warning, each unleashing their most powerful bloodline talents. A terrifying wave of energy spread out instantly, engulfing Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshan. 6 cataclysmic assaults erupted in the same instant. All the sacred blood entities resolved to eliminate these two uncertain variables first. Golden lightning tore the air, its searing heat consuming everything and engulfing the positions where Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshan stood. Then came the one-eyed giant's dark red beam, its temperature even greater than the thunder. Where it passed, even the ground had been melted into a deep trench. The golden-winged woman launched a storm of feathers. The Shunma released a pillar of purple light. Yanjia vomited scalding magma from its throat. The strange Lichong even stirred visible surges of sonic waves. A thunderous boom. 6 sacred blood-level attacks converged to a single point. The instantaneous burst of energy rippled so violently that the entire ruin trembled. Far off, the spirit blood alien clans all recoiled. The weaker ones were hurled to the ground by the shockwave, blood seeping from their 7 orifices. Dust billowed up into the sky. The sky was blotted out. The golden lion slowly closed its jaws, a few arcs of electricity still clinging to its lips. It stared at the dust-shrouded area and emitted a low rumble. Solved, it thought. With 6 sacred bloods striking at once, not to mention 2 humans, even the top prodigies of the origin blood races would be shredded. Those 2 humans might indeed possess some skill, but under an assault of this caliber, surviving intact would be a miracle. Yanjia flicked its tail, exhaling twin plumes of white smoke. Its hoarse voice carried a trace of disappointment. I thought they'd hold out longer. Boring, another mused. Don't be careless. The vertical eye on the one-eyed clan's forehead flared with faint red light. Don't draw conclusions until you see the bodies. You are too cautious, one-eyed. The golden-winged woman fluttered her wings and hovered. Her long golden hair whipped in the wake of residual energy. Her pale golden eyes swept over the scene. With a cold, arrogant tone, she said, even any one of us struck heat-in by 6 sacred blood attacks could not emerge unscathed, let alone 2 humans. No sooner had the words fallen than an anomaly occurred. A silver-white sonic wave struck from behind without warning, its velocity compressing the air into concentric rings of sonic boom clouds. The golden-winged woman's reaction was flawless. At the last instant before the sonic wave hit, she snapped her wings inward. She executed an almost impossible midair fold, barely avoiding the wave's direct onslaught. But as the wave grazed the edge of her wings, several golden feathers shattered into dust. The golden-winged woman's expression turned icily stern. She turned her pale golden eyes, locking onto the Lichong hovering dozens of meters away. Murder lay unmasked in her voice. You are courting death. The Lichong hovered, its wings as thin as cicada membranes, vibrating at furious frequency, emitting a teeth-aching hum. I don't pretend. Its voice carried an odd musical cadence, as if an instrument were being played among those present. Only you and I can fly. If I do not strike first, shall I wait for you to strike me? As it spoke, the wing-beat frequency leapt a notch. A second sonic wave was already coalescing between its. You have some self-awareness, the golden-winged woman sneered, done with words. Her gilded wings unfurled violently, spanning over 4 meters. Countless golden feathers detached and hovered before her for a heartbeat, then became a tidal flood of gold that surged toward the Lichong, blotting out the sky. Trickery. The Lichong's 4 compound eyes flared, its rear wings slammed, and a white sonic wave, visible to the naked eye, rippled outward from it. At the same time, the other four sacred blood creatures sought their opponents. The melee erupted. The third tier of the ruins' inheritances was scarce, only 5 slots per year. Even if Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang were eliminated, there would not be enough for all 6 of them to claim. Therefore, a great battle was inevitable. The golden lion struck first, hurling a thunderbolt like a golden spear that pierced the sky, aimed straight at the one-eyed giant's face. The one-eyed giant seemed to have anticipated the move. The vertical eye on its forehead snapped open as the lightning came, and a dark red beam met it heated. Elsewhere, Yin Jia and Shenma clashed. Yin Jia's magma surged from the ground like a living entity, forming thick lava tentacles that coiled around the Shenma from every direction. Shenma did not so much as flinch. The purple horn atop its head glowed faintly, then erupted into a brilliant radiance that instantly enveloped it. Each of the 4 sacred bloods unleashed their innate might. Even at a single rank, their power was unimaginably fierce. Lesser spirit blood alien clans dared not approach this area. Occasionally, some bold ones ventured close, only to be shredded into invisible motes the moment they neared. Yet while the 6 sacred bloods each fought their battles, no one noticed that within the dust-shrouded area a faint golden light was kindling. The Lichong made a rapid ascent, having just evaded another volley of feathers from the golden-winged woman. It was about to unleash a sonic counterattack when suddenly a piercing sound of air being cleaved rang up from the speck of gold in its compound eyes swelled swiftly, from the size of a needlepoint to a fist, then into a ball of blazing golden flame. The Lichong tried to dodge, but having just completed an ascent, its body was momentarily stalled by inertia. There was no time to change course. SSSHK. A golden arrow pierced its left wing, ripping a fist-sized hole through the membrane-thin wing. The Lichong screamed with bone-piercing shrillness, lost balance midair, and began to tumble downward. The golden-winged woman barely had time to savor the moment before another shaft of gold hurtled straight toward her. But she did not panic. The golden-winged woman had absolute confidence in her speed. At an equal realm, there was no attack she could not evade. She merely tilted her body gracefully and gave a slight beat of her wings, preparing to slip past the arrow with the smallest motion. Yet to her utter astonishment, the arrow strangely twisted its course at the very moment she turned. Her pupils constricted. Tracking. She had no time to think. Her wings burst into a blaze of golden light, her speed spiking to its limit as she flashed aside like a gilded meteor. It was one of the Feather Clan's secret arts, tripling velocity in an instant. Yet the arrow accelerated faster than she was. SSSHK. The golden arrow pierced in through the base of her right wing, shattering the wing bone and spraying a plume of gold-tinted blood, then drove on into the ground behind her without losing momentum, pinning her body and wings to the earth. Oh! The golden-winged woman let out a heart-rending scream. The light that coursed across her wings dimmed in an instant, and the pain from the wound shook her violently. Silence fell abruptly. Several sacred bloods turned their heads toward the slowly dispersing dust. Within the haze, 2 figures came into view. Jiang Chuan stood in front, holding a longbow suffused with golden light. The bowstring still trembled faintly. There were no visible wounds on him, only tattered clothing. Ling Aoshuang casually carried the broken star spear and stood half a pace behind him, ice blue eyes brimming with cold. The 6 sacred bloods' all-out strike had seemed only to have tickled the 2. All finished. Jiang Chuan's gaze swept slowly across the field. A half-smile tugged at his lips. Then he slowly raised the golden longbow and drew the string once more. An appalling, suffocating wave of energy frenziedly coalesced along the bow, its golden radiance as dazzling as a second sun. Why don't you all try taking one of my attacks? Jiang Chuan once again pulled back the sun-piercing divine bow in his hands, the golden light condensing on the bowstring, more dazzling than before. He aimed at the golden lion. Whoosh! The golden arrow tore through the air like a meteor, streaking across the sky, fiercely embedding itself into the left shoulder of the golden lion. The holy blood creature let out a deafening roar, its massive body rolling on the ground several times from the impact of the arrow, a fist-sized hole torn in the golden fur on its left shoulder, golden blood gushing out. The golden lion struggled to stand, but its front leg was completely powerless. Jiang Chuan had already knocked a second arrow. This time he aimed at the flame-armored giant lizard. Whoosh! The arrow accurately pierced through the gaps in the lizard's back scales, penetrating its thick armor that could withstand magma, pinning its massive body firmly to the ground. The flame-armored lizard let out a painful screech, its dark red vertical pupils filled with disbelief. The third arrow. The target was the pure white unicorn. The protective barrier of the unicorn was no different from paper in front of the golden arrow. The purple light exploded. The arrow pierced through its abdomen, bursting forth a spray of silver-purple blood mist. The unicorn let out a piercing neigh, its body staggered backward, the glow of its purple horn dimming slightly. The fourth arrow struck the cyclopean creature, the golden arrow crashing directly into its chest, creating a deep pit the size of a bowl. The eye, larger than a grinding stone, widened in shock, letting out a deep and painful roar. But there was no fear in its eye, only a growing rage. Looking for death. The cyclopean giant suddenly lifted its head, the vertical eye on its forehead suddenly glowing dark red light, converging into a beam powerful enough to melt steel, shooting straight at Jiang Chuan. It did not believe. It was a noble holy blood creature. How could a lowly human injure it? Jiang Chuan remained expressionless, the sun-piercing divine bow pulled back once more. Fifth arrow. The golden arrow collided with the dark red beam in midair, the beam collapsing before the arrow like tofu, sliced by a sharp blade, instantly disintegrating. The arrow, with unyielding momentum, accurately struck the center of the cyclopean giant's forehead, penetrating its skull. Bang! The enormous eye exploded, its body trembled twice, then collapsed to the ground like a falling iron tower. One shot, one kill. All eyes were fixed on the massive corpse on the ground, gradually losing its warmth. A holy blood creature destined to dominate a realm had died just like that. Killed by a human. You overestimate yourself. Jiang Chuan casually uttered for words, his gaze slowly sweeping over the remaining holy blood creatures, making every alien being he looked at feel a chill down their spine. The cicada bug reacted the fastest. Its pair of wings, thin as cicada wings, suddenly vibrated, transforming its entire insect body into a semi-transparent afterimage, darting towards the exit of the relic space. It was not a fool. When 6 holy blood creatures attacked together and failed to harm a single hair of this human, and now the Cyclops was dead, the remaining 4 were all severely wounded. What was it staying for? To wait for death. The cicada bug flickered at the edge of the spatial fracture and then completely disappeared. It directly exited the temple. Jiang Chuan glanced at the direction it vanished, not pursuing. His goal was to intimidate, not to kill all these creatures. Holy blood creatures. Behind each one existed a powerful overlord-level race. Such beings, with a mere flick of their fingers, could overturn the entire human race. Although he felt displeased before he had fully grown, he could only suppress his desire for slaughter. Boom! The gates of the temple opened completely. Yet among the hundreds of spirit blood creatures, and the 4 holy blood creatures present, not a single one dared to charge forward, for a figure that instilled fear stood before the relic. Jiang Chuan did not rush to enter the temple. He approached the corpse of the cyclopean giant, pretending to serve. Extraction of all things. Activate. A flash of golden light appeared unnoticed. Extraction successful. Acquired talent. Eye of Truth rank. Eye of Truth rank 1-star passive, can pierce through all disguises and concealment methods. Depending on the target's intelligence attribute, can glean more detailed information. Jiang Chuan's pupils slowly glimmered with an almost imperceptible faint red light. He blinked. Then he turned to look at a corner in front of the relic door. A faint silhouette was cautiously crawling along the ground, trying to sneak in before everyone else. Another Shadow Clan. When Jiang Chuan encountered the Shadow Clan on the 2nd floor, he couldn't detect their presence at all. But now he possessed the Eye of Truth. Their concealment. In Jiang Chuan's eyes, it was no different from running naked. Whoosh! He suddenly shot an arrow, startling the 4 holy blood creatures into almost jumping up. Then they realized that Jiang Chuan's attack target was not them. A burst of blood mist exploded from the shadows, revealing a small gray-white corpse pinned just 10 meters from the doorway. The various alien beings finally understood. Another damn Shadow Clan. They actually wanted to get there first. What Shadow Clan? They should be renamed the Stealing Clan. Good kill. I get annoyed just seeing these things. In the Source Realm, where strength reigns supreme, Jiang Chuan subdued numerous holy blood alien beings with his formidable power. All beings could only feel awe, but such sneaky actions by the Shadow Clan would draw disdain. Jiang Chuan no longer hesitated, turning and striding into the hall. Passing through the purple crystal gate, the view opened up before him. Inside the relic was actually a vast complex of palaces. Carved beams and painted rafters, flying eaves and dugong. Although worn down by countless years, the walls and columns were covered with mottled cracks, but one could still see its former grandeur. On both sides of the seemingly endless long corridor were variously styled side halls. Some hall doors were tightly closed, others partially collapsed, and among the ruins a few remnants of treasure light could occasionally be glimpsed. This had once been a complete architectural complex. Jiang Chuan understood. The Starry Sky Temple was indeed not a natural formation, but a legacy left by some ancient power. To leave a relic here, the race must have held a significant position in the history of the Source Realm. He and Ling Aoshuang walked along the corridor, occasionally sensing energy fluctuations from the surrounding side halls, but none posed any threat to the two. After walking for about 100 steps, Jiang Chuan suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the lintel of one of the side halls. It was a half-collapsed rosewood plaque covered in thick dust with several holes eaten away by insects at the edges. The characters engraved on the plaque had become difficult to discern, but one character remained clear. Dan. It turned out to be an ancient human character. Jiang Chuan was taken aback, then his pupils constricted. In this starry sky temple, which had existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, there was actually a human structure. Jiang Chuan did not hesitate, he stepped inside at once. The hall was modest, ringed with rows of dust-laden eaten wooden racks, their shelves cluttered with jade bottles and porcelain jars. Jiang Chuan casually lifted a jade bottle and pulled out the stopper. A medicinal fragrance, so rich it seemed almost solid, surged from the mouth of the bottle. Pills. The entire building was filled with alchemical pills. Time had blurred the labels, but Jiang Chuan paid them no heed and began stuffing them into his pack. Pills kept in such a ruin had to be precious. Not knowing their effects mattered little. Once taken out, he would let Han Sinan and his circle of expert researchers identify them. Ling Aoshuang helped him gather them. In less than 2 minutes, they had stripped the place bare. After leaving the structure, Jiang Chuan suddenly noticed a detail. Many spirit blood Xena tribes were scavenging the surrounding buildings, yet conspicuously absent were the 4 sacred blood beings. A sense of foreboding rose in Jiang Chuan. He seized a serpentine Xeno and demanded where did those. The serpentine creature trembled and writhed, producing a mellow female voice. They all went to the Wudao by Enlightenment Wall. It conceals the greatest fortunes of the 3rd layer of the ruins. 2 places are limited each year. Didn't you know? Damn, Jiang Chuan cursed under his breath. The SS-rank predecessor's notes were dreadfully unreliable, only saying the 3rd layer's fortunes had to be snatched with no mention of this. He had been the first to enter the shrine, yet those 4 defeated underlings had already seized the opportunity. Move. Jiang Chuan called to Ling Aoshuang, and the 2 dashed swiftly into the palace's depths. They passed through a cluster of collapsed buildings. Soon a singular scene unfurled before Jiang Chuan's eyes. It was a seamless stone wall that pierced heaven and rooted the earth, absurdly tall so its summit could not be seen, as if it alone upheld the very vault of the space. Its surface was mirror-smooth without carvings or ornament, yet it exuded an ancient, disquieting aura. Directly before the wall lay 5 neatly arranged meditation cushions. The cushions were slate gray, woven of some unknown material, their surfaces suffused with a faint spiritual radiance. At this moment 4 of the cushions each bore a figure. The 4 sacred blood beings were grievously wounded, yet had fought to reach this place. On seeing Jiang Chuan arrive, all 4 turned pale. So soon, they thought. They had hoped the spirit blood scavengers would stall Jiang Chuan a while longer. There were only 5 cushions, 4 were already occupied, yet Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshuang required 2 places. The 4 sacred blood beings instinctively lowered their heads, striving to lessen their presence and avoid Jiang Chuan's gaze. His eyes swept around and unsurprisingly settled on the golden lion. Sensing his stare, the lion's golden mane flared, its amber-slit pupils constricted, and a low, threatening rumble issued from its throat. Don't come closer. I still have a desperate card. I'm not afraid of you. It thought frantically. Jiang Chuan smiled coldly. When they attacked me earlier, weren't you the one who leapt the most enthusiastically? He shouldered the Guanri Shen Gong Guanri Divine, Bao leisurely drew an arrow and knocked it. The string was drawn taut. Golden light sprayed from the bow. Jiang Chuan's voice was, I step aside or die. The golden lion felt a knot of bitter regret coil within its gut. Damn it. With 6 beings there, why had it been so eager to strike first to play the fool? Could it truly go all? Of course. No, it could not. The memory of Jiang Chuan killing that one-eyed sacred blood with a single arrow remained vivid. The one-eyed among them boasted the strongest defenses. If they could not withstand 2 of Jiang Chuan's arrows, what right had it to throw its life away? Reluctant though it was when choice lay between fortune and life, the golden lion knew which to choose. It sprang from the cushion, its 4 legs propelling it several dozen feet to the side with a speed that belied its bulk, like a great cat whose tail had been trodden upon. Take it. Take it. It's all yours. It snarled through spiritual speech, every syllable soaked in humiliation. You can have the seat. Stop pointing that thing at me. Jiang Chuan slowly relaxed his bow. The arrow's gleam faded. He sheathed it back into his quiver and tilted his chin toward Ling Aoshuang. Ling Aoshuang approached with an unreadable face and took the cushion the golden lion had vacated. Jiang Chuan walked to the last empty cushion and sat cross-legged. 5 cushions. Just enough. The golden lion slunk behind a broken wall, lay on the ground, and buried its massive head in its forepaws. All it wanted now was to find a crack and crawl into it. A light scoff sounded nearby. The golden-winged woman, though badly wounded, could not help herself. The golden lion's anger flared. What are you laughing at? I couldn't beat that monster. Am I supposed to beat you? It roared. Thunder seemed to brew in its maw, its luxuriant mane ringed with filaments of electric light, hairs bristling in a display of the uncanny. Give me the seat. The golden-winged woman spread her wings, every feather standing on end, golden blood still seeping from her wounds. Afraid of you? She spat. Though she was injured, the Golden Lion's own state was likewise precarious. They lunged at each other in a desperate clash. Who would fall remained uncertain. The two sacred blood beings immediately engaged in fierce combat. Jiang Chuan paid them no heed. He sat on his cushion and quietly absorbed the profundity of the opportunity. The towering stone wall's surface rippled with a sheen. Silver-white starlight surged from its depths, growing ever more blinding. Jiang Chuan suddenly felt his consciousness seized by an irresistible force, pulled free from his body and drawn into the wall. A vertigo washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an immense, boundless starfield. Beneath his feet lay a gray-brown wasteland. Above there was no dome. Only countless meteors threading and weaving through the darkness. White, green, blue, violet. Even a few piercing orange streaks trailed long or short tails as they swept through the pitch-black void. Those streaks moved at such speed the naked eye could scarcely lock onto any. Yet he saw clearly purple denoted S-grade Ascension Inheritance. Orange signified S-grade Ascension Inheritance. The lights flew past like a meteor shower, so numerous they stopped the heart. In the outside world, an S-grade Ascension path would send countless mortals to tear each other apart. Here, they were as common as worthless pebbles strewn densely across the whole starry expanse. Even the orange S-grade inheritances were far from rare. Jiang Chuan's heartbeat involuntarily quickened a few beats. At that moment, a thread of information from the void floated into his mind. It was about the rules of this place. Each person has a limited time to stay here. The stronger one's soul, the more opportunities one has to capture inheritances. However, even the beings with the strongest souls cannot capture every inheritance. This is the rule of the Divine Hall. It is also a fair test set by the beings who created this realm. Otherwise, those top races with sovereign bloodlines could potentially take all the inheritances in the starry sky. Thus, one must be meticulous in their choices. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing his impulse to sweep everything up. Although the S-level inheritances were precious, his goal was ultimate sublimation. The paths to sublimation for S and SS levels can be obtained outside. There is no need to waste precious capture opportunities here. However, just as he had made up his mind, the bronze compass he had previously acquired suddenly began to move. The pointer on the compass no longer spun aimlessly. Instead, it pointed straight towards a point. Then an orange inheritance meteor seemed to be guided and fell toward. The color of that meteor was more intense than any other orange inheritance, and within its tail a massive phantom could be faintly seen roaring. This was definitely an inheritance that ranked higher than the Star Weaver. Before Jiang Chuan's mind could react, his mental strength instinctively reached out. Whoosh! He firmly grasped that streak of orange light. As the light faded, a dark, golden-hued inheritance orb lay in his palm. Tiger Suppressing Ward God S-level close combat profession, ranked 424th. This was double the rank of the Star Weaver he had previously acquired. If this inheritance were to be brought out, the higher-ups of the human race would likely treat him like an ancestor. Unfortunately, it still fell short of his expectations. However, this attempt also made him clearly aware of the consumption of his mental strength. At this rate of consumption, he could probably squander it a few dozen more times. Should he snatch a few dozen SS inheritances to take back? Jiang Chuan pondered for 2 seconds, and then slightly shook his head. Doing so might enhance the overall strength of the human race, but without top-tier combat power, he would ultimately lack the foundation to stand firm in the Source Realm. And he was the top-tier combat power capable of changing the fate of the human race. Jiang Chuan could confidently say that even if he helped the human race cultivate dozens or hundreds of S-level professionals, it wouldn't compare to his own impact. He must not lose sight of the essentials. Jiang Chuan stored the inheritance orb of the Tiger Suppressing War God and redirected his gaze towards the depths of the Star Sea. His goal remained singular. Ultimate sublimation. SS level. He began to search earnestly. When those orange S-level inheritances swept past his vision, he didn't even lift his eyelids. His mental strength spread out like a fishing net, layer by layer, capturing the information contained within each glimmer of light. S-level passed. S-level passed. Those inheritances that could make any outside force go crazy were filtered out like grains of sand in Jiang Chuan's mental net. He only needed SS level. Time passed second by second. Jiang Chuan could feel his mental strength continuously depleting, yet he still had not found the light he sought. SS level inheritances were already extremely rare, which he had anticipated. But having traveled all this way, he could not accept returning empty-handed. Just as a hint of anxiety began to rise in his heart, a blinding white light suddenly exploded behind him. That light was incredibly dazzling, instantly swallowing his entire field of vision. Jiang Chuan turned abruptly, and through the blinding white light, he saw Ling Aoshua. She was also sitting in the void, completely unaware of what was happening around her. Above her head, in the depths of the starry sky, an ice-blue meteor was dragging a tail of frost, descending towards her with an unstoppable posture. The color of that light was not purple nor orange, but an incredibly brilliant gold red. SS level. Moreover, the trajectory of that gold-red meteor falling was completely different from other inheritances. It was not captured by Ling Aoxue, but rather it descended towards her of its own accord. Jiang Chuan's pupils dilated slightly as he watched that gold-red meteor merge into Ling Aoxue's brow. The ice-blue light exploded around her, transforming into layers of swirling frost halos. She closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly, and her silvery white hair fluttered in the frost. A phantom gradually emerged behind her, that of a woman holding an ice crystal spear, clad in frost armor. Her long hair was like snow. She stood upon a surging storm of extreme cold. She looked like a supreme ruler from the Ice Age. Frost Sovereign SS level path of ultimate sublimation, unique inheritance ranked 42nd. A brief message flashed by, and Jiang Chuan's lips pressed into a thin line. He felt a slight envy in his heart, but more than that he felt gratified. Ling Aoxue obtaining such an opportunity was her fortune, a unique path of ultimate sublimation ranked 42nd. That was unprecedented in the history of the entire human race. But what about him? Jiang Chuan redirected his gaze to the Star Sea and once again spread out his mental strength. Yet the Star Sea was vast and boundless, and he had searched for who knows how long without finding a second SS-level light. Gradually, Jiang Chuan's brows furrowed tighter. He still had plenty of mental strength left, but time was running out. If he couldn't find it, would he have to settle for some S-level inheritance that was just compatible with him? No, if it were like that, Jiang Chuan would rather not change professions. The gap would be too great. Just as the anxiety in his heart was about to overwhelm him, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Inheritances exist within this starry sky, but what is this starry sky itself? He looked down at his feet. The gray-brown wasteland was covered with countless cracks, looking unremarkable, even somewhat desolate and dilapidated. However, when he released his mental strength for deeper exploration, he sensed an indescribably overwhelming aura. This feeling was very familiar to him. It was identical to the sensation he felt when confronting the ancient tree deity in the nightmarish tree sea. Could this wasteland also be the remains of a colossal divine being? Jiang Chuan's breath suddenly quickened. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched down and pressed his palm against the gray-brown wasteland. Extraction of all things. Activate. Boom. The entire starry sky shook violently. The countless cracks on the surface of the wasteland simultaneously lit up, and silver-white light surged from the fissures, thick as a giant dragon soaring into the sky. An ancient aura vast beyond description surged up from deep within the ground, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth as his mental strength rapidly depleted. But at the same time, a brilliantly dazzling light was rapidly condensing in his palm. The light shot skyward, illuminating the entire star, even overshadowing the light of all inheritances in this realm. The gold-red light pierced through the sky, condensing into a massive star phantom in the depths of the Star Sea. It continued to expand and grow until it finally erupted. It exploded into a myriad of starry brilliance. The starry brilliance rained down, fluttering and falling, enveloping the entire wasteland. Jiang Chuan slowly raised his hand, and a gold-red orb of light lay quietly in his palm, countless small stars slowly rotating within it, as if he were cradling a miniature universe in his hand. A translucent phantom slowly rose behind him, a blurry figure whose face was indistinct, dressed in a robe woven from starry brilliance, surrounded by countless phantoms of celestial bodies. Eternal Star Master SS level path of ultimate sublimation, unique inheritance ranked. Jiang Chuan pressed the golden red light into his chest. Boom. A vast power indescribable in its magnitude erupted within him, as if a true star had ignited in his chest. His blood was boiling, his bones trembling, and every inch of his skin was undergoing a dramatic transformation. He had been stuck at the 10th level barrier, but at this moment a breakthrough was seamlessly achieved. Congratulations, you have reached LV11. Constitution 200. Wisdom 200. Strength 200. Agility 200. In the instant of the level-up breakthrough, Jiang Chuan's attribute panel was originally stuck at the limit of 1,500 points for the 4 basic attributes. They skyrocketed to 1,700 points and were still climbing with unstoppable momentum. This was not the end. The doubling effect from the ultimate sublimation revealed itself at this moment. Ultimate sublimation activated, basic growth value doubled. Current growth value per level 200 points, 1,700 points, 1,800 points, 1,900 points, 2,000 points. His basic attributes directly surged from the original 1,500 points to 3,000 points, with all 4 attributes ultimately settling at the impressive threshold of 3,200 points. Jiang Chuan clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of punching through the heavens. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This was the true perversion of the ultimate sublimation. Each level up provided a growth of 200 attribute points, 20 times that of an SS level talent. And this was not the end. In the future, with each level up, all 4 attributes would surge by 200 points. Moreover, his attributes had also surpassed their upper limit, allowing for continued stacking through his talent of all things extraction. Before Jiang Chuan could recover from the joy of his attribute surge, a series of system prompts exploded in his mind. You have obtained SS level talent, Eternal Starlight. You have learned SS level skill, Eternal Body. You have learned SS level skill, Eternal Dome. You have obtained a class exclusive weapon, 9 Luminary Star Bow. An SS level talent, 2 SS level skills, and a class exclusive weapon he had never heard of before. Jiang Chuan could hardly recognize the term SS level anymore. He took a deep breath and opened the panel to begin examining the abilities granted to him by the Eternal Star Master Inheritance. First, the talent Eternal Starlight SS level 1 star effect passive. For each enemy killed, you can consume stellar power to reshape their body, reviving them as your exclusive Eternal Servant, retaining 100 combat ability from their life, and they will absolutely obey current servant limit 010. Effect passive. All Eternal Servants share 20 of your basic attributes description as long as the stars shine. Eternity endures. Jiang Chuan had just finished reading the description when a line of prompts suddenly jumped out at him. Detected that your talent Eternal Star Master SS level has similar characteristics to the Emperor's Oath level. Would you like to fuse them? The new talent after fusion will inherit all characteristics of both. Jiang Chuan was stunned. Such a good thing existed. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Fusion. Fusion successful. You have obtained SS level talent, Eternal Star Master. Eternal Star Master SS level 1 star effect passive. For each enemy killed, you can consume stellar power to reshape their body, reviving them as your exclusive Eternal Servant, retaining 100 combat ability from their life, and their abilities can feed back to you. Current servant limit 210. Effect passive. Eternal Servants can share 100 of your basic attributes description as long as the stars shine. Eternity endures. Wherever starlight shines, there lies eternal territory. Jiang Chuan's pupils slightly widened. This new talent after fusion was simply too perverse. Revival. And it retains 100 combat ability upon revival. What does this mean? For every strong being he kills, he can turn them into his loyal minions. Moreover, they can enjoy all his perverse attribute bonuses. The number of contracts had also undergone a qualitative leap. Originally, with the Emperor's Oath reaching 3 stars, he could bind 2 targets, but now it directly increased by a whole 10. Other top 10 rank professionals may possess formidable combat strength, but that is limited to themselves. He is different. Alone he could be an entire army. This is only the effect of 1 star. As the talent level increases, the servant limit will continue to rise. Jiang Chuan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Continuing to look down, he then saw the 2 skills that automatically awakened after his job change. Eternal Body SSS LV1, passive. When illuminated by the stars, can quickly recover from injuries, can negate 1 fatal damage, cooldown 24 hours. Eternal Domain SSS LV1, active. Deploy a starry field with a radius of 100 meters. Friendly units within the field gain 100 to all attributes. Recovery speed 100. All enemy units within the field will be marked suffering 100 attack power. And star attribute burn damage per second. Movement speed reduced by 40. Cooldown time 300 seconds. Duration 120 seconds. A passive skill for survival and healing. Possessing this skill means he essentially has 2 lives. There is also a large scale aura skill. It combines both enhancement effects and damage. Quite extravagant. Truly worthy of being the SS level profession, ranked 7th in the sequence, both offensive and defensive. Its value is simply unparalleled. Finally, Jiang Chuan turned to the class exclusive weapon bound to him. With a thought, a large bow shimmering with silver light coalesced in his hands. The bow was covered with 9 grooves, one of which housed an orange-earred crystal resembling a burning star. Exclusive weapon 9 Luminary Star Bow. Source weapon level 11 can grow with the host level attributes. Attack 1500, 1800, attack speed 80, penetration 80, critical hit 80. Celestial Pivot passive. Immune to all sources of negative effects and curses. Celestial Virtue unlocked. Celestial Fate unlocked. Celestial Authority unlocked. Celestial Balance unlocked. Celestial Prodigy unlocked. Celestial Shadow unlocked. Celestial Sun unlocked. Exclusive. Only the Eternal Star Master profession can use this weapon. It cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed, and it can automatically sense the positions of other star crystals when equipped. 9 star slots. 9 crystals. The growth limit of this exclusive weapon is far from over. Jiang Chuan felt the need to calm down. The enhancements brought by this ultimate sublimation were simply outrageous. Originally, he already possessed strength comparable to an 8th tier powerhouse. Now with the Eternal Domain activated and his attributes doubled, could he not face a 9th-tier professional Heathen? The 4th layer? What 4th layer exists in the Starry Sky Temple? The Golden Lion looked at Jiang Chuan, and as its expression grew solemn it added, "Perhaps there might be one, but I've never heard of it." Jiang Chuan then glanced at the other holy blood creatures nearby who all shook their heads in unison, and he immediately understood. No wonder the notes did not mention the main opportunities of the 3rd layer. That SS-level human elder from back then, perhaps he never even reached this place, and was merely boasting for the sake of face, claiming he had descended to the 4th layer. The more Jiang Chuan thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Although the other party was an elder, he entered the Starry Sky Temple at an age quite similar to his own, the age where one is keen on vanity and likes to boast. It didn't matter if he boasted. The key was, this was simply outrageous. Suddenly the entire starry sky shook and a white light began to emanate from the bodies of all living beings. What is happening? The Golden Lion exclaimed in surprise. The Starry Sky Temple is closing early. This has never happened in previous years. After saying that, it seemed to guess something, suddenly directing its gaze at Jiang Chuan. It had no evidence, but it had a vague feeling that this matter was likely related to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan did not respond and smiled faintly. "Everyone, we will meet again in the future." The bodies of all living beings trembled simultaneously. They did not wish to see this freak again. Whoosh! The teleportation light suddenly erupted. In the square of Tianke City, over 100 figures appeared out of thin air, some covered in injuries, others in tattered clothes. The surrounding family members waiting immediately surged forward, anxiously inquiring about the situation. The entire square turned chaotic. Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshang stood on the edge of the crowd, just about to leave this noisy place, when a sharp, piercing roar suddenly erupted from not far away. Jiang Chuan. That voice was laden with deep-seated hatred, as if it were about to crush the two words. Jiang Chuan paused in his steps and turned his head to look. Li Chunfeng was being supported by 2 students, his body wrapped in bandages. The bandage at the severed arm was still seeping blood. His face was as pale as paper, but his bloodshot eyes were fixed intensely on Jiang Chuan, his pupils swirling with an almost overflowing resentment. His shout was extremely loud, instantly attracting the gaze of most of the square. "Li Xiao, what happened?" Someone recognized Li Chunfeng and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that Li Chunfeng from the Li family? S-level talent, how did he end up like this?" "Who did he just call out?" "Jiang Chuan." "Which Jiang Chuan?" The discussions in the crowd erupted like boiling water as hundreds of gazes focused on Jiang Chuan, following Li Chunfeng's line of sight. Li Chunfeng had been waiting for this moment. He suddenly broke free from the support of the students, staggered forward a couple of steps, and with his intact hand pointed at Jiang Chuan, his voice hoarse and shrill. "Everyone. This person. He betrayed his teammates in the Starry Sky Temple, colluded with foreign races, and seized the S-level inheritance that we fought hard to obtain. My arm and the lives of my deceased teammates are all because of him." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Colluding with foreign races? Seizing inheritance? That's a huge accusation. S-level inheritance. Is this true? This person looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem like a disciple from any major family in Tianke City. Nearby, Li Chunfeng Chu Minghui also stepped forward with a dark expression. After hearing that Jiang Chuan possessed an S-level inheritance, he had brought people to search for him. As a result, they found no one, but instead stumbled upon a crazed blood beast, leading to heavy losses for their entire team, and naturally, he placed the blame on Jiang Chuan. He spoke in a grim tone. "I can testify what Li Chunfeng said is true. His team originally had over 40 members, but in the end only 7 survived. The 30-some lives were all caused by this guy." With 2 S-level talents testifying, one from the Li family and one from the Chu family, everyone present was well aware of the weight of these 2 families' names in Tianke City. Chu Xiao says so too. Then this matter is most likely true. 30-some lives. This person looks familiar, but who knew he had such a dark heart? Jiang Chuan. Why does that name sound familiar? Who cares who he is? Colluding with foreign races and harming his own kind, such a person deserves to be executed on the spot. The crowd was furious, with hundreds of gazes filled with unabashed hostility, and a few hot-tempered individuals had already drawn their weapons, ready to rush forward and take Jiang Chuan down as soon as someone led the charge. Li Chunfeng felt the surging anger around him, and a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. These words had long been prepared. In the temple, he couldn't seize that S-level inheritance from Jiang Chuan, but at the very least, he could make Jiang Chuan have no foothold among the human race. With the charge of dozens of lives placed on him, and the dirt of colluding with foreign races splashed onto him, even if this kid had 10 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Jiang Chuan found this utterly baffling. Who were they talking about? What did these matters have to do with him? "Make way. Everyone make way." Suddenly a commotion erupted at the edge of the square, as a powerful aura forcibly parted the crowd, and several figures strode in. At the forefront was a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe. His features bore a resemblance to Li Qinfeng, but between his brows was a sharp aura from long holding a position of power. Behind him followed two elders, their auras deep and profound, both evidently seventh-level powerhouses. When Li Qinfeng saw the middle-aged man, his eyes reddened, and his voice immediately took on a crying tone. "Father, you finally made it." The head of the Li family, Li Jinyue. His gaze fell on Li Qinfeng's severed arm, and his eyes suddenly erupted with a chilling light. He slowly turned his gaze towards Jiang Chuan. The aura of a peak seventh-level powerhouse was unreservedly released, pressing down on Jiang Chuan like a great mountain. Li Jinyu's voice was icy. "Is it you who caused my son's arm to be severed?" He didn't even ask for the circumstances of the matter. There was no need to. He only needed a reason to make Jiang Chuan die. Jiang Chuan looked at him expressionlessly. "His arm was bitten off by the Corpse Dog clan. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. As for the inheritance, it was his own incompetence that prevented him from obtaining it, yet he tried to seize it from me. I didn't kill him on the spot, which is already showing consideration for our same race." As soon as these words came out, a gasp of cold air erupted around them. Crazy. To say such words in front of the head of the Li family. Does he not want to live? Is this kid dumbstruck? Doesn't he know what position the Li family holds in Tiancai City? Li Jinyu's lips twitched slightly, and an elder behind him had already shouted sternly, "Impudent. You ignorant little brat, you dared to steal the inheritance of my Li family's disciple, and still dare to speak wildly. I'm here today to teach you what rules are." Before the words even faded, he stepped forward, his magical power surging around him, and struck down with a palm towards Jiang Chuan. The furious blow from a seventh-tier powerhouse carved a gash into the bluestone ground of the square. The onlookers around hurriedly retreated, fearing they might be caught in the wave. A smirk crept onto Li Qinfeng's lips. No matter how arrogant Jiang Chuan was in the temple, this was Tiancai City, the territory of his Li family. A wild boy without any background, no matter how high his talent, could only meet death when facing a seventh-tier powerhouse. Yet Jiang Chuan remained standing firm, showing no intention of dodging. It was not that he could not dodge. Rather, there was no need to. If he wished, the head of this seventh-tier old man could explode like a watermelon in the next moment. Killing a seventh tier. For him, it was not much harder than squashing an ant. And once he made his move, he would not hesitate to uproot the entire Li family. What federal iron laws, what accusations of colluding with alien races. These rules were useful for ordinary professionals, but for a future supreme being they were nothing but a piece of scrap paper. If he wanted to act, there was no one in the human race who could stop him. His presence here was a favor to Shen Ziyi, but if these people insisted on pushing the matter to an extreme, he would not care about turning the entire Federation upside down. The palm wind had already slashed down before him. Jiang Chuan slowly raised his hand. At that moment, a terrifying, suffocating pressure suddenly descended from above the square. The seventh-tier clan elder who had attacked Jiang Chuan was struck as if by an invisible hammer, his chest caving in as he was sent flying, spraying a mouthful of blood mist in midair. Then he crashed to the ground like a dead dog, not even twitching, and fainted immediately. The entire place fell into silence. A tall figure descended from the sky, landing before Jiang Chuan. Shen Ziyi, the dean of the Dark Star Academy, an eighth-tier powerhouse. She rushed over as soon as she received the news, not even changing her clothes, dressed only in a black uniform that accentuated her tall and powerful figure. Her long black hair was tied up high at the back, revealing her exquisite profile. At that moment, her face was covered with an almost tangible layer of frost. "You dare to lay hands on a disciple of my Dark Star Academy. The Li family truly has great audacity." Her voice clearly echoed throughout the square. Li Jinyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. He recognized this woman. Not just him, there was not a single person in Tiancai City's elite who did not recognize her. Shen Ziyi, the dean of the Dark Star Academy, the youngest eighth-tier powerhouse in the Federation, one of the prospective heavenly generals of the Heavenly Pavilion. Even the current heavenly general of the Heavenly Pavilion would nod politely when meeting her. Although the Li family had some influence in Tiancai City, they were nothing before Shen Ziyi. He is a disciple of the Dark Star Academy. Li Jinyue was utterly shocked, instinctively glancing at his son. He was very aware of the admission criteria of the Dark Star Academy. At least an S-level talent. Jiang Chuan is an S-level genius, and not the ordinary disciple of the Star Crown Academy mentioned by Li Qinfeng. The fierce aura on his face instantly retracted, replaced by a respectful expression as he clasped his hands and attempted to explain. "Dean Shen, there must be some misunderstanding in this. I ask, who gave your Li family the audacity? Are your ears deaf?" Shen Ziyi's voice was icy. No one understood the importance of Jiang Chuan to the Star Crown Academy, and even the entire Federation, better than she did. Moreover, she had just boasted in front of Jiang Chuan that no one in Tiancai City dared to lay a hand on him. And now, just a few days later, she had been publicly slapped in the face. This was not just a slap to her face, but to the entire Star Crown Academy. The anger in Shun Zi's heart. Li Jinyu's complexion fluctuated between green and white. As the head of the Li family, a peak 7th-tier powerhouse, he had never been scolded like this in public. But facing Shun Zi, he did not dare to erupt. He could only suppress his humiliation and say, Dean Shin, you do not know this child colluded with alien races in the Starry Sky Temple, seized the S-level inheritance from his own clan, and caused my son to lose an arm with dozens of innocent students perishing at the hands of the alien races. Nonsense. A crisp female voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Su Yao stepped out from the crowd. Her face was somewhat pale, but her gaze was resolute. She first glanced at Li Qinfeng, and then at Jiang Chuan behind Shun Zi. Then she took a deep breath and shouted with all her strength, Li Qinfeng is lying. Li Qinfeng's face twisted in an instant. Su Yao, you wretched girl. How dare you? Shut up. Su Yao's lips trembled with agitation. What I said is all true. In the ruins on the first level of the temple, Jiang Chuan was the one who killed the guards and obtained the inheritance through the back door. Li Qinfeng tried to seize the inheritance from him, which led to Jiang Chuan sealing off the passage. Her words rang out clearly, and the square fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a wave of even more intense discussion. Damn, that kid from the Li family is truly shameless. If what she says is true, then isn't Li Qinfeng throwing mud back at him? The Li family's disciples are notoriously bad. I knew his words must have some water in them. This girl is bold enough to confront the Li family members to their faces. Li Qinfeng's expression could no longer be described as merely difficult. His originally handsome face twisted and deformed from extreme anger and fear as he screamed. You are lying, you are covering for him. You are all in cahoots. Exactly. Chu Minghui also chimed in. He had no choice but to speak up. If the Li family was nailed down, he as a partner would certainly be implicated. Currently, the only way was to use the influence of the Li and Chu families to pin Jiang Chuan on colluding with alien races, otherwise both of them would suffer. Chu Minghui pointed at Su Yao and said, they both come from the same place and will definitely speak for each other. But you only have one witness while we have so many people. Whose words are more credible? Dean Shun. He looked straightforwardly at Shun Zi. Even if Jiang Chuan is a disciple of the Dark Star Academy, you cannot cover for a human traitor colluding with alien races, right? Jiang Chuan colluded with alien races? Shun Zi was so furious, she almost laughed. In the entire Federation, anyone could collude with alien races, but Jiang Chuan was the only one who could not. However, if she proved this matter, it would expose Jiang Chuan's SS-level talent, leading to early targeting by the alien races. Shun Zi found herself in a dilemma. Everyone, Jiang Chuan suddenly spoke. As the party involved, his expression remained calm, as if he were not affected at all. He said lightly, I should at least be allowed to say a few words. At this moment, Shun Zi looked at Jiang Chuan and was taken aback. Before Jiang Chuan entered the Starry Sky Temple, she could still see through his information. But at this moment, even she could not discern the extent of Jiang Chuan's strength. Had he broken through again? Shun Zi felt half shock and half joy in her heart. She quickly transmitted a message to Jiang Chuan. You don't need to explain to them. Come back with me first, and this matter will be dealt with afterwards. Jiang Chuan did not agree. He knew that with Shun Zi's means she could definitely suppress this matter. But the problem was, if she forcibly suppressed it, wouldn't that make the filthy pot they had publicly dumped on him a reality? Jiang Chuan's way to resolve this matter was quite simple. He manifested a series of orange lights in his hands, which were the inheritance of the Dragon Slayer swordsman. He looked at Li Qinfeng and asked, is this the S-level inheritance you said I took from you? The Dragon Slayer swordsman S-level sublimation inheritance ranked 985. Information was revealed. The crowd was in an uproar. A strong greed surged in Chu Minghui's eyes. What Li Qinfeng said was indeed true. This was an S-level inheritance that was perfectly suited for him. Li Qinfeng's eyes were filled with resentment as he shouted, yes, it was. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chuan manifested another orange light. Or is it this one? The Star Weaver S-level sublimation inheritance ranked 817. Li Qinfeng's voice was abruptly cut off. Li Jinyue and the just-arrived head of the Chu family were also shocked by the 2 orange lights before them, 2 S-level inheritances. And each one ranks above the national treasures of humanity. Jiang Chuan was not finished yet. He looked coldly at Li Qinfeng, whose spine was now shivering. Another orange light appeared in his hand. Or is it this one? The Tiger Warrior S-level sublimation inheritance ranked 424. 3 S-level transcendence inheritances reflected in the orange-eared brilliance in everyone's eyes, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the square. I suspect I am dreaming. Oh my. 3 national-level inheritances. Heaven bless our humanity. It turns out he didn't just steal 1, but 3. This is outrageous. Are you stupid? If he can take out 3 S-level inheritances, it clearly shows his own strength is formidable. Clearly that kid from the Li family is lying. Exactly. The 2 juniors from the Li family and the Chu family can't even produce 1 S-level inheritance. To put it bluntly, they don't even have the qualification to be robbed. Shenzi's eyes were also filled with shock. Although she had anticipated that Jiang Chuan would bring back a surprise, this surprise was truly overwhelming. Wait. Shenzi suddenly thought of an even more shocking fact. Jiang Chuan had broken through, but the inheritances in his hands were still there. If he looks down on the 4th-ranked Venerable Tiger, what level of transcendence pathway has he achieved? I can't waste any more time here. I need to quickly inform the dean. Shenzi coldly glanced at Li Jinyue. What do you have to say now? Li Jinyue and the head of the Chu family, Chu Xiongfeng, both looked extremely grim. They were actually well aware of the situation. Originally, they intended to seize the treasures in Jiang Chuan's hands while everyone was still unaware. Even if it was later discovered that something was amiss, they had already used the inheritance, and considering a future S-level powerhouse, the Federation would likely turn a blind eye. But they never expected that behind Jiang Chuan there was a background even more powerful than their 2 families. Moreover, he had actually obtained 3 S-level inheritances. Li Qinfeng's public slander backfired, and in their attempt to seal the matter, they left no room for later reparations. Li Jinyue gritted his teeth and said, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Unfilial son, hurry up and come over to apologize. Shenzi coldly smiled. Is an apology all it takes? She slowly turned around, looking at Li Jinyue and then glancing at the silent head of the Chu family. I will say this one last time, perk up your ears and listen carefully. Jiang Chuan is a student of the Dark Star Academy. You all know what kind of existence the students of Dark Star Academy are. In previous years, students from Dark Star Academy receiving S-level inheritances in the Starry Sky Temple is a matter of course. Who dares to speak otherwise? Moreover, her gaze fell on Li Jinyue's face, her phoenix eyes swirling with an unmasked chill. Don't say Jiang Chuan robbed you of anything. Even if he did, it's because your people are incompetent. You deserve it. Li Jinyue's face completely changed. His skin flushed red, his eyes filled with humiliation and fury. But he dared not explode, only gritting his teeth and lowering his head. Yes. Dean Shen's reprimands are justified. Kneel down and apologize. Kneel down. Li Jinyue's expression changed. The elders behind him looked ashen, fists clenched white, but no one dared to voice their objection. Dean Shen, let's leave some room for maneuver. Li Jinyue raised his head, his voice low. Today, the Li family acted rashly. My son can apologize, but please, Dean Shen. I mean all of you. Shenzi interrupted him, her gaze shifting from Li Jinyue to the several elders beside him. One counts as one. All of you kneel down and apologize. Li Jinyue's expression froze completely. Kneeling to a junior. The dignified head of the Li family kneeling to a 16-year-old brat. If this were to spread, how could the Li family hold their heads high in Tianke City? Dean Shen, you are being too over. He scanned the crowd in the square, trying to use public opinion to pressure Shenzi. My Li family has contributed to the Federation. For a student, do you not fear chilling the hearts of all the aristocratic families? But no one dared to voice support for him. Shenzi expressionlessly raised her palm towards Li Jinyue. Kneel or die. The air in the square seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone fell silent, even their breaths were suppressed to a minimum. At that moment, an elder from the Chu family suddenly stepped forward, trying to mediate. Dean Shen, please calm down. Brother Li was just a bit anxious and offended Zhang Xiaoyu. This matter is merely a misunderstanding. Once it's cleared up, there's no need to escalate it to this level. He hadn't finished speaking when a shadow flashed by and Shenzi's figure disappeared from everyone's sight for a moment. In the next moment, she reappeared in front of Jiang Chuan, and the Chu family's elder already bore a clear handprint on his chest. Thud. The Chu family elder erupted into a cloud of blood mist from his chest, his life force dissipating. His mouth opened wide, his body swayed twice, and with a thud he collapsed to the ground motionless. The entire venue was in an uproar. Murder. Murder. That was a 7th-tier elder from the Chu family. Dean Shen actually killed him with a single strike. This is madness. This matter has escalated dramatically. Shenzi slowly withdrew her hand, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, her voice chillingly cold. I gave you all a chance. Since you refuse to apologize, I will resolve this matter through public channels. Li Jinyue suddenly raised his head, a bad premonition creeping into his heart. Dean Shen, what do you mean by that? Shenzi's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold arc. Jiang Chuan has brought back 3 S-level national inheritances for the Federation, making him humanity's greatest contributor in centuries. And your 2 families, without any evidence, publicly slandered a contributor, colluded with foreign tribes, and attacked a fellow human. The witnesses are also brought by you. Since you have made your intentions so clear, let us thoroughly investigate this matter. Her tone was filled with unparalleled anger. This anger was not only a statement for Jiang Chuan, but also a deep-seated disgust for the actions of the Li and Chu families. To put it mildly, you have forgotten loyalty for profit and slandered a hero of humanity. To put it bluntly. She paused for a moment, her voice stern. You are stifling the future of humanity, no different from foreign spies. The entire venue was in an uproar. This accusation was simply too grave. Stifling humanity's future equated to being a foreign spy. Oh, if this were to be established, not just the Li family, but even the top aristocratic families of Tianke City would be uprooted. Li Jinyu's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. However, being a peak 7th-tier powerhouse, he managed to hold on. He stared fiercely at Shun Ziyi, his voice trembling. Dean Shun, you are fabricating charges. My Li family has served the Federation for generations. How could we collude with foreign tribes? Everyone present can testify for me. No one responded. Even the Chu family members were lowering their heads, eyes focused inward, wishing to shrink their heads into their collars. They were not foolish. Shun Ziyi had made it clear that she intended to target the Li family. Who would dare to stick their neck out at this moment? Shun Ziyi ignored Li Jinyu's desperate struggle. She raised her hand. The Dark Star Academy's Dean token on her wrist emanated a silver glow. Shun Ziyi, Dean of the Dark Star Academy, in the capacity of a candidate for the Heavenly General of the Federation, formally requests the convening of the Heavenly Pavilion Advisory Council. She lifted the token above her head, the silver light outlining a complex symbol in the sky. Thorough investigation of the Li family in Tianke City for slandering, attacking the Federation, contributor, colluding with foreign tribes, and maliciously stifling the future of humanity. That symbol shot out a shooting star-like silver light directly heading towards the towering Heavenly Pavilion Hall at the heart of Tianke City. Everyone was stunned into silence by Shun Ziyi's action. The Heavenly Pavilion Advisory Council. That was the highest meeting of the Federation's supreme power institution, convened only when deciding the fate of the Federation or dealing with military matters. The last time the Heavenly Pavilion Advisory Council convened was 20 years ago to respond to the joint invasion of the Corpse Dog Tribe and the Bloodcat Tribe. Now Shun Ziyi actually requested such a high-level meeting for a 16-year-old student. You are truly insane. Li Jinyue shouted in rage, his eyes filled with fear. At that moment, a deep, resonant bell tolled from the horizon. At the top of the Heavenly Pavilion Hall, a golden beam of light shot into the sky, dyeing half the horizon in brilliant gold. Within that beam, an old and authoritative voice slowly came forth, echoing throughout Tianke City. Approved. Tomorrow at dawn in the Heavenly Pavilion Assembly Hall, we will deliberate on the case of the Li family. That was the voice of the Heavenly Pavilion Marshal. Li Jinyue collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper. It was over. The Heavenly Pavilion Marshal personally approved the Advisory Council, and there was no room for redemption left. Shun Ziyi withdrew, her gaze turned and walked up to Jiang Chuan. She scrutinized him from head to toe, confirming that he was unharmed, and only then did she let out a slight sigh of relief. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Chuan grinned, saying, I'm fine, but if you had arrived even a moment later, I would have twisted that old fool's head off. Shun Ziyi's lips twitched slightly. She wanted to say something, but silently swallowed her words. She knew that Jiang Chuan was not boasting, he could indeed do it. Secure the inheritance. We should return first. All right. Jiang Chuan asked, by the way, this time you didn't get into trouble, did you? Shun Ziyi raised an eyebrow. Trouble? She glanced at Li Jinyue, who looked ashen, and said flatly, the Tian Pavilion's deliberation conference is no small matter, but it was meant to be held anyway. The things you brought back based solely on the merit of 3 S-level inheritances are enough for those 13 old geezers to come personally and bow to you. In merely advancing the timeline a bit. She paused, her tone becoming slightly profound. Moreover, your identity should also be made public. Jiang Chuan was taken aback. What identity? SS-level talent. Shun Ziyi's lips moved as she transmitted sound privately. I kept it a secret before to protect you, but now that you've completed your job, your strength is sufficient for self-protection. Hiding it further would only cause trouble. If the Federation does not show enough sincerity to keep you, why should you serve the human race? Jiang Chuan fell silent for a moment and then slowly nodded. He understood Shun Ziyi's meaning. He was not the kind of hot-blooded youth who would easily spill his heart just because someone sweet-talked him. If the Federation truly wanted him to stay among the human race, mere words would not suffice. Thanks. No need to thank me. Shun Ziyi's tone softened slightly, and a rare hint of warmth appeared in her usually cold phoenix eyes. You are a student of the Dark Star Academy, and I am your dean. These matters are my responsibility. With a wave of her hand, an invisible force lifted Jiang Chuan and Ling Aoshan. Let's go, the Grand Dean is still waiting for us. At the Star Crown Academy, in the principal's office. The door had not fully opened when Qin Tianheng's voice came from inside. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let me see. This usually composed and serious Grand Dean, who remained unflustered even in the face of great danger, was now completely disregarding any semblance of decorum, rushing over in leaps and bounds. He scrutinized Jiang Chuan from top to bottom, and his murky old eyes sparkled with brilliance. That gaze was not one of a teacher looking at a student, but rather that of a long-time miser encountering a gold mine. It's good that you're fine. Shin girl sent word that some blind fools were causing you trouble in the square. I almost rushed over myself. Jiang Chuan felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny. He quickly changed the subject. Dean Qin, I'm really fine. Let's take a look at what we brought back this time. Qin Tianheng stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. Shin girl already informed me ahead of time. I didn't expect that you could bring back 3 national-level inheritances. This is a good thing. It's a great fortune for the entire Federation. Jiang Chuan glanced at Shen Zi, and then at Qin Tianheng, pursed his lips, and said, not 3, but 8. What? Both of them were startled. Qin Tianheng's hand trembled, plucking a strand of whisker, and causing his old face to twitch in pain. He paid no mind, grabbing Jiang Chuan's shoulder and asking, did you say 8? I did only acquire 3 S-level inheritances, but my classmate Ling Aoshang, who was with me, captured 5 more, all of which are also S-level inheritances, Jiang Chuan confessed. Ling Aoshang was actively chosen by the SS-level inheritance and did not waste much spiritual energy. Therefore, after her job change, she conveniently brought back a few more inheritances. Of course, that was at Jiang Chuan's suggestion. He took out 8 inheritance light orbs from his backpack, and the energy fluctuations that erupted at that moment caused the air to momentarily stagnate. A layer of murky tears suddenly welled up in Qin Tianheng's old eyes. His hands trembled and his lips quivered. After a long while, he managed to force out a sentence, 8 national-level inheritances, and all of them are high sequences ranked within 1,000. Child, do you know what this means? Qin Tianheng was in tears. Without waiting for Jiang Chuan to answer, he rambled on. The reason S-level inheritances are called national level within the Federation is that every S-level combat powerhouse can guard the human race's mountains and rivers for 100 years. Jiang Chuan slightly nodded. He did know some things. S-level combat inheritances are far more precious than S-level talents. Simply put, talent secures a person's growth floor, while inherited professions significantly impact the ceiling. The human race has a large population base. Even though S-level prodigies are rare, one can emerge every few years. However, in the past few hundred years, there has only been that single heavenly punishment Thunder Lord as an S-level inheritance. This time he brought back a total of 8 national-level inheritances. This achievement is indeed astonishing. Qin Tianheng exclaimed, you are a national treasure. The entire Federation should enshrine you. Il proposed that the Tian Pavilion set up a tablet in your honor. Stop. Jiang Chuan was embarrassed and quickly interrupted him. I'm still alive, so why set up a tablet? Qin Tianheng also realized he had lost composure and quickly collected himself, but his eyes still shone with intensity as he asked, wait, since you took out the transcendent inheritances, what inheritance did you personally use? Shen Zi also looked over. This was indeed their most pressing concern. Jiang Chuan being able to casually produce 8 S-level inheritances indicated that he found these inheritances insignificant. What level of inheritance did he actually obtain? Jiang Chuan looked at the expectant expressions on their faces, deliberately paused for 2 seconds to build suspense, and then leisurely said, it's just average. The SS-level unique inheritance, the ultimate path of transcendence. Qin Tianheng's breath hitched. Shen Zi's pupils suddenly contracted. Jiang Chuan added the latter part, saying, the ranking is quite good. 7th place, but unfortunately, I didn't make it to the top 3 sequences. Qin Tianheng's body swayed twice, and Shen Zi quickly steadied him. The old man waved his hand, gripping Jiang Chuan's hand, his voice trembling and weak. Say what you just said again slowly. I didn't catch it. Jiang Chuan had no choice but to display the information of the Eternal Star Master to both of them. A golden light curtain unfolded in his palm, and lines of text floated like ignited stars, slowly swirling in the air. Qin Tianheng gazed at the text, feeling his heart twitch violently. This is just average. You even think the sequence ranking is too low. 200 points of basic growth. His gaze became somewhat unfocused, and Shen Zi tightly gripped the hem of her clothing. She had S-level talent with 8 points of attribute growth per level, and after transitioning to the S-level transcendence path, she only achieved a growth value of 27 points after 3 transformations. Yet Jiang Chuan had just undergone 1 transformation, and his basic growth value had already reached 7. 5 times hers. After his 3rd transition, his basic growth value would directly reach a terrifying 800 points. She opened her mouth, feeling as if the lifelong cultivation philosophy she had adhered to was being violently bombarded by meteorites. This is simply intolerable by heaven's standards. The dome of the heavenly pavilion's grand hall towers high, supported by 12 stone pillars intricately carved with runes. A crack in the center of the dome allows heavenly light to pour down, illuminating the massive round table at its center. Around the round table sit 12 figures, each an 8th-tier powerhouse representing the pinnacle of the human race's combat strength. In the central seat, an old man with white hair sits quietly with his eyes closed. He is none other than Marshal Zhou Tianyan, the first among those below the 9th tier. He is also the only elder of the human race who has experienced the last comprehensive war. Qin Tianheng occupies the 3rd position on the right side of the round table. Today he has specially donned a brand new deep purple Heavenly General robe, the 7th Heavenly General insignia on his chest polished to a shine, his face glowing with vitality and spirit. Qin Tianheng, the 2 topics you proposed for today's review conference: the first, to investigate the crimes of slandering the meritorious among the Li and Chu families. I have already looked into this matter. A white-haired old woman sitting across from him began to speak slowly. Her voice was hoarse, yet full of strength. This is merely a conflict between 2 juniors. There is no need to escalate it to the 2 great families. After all, they have both made contributions to the Federation, and we cannot dismiss them over a minor mistake. This person is the 10th Heavenly General Murong Jin, who also serves as the Chief Prosecutor of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. The Prosecutor's Office primarily handles bureaucratic corruption cases within the Federation. Both the Li and Chu families have numerous members serving in the Federation, thus any action against their entire families must be reviewed by the Prosecutor's Office. Murong Jin's voice carried a strong sense of resentment. In her view, bringing this matter to the Heavenly Pavilion Conference was entirely making a mountain out of a molehill. Holding the Heavenly Pavilion Review Conference is an even more serious waste of the Federation's resources. She paused, then shifted her tone. As for the second topic, nominating a child who has just awakened less than a month ago without any accomplishments as a candidate for Heavenly General. Qin Tianheng, have you lost your senses? As her words fell, several low murmurs of agreement echoed around the round table. What the Heavenly General Murong said is quite right. A bald old man sitting on the left side spoke in a deep voice. Being a candidate for Heavenly General is equivalent to a ministerial-level position wielding significant power. According to normal assessment processes, one must undergo at least 15 years of performance evaluation and participate in at least 1 rank or above border battle. That kid named Jiang Chuan, just relying on an SS grade talent, is far from sufficient. I second that. 3 consecutive seconds targeted directly at Qin Tianheng. Qin Tianheng leisurely lifted the teacup in front of him, took a slow sip, and spoke calmly. If he has no accomplishments, I certainly wouldn't raise this matter. However, he just returned from the Starry Sky Temple yesterday, bringing back several important inheritances for our human race. Inheritances, eh? The bald old man frowned and asked, what level of inheritance could excite you to the point of losing your mind? Is it perhaps S level? You're not stupid. Qin Tianheng snorted coldly, tossing out a tangerine-colored orb of light from his sleeve, which rolled onto the round table, emitting a dull humming sound. A semi-transparent phantom rose from the orb, revealing a towering figure wielding a giant sword surrounded by a dragon-shaped sword chi. Surrounding gazes immediately turned toward it. Dragon Slayer Swordsman S level, ranked 908. Qin Tianheng's voice remained flat. According to Federation law, presenting an inheritance ranked in the top 1,000 of the national level can be credited with exceptional merit, once conferring an honorary medal and a promotion by 1 rank. Am I mistaken? He raised his head and looked at the bald old man, smilingly asking, Old Zhao, do you think this merit is enough to offset 5 years of assessment? Zhao Tianzhang opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Qin Tianheng had already pulled out a second orb of light from his sleeve. Wait to answer, I have more here. The second orb fell onto the table, and a starry phantom unfolded in the hall, the orb's interior resembling a miniature galaxy slowly rotating. Star Weaver S level, ranked 817. 2 inheritances. A burly man in heavy armor gasped, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 inheritances on the table. Several Heavenly Generals exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Bringing back 1 S-level inheritance is already a colossal achievement. How could that kid bring back 2? Murong Jin opened her deeply wrinkled eyelids. Even if it is 2, it still doesn't meet the criteria. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Tianheng had already slammed the 3rd orb onto the table. Tiger Slayer Battle Sovereign S-level, ranked 424. Boom. The orb struck the table, producing a deafening sound that shook the eardrums. The towering Battle Sovereign Phantom stood, imposing its pressure, dimming the heavenly light above the round table. The entire hall fell silent. Old hag, what were you about to say? Not in accordance with the regulations. Qin Tianheng leaned on the edge of the table, his body slightly leaning forward, a smile on his lips, but the sharpness in his murky old eyes was frightening. Murong Jin's eyelids twitched slightly. If it were just an ordinary S-level inheritance, she could ignore it. But this is an inheritance ranked within the top 500. It is an ultra-strong ranking that even the bloodline races and the sacred blood races would go mad over. This inheritance remains within the human race. Within 30 years, the human race will gain an existence deemed invincible below the 9th tier. At that time, the blood cat race and the corpse dog race, which lack a 9th tier presence, will no longer dare infringe upon the human border, threatening the human race's survival space. Is this enough? Qin Tianheng suddenly slammed the table and asked. As for this, then it seems it's still not enough. Before Murong Jin could finish her sentence, Qin Tianheng reached into his sleeve again. The surrounding heavenly generals instantly displayed looks of incredulity. More. Qin Tianheng, amidst the astonished gazes, slammed out the 4th orb of light. Master of Mountains and Rivers, S-level, ranked 787. The 5th orb, Immortal Battle God, S-level, ranked 912. The 6th orb, the 7th orb, the 8th orb. Each time Qin Tianheng slammed down an orb, he announced a rank, his voice growing louder and more confident, until he was practically shouting. When the 8th orb crashed onto the round table, the entire hall was illuminated as brightly as day by the 8 intertwining tangerine lights. 8 phantoms of inheritances circled around the round table. The roars of dragons and tigers, the intertwining starlight, and the pressure they emitted made the breaths of all 8th-tier powerhouses present feel heavy. Qin Tianheng leaned over the table, his chest heaving violently, his white hair standing on end. He no longer resembled the composed and dignified old dean of usual, but rather a furious old lion. Come. Those who said he has no accomplishments continue speaking. If anyone utters a single word of dissent, I will smash you with these inheritances. The entire assembly of heavenly generals fell silent. Even Zhou Tianyan, who had been sitting quietly with his eyes closed, opened them at some point. In his murky eyes, which were nearly impossible to discern, the pupils reflected the 8 orange lights resembling 2 flickering flames. 8 S-level, national level inheritances. Zhou Tianyan slowly spoke, causing the entire hall to fall silent. Since humanity stepped into the source realm, there has never been such a harvest. Qin Tianheng, you just said that all these were offered by a single student from your family. Yes, Marshal, indeed. Qin Tianheng reigned in his previous frenzy and respectfully bowed to Zhou Tianyan. Jiang Chuan brought back these 8 national-level inheritances for the human race during his time in the Starry Sky Temple. This achievement is unprecedented. In my opinion, not only should he be nominated as a candidate for Heavenly General, but directly granting him the title of Heavenly General would also not be excessive. Zhou Tianyan slightly nodded. He slowly stood up and surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the face of each heavenly general. Gentlemen, is there any dissent? No one responded. Zhou Tianyan then turned to Murong Jin, his aged voice slowly saying, let's review the cases of the Li and Chu families again. This child has made such a significant contribution to the Federation, we cannot dishearten him. Heavenly General Candidate. Jiang Chuan gazed at Qin Tianheng, whose face glowed with triumph, weighing in his heart whether exchanging 8 S-tier inheritances for such a title was truly worth it. Magnificent. 40 years I've served in the Heavenly Pavilion, and today is the most exhilarating of them all. Qin Tianheng chuckled, his beard trembling with pride. You should have seen that old witch Murong Jin. Her face turned positively green. With each inheritance I unveiled, she looked as though she had been force-fed a mouthful of flies. Unable to swallow, yet too ashamed to spit it out, Jiang Chuan asked, did you truly bestow all 8 inheritances? I'm not that senile. Qin Tianheng snorted with a wry smile. Handing them over outright would be like tossing steamed buns to stray dogs. No matter how eloquently they pledge loyalty now, betrayal would come as swiftly as a blink. But if we retain the inheritances within the Academy, any future heir, regardless of lineage, must seek our favor to claim them, without offering genuine, tangible value in return. Not a chance. That's reassuring, Jiang Chuan replied, nodding with quiet relief. When he surrendered the 8 inheritances, he had appended one additional condition. Namely, every prospective inheritor must first undergo his personal vetting. This stipulation was chiefly precautionary, to ensure none of these sacred legacies fell into the hands of arrogant scions like Li Chunfeng or Chu Minghui, whom he held in utter disdain. He refused to let inheritances he'd reclaimed with his life nurture ungrateful wolves, or worse, enemies. By the way, General Zhou himself has formally requested the Procuratorate reopen the cases against the Li and Chu families. You may rest easy now. Can you guarantee their downfall? Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Call them war heroes if you wish, but in truth they're nothing but parasites gnawing at the Federation's foundations. Not a single one has clean hands. Some truths weigh little until placed upon the scale, yet once measured, even 1,000 jin cannot contain their weight. With General Zhou personally championing your cause, not a single one will slip through the net. I'll thank him in person when the opportunity arises. Opportunity will come, but His Excellency oversees the entire Federation. Unless it's truly urgent, do not disturb him unnecessarily. Qin Tianheng withdrew a black token from his robe and tossed it to Jiang Chuan. This is your official Heavenly General Candidate token issued by the Heavenly Pavilion. As of today, you become the Federation's youngest ever candidate, at just 16 years of age. As he spoke, Qin Tianheng's heart swelled with quiet awe. Shen Zi, hailed as humanity's youngest 8th-rank powerhouse, still adhered strictly to the Federation's ironclad promotion protocols. She spent 7 full years serving in provincial posts before returning to Xingyan Academy as assistant dean for 2 years, then led the Dark Star Academy for 3, only last year ascending to Heavenly General Candidate. Yet Jiang Chuan, it had been less than a month since his awakening. Qin Tianheng studied him with complex eyes, sensing an undeniable certainty Jiang Chuan would not only become the youngest Heavenly General in history. He might even rise to become humanity's youngest ever Marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion. Yet whether he himself would live to witness that day remained uncertain. Jiang Chuan turned the token in his palm. Jet black and chillingly cool, its material unknown, it bore the ancient script, Heavenly General Candidate, on the front, and on the reverse a detailed map of human-claimed territories. What distinguishes a candidate from a full-fledged Heavenly General? He asked. Authority differs little, but rank remains formally 1 tier below. Qin Tianheng produced an official appointment decree. A Heavenly General Candidate commands no permanent administrative body nor standing forces, but in emergencies abroad he holds immediate authority to requisition local agencies and garrisons, without prior approval. Jiang Chuan's eyelids lifted slightly. Was this not the ultimate prerogative of acting first reporting? Qin Tianheng added, furthermore, every sealed realm across the Federation, regardless of tier, shall open freely to you. You gain direct access to the Federation's highest-tier intelligence networks. Your existing Dark Star Academy clearance remains, but this token elevates your authority to the Federation's absolute apex. Is that all? Jiang Chuan asked. Far from it. Qin Tianheng tapped the desk lightly. The core privilege, you fall entirely outside local judicial jurisdiction. In other words, only the Marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion and the full assembly of Heavenly Generals may issue you direct orders or subject you to trial. Within any region beyond Tianke City, your decisions, every action you take, carry supreme autonomous authority. He paused, then added, naturally, should you commit grave offenses within human territory, the Heavenly Pavilion retains jurisdiction, but conviction requires a 2/3 majority vote among all Heavenly Generals. So don't go imagining arson or slaughter, young man. A faint enigmatic smile curved Jiang Chuan's lips. Of course not. I'm no bloodthirsty Qin Tianheng did not probe the meaning behind that smile. Instead, he continued, moreover, your monthly allocation of cultivation resources has increased substantially. The detailed inventory will be delivered shortly. Additional unspoken benefits include unrestricted access to the Heavenly Pavilion itself and unconditional entry to any official Federation institution. Jiang Chuan poured fresh tea for the elder. After listing so many privileges, surely responsibilities accompany them. Qin Tianheng lifted the cup, his expression softening slightly as he met Jiang Chuan's gaze. Responsibilities. He paused thoughtfully. Truth be told, under standard procedure, the evaluation period for a Heavenly General Candidate spans at least 20 years. During that time, you'd govern provincial domains, accumulate meritorious service, and endure no fewer than 3 class or higher border wars before qualifying for formal promotion. But General Zhou and I agreed. Your case defies convention. The 8 inheritances you brought back constitute merit sufficient to warrant immediate promotion. We withheld formal confirmation because within 3 to 5 years those inheritances will transform into tangible national strength, elevating your stature beyond challenge. Promotion then will carry greater legitimacy and silence all dissent. Jiang Chuan nodded. He understood perfectly. His current power was formidable, yet he commanded no established faction within the Federation. 8 inheritances were indeed earth-shattering achievements, but only when converted into measurable national advancement would they truly silence every critic. Still, the requirement to serve in provincial governance remains binding. Qin Tianheng continued, the Heavenly Pavilion is deliberating your assignment. Though the final city remains undecided, rest assured it won't be insignificant. For now, focus solely on advancing your cultivation and consolidating your foundation. You'll receive official notice once the appointment is confirmed. Understood. Jiang Chuan nodded. And the Li and Chu families. Rest easy. General Zhou's word brooks no delay from Mu Rongjin. Cold light flickered in Qin Tianheng's eyes. The patriarchs of both clans are doomed, but sentencing awaits the procurator's due process. I'll inform you the moment verdicts are rendered. Jiang Chuan nodded. This outcome satisfied him fully, not because he cared about sentence severity, but because it revealed the Federation's unequivocal stance. Qin Tianheng and General Zhou had made their position unmistakably clear. and offered sincerity in full measure. In turn, Jiang Chuan would reciprocate in kind. Qin Tianheng rose and clapped Jiang Chuan's shoulder with paternal gravity. Hurry your cultivation. Heavenly General Candidate trials are no trivial affair. Once appointed, countless eyes will watch, eager to witness your stumble. Watch me stumble. Jiang Chuan's smile held quiet amusement. Qin Tianheng caught himself and sighed, half smiling. This youth's strength had already eclipsed his own perception. He found himself worrying instead for those foolish enough to provoke Jiang Chuan, hoping they wouldn't push their luck too far. In short, trust your instincts. I must return to placate those old foxes. That's all for now. The office door clicked shut behind him, leaving silence. Jiang Chuan turned the Heavenly General Candidate token slowly in his fingers. All Qin Tianheng's explanations boiled down to a single essential advantage. Unrestricted access to resources. Power and duty meant little to him. They would naturally accrue as his strength grew. Only concrete, immediate growth mattered. He needed vast quantities of combat experience to ascend rapidly, and sealed realms were precisely what he lacked most. The Xinghai Academy stood at the center of an artificial lake, its silvery white spires mirrored upon the water's surface, shimmering with overlapping halos of pale blue light. Jiang Chuan had come here regarding the vials of pills in his backpack, items worthy of placement on the third floor of the Starry Sky Sanctum, undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet their precise effects required professional appraisal. Han Sinan, chief pharmacist of the Human Federation, was indisputably the most qualified candidate. Just as he reached the main tower's entrance, a shrill burst of mockery echoed from within. Jiang Chuan paused mid-step. Through the glass doors, he saw 7 or 8 students gathered around the central counter, and among them one figure he knew all too well. Su Yao. She stood with her head bowed before the counter, her face drained of color, fingers tightly gripping the hem of her uniform, struggling silently to contain her turmoil. Around her stood fellow students roughly her age. At their forefront stood a girl of 17 or 18, her otherwise pleasing features twisted into a sneering, contemptuous smile. Something's wrong. What exactly is wrong? Though you possess Class A aptitude, Academy regulations stipulate that out-of-town students are only eligible for Class C stipends. Su Yao pressed her lips together, her eyes burning with humiliation. Senior sister, I don't recall such a regulation existing in our academy. How conveniently forgetful you are, Your Highness. Han Yun's tone dripped with sarcasm and disdain. The academy also decrees that students must never betray their comrades during off-campus missions. Surely you haven't forgotten that rule either. I didn't. Su Yao whispered, biting her lip in a feeble defense. You didn't. Han Yun's voice sharpened like shattered glass. Shameless wretch. Do you truly have no conscience? Li Xiao still lies hospitalized. Didn't he treat you with kindness? Yet you turned on him, testifying against him and Chu Xiao in the plaza. And now you dare show your face here to claim a stipend. Su Yao clenched her fists until her knuckles blanched white. Around her, other waiting students craned their necks, several recognized her, and hushed whispers spread like rising tide. That's Su Yao? I heard she betrayed Li Xiao and Chu Xiao in the plaza. Now both families are under investigation by the Heavenly Pavilion. A provincial nobody, does she actually believe herself worthy of respect? Li Xiao generously invited her into his team, yet she bit the hand that fed her. An ungrateful, treacherous ingrate. I heard she'd never have survived the Starry Sky Sanctum without Li Xiao's desperate protection. Disgusting. Such a person deserves expulsion from the Xingyan Academy. Su Yao listened, her pallor deepening with every word. Though Li Chunfeng and Chu Minghui had fallen, their status as scions of elite families preserved their influence within local circles, especially given the ancient, unbridgeable divide between native and out-of-town students. Regardless of whether Su Yao had acted rightly or wrongly the moment she testified for Jiang Chuan in the plaza, she had irrevocably positioned herself against every native student of Tianke City. Han Yun hailed from a prestigious clan equal in standing to the Li and Chu families, and had long maintained close ties with them. Facing what they deemed a traitor, she seized every opportunity to torment. She pressed relentlessly, Xinghai Academy resources must be allocated preferentially to students of exemplary conduct. Given your recent behavior, while your stipend shall henceforth conform strictly to this standard. Class C, the lowest stipend tier in the Xingyan Academy, reserved for students whose innate aptitudes ranked no higher than Class C. Another girl, heavily made up and sharp-tongued, scoffed. Who do you think Li Xiao and Chu Xiao are? Do you imagine yourself entitled to slander them? Why not look in a mirror first? Some provincial bumpkin who latched on as some unknown vagabond then dared defy the noble houses of Tianke City. Have you grown so reckless you wish to die? Han Yun flung the cloth sack onto the counter, its mouth gaped open, spilling several dull, grayish low-grade pills, clearly the dregs of alchemy. Take them and get out. Don't stand there sullying my sight. She waved dismissively. Su Yao stared at the scattered pills, her eyes slowly filling with tears. She clenched her jaw, bent slowly, and picked up each pill one by one, while waves of laughter pierced her back like needles. She dared not resist, not because she lacked courage, but because she held no standing to do so. The Li Chu and Han families were deeply entrenched dynasties of Tiancai City. Her father's Liahua Battle Corps commanded modest influence in Tianyuan City, but to those noble houses it was merely a provincial militia, insignificant and remote. To resist today would invite even more brutal retribution. Regret. Su Yao drew a slow, shuddering breath, and asked herself honestly, had she sided with Li Chunfeng and Chu Minghui in the plaza, none of this would have befallen her. Perhaps she might even have secured entry into Tiancai City's elite circles, ascending in a single bound. Even if she had chosen to speak for Jiang Chuan, even knowing he now stood as a disciple of the Dark Star Academy, untouchable within these walls, what then? Would she beg him for aid, groveling at his feet? Her pride forbade it, as did her conscience, which had refused to let her lie in the plaza. Silent, Su Yao gathered the pills and turned to leave, when Han Yun's suddenly drawled voice, dripping with "Oh, and by the way," her gaze gleamed with cruel amusement. "I've rejected your application for compatibility testing with the Blazing Flame Artificer Legacy. You of all people presume to inherit in a rank ascension legacy." Su Yao's body trembled, despair flooded her eyes. The Starry Sky Sanctum had closed prematurely. She had secured no ascension legacy whatsoever. This rejection extinguished her sole remaining hope. The only path left was to inherit one of the Academy's pre-existing legacies. She had already researched thoroughly among this year's freshmen, few possessed flame affinity, and she alone bore a rank flame talent. She had already compromised, opting for the A rank legacy instead of the far rarer rank one. With her aptitude, acceptance should have been guaranteed. Now even that certainty had vanished. Without an ascension legacy, her talent meant nothing. Upon graduation, her peers would undergo ascension transcendence, their attribute growth doubling, or tripling, hers. Within just a few years, she would fall irreversibly behind, forever unable to catch up. And her father had bankrupted the entire Liahua Battle Corps to secure her place at the Xingyan Academy. Now it was all gone. Laughter still rippled through the hall. Behind Han Yun, the heavily made-up girl clutched her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. Look at her. Did she actually believe she'd receive a legacy? A provincial nobody. Dare she compete with us for resources? Su Yao lowered her head, nails digging deep into her palms, yet felt no pain. At that moment, a figure stepped before her. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze and met a pair of eyes, calm, almost indifferent. Jiang Chuan did not glance at her. His gaze remained fixed on Han Yun's arrogant face as he spoke, voice quiet, yet absolute. Produce her rightful A rank stipend. Han Yun turned, sizing him up with a dismissive smirk. Who the hell are you to command me? Jiang Chuan had no patience for her theatrics. He raised his hand and struck. Han Yun flew backward as though struck full force by a rampaging ox, her body spinning violently midair before crashing onto the floor 8 meters away. Jiang Chuan's lips parted slightly, his eyes burned with cold fury. Who are you to speak to me? Han Yun lay sprawled on the ground, half her face grotesquely swollen, a thin trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze was unfocused, stunned, still reeling from the sheer force of that single slap. The heavily made-up girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth gaping open wide enough to swallow an egg. Several onlookers instinctively stepped back, their expressions shifting from disdain to raw, trembling fear as they stared at Jiang Chuan. A single strike sent him flying 7 or 8 meters. What monstrous strength is this? Jiang Chuan withdrew his hand and spoke calmly. I ask you once more, will you take it or not? Han Yun remained slumped on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Her swollen cheek had ballooned so severely that even her eye could no longer open. She parted her lips, but not a single coherent sound emerged. Outrageous! A thunderous roar erupted from deep within the corridor. Moments later, a middle-aged woman clad in the formal robe of a Shanghai Academy instructor strode forth with commanding strides. Upon spotting her, Han Yun seized upon her like a drowning soul grasping at salvation. She struggled upright, tears bursting forth, her voice shrill with desperation. Elder cousin. He struck me. This nameless, uncouth boy dared assault another student right here in Shanghai Academy. Han Yu, the Academy's director of instruction and a 6th-rank apex cultivator. She was also the highest-ranking member of the Han clan within Xingyan Academy. Hurrying forward, she stopped before Jiang Chuan and glanced down at Han Yun's disfigured, swollen face, her eyes blazing with incandescent fury. How audacious you are! Her voice turned glacial. Daring to lay hands on a Shanghai Academy student. You dare tell me who your mentor is? State your name now. I'll see precisely whose authority emboldens you to rampage through this academy. Jiang Chuan replied with unruffled composure. Jiang Chuan. The name stirred a faint echo in Han Yu's memory. Yet no matter how deeply she searched her recollections, she could summon no prominent Jiang family among Tiancai City's elite. Her gaze hardened further, edged with venom. It matters not who you claim to be. To humiliate a member of my clan. You've just sealed your fate at Xingyan Academy. Effective immediately, Xinghai Academy revokes all your cultivation stipends, starting today. Han Yu expected abject terror, perhaps even groveling submission. Instead, Jiang Chuan merely swept her with a glance, calm, detached, as if observing nothing more than a buzzing, insignificant fly. That naked, unflinching dismissal ignited her wrath. She laughed, a sharp, brittle sound laced with fury. Very well. Very well. It seems you prefer punishment over grace. With a flick of her wrist, a transmission talisman shot from her fingertips and vanished into the core array embedded in the wall. A resonant hum filled the air, and instantly the corridor's lights flared crimson. Heavy footsteps thundered from every direction. Within moments, over a dozen burly security officers in official uniforms flooded in from all exits. They encircled Jiang Chuan and Su Yao, each gripping a half-meter-long electrostaff crackling with eerie cobalt arcs. "Seize this boy," Han Yu commanded coldly. Per academy statutes, unprovoked assault upon a fellow student warrants no less than 1 month's solitary confinement, and in grave cases expulsion and permanent revocation of enrollment. Before the guards could move, the tightly shut door at the corridor's far end swung open, and an aged figure stepped. Han Sinan wore a rumpled white lab coat, his hair a wild, unkempt tangle, dark circles heavy beneath his clouded, ancient eyes. Yet the instant those eyes fell upon Jiang Chuan, they blazed with sudden, startling clarity. "Xiao Jiang." He rushed forward in 2 bounding strides, seized Jiang Chuan's hand, and broke into a smile so radiant it seemed to defy age itself. "I was just about to seek you out. Come, quickly to the laboratory. I heard you've broken through again. Perfect timing for fresh research samples." Silence descended, absolute, suffocating. Han Yu's smile froze rigid and lifeless upon her face. The security officers exchanged bewildered glances, their electrostaffs suddenly heavy and absurd in their hands. Han Yun forgot her pain entirely, her lone, unswollen eye widening in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Only then did Han Sinan notice the tense, unnatural stillness around him. His gaze swept across the corridor, settling on the electrostaffs, and his brows knotted in displeasure. "What precisely is the meaning of this?" he demanded, voice edged with quiet authority. The head of security, a quick-witted man, immediately sensed the shift in power. He hastily deflected. "Director Han summoned us. Said there was a disturbance on campus. We responded." Jiang Chuan recounted the entire incident with precise, unembellished clarity. Finally, he added, "Xinghai Academy oversees welfare stipends for every faculty and student, yet it has bred such corrupt parasites. That said, I hold utmost faith in Director Han's integrity and the Academy's noble ethos. One rotten grain must never spoil the entire harvest." As Jiang Chuan spoke, Han Sinan's frown deepened, carving furrows into his weathered face. He turned slowly, his gaze settling first upon Han Yue, then upon Han Yun, who had just staggered to her feet, his expression utterly devoid of warmth or judgment. Han Yu's heart lurched. "Director, this isn't as he claims. He struck first. No further explanation is needed. You are relieved of duty." Han Sinan stated it with serene finality. Han Yu stood frozen, her voice cracking. "Director, what did you say?" "I said you are relieved of duty, effective immediately," he repeated, then turned toward the heavily made-up girl and flicked a glance at Han Yun. "And you, both of you, leave Xinghai Academy now." Han Yun's face went deathly pale. Ignoring the agony in her swollen cheek, she collapsed onto her knees. "Director Han, I beg you, I repent. Grant me one last chance." Han Sinan waved a dismissive hand, cutting her off. He was a scholar, not one given to emotional entanglements or administrative theatrics. Yet when Jiang Chuan was involved, everything simplified. Jiang Chuan was humanity's seed of hope, the linchpin of our species' future survival. Even were he a blood-soaked, deranged demon, Lord Han Sinan would stand by him, unwavering against all opposition. And in this case, justice clearly rested with Jiang Chuan. His gaze slid past Han Yun and settled instead upon a young instructor, standing quietly at the edge of the He appeared barely 30. Thick-framed glasses perched on his nose, arms laden with stacks of documents drawn here purely by curiosity at the commotion. "You, step forward." The young man blinked, looked left and right, then, certain he was addressed, hurried forward. "Director." "Yes. As of today, you assume the post of Director of Instruction at Xinghai Academy." Having spoken, Han Sinan grasped Jiang Chuan's arm and began steering him toward the laboratory, without glancing back, tossing over his shoulder, "The rest is yours to handle." The young instructor stood rooted, staring helplessly at Han Sinan's retreating back, then down at the former director crumpled at his feet. His mouth opened and closed, until after a long hollow pause he managed only, "Me." Han Yu's face drained of all color. She knew, utterly irrevocably, that her world had ended. Decades of carefully cultivated influence within Xingyan Academy had been severed in a single effortless sentence. Han Yun sat slumped on the floor, her swollen cheek still throbbing, tears mingling with streaks of dried blood. The surrounding students had already dispersed. No one dared speak a word in her defense. Jiang Chuan walked beside Han Sinan toward the laboratory. He paused, neither looking at Su Yao nor acknowledging her presence, then addressed the young instructor still dazed by his sudden promotion. There exists an austere flame legacy within the academy unclaimed thus far, correct? The young instructor was no scholarly recluse like Han Sinan. He nodded vigorously, understood. Only then did Jiang Chuan allow himself to be led away. From beginning to end his eyes never lingered upon Su Yao. His intervention had been simple reciprocity. She'd spoken up for him earlier in the plaza. Though, even without her testimony, he would have cleared his name effortlessly. Yet in that critical moment her courage had been rare precious. Wait! Su Yao clutched the handful of inferior pills, tear tracks still glistening on her cheeks. Summoning her resolve, she called out, her lips trembling, her voice barely a whisper, "Thank you." Only then did Jiang Chuan turn, his gaze falling upon the disheveled girl before him, her battered image merging seamlessly with a distant haughty memory. He gave a slight silent nod, no words, no gesture beyond that. Then he turned and walked away. A profound, aching emptiness washed over Su Yao's eyes. The young instructor snapped back to attention and fixed his gaze upon her. "You possess a tire flame affinity." "Yes." Su Yao nodded, slow and dazed. He smiled warmly, "Excellent aptitude. Come, I'll accompany you to assess your compatibility with the flame's sovereign legacy." As he finished speaking, he glanced once more at Han Yu, and Han Yun slumped helplessly on the floor. Attempting sternness, he cleared his throat. "Director Han. Ahem. Please complete your withdrawal procedures promptly. Do not make this difficult for me." The door of the laboratory closed behind him, cutting off all the noise from the outside, and Han Sinan eagerly took out a set of silver-white blood collection equipment. He motioned for Jiang Chuan to sit down on the chair. He rolled up his sleeves. Then, finding the position of the vein, he pressed the blood collection needle down. Ding! A crisp sound echoed. The tip of the needle pressed against Jiang Chuan's skin, bending instantly, as if it had pierced a steel plate, leaving not even a white mark. Han Sinan widened his eyes, looking at the broken blood collection needle in his hand, and then at Jiang Chuan's unscathed arm, his mouth twitching violently. This needle was made from Starfall iron, a specially crafted needle capable of piercing the skin of even 8th-level defensive professionals. Yet now it couldn't even break this kid's skin. "You really are becoming more and more abnormal." Han Sinan couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chuan, feeling helpless, raised his right hand and gently scratched the inner side of his left arm with a finger. A tiny blood mark appeared, dark red blood seeping from the wound, emanating an indescribable aura. Han Sinan hurriedly picked up the collection tube to catch it. By the time the tube was full of blood, the wound on Jiang Chuan's arm had healed to a mere faint red line. Han Sinan carefully placed the sample into a low-temperature storage box before turning around, rubbing his hands, and staring at Jiang Chuan with shining eyes. "Little Jiang, you just mentioned that you found good stuff in the ruins. Let this old man see it." Jiang Chuan took out a jade bottle from his backpack. He placed it on the table. The moment Han Sinan uncorked the bottle, a rich medicinal fragrance that was almost tangible surged out from the opening, momentarily halting the air in the entire laboratory. His breathing quickened suddenly, and he held the jade bottle in both hands, bringing it to his eyes for a closer look. "This is an S-grade life-restoring pill. I have only seen records of it in ancient texts, and I never expected to see the real thing in my lifetime." Jiang Chuan ignored his exclamation and continued to pull out spoils. Soon a row of various bottles and jars was lined up on the experimental table. Han Sinan carefully identified them, and at first he could recognize a few, but later he simply fell silent, with the fervor in his gaze intensifying. He divided all the bottles into 3 rows, pointing to 6 jade bottles in the first row, saying, "I can confirm the effects of these few bottles." He picked up one of the bottles containing a completely green pill. He poured one out into the palm of his hand. The surface of the pill shimmered with a faint glow, as if it had a life of its own, gently pulsating. "This bottle contains the life-restoring pill, an S-grade elixir. As long as there is a breath left, taking it can preserve life. Regrowing severed limbs is not beyond possibility. The entire Federation only has one hidden in the Tian Pavilion secret vault, and this one should be the legendary breakthrough pill. Taking it can directly increase a large amount of experience points, exactly what you need right now." Jiang Chuan listened and stored the bottle of dark black pills. He counted them, a total of 3 pills. He didn't know how much experience they would add. And this, the Divine Power pill, can significantly increase strength attributes for a short time after use. This one, among the dozens of pills Jiang Chuan brought back, he could only identify the effects of a few bottles. He then pointed to 5 bottles of pills in the second row, his tone becoming more serious. "The composition of these few bottles is very complex. I can't make a judgment immediately, and need a detailed component analysis to determine their effects. Then he looked at the few bottles containing black paste in the third row. Shaking his head, he said, "As for these, to be honest, I've never even seen them." Han Sinan straightened up, looking at Jiang Chuan with a gaze filled with the curiosity one might reserve for a monster, and after holding it in for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "You didn't happen to clear out the entire Starry Sky Temple, did you?" Jiang Chuan shook his head regretfully. "The Starry Sky Temple closed too quickly, I didn't even have time to carefully loot it." Han Sinan looked at the more than 20 bottles and jars on the experimental table. Suddenly, he remembered something. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he said, "With these elixirs, I might be able to decipher several brand new S-grade formulas." Jiang Chuan was not interested in other formulas. He pointed to the bottle of breakthrough pill and bluntly asked, "Old Han, can this pill be mass-produced?" Han Sinan rolled his eyes. "Do you think S-grade pills are cabbages? Let alone mass production? Even just analyzing the ratio of one auxiliary ingredient given the current level of the Federation's alchemy, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to sort it out." He paused for a moment, his tone softening. "However, I can use these pills as research samples to attempt to reverse engineer some lower-tier new pills. Although the effects will be greatly reduced, it will still be of significant help to improve the entire Federation's alchemy level." Jiang Chuan nodded, preparing to get up and leave, but suddenly remembered something. "By the way, old Han, there's something I think I should mention to you." "What is it?" "I saw a human writing in the third layer of the Starry Sky Temple." "My." Han Sinan, who was organizing the pill bottles, suddenly stopped, looked up, and furrowed his brow. "Are you sure it was human writing?" Jiang Chuan recounted his discoveries in the third layer of the ruins. The plaque on the door frame was inscribed with human writing, and the layout and furnishings inside the temple were identical to ancient architectural styles. It didn't seem like a coincidence. Han Sinan pondered for a long time. This is indeed very strange. The Starry Sky Temple has existed in the Source Realm for countless years, far longer than the history of humans stepping into the Source Realm. Humans could stabilize their footing in the Source Realm partly because of the 7 SS-grade predecessors who appeared in human history. But the oldest among them was only a figure from a few thousand years ago. He unconsciously tugged at his hair, a habitual gesture when he was thinking. Jiang Chuan looked at the increasingly shiny top of his head with some concern. He thought to himself, it seems that even a researcher of Han Sinan's caliber cannot eradicate the trouble of hair. Han Sinan did not know how jumpy Jiang Chuan's thoughts were. He spoke slowly. "According to common reasoning, our human race could not possibly leave such a large-scale ruin 10,000 years ago, let alone the third layer of the Starry Sky Temple, a level of inheritance that even those blood-spirit races and holy blood races would fight over desperately." He looked up at Jiang Chuan, confusion and perplexity flickering in his murky old eyes. Unless what? Jiang Chuan pressed for an answer. "Unless in the history of the Source Realm humans once had a period of unknown prosperity, and that history was erased for reasons we do not know. Or perhaps." Han Sinan paused, his tone becoming somewhat ethereal. "The writing left by that building was not our human writing, but that of another race, only it shares the same origin as human writing." Jiang Chuan fell silent, then shook his head, temporarily burying these speculations in his heart. Currently, he was the only human who could enter the third layer of the Starry Sky Temple. There were too few clues. No matter how many conjectures he made, they were just castles in the air. "Old Han, let's investigate this slowly later. I will take my leave now." Han Sinan nodded, tossing him a bottle of newly refined pills from the experimental table. "This is a new product I developed recently, an experience enhancement pill. You are at the stage where you need this kind of pill." Jiang Chuan received the pill bottle, stored it away, and just as he reached the door of the laboratory, he heard Han Sinan's voice behind him reminding, "Don't forget to come by regularly to provide research samples. My experiments cannot be interrupted." Jiang Chuan waved his hand without looking back and pushed the door open to leave. After leaving the Star Sea Academy, Jiang Chuan immediately returned to the Dark Star Tower, unlocking the exclusive training room reserved for students of the Dark Star Academy. Current experience: auto boost speed 1,000 points per minute. Remaining points 999,9988. His academy points had accumulated to an amount that he could never exhaust. Jiang Chuan was not surprised it was a national-level inheritance. Even a single item taken out for auction would likely start at 9 figures. However, money could buy things available in the Federation, which he could acquire with his status as a reserve for the Heavenly General, making the academy points less practical. Jiang Chuan sat cross-legged in the training room and took out 2 bottles of pills, one green and one black. He first poured out a pill from the green bottle. The pill was jade green with a faint glow shimmering on its surface, emanating a refreshing fragrance. Experience boosting pill, a grade, a temporal state potion that doubles experience gained within 2 hours after consumption. Han Sinan had given him 3 bottles, each containing 6 pills, enough for a while. Next was the black breaking pill. Jiang Chuan poured the breaking pill into his palm, The black pill was heavy, about the size of a longan. The details of the pill automatically appeared before him. Breaking pill S-grade pill grants 1 experience upon consumption, can take a maximum of 3 within 24 hours. Excess is ineffective. Jiang Chuan's first thought was whether the effects of these 2 pills could stack. Let's give it a try. After all, he could always ask Han Xinan for more if he ran out of experience-boosting pills. Jiang Chuan immediately swallowed one. As the pill melted in his mouth, a cool medicinal force slid down his throat into his abdomen, forming a light blue membrane that enveloped his entire body. A boost icon instantly appeared in the status bar. Let's begin. Jiang Chuan pinched the first breaking pill and swallowed it whole. At the moment the pill entered his abdomen, a scorching, almost violent energy erupted within him. It was as if a miniature sun ignited in his dantian, and the scorching medicinal power surged wildly through his meridians, far exceeding Jiang Chuan's expectations. The system notifications were flashing wildly. Consumed breaking pill gained experience 100000. Experience boost effect triggered, additional experience gained 100000. It really worked. A total of 2 million experience surged into Jiang Chuan's experience bar like a torrent, and golden light immediately flickered around him. Your level has increased to level 12. Constitution 200, Wisdom 200, Strength 200, Agility 200. Your level has increased to 15. New profession skill unlocked. Starfall. The golden light of leveling up flashed wildly around him. Each flicker signified a surge of 200 points in all attributes. The violent medicinal power washed over him, his meridians feeling slightly swollen, but the passive effect of the eternal body activated immediately, and the barely noticeable damage healed instantly under the nurturing of starlight. Upon reaching level 15, Jiang Chuan also mastered a new profession skill. He had no time to check, because in the next moment his level shot up to a new height. Your level has increased to level 21. New profession skill unlocked. Star Waterfall. The golden light finally came to a halt. Jiang Chuan let out a long breath, glancing at the experience bar, which was over halfway to level 22. One breaking pill had propelled him from level 11 to 21, a leap of 10 levels. In the eyes of ordinary professionals, such speed was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. But for him, it was still not enough. He tossed the second breaking pill into his mouth, and the golden light of leveling up shone once more. Level 21, level 22, level 23. The higher the level, the more experience required for each level. The second experience pill only brought him to level 24, with one more level needed to unlock the next skill. Jiang Chuan did not hesitate, and directly swallowed the last breaking pill. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of golden light flashed in succession. Your level has increased to level 26. New profession skill unlocked. Star Mirage. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the training room returned to silence. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, gently clenched his fists, and his knuckles produced a series of crisp cracks. His stature had risen by another 2 or 3 inches compared to before the breakthrough, and his originally well-fitted clothes now felt a bit tight, outlining his well-defined muscles. He opened the panel. Jiang Chuan, level LV 26, title Source Realm, Sovereign Profession, Eternal, Star Master SS, level Health, 11500, 11500 Mana, 11500 Constitution, 7750 Constitution, Enhancement 1550, Wisdom 6200, Strength 7750, Strength Enhancement 1550, Agility 7750, Agility Enhancement 1550, Talent Extraction of All Things Rule, ESSS, Eternal Star Master SSS, Heavenly Craftsmanship SSS, Weapon 9, Luminous Star Bow, Source Artifact level 26, Skills Eternal Body SSS, Eternal Domain SSS, Starfall SSS, Star Waterfall SSS, Star Mirage SSS. Jiang Chuan's gaze paused on the 3 newly added skills in the skills section. A line of information automatically appeared. Starfall LV1, only active skill, consumes 1000 mana points, condenses the power of the stars to shoot a powerful arrow at a single target, dealing 1000 physical damage, and applying a stun effect for 5 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Jiang Chuan stared at the skill description on the panel, his eyes slightly shining. A single target sniping skill with 10 times the damage, also carrying a strong control effect. Combined with the passive effect of E, it deals true damage equal to 15% of maximum health. One shot would likely leave the target dazed. He suppressed his eagerness and continued to look down. Star Waterfall LV1, A active skill, consumes 3000 mana points, condenses a rain of arrows with the power of the stars to indiscriminately strike all enemy units within a radius of 50 meters, each arrow dealing 500 physical damage maximum, hits 300, cooldown 30 seconds. The effect of this skill was even more outrageous, with a 500 damage coefficient for area attacks and a maximum of 300 strikes. Jiang Chuan could already imagine the scene of unleashing this skill into a horde of monsters. It was no longer just mowing the lawn, it was like a laser cannon plowing the ground. SS-level inheritance. Truly monstrous. Even the power of the minor skills was so outrageous. The third skill unlocked at level 25 surprised him even more. Star Mirage LV1A active skill consumes 5,000 mana points, summons 3 identical clones using the power of star projection. Each clone possesses 50 of the main bonus attributes, and can use all skills except Star Mirage, can swap positions with the main body at any time during its existence, duration 300 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. After reading this, Jiang Chuan slowly exhaled, only 2 words echoing in his mind: invincible. The profession of Eternal Star Master was simply an all-around invincible job. The Eternal Body for survival, the Eternal Domain for collective enhancement, along with Starfall and Star Waterfall to make up for damage. This Star Mirage skill had taken his combat power from monstrous to absurd levels. Jiang Chuan stood up abruptly, rubbing his fists together. He could not wait to test its power in the Secret Realm. The Anqing Institute possesses a dedicated cultivation secret realm, eliminating the need to compete with disciples from the other 6 institutes for access to public realms. Jiang Chuan emerged from the training chamber, descending the spiral staircase. The deeper he went, the more intense the energy fluctuations in the air became. At the base of the tower, there was an expansive underground space, at the end of which stood 2 gigantic stone doors etched with intricate array patterns. Merely standing before the doors sent a tingling sensation coursing through him. On each side of the stone doors floated a luminous screen displaying information about the secret realms. 6th tier Secret Realm Dark Abyss Ruins. Difficulty hard, recommended level 55 and above. Can drop 55 level Dark Abyss, set golden grade in the instance. 8th tier Secret Realm Shattered Star Land Master. Difficulty recommended level 80 and above. Drop unknown. Reminder: this instance requires at least completion of the 2nd profession transformation to enter. The 8th tier Master level Secret Realm was renowned for its rarity throughout the entire Federation. Suddenly Jiang Chuan felt a warm tremor in his chest. It was the GUS Star Bow which had awakened a response within him, as if something in that 8th tier secret realm was calling out to it. Star Gem. Jiang Chuan's heart tightened immediately. This exclusive weapon had 9 star slots, and currently only the first slot was embedded with a Star Gem. To unlock the remaining star slots, he needed to find the corresponding Star Gems to embed. Unexpectedly, he had already gotten a lead on the 2nd gem. At this moment, besides him, there were 2 other professionals in the underground space, 1 male and 1 female. One was sitting cross-legged on the ground, pale-faced, engaged in healing. The other was lying flat on their back on the ground, drenched in sweat, with their chest rising and falling unevenly, clearly having just emerged from the secret realm. Both appeared to be quite young, only a few years older than him, yet their auras were deep and restrained, revealing them to be 5th-tier professionals. Jiang Chuan had reviewed the student records of the Anqing Institute. Including himself and Ling Aoshang, there were a total of 9 official students. The 2 before him were among the monsters that Shun Zi had mentioned. The person lying on the ground was named Chun Xianfeng, S-grade melee talent, 5th tier peak. It was said that this person was renowned in the Anqing Institute as a cultivation fanatic, spending at least half of the year immersed in secret realms, often teetering on the edge of life and death. The other healing female was named Ji Kanglin, S-grade earth talent, 5th tier midstage. She was slightly more composed than Chun Xianfeng. However, she too was the type who neglected food and sleep once entering a secret realm. The 2 had just fought their way out of a 6th tier secret realm covered in injuries and utterly exhausted, yet their eyes sparkled with a sense of exhilaration. Chun Xianfeng was the first to notice the footsteps, opening one eye to glimpse Jiang Chuan's unfamiliar face, his brow slightly raised. You are the new student who enrolled this year. Yes, Jiang Chuan nodded, showing no deference to his seniors. Chun Xianfeng, however, was unconcerned. How many students who could enter the Anqing Institute were not eccentric? Having a proud personality was already considered a quality trait. He attempted to use a probing technique on Jiang Chuan, but found nothing. Frowning, he said, You just awakened not long ago, and your level is probably only in the teens. What are you doing here? Even a 6th-tier secret realm would be too dangerous for you. You should go to the public secret realm and reach the 2nd profession transformation before trying again. At that time, both Kanglin and I could take you along if we're free. His tone was not pleasant, but his intentions were good. Jiang Chuan smiled at him without saying much. He turned his gaze towards the elderly figure sitting cross-legged beside the stone doors. It was an old man. His aura was faint. If one did not carefully sense it, they would not notice that another person was present here. Jiang Chuan stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, Old Mo, I wish to enter the Shattered Star Land for training directly. Could you make an exception for the entry requirements? 3 transformations require level 60. Even if I level up quickly, it would take me at least 10 to 15 days. That's too long to wait for me. Chun Zuanfeng's eyes widened, staring at Jiang Chuan as if he were mad. Are you crazy? Challenging an 8th tier secret realm. Do you know what level of monsters are inside? Even Kanglin and I together were beaten like dogs in a 6th tier secret realm. You, a new student, want to enter an 8th tier secret realm. Are you seeking death, or what? That 8th tier secret realm is extremely dangerous. Since it was discovered by humanity, no one has ever cleared it. The requirement to enter is after the second transformation, which is not targeted at you. It's the same for all students. Jiang Chuan did not refute or explain, merely gazing at the gatekeeper named Old Mo. He had heard the entire conversation between the three and now lifted his eyelids to glance at Jiang Chuan. Then he lowered his eyelids again, saying lightly, "Little fellow, I know you, but rules are rules. Come back after you complete the second transformation. Can't you make an exception just this once?" Shen Xianfeng was almost laughing in anger. You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. If you want to seek death, this isn't the way to do it. Ji Kanglin closed her eyes expressionlessly. As fellow alumni, if Jiang Chuan had humbly sought advice and maintained a proper attitude, they wouldn't mind helping him out, even taking him to the 6th tier secret realm to gain experience. But if the other party was a reckless fool, extending kindness could very well lead to enormous trouble. At this moment, she undoubtedly saw Jiang Chuan as such a fool. However, Old Mo's next response greatly surprised both of them. After hesitating for a moment, Old Mo actually said, "It's not entirely impossible to make an exception. What level are you now?" "Level 26. Old Mo nodded slightly. "If you can raise your level from 26 to 35 within one day and complete the second profession transformation, I will make an exception and allow you to enter the 8th tier secret realm early." Raising from level 26 to 35 in one day. Chen Xianfeng almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. As a leveling fanatic himself, he knew just how difficult that was. Initially, he had taken 2 full months to go from first to second transformation, and that was with the Institute's top-tier resources. Even if a deity descended from the heavens, it would be impossible to directly reach level 35 in a single day. Chen Xianfeng chuckled softly. I didn't expect Old Mo, who is usually so serious, would make such a joke. However, Ji Kanglin looked at Jiang Chuan in surprise, having caught another detail. In his words, Jiang Chuan was already level 26. Calculating the time, it had only been about a week since the awakening ceremony, and his leveling speed was extraordinarily fast. Plus, was Old Mo really the type to joke? Jiang Chuan considered that with a double experience potion along with the exclusive experience from the 6th tier secret realm, leveling up 9 levels in a day should be feasible. He cupped his hands towards Old Mo, saying nothing more, and directly walked towards the entrance of the 6th tier secret realm. Chen Xuanfeng's expression was astonished. Then he said irritably, he actually took it seriously. Alright, I want to see how long this kid can last in there. In the 6th tier secret realm, the Dark Abyss ruins. As Jiang Chuan stepped through the stone gate, the scene before him suddenly warped, and when his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a vast black wasteland. The sky was gloomy, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only a layer of flesh-like sky that writhed slowly above. The ground beneath his feet was barren. Scattered everywhere were broken stone pillars and half-collapsed walls. The architectural remnants bore no resemblance to any human dynasty, exuding an ancient and eerie atmosphere. Just as Jiang Chuan steadied himself, the ground, less than 20 meters ahead, suddenly cracked open, and 3 skeletal monstrosities crawled out from the crevice. Their bones were a dark gray covered with a thin layer of black mist, and flickering ghostly green flames danced in their eye sockets. Dark Abyss skeleton, difficulty level 55, health 300, attack 600, defense 4000. Jiang Chuan looked at the skeletons charging towards him, expressionless as he raised his hand. Eternal Domain. A circular area with a radius of 100 meters suddenly lit up around him, revealing silver-white starry patterns on the ground. The patterns intertwined, forming an intricately complex star formation. Star brilliance spread like a burning flame, dancing. The 3 Dark Abyss skeletons were enveloped by the domain, and simultaneously a series of crimson damage numbers appeared above their heads. 35330. 35330. Their movements halted abruptly, and numerous burn marks began to appear on their bones. 9 seconds later, the meager remaining health was instantly depleted. The passive ability of his kill trigger activated, and Jiang Chuan's expression became quite splendid. The passive burning effect of the Eternal Domain could also trigger a kill. With this, his efficiency in dungeon runs would greatly increase. Jiang Chuan didn't even need to lift a finger. With the Eternal Domain activated, he charged forward, and any monster that remained within the domain for more than 9 seconds would be instantly killed. Kill Dark Abyss skeleton, level 55, gain experience 45000. Experience doubled 45000. Kill Dark Abyss skeleton, level 55, gain experience 45000. Experience doubled 45000. His experience points began to soar. Moments later, a golden light suddenly erupted. Level 27. Jiang Chuan smirked slightly. The experience rewards from the 6th-tier secret realm were quite generous compared to his level. At this rate, he could easily reach level 40 within a day, let alone level 35. He did not forget to extract from the monster corpses. Extraction successful. Strength, 35. Extraction successful. Constitution, 35. A rush of warmth flowed into his body, and Jiang Chuan once again experienced that long-lost feeling of enhancement. With the efficiency of extraction from all things for every level, he gained the basic attributes extracted from killing monsters far exceeded his basic growth values. He was continuously growing stronger at a terrifying speed every second. In the distance, the ground cracked open repeatedly. More skeletons crawled out from the underground, sensing the presence of the living. They rushed towards Jiang Chuan from all directions, some accompanied by even larger monsters. These were humanoid beings stitched together from decaying flesh, clad in tattered armor, dragging rusty giant axes behind them, leaving a dark red trail. Stone Corpse Demon level 60, elite health 6500, attack 880, defense 6500. Jiang Chuan licked his lips excitedly. These monsters were a treasure trove of experience and attributes. He raised the Jiao Yao Star Bow, holding it horizontally with the bowstring aimed at the entire wasteland. Star Cascade. His mana was suddenly consumed. In its place, a destructive power of the stars erupted from the bow. The sky above was torn apart by a layer of silver light, and countless star shadows appeared within the glow, each shadow being a star arrow in the process of forming. Whoosh! The first arrow fell like a falling meteor, crashing to the ground, followed by the second, the 10th, the 100th. A torrential rain of arrows poured down from the heavens, enveloping the entire wasteland in a silvery downpour. The swarm of skeletons surging from the ground stood no chance against the rain of arrows being shattered into pieces. A few Stone Corpse demons attempted to withstand the arrow storm with their massive bodies, but they died even faster. Each attack of the Star Cascade triggered the effect of not only was every attack true damage ignoring defense, but it also added a bonus of 15 of Jiang Chuan's maximum health. Even more absurdly, this area attack skill could also trigger ease kill effect. A rain of arrows fell, and in an instant not a single intact monster could be seen on the entire wasteland. Swish! Swish! 2 golden lights flashed past Jiang Chuan. Level 29. As Jiang Chuan walked through the pile of corpses, the extraction of all things activated continuously, and streams of dark red energy converged towards him, forming a massive vortex around him. His attributes rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, his constitution and strength attributes broke through 10,000 points, reaching an astonishing 20,000 under the enhancement of the Eternal Domain. Source Blood Creatures. 9th-tier powerhouses. Jiang Chuan felt he could smash these things to smithereens with a single punch. The secret realm quickly advanced to the final area, and the monsters appearing before him grew increasingly formidable. There were massive corpse demons with over 1,000,000 health and a giant worm over 30 meters long, moving slowly like a small mountain. But without exception, all the monsters could not withstand more than 10 seconds before Jiang Chuan. He arrived at a palace ruin where a vast circular plaza lay ahead, with a massive obsidian altar standing in the center. The air above the altar twisted and deformed, and a colossal phantom could be faintly seen drifting within. The final boss. The moment Jiang Chuan stepped onto the plaza, the phantom above the altar suddenly solidified, revealing a bone dragon the size of a small mountain. Dark Abyss Bone Dragon Boss, level 65. Health 500, attack 130, defense 800. Roar. The bone dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, opening its massive mouth as a stream of putrid green dragon breath surged forth. Jiang Chuan lifted the Jiao Yao Star Bow, standing firm without flinching. Starfall. A silver meteor descended from the sky, trailing a long tail like a judgment sword falling from the heavens, accurately striking the dragon's head. Weak point attack, guaranteed critical hit. 949306. For stun. A spinning icon appeared above the bone dragon's head, and it plummeted like a lost airplane, crashing down onto the altar with a thunderous boom. Jiang Chuan continued to deal damage. Before the bone dragon could recover from its stun state, the kill effect of E was triggered successfully. 2398867. The pitch black instant death damage number flashed by. Kill. Kill Dark Abyss Bone Dragon Boss LV65. Gain experience 25000. Experience doubled 25000. Successfully cleared Dark Abyss Ruins difficulty. Gain experience 5000. Experience doubled 50000. Your level has increased to level 30. New job skill unlocked. Star Flash. Star Flash LV1A active skill consumes 500 mana points, can teleport to any position within 100 meters, invulnerable during the movement, can store up to 3 charges, cooldown time 15 seconds. Swoosh. A treasure trove erupted from the spot where the bone dragon died. Jiang Chuan glanced at his experience bar and then tested out his newly acquired movement skill, nodding in satisfaction. At this rate of efficiency, if he ran a few more times, he should easily reach level 35 before dark. Jiang Chuan then picked up the Bone Dragon's drops. Among them were several precious golden equipment, but all had a minimum level of 55. He couldn't use them yet, so he simply disassembled them to extract the attributes, then placed his hand on the Bone Dragon's corpse. Detected extractable talent corruption, Aurus rank. Corruption Aurus rank 1-star passive continuously deals 5 damage of the target's maximum health to all units within a radius of 30 meters. The effect on boss units is reduced to 1. This aura's effect applies to both enemies and allies. This was the first time Jiang Chuan felt a desire to refuse to extract a talent. Forget it, it's just in strength talent. He casually crushed the extracted talent orb and exited the secret realm. Jiang Chuan stepped out of the secret realm's stone door. The time on the light screen frozen at 452 seconds. At this moment, less than half an hour had passed since he consumed his first experience pill. Chen Xianfeng was still recovering. Seeing him come out, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he whistled and teased. As expected, you came out in less than 5 minutes. However, retreating in the face of difficulty is not something to be ashamed of. After all, that was a 6th-tier secret realm, and for a new student just entering the academy, lasting 5 minutes inside is already commendable. He paused and added, you should first go to the public secret realm to level up. When the time comes, I will personally guide you through this secret realm. He had no malicious intent, he simply couldn't stand Jiang Chuan's arrogant demeanor. But little did he know Jiang Chuan was merely confident in his own abilities. Hearing this, Jiang Chuan just smiled at him without further explanation. He didn't waste any time resting and turned back toward the secret realm's grand entrance. Chen Zuanfeng's smile froze on his face. Are you going back in? His tone was somewhat anxious. Did you not hear a word of what I just said? The lowest level monsters inside are level 55. How is going in any different from seeking death? I admit I may have spoken a bit harshly earlier. If you're angry, just tell me directly. There's no need to bet your life on a whim. Jiang Chuan didn't look back, waved his hand, and continued walking into the stone door. Chen Xianfeng stared blankly at the stone door that lit up again, remaining silent for a long while. Then he turned to Ji Kanglin, a look of helplessness mixed with frustration on his face. This guy is too stubborn, with a pride stronger than anything. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked him just now. However, Ji Kanglin did not respond. Her brow furrowed tightly as she stared intently in the direction where Jiang Chuan had disappeared, her eyes filled with confusion. Something's off, Chen Xianfeng said irritably. I know something's off. This kid has a problem with his head. That's not what I meant. Ji Kanglin's voice became serious. She stood up, walked to the front of the secret realm, opened the clearance records to check, and then froze in place. What's wrong? Chen Xianfeng walked over, and the two of them turned into statues together. How is this possible? Chen Xianfeng rubbed his eyes vigorously, checking repeatedly, his voice rising in pitch with astonishment. A new clearance record of 4 minutes and 52 seconds. He actually cleared it, and in such a short time. Chen Xianfeng felt as if his worldview had been turned upside down. He and Ji Kanglin were already among the top-tier geniuses of the human race. The two of them teaming up would at least take half an hour to clear this 6th-tier instance. The difference between levels among professionals is not as exaggerated as one might think. Even if an 8th-tier expert like Shen Ziyi were to come, they would have to expend significant efforts to clear the Abyss Ruins solo. What kind of freak is this guy? Chen Xianfeng felt a sharp sting on his face as he recalled how he had just acted like a senior in front of Jiang Chuan. He suddenly turned to the elder. Gritting his teeth, he said, Elder Mo, you knew the truth from the beginning, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have made an exception for him. Elder Mo remained calm, his eyes closed, and replied slowly, young people don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. Without going through several setbacks and seeing the wider world, how can they grow? Chen Zuanfeng's face turned red, and he felt smoke rising from his head. Those were his own words about Jiang Chuan just now. At this moment, inside the secret realm, Jiang Chuan reappeared at the entrance of the Abyss Ruins. With a thought, the radiant power of the stars gathered around him, transforming into 3 indistinct shadows. The shadows quickly solidified. 3 identical avatars stood side by side, surrounded by faint stardust, each holding a projection of the 9 radiant star bow. Star Mirage activate. In the next moment, the 3 avatars simultaneously unleashed the eternal domain, coordinating with the Starfall's area attack, and began to mindlessly push through the map. Your level has increased to level 31. Your level has increased to level 32. After reaching level 30, combined with the double boost from the experience pill, a single round of experience gained from the Abyss Ruins would allow him to smoothly level up. Only the experience needed to reach level 35 was considerably more equivalent to the total experience required for all previous levels. Jiang Chuan farmed from morning till night, consuming 5 double experience pills in a row. Finally, before sunset, he filled the last bit of experience. Your level has increased to level 35. Current level has reached a bottleneck. Acquired experience will automatically convert to talent experience. Achieving level 35 was smooth, but how to break through the second transformation bottleneck still left Jiang Chuan baffled. After all, he had only just recently broken through to the first transformation. Jiang Chuan walked to the stone door and cupped his fists in salute to the old man sitting cross-legged. Elder Mo opened his eyes, looked Jiang Chuan up and down, and nodded slightly. Indeed, you have reached level 35 a bit faster than I anticipated. Elder Mo's voice was hoarse and deep with a hint of barely perceptible approval in his tone. You wish to inquire about the second transformation? Exactly, Jiang Chuan replied frankly. The first transformation requires going to the Starry Sky Temple. What are the conditions for the second transformation? Please enlighten me, Elder Mo. The processes for the second and third transformations are not as complicated as the first transformation. This is because you have already gained the inheritance during the first transformation. What you need to do next is to deeply explore the true potential of this inheritance. Elder Mo spoke slowly. Jiang Chuan nodded. Every inheritance represented a complete system of power. The higher the level of inheritance, the higher the future growth ceiling. This is also why elevated inheritances are considered very precious throughout the source realm. For example, level inheritances do not qualify for the third transformation and can only reach level 5 at most. Although most level inheritances can achieve the third transformation, they also typically plateau at level 6 for life. Only S-level inheritances above a level can still unearth further growth potential after the third transformation, qualifying them to be called elevated inheritances. Elder Mo pondered for a moment, lowering his voice to prevent Chen Xianfeng and Ji Kanglin from overhearing. You need not worry about the growth potential of your SS-level inheritance. However, how to excavate it is quite challenging. Breaking through the second transformation requires not just accumulated experience, but an extremely rare resource. Awakening Stone. The strength of inheriting professions lies in the fact that they inherently contain a complete growth path, and the Awakening Stone is the key to activating this path. The level of the inheritance determines the level of the Awakening Stone required. It must be equal or higher, never lower. A level requires an A-level stone, S-level requires an S-level stone, and as for your exceedingly elevated SS-level inheritance. Elder Mo's words trailed off, but the meaning was abundantly clear. SS-level inheritance naturally requires an SS-level Awakening Stone. Jiang Chuan remained silent for a moment before asking, where can I find an SS-level Awakening Stone? Elder Mo slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze passing over Jiang Chuan's shoulder and landing on the stone door behind him, which was engraved with star patterns. 8th Tier Secret Realm Shattered Starfall. Jiang Chuan followed his gaze. He then heard Elder Mo say, this secret realm is the most unique among all 8th Tier secret realms in the Federation. No one has ever truly cleared it. If you wish to obtain an SS-level Awakening Stone, this secret realm may be your only hope. Jiang Chuan understood in his heart. The Elder had known all his information from the very beginning. Setting a goal of 35 levels was precisely because he understood that without an SS-level Awakening Stone, it would be impossible for him to level up further. Level 35 challenging an 8th Tier secret realm was still only next to the master-level difficulty of Nightmares. It sounded much crazier than his 26 levels challenging a 6th Tier difficult secret realm. Jiang Chuan's gaze was calm as he made up his mind. Elder Mo, please help me open the secret realm. Elder Mo said nothing more. He stepped forward to the stone door, placing his palm on the largest gem at the center of the door. The veins on the back of his aged hand bulged as an overwhelming wave of energy erupted from the stone door, causing the entire underground hall to tremble slightly. The door to the 8th Tier secret realm had opened. Behind the stone door was a pure vortex of starlight, and deep within the vortex one could vaguely see shattered earth, inverted mountains, and falling meteors. An ancient wild aura surged out from the vortex. Thank you, Elder Mo. Jiang Chuan cupped his fists towards Elder Mo and stepped forward without hesitation into the starlight vortex. He did not notice the strange smile that flashed across Elder Mo's face after he entered the secret realm. In the principal's office, Qin Tianheng leisurely sipped his tea, his mood exceptionally good, to be precise, quite splendid. With the 8 national-level legacies in hand, the influence of Xingmian Academy in the Federation had reached unprecedented heights. As the 7th general, he subtly possessed the momentum to rival the 1st general who held military power. All of this was brought about by Jiang Chuan, and Qin Tianheng was pondering what political resources he could still secure for Jiang Chuan. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged from his chest. Qin Tianheng's smile stiffened slightly as he set down the documents and slowly sat up straight. High-level practitioners possess a certain sensitivity to the mysteries of fate, and this sudden impulse was certainly not unfounded. Something was amiss. Qin Tianheng closed his eyes, calming his mind, and tracing back to the source of his unease. A name quickly surfaced in his thoughts: Jiang Chuan. Qin Tianheng's eyelids twitched violently. He immediately sent a communication to Jiang Chuan, but received a notification that the recipient could not be reached. This situation was rather normal. Any secret realm would isolate external communications, and it was common for students to be unreachable while training in secret realms. However, Qin Tianheng's heartbeat quickened. Given Jiang Chuan's strength, a regular secret realm posed no threat to him. Be it a 6th-tier or an 8th-tier secret realm, that kid's foundational attributes could directly contend with a 9th-tier sovereign. To him, the secret realms mastered by humanity were hardly different from a backyard. Wait, there was one secret realm that was different. Qin Tianheng's pupils constricted suddenly, and he sprang to his feet, knocking over his chair with a loud crash. The guards outside the door hadn't even had time to ask questions before witnessing the usually unruffled 7th general rush out of the conference hall at an age-inappropriate speed, his robes billowing, leaving the door ajar. Qin Tianheng's figure traced a straight line across the sky above Xingyan Academy, with the protective formations along the way sensing his aura and automatically parting, not even triggering an alarm. Students below the 7th tier couldn't even see his form, only feeling a gust of wind rush past overhead. By the time they looked up, he was already out of sight. Moments later, a furious roar suddenly echoed across the sky above Xingyan Academy. At the entrance of the underground secret realm of the Dark Star Tower, Qin Tianheng's aura surged, his robe's fluttering hair standing on end, and a terrifying cold light burst from his eyes. Shun Xianfeng and Ji Kanglin were forced to retreat repeatedly by the overwhelming pressure released unreservedly by this 8th-tier powerhouse, their faces filled with shock. Having stayed in the Dark Star Academy for several years, they had never seen this usually gentle principal display such a violent expression. The source of all this was the old man sitting calmly in front of the stone door. Mo Yuan. Qin Tianheng's voice was icy. 50 years ago, when you were pursued by the Corpse Dog clan and escaped to the human borders in grave condition, who fought against public opinion to offer you refuge? Who bore the pressure of the entire human race to grant you legal status, allowing you to live safely in Xingyan Academy until today? Mo Lao slowly opened his eyes, and a strange glimmer flashed in his murky gaze. He did not speak, but the faint curve at the corner of his mouth never faded. Back then, Marshal Zhou said you were not of our kind, and your heart must be different. It was I who protected you. Qin Tianheng stepped forward, and the moment his foot struck the ground exploded with a web of cracks, as he spoke hoarsely. 50 years. For a whole 50 years your disguise fooled everyone. Even Marshal Zhou let down his guard, thinking you had long since aligned with humanity and harbored no ulterior motives. But you, old dog, chose to reveal your fangs at the most critical moment. Ji Kanglin's face turned pale as she looked in disbelief at the old figure sitting cross-legged. Mo Lao. Mo Yuan. No matter how she addressed him, this old man who had guarded the entrance to the secret realm of Dark Star Academy for decades, who had outlasted countless generations of students, was actually a spy for the Corpse Dog clan. You clearly know what kind of secret realm the Shattered Star Fallen Land is. Qin Tianheng's voice rose an octave. You know that the final challenge of that secret realm will replicate the challenger's full strength. The stronger the dungeon, the stronger the guardian. The challenger can never defeat a stronger version of themselves. For all these years, no matter what level of powerhouse entered, the best outcome was merely escaping alive. No one has ever truly cleared it. You have entered it yourself, you know better than anyone. Shun Xianfeng and Ji Kanglin's expressions changed simultaneously. A mirror that replicates the full strength of the body. Such a rule was simply unheard of. The stronger the power of the strong, the stronger the mirror. This was an unsolvable paradox. To clear it, one must defeat oneself, yet the self in the secret realm is always a notch stronger than. Mo Yuan finally spoke, his voice still hoarse, but now carried an indescribable peculiarity. You are right. That secret realm indeed has no possibility of clearing. He slowly stood up, and when his hunched figure straightened, it inexplicably exuded an invisible pressure, as if a slumbering beast had finally awakened. Therefore that little brat must die. Mo Yuan's voice was so calm that a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. I see clearly the potential he has displayed. At level 26, he can crush a 6th-tier secret realm. Such talent, not to mention humanity, is unparalleled in the entire source realm. If he is allowed to fully grow, what hope would my Corpse Dog clan have? Qin Tianheng, although I have betrayed the Corpse Dog clan, after all, blood is thicker than water. How could I sit idly by and watch the Corpse Dog clan face extinction? You want to die? Qin Tianheng's anger erupted, and he raised his hand to strike out. He struck with hatred, holding nothing back. This strike, if it hit, could collapse half of the Dark Star Tower. Mo Yuan's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and gray mist swirled around him, as if forming a layer of metallic scaled armor. Boom! The palm imprint struck solidly against the armor. The entire underground hall shook violently, the aftershocks spreading across the ground. Chun Xianfeng and Ji Kanglin were directly blasted away, crashing heavily against the stone wall, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. However, when the dust settled, Mo Yuan still stood in place. The gray mist covering his body had been shattered, yet his body remained unscathed. Cough! Mo Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which he quickly swallowed back, wiping the corner of his mouth and revealing a bloody smile. I underestimated you. As expected of the 7th general, even after years of hidden cultivation, I still couldn't surpass you. You were hiding deep enough. Qin Tianheng spat out these few words through gritted teeth. Mo Lao did not answer. The aura around him began to rise at a terrifying speed, dark gray fur emerging beneath his skin, covering most of his body. His fingers elongated and sharpened, the tips glimmering with a cold green light, and his murky old eyes completely transformed into the deep red vertical pupils unique to the Corpse Dog clan. Decades of hidden cultivation in Xingyan Academy, unceasing refinement, had not caused his strength to decline with the passage of time. Instead, it had become even more pure and refined. Peak 7th tier. Only a thin line separated him from the 8th tier. The powerful bloodline of the Corpse Dog royal family allowed him to contend directly with Qin Tianheng, who had stepped into the 8th tier for many years with just his peak 7th tier strength. At this moment, Mo Yuan's voice was like a beast's low growl. You want to save him? Don't waste your efforts. I have personally sent him into nightmare difficulty. Without clearing the secret realm, he will never be able to exit, and all that awaits him is a dead end. Qin Tianheng, you really need not be angry. I am also doing this for my own clan. Once he dies, I can continue to help you guard the door. Let us maintain the current status quo between our two clans, shall we? I will have you skinned alive. Qin Tianheng's eyes erupted with dense blood vessels as he heard this shame. Unbeknownst to him, this was exactly the effect Mo Yuan wanted. He knew that facing him head-on would only lead to death. Only by enraging Qin Tianheng, causing him to reveal unnecessary flaws, would he have a chance to escape. Soon the opportunity he desired arrived. Using the rebound from a clash, Mo Yuan transformed into a gray shadow and suddenly shot upward. He broke through the top of the Dark Star Tower and surged into the sky above Tianke City. Qin Tianheng pursued relentlessly, but saw his speed suddenly soar to an astonishing degree. In just a few flashes, he disappeared into the clouds, leaving behind a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle echoing in the sky. At this moment, Shenzi finally arrived. Her face was grim. Though she did not know what had happened, she had also experienced a harrowing accident. Principle, what happened? The formations of the Dark Star Tower suddenly went berserk. If I hadn't acted in time to suppress it, it could have harmed thousands of students. Qin Tianheng suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with deep fear and regret. It must be that damned old dog who is up to something. Not of our kind, their hearts must be different, their hearts must be punished. After saying this, he seemed to age 20 or 30 years in an instant, his body weakly swaying. Principal. Shenzi panicked and quickly supported him. She had never seen Qin Tianheng like this. What on earth happened? What about Mo Lao? What about Jiang Chuan? Qin Tianheng weakly waved his hand, coughing twice, and hoarsely said, quickly notify Marshal Zhou, let all stationed troops at the borders enter the highest alert. A spy of the Corpse Dog clan has infiltrated Xingyan Academy for 50 years, and today they have actively revealed their identity. What they are plotting is probably not just this matter. Jiang Chuan. Qin Tianheng fell silent for a long time before slowly raising his head to gaze at the tightly shut secret realm door. I hope he can create a miracle once again. Jiang Chuan had successfully pushed through to the final area of the secret realm. He looked around, murmuring, although I don't know what unexpected events have occurred. The nightmare difficulty seems to be just so-so. Of course, only he had the right to say this. An 8th tier nightmare secret realm had a terrifying difficulty. Even a small monster escaping could stir up chaos throughout the entire Federation. However, facing his attribute suppression, he still had no power to fight back. The bosses in the previous 2 levels had not dropped the SS level awakening stones he needed, so Jiang Chuan could only place his hopes on the final boss. As he held the 9 Sun Star bow and stepped over the threshold of the final starlight gate, the scene before him suddenly became clear. It was a pure land of starlight. There was no ground beneath his feet, no sky above his head. All around him was flowing starlight, as if he were standing atop a sea woven from stars. In the distance, starlight gathered into rivers, while nearby star fragments drifted like snow, each point of light emanating an ancient aura that sent shivers down one's spine. And in the very center of the sea of stars, a figure was slowly coalescing. It was a person who looked exactly the same height and build, the same 9 Sun Star bow in hand, and even the orangered celestial gem on the bow was identical. Is this the final level? As Jiang Chuan's words fell, the mirror image opposite him moved without warning. The silver-white starlight exploded around the mirror image, instantly expanding into an eternal domain with a radius of 100 meters as countless star patterns emerged on the ground. When the familiar burning sensation landed on Jiang Chuan, he suddenly realized. This was his own eternal domain. What the hell? A searing pain coursed through every inch of his skin, and a scarlet damage number suddenly appeared above his head. 98,500. Nearly 100,000 true damage. Even his physique, which had surpassed 10,000 points, struggled to withstand it. The most deadly part was that the familiar silver-white arrow had suddenly magnified before his eyes. Starfall. Boom. The arrow struck precisely at Jiang Chuan's chest, and the raging power of the stars exploded into a blinding white light before him. With a terrifying damage coefficient of 10 times, it directly obliterated a significant portion of his health bar. 612,800. Over 600,000 damage. Jiang Chuan was directly sent flying by this impact, flipping several times in the air before barely stabilizing his form. Thankfully, the dizziness effect of Starfall did not trigger. The passive of the Celestial Gem, immunity to all negative effects and curses, took effect at that moment. Take that back. In the moment he stabilized his form, Jiang Chuan drew back the bowstring, and the 9-sun star bow suddenly shone brightly, unleashing a silver-white arrow that tore through the starlight, aimed straight at the mirror image's face. Starfall. The mirror image also did not evade. The arrow struck accurately at its chest. 694,300. With the same terrifying damage coefficient and the same horrifying number, a scarlet damage value popped up above the mirror image's head, but the dizziness effect was similarly immune thanks to the Celestial Gem. In their first encounter, they had nearly reached a draw. Jiang Chuan's expression darkened. This was troublesome. This guy not only copied all of his attributes, skills, and talents, but even the immunity effect of the Celestial Gem was perfectly inherited. Then let's see whose life is tougher. Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth and pulled back the bowstring, unleashing a torrential downpour of star arrows. The mirror image retaliated with the exact same frequency. The two figures moved rapidly through the sea of stars, each flicker leaving behind a shadow, while dense arrows wove two interlocking nets in the starry sky. The silver-white arrow lights collided with each other, and the exploding starlight resembled blossoming fireworks, illuminating the entire sea of stars as bright as day. The 7th arrow, the 8th arrow, the 9th arrow. When the 9th arrow struck each other simultaneously, Jiang Chuan's heart suddenly raced, and he instinctively glanced at the damage above the mirror image's head. No killing trigger. Jiang Chuan's pupils slightly constricted, and he soon understood the reason. Yi's killing effect was essentially a curse, and the Celestial Gem's passive just happened to immunize all curses. This was a wake-up call for him. In the future, when encountering enemies with curse immunity, Yi's killing effect would be ineffective. However, this realization was of no help to the current battle situation. What he needed to resolve was how to take down this imposter before him. At the same moment, both of their star flashes triggered, and the two figures disappeared from their spots, reappearing simultaneously at the opposite end of the sea of stars. The eternal domains overlapped, and burning damage surged above their heads. 98,500. 97,900. As starlight fell, the passive of the eternal body activated, and their health began to rapidly recover. 298,000. 298,000. The more radiant the starlight, the stronger the recovery effect of the eternal body. At this moment, in this peculiar land of starlight, both of them had become true immortal beings. Star illusion. Jiang Chuan focused his mind, and 3 clones simultaneously stepped out from the starlight, 4 9-sun star bows being drawn back, simultaneously unleashing a torrential rain of silver-white arrows. At the same moment, the mirror image also cast star illusion, summoning 3 clones and raining down arrows. 8 figures crazily exchanged fire in the sea of stars. The attributes of the clones were only half of the original, but Yi's passive could still trigger, and the true damage numbers surged, causing the entire sea of stars to churn violently. The clones of the illusion launched another round of volleys, 3 starfalls from 3 directions, locking onto all of his evasion routes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 silver-white arrows nearly simultaneously pierced through Jiang Chuan's body, and horrifying true damage numbers popped up 3 times in succession. 319,400. 312,800. 305,600. Jiang Chuan's health was instantly reduced by nearly 3/4, and he was blasted backward, tumbling through the sea of stars for dozens of meters before barely stabilizing. This, he gasped, clutching the wound in his chest. The eternal body was working furiously. Starlight surged into the wound, and the flesh began to grow back at a visible speed, but the agonizing pain that nearly tore him apart still paled his face. No, he couldn't continue like this. The mirror image's recovery ability was as monstrous as his own, and their outputs were evenly matched. At this pace, they could fight for 10 days and nights without a victor. But he had yet to reach the realm of fasting. If they fought for 10 days and nights, the illusion might remain fine, but he would probably starve to death. His thoughts began to race. Jiang Chuan squinted, his gaze fixed intently on the mirror image of himself across. Complete replication. No, a monster from an 8th-tier secret realm couldn't possibly achieve that. At least there was one talent he had that it absolutely couldn't replicate. All extraction. Use all extraction against it. Jiang Chuan attempted to communicate with the system in his mind, but the text on the panel remained unresponsive. This was within his expectations. All extraction could only be used on targets that had already died and could not be employed as a direct attack method. So what other methods were there? Jiang Chuan's gaze swept back and forth over the mirror image, finally landing on the 9-sun star bow in its hand. That bow was identical to his own 9-sun star bow, with the same celestial gem embedded in it. Wait, the gem. A bold idea suddenly exploded in his mind. What if he could remove the gem from the mirror? Jiang Chuan made up his mind, and immediately stowed away the Jiuyao star bow, charging forward with bare hands towards the mirror image. The mirror image clearly did not anticipate his sudden abandonment of ranged attacks. However, its reaction was incredibly swift, as 3 avatars simultaneously drew their bows to full draw, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon Jiang Chuan. Star Flash. Jiang Chuan's figure flickered twice amidst the arrow rain, each disappearance and reappearance perfectly evading the most lethal attacks. Several arrows grazed past his body, taking away tens of thousands of health points. But this damage was utterly insignificant in the face of the eternal Bodhi's recovery. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the mirror image's physical form. Jiang Chuan's right hand clawed forward, enveloped with a terrifying force worth 20,000 points, reaching directly for the Jiuyao star bow in the mirror image's hand. The mirror image attempted to retreat and create distance, but how could Jiang Chuan give it that opportunity? The third displacement of Star Flash directly sealed off its escape route. Give it to me. Jiang Chuan grabbed that familiar bow with a firm grip. Extraction of all things. Activate. Detected Tian Shu Gem illusion. Do you wish to extract? The system prompt suddenly resounded in his mind. As expected, it was possible. Jiang Chuan's pupils widened in surprise. Extract. Buzz. A blinding, orange-eared light erupted from the gem, which was originally firmly embedded in the bow. The Tian Shu gem trembled violently, and in an instant it transformed into a stream of light entering the palm of Jiang Chuan. Extraction successful. Obtain Tian Shu Gem illusion. This gem contains rich star power which can be reforged into any material or absorbed as one's own power. The moment the Jiuyao star bow in the mirror image's hand lost the gem, the starlight on the bow dimmed significantly. The originally silvery bow body turned gray, and the orange-eared groove symbolizing the Tian Shu rules was now empty. A reckless smile blossomed on Jiang Chuan's face. Immunity to control, huh? Immunity to He pocketed the fake gem and drew out his own Jiuyao star bow again. The bowstring pulled tight, and the Tian Shu gem emitted a cold glow from the groove. Now let's see what else you can be immune to. The mirror image's movements clearly slowed. Although it could still shoot arrows, Jiang Chuan had keenly noticed that its arrows no longer carried the kind of sharpness that could shake the very space. Without the enhancement of the Tian Shu gem, this fake bow was merely a hollow imitation. Even more to Jiang Chuan's delight was that the immunity icon that had always existed above the mirror image's head had also vanished. The immunity effect granted by the Tian Shu gem had ceased to exist with the gem's removal. Now it's my turn. Jiang Chuan drew back the bowstring, and silver-white starlight frantically gathered on the bow. Starfall. The mirror image attempted to dodge using Star Flash, but the guaranteed hit effect of he left it with no way to evade this arrow. Without the immunity from the Tian Shu gem, it could not resist the stunning effect attached to Starfall. Boom. The arrow accurately pierced through the mirror image's chest, and the stunned icon suddenly lit up above its head. 5 seconds. Jiang Chuan showed no signs of hesitation as the second arrow was already knocked. Star Cascade. Boom. A silver-white rain of arrows descended from the sky, instantly covering the entire area like a galaxy pouring down. Third arrow, fourth arrow, fifth arrow. The execution effect of E was nearly stacked to the limit in an instant as a string of pitch-black instant death numbers flashed above the mirror image's head. Execution. The silver starlight on the mirror image flickered, and as the execution was triggered, the revival effect of the eternal body was also activated, instantly clearing all its negative statuses and restoring its health to full. However, without the curse immunity from the Tian Shu gem killing, it was merely a matter of firing another arrow. Boom. Terrifying damage numbers exploded above the mirror image's head. 1187,600. The execution damage at 100 of maximum health finally cleared the mirror image's health bar completely. The body that was identical to Jiang Chuan froze and placed the starlight on its surface began to peel away layer by layer like shattered porcelain, with countless cracks spreading from its chest, each crack radiating blinding white light. In the end, the mirror image exploded with a low rumble, turning into countless stardust that fluttered and scattered in the starry sea. Killed the Tianxian mirror image nightmare, gained experience 180,000. Experience doubled 180,000. Successfully cleared the level fractured star falling ground nightmare difficulty, gained experience 5,000. Experience doubled 5,000. Since your level has reached the current bottleneck, the gained experience has been automatically converted into talent proficiency. Talent E has successfully been upgraded to 3 stars. Over 10 million massive experience can elevate E to 3 stars or raise 2 1-star SS level talents to 2 stars. After some contemplation, Jiang Chuan chose to upgrade E. To be honest, it made no difference which talent. After all, he was invincible. He just wanted to see how high the SS level talent could be upgraded. ESS level 3 stars effect passive. Your ranged attacks can ignore target defenses, ignore distance, and guarantee a hit effect passive. Each attack additionally inflicts damage equal to 20 of your maximum health effect passive after attacking the same target 8 times. Forcibly deduct 100 of the target's maximum health effect passive. Ranged attacks can additionally trigger an attack effect, allowing all additional effects to activate. Description: born under 10 suns E. Shot down 9 suns. The legendary divine bow of the god E that shot the sun later fell to the mortal realm. The original effects and of the talent have been enhanced, with the additional damage increasing from 15 to 20 and the trigger count for execution being reduced by 1. Most importantly, the newly unlocked effect, double attack. Doesn't that mean it can reduce the trigger count for executions from 8 times directly to 4 times? Even more terrifying. A flicker of joy rose in Jiang Chuan's heart, but his attention was quickly diverted to another matter. He hurried to the location where the mirror image had dissipated, reaching out to grasp the starlight that had yet to disperse. Extraction of all things. Buzz. The starlight blossomed, and 3 items appeared in his hand. Extraction successful. Obtained SS level job Awakening Stone X1. Obtained Tianxian Gem X1. Obtained Star Guardian Wrist X1. 2 gems, the first one being the SS level job Awakening Stone he desperately needed. It could help him break through the second transition bottleneck. The second gem was the Star Gem he sensed. Tianxian Gem SS level can be embedded in equipment with holes to gain the skill Xuanji Maze. When embedded in non-exclusive equipment, the skill's effect is halved. Embed. Jiang Chuan directly embedded the gem into the source artifact in his hand. Exclusive divine artifact Jiuyao Star Bao Source Artifact level 35 can grow with the host level attributes: attack 3260, 3580, attack speed 80, penetration 80, critical hit 80, Tian Shu passive immune to all negative effects and curse influences. Tian Xian active generates a Xuanji maze centered on oneself. The maze will automatically replicate 100 of all enemy units' attribute images, with the maximum attribute of the images not exceeding the host's attribute value, costing 1 of. Maximum mana per second. Tianji unlocked. Tian Quan unlocked. Yuheng unlocked. Kai Yang unlocked. Yao Guang unlocked. Tai Yin unlocked. Tai Yang unlocked. Exclusive only the Eternal Star Master class can use this weapon, which is non-tradable, non-droppable, and indestructible. When equipped, it can automatically sense the locations of other star gems. The Tianxian gemstone embedded in the Jiuyao Star Bao is the true complete form. The effect of being in this complete state adds 1 attribute unlimited replication of mirrors. In other words, as long as Jiang Chuan's mana is sufficient to maintain the operation of the Xuanji illusion, those trapped within it will never escape, no matter how many times they shatter the mirrors. This is the truly terrifying aspect of the Xuanji illusion. High damage output. Strong power. I won't even confront you, Heiden. Once the illusion is activated, it allows the enemies to play with their own reflections. Even if Jiang Chuan encounters opponents he cannot defeat, he can still exhaust them to death. A mirror also dropped an equipment piece, a pair of entirely silver-white bracers, gently floating in. Star Guardian bracers, dark gold attributes, HP 100, MP 100, defense 100, magic resistance 100, special trait, Star Spirit Protection active, releases a starlight shield that can absorb damage equal to 50 of its maximum HP, immune to all abnormal states during the shield's duration, cooldown 180 seconds, set not activated. Exclusive, this equipment has an automatic repair feature. It can absorb starlight energy to self-repair after being damaged. Description: as long as the stars shine, the protection lasts. This is a fragment of the battle armor worn by the Eternal Star Master during his conquests across the realms. Despite enduring endless years of erosion, the will of the stars within remains unvanquished, waiting for its true master to awaken it. As a dark gold grade, this equipment would be a coveted treasure that many would fight over in the outside world. However, for him, what mattered most was not the equipment's attribute bonuses, but its automatic repair feature. His combat style had always been ferocious, and his clothes would usually end up in tatters after a fight. With these bracers, he wouldn't have to worry about crawling out of the ruins completely bare after a battle. Moreover, the notation about the set piece caught his attention. This indicated that the Star Guardian equipment was actually a complete set. What set effects would be unlocked if he could gather the entire set? Jiang Chuan did not dwell on it further and fastened the bracers onto his forearms. The star patterns on the surface of the bracers suddenly lit up and then gradually faded as if they had completely merged with his flesh and blood. Not bad. Jiang Chuan moved his wrist, feeling the subtle enhancement from the bracers. He then looked up, glancing around at the star sea that was about to dissipate. He had cleared it. This 8th-tier secret realm, which was said to have never been truly completed by anyone, had been successfully conquered by him. Yet he had entered at the master level of difficulty. Why it turned into a nightmare level still puzzled Jiang Chuan. He stored away the SS-level awakening stone and chose to exit the secret realm, his figure gradually fading in the white light. At the moment he left the secret realm, the sight before him made his steps suddenly halt. The underground hall of the Dark Star Tower. The originally neatly arranged array patterns were shattered and in disarray. The walls were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Half of the dome had collapsed and debris and broken steel beams lay scattered across the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood mixed with a familiar stench that made him uneasy. "They're out." Shenzi's voice was the first to ring out. She stood by the pile of rubble, her black outfit covered in dust and blood, her long hair disheveled, and her face wore signs of fatigue. Yet the moment she saw Jiang Chuan, a hint of relief broke through the anxiety in her phoenix eyes. Beside her, Qin Tianheng was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his aura weak, as if it could extinguish at any moment. This Grand Dean of the Xingmian Academy, the 7th General of the Federation, looked pale, like a dying old man. Only upon seeing Jiang Chuan did a glimmer of light burst forth from his murky old eyes. Good. Good. Qin Tianheng's voice was so hoarse it was barely audible, and he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "I knew you wouldn't die." Jiang Chuan quickly rushed to his side and checked his status with the Eye of Truth. Then he let out a breath of relief. His injuries were not severe. It was just that for some unknown reason his spirit was wounded, and this otherwise spirited old man suddenly appeared decades older. What happened? Did the alien races break in? He asked, filled with confusion. Shenzi was about to speak when a bitter laugh came from the side, and Jiang Chuan then noticed another person standing in the corner. An old bald man dressed in a deep blue general's robe, his face pale and beardless, wore a kind smile that resembled a statue of Maitreya Buddha found in temples. "I am Zhao Chongan, the 4th General." The bald elder nodded at Jiang Chuan, his smile tinged with bitterness. "This is all the doing of that old dog, Mo Yuan." Mo Yuan. Jiang Chuan frowned. He had never heard this name before. "He's the gatekeeper, old Mo." Shenzi took over, stating that Mo Yuan had arrived at the Dark Star Academy long before her birth. She had only just learned the truth. His real name is Mo Yuan. He is of the royal bloodline of the corpse dog race. 50 years ago, he was hunted by the corpse dog tribe and fled to the human border. Dean Sheen insisted on taking him in against all odds, allowing him to cultivate in the Dark Star Academy for a full 50 years. She paused, her clenched fists turning white. Who would have thought he was a deeply hidden spy? Today he voluntarily revealed his identity, first tampering with the formations in the Dark Star Tower to lure me away, then deceived you into the nightmare level of the Shattered Star Abyss. Dean Sheen sensed something was wrong and came to question him, but after a confrontation, that beast managed to escape. Qin Tianheng's face quivered, his eyes burning with rage. "It's all my fault for not recognizing people. Bah. I mean for not recognizing dogs. I almost got you killed." After Jiang Chuan understood the ins and outs of the situation, he remained silent for 2 seconds. As the party involved, his emotions were unexpectedly calm. He first spoke to console them. To be able to endure in the enemy camp for decades, while still holding firm to one's principles, he possesses a level of mental fortitude and perseverance that no one could have anticipated. "Moreover, you see I'm fine, aren't I?" Zhao Chongan added. "Old Qin, although we've had our differences over the years, I must advise you that while people can make mistakes, as long as they can promptly make amends, it's not a big deal." The logic was sound, but the root of this disaster was indeed sown by him, and it nearly cost Jiang Chuan his life, extinguishing the hope and future of the human race. This knot in his heart, Qin Tianheng couldn't untie it for a while. He forced himself to stand up and sighed. "You're right, I must make amends for the mistakes I've made. I will go catch that old dog right now. You should rest." Jiang Chuan spoke calmly. "You are the dean. After this incident, you need to stay and oversee everything. I will personally hunt down that old dog. Qin Tianheng immediately refused. No, Mo Yuan knows too much about you. He probably has already disseminated the information through the intelligence network of the corpse dog tribe hidden within the Federation. If you go after him, now you are very likely to fall into a trap and be besieged by several kings of the corpse dog. Jiang Chuan replied. That's why we must hurry. While the news has not been fully spread, we can intercept him on the way. Dean Xin, forgive me for being blunt, but even if you meet him again, do you have a 10% certainty of keeping him? Qin Tianheng's eyes widened in shock. He shouted, I will trade my life for his capture. Then you absolutely cannot go. Jiang Chuan shook his head helplessly. Zhao Chong'an said, Old Qin, you should listen to him on this matter. Even if you could replace Mo Yuan, replacing a concealed spy with one of our Federation's generals is certainly a loss. It's settled then. Jiang Chuan did not give the already furious Qin Tianheng much room for negotiation. Shun Zi then interjected. Wait, I will go with you. My talent is S-level spatial traversal, and I can help you track him down quickly. Jiang Chuan nodded. Time is of the essence. Oh, let's set out immediately. In the sky above the wasteland, a rift suddenly tore open, revealing the figures of Jiang Chuan and Shun. Shun Zi's ability allows for spatial teleportation up to 300 kilometers. Moreover, she can transport hundreds of people at once. Her talent does not inherently possess damage capability, yet it is more precious than any S-grade combat talent. Especially in war, a sudden strike from the sky can often determine the outcome of a battle. Jiang Chuan initially thought that relying on Shun Zi's ability would make it easy to catch that old dog. However, he did not expect that the other party had been lurking in the Dark Star Academy for 50 years, fully aware of the outside world. Something's off. Jiang Chuan reviewed the escape route in his mind. Why is he circling within the Federation instead of heading to the border? Shun Zi, sensing the aura from the tracking token in her hand, understood the situation better than Jiang Chuan. The border is guarded by the Border Army, with several celestial generals stationed there. The entire army is on high alert, making it extremely difficult for him to slip out. As for why he is circling within, I suspect he must have prepared some escape route. Huh. She suddenly showed a look of surprise, looking in a certain direction. He actually went to the Soul Rift. Soul Rift. Jiang Chuan had no impression of this name. However, Shun Zi's expression became exceptionally grave. The Soul Rift is the only forbidden area within the Federation that has never been fully explored. It is bottomless, shrouded in mysterious black mist, and often emits terrifying rumbling sounds suggesting the presence of a giant beast within. To this, in the Federation specially established a town called Rift Town outside the Soul Rift, where troops are stationed year-round to guard against the monsters from the Rift intruding into the human world. However, she hesitated for a moment. For hundreds of years, the monsters in the Soul Rift have never appeared. Could it be that he has a way to summon the beasts from the Rift? Shun Zi was startled, and Jiang Chuan also realized the seriousness of the situation. A forbidden area that humanity cannot investigate is at least a 9th-tier domain. If a 9th-tier aberrant beast were to appear in the human territory, the Federation would undoubtedly fall into chaos, and that old dog would take the opportunity to escape. You notify the Federation and have the army prepare for defense. Jiang Chuan made a decisive decision. We must intercept him before he makes a move. Shun Zi nodded vigorously. The two hurried towards the direction of the Soul Rift, and soon a chasm spanning the land appeared in their sight. The chasm was about several miles wide and seemed to stretch endlessly, as if the entire continent had been cleaved in two by an invisible giant axe, leaving this gruesome wound. Inside the rift was a thick, impenetrable black mist. The entire Soul Rift resembled a slowly opening black eye on the ground, silently gazing at the sky. Jiang Chuan stood at the edge of the rift and glanced down. He could see nothing. The strange black mist obscured all sight, and even his enhanced perception, bolstered by over 10,000 points of wisdom, could not penetrate the mist to discern the bottom. Yet he vaguely heard a sound. It was incredibly deep and distant, as if some unimaginably large creature was slowly turning at the bottom of the abyss, each movement provoking a dull rumble from deep within. Be careful. Shun Zi landed beside Jiang Chuan, the tracking token in her hand flickering with unstable light. The aura of Mo Yuan is right below. He must have hidden in the abyss. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan stepped forward, leaping directly into the black mist, grabbing Shun Zi's arm, and the two plummeted rapidly. You! Shun Zi was startled by his reckless action, her pupils contracting, but before she could stop him, the black mist had already engulfed her sight. In the next moment, brilliant starlight spread out. Jiang Chuan opened his domain, isolating all the black mist outside. He immediately sensed something odd. This eerie black mist not only obscured vision, but also possessed a hallucinatory effect that could interfere with spiritual energy. For ordinary people trapped within, unless they had a means to break free, they would likely be trapped in the mist for a lifetime. True eye. A faint blood color rose in Jiang Chuan's eyes, and the black mist before him was instantly parted. The phantasm-breaking effect of the true I freed him from the interference. Yet everything around remained pitch black. They had not reached the bottom yet. This abyss was unfathomably deep. The two fell for more than 5 minutes before Jiang Chuan finally spotted a dark rocky surface ahead. Star Flash. He tightly embraced Shunji, utilizing Star Flash's instant movement to negate the downward gravity, landing steadily on the ground. Immediately after, they were both stunned by the scene before them. Shunji's face turned slightly red as she gently extricated herself from Jiang Chuan's embrace, staring in astonishment at what lay ahead. What is this? The bottom of the abyss was a flat, open space, the ground paved with neatly arranged dark gray slabs. The patterns on the slabs had long been eroded by time, yet the remaining outlines still hinted at exquisite craftsmanship from the past. In the very center of the open area lay a straight track extending in a straight line into the black mist at both ends without revealing an endpoint. Even more bizarrely, there was a train parked on the track. It was an old-fashioned steam train with a streamlined logo. The entire body was pitch black. The wheels and connecting rods were rusted beyond recognition. The train had 7 carriages, each with dim yellow lights shining through the windows, flickering in the black mist. The entire train sat quietly on the tracks, as if it had been waiting here for countless centuries. Jiang Chuan's gaze shifted from the train to the figure beside the tracks. Mo Yuan. He was rushing towards the entrance of the train at full speed. Whoosh! A silver glimmering arrow suddenly pierced into his back, the arrowhead passing through his body, the tremendous force propelling him, ultimately pinning him to the ground. He struggled to turn his head, disbelief swirling in his deep red vertical pupils. How is this possible? How can you still be alive? Mo Yuan's voice was hoarse and sharp. That secret realm is one I personally verified. No one can pass through it. Even I only barely escaped back then. How could you? Then you really are useless. Jiang Chuan calmly interrupted him. His chest was torn apart, and the power of the stars burned like flames, continually eroding his flesh. Mo Yuan was in immense pain. Yet his powerful physique prevented him from dying easily in the short term. Wait. Mo Yuan struggled desperately. I have information. The Corpse Dog clan has planted more than one spy within the human race. Oh, I have a complete list. If you let me go, I will give you all of this. Jiang Chuan, think about it. If you can help the human race clear out the internal information system, its value is far greater than just killing me. Jiang Chuan slowly drew back the bowstring, the silver arrow light coalescing on the bow. Are you done talking? Mo Yuan's voice suddenly escalated. You can't kill me. I boom. The arrow pierced through his skull, exploding the remaining words and his head into a cloud of blood mist. Shinji, he was taken aback. Wait, you just killed him like that? Before she could finish her sentence, a strange starlight illuminated Mo Yuan's corpse. In the glow, his flesh rapidly reassembled, his body becoming whole, and the expression on his face turned respectful and submissive. Greetings, master. Jiang Chuan's expression was filled with disdain as he bound this old dog using the power of the Eternal Star Master, making him feel quite uneasy. Yet to extract information he had no choice but to do so. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. Tell me all the information you know, and then you can go die. The power of the stars gradually dissipated from Mo Yuan's corpse, the reshaped body intact, even the shattered head restored to its original form. He knelt on the ground, a fervent devotion swirling in his deep crimson vertical pupils, and a respectful smile filled his wrinkled old face. This expression was a stark contrast to the old dog's desperate struggle mouth full of lies just seconds ago. I pay my respects to my master. Mo Yuan's voice was still hoarse, but his fawning attitude was almost overflowing. He crawled on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold stone slab, resembling a gatekeeper dog that had finally found its master. Shinji was stunned as she watched this scene. Revived from death. This was the kind of heaven-defying method that even the top-tier healing talents yearned for. How many hidden cards did Jiang Chuan still possess that they were unaware of? Speak of all the information you know. Jiang Chuan's tone was flat. The contract of the Eternal Star Master left an indelible mark deep within Mo Yuan's soul, forcing every word he uttered to be the truth. Yes, master. Mo Yuan knelt on the ground, starting his report with an almost fanatical demeanor. The intelligence network of the Corpse Dog clan infiltrated within the human race, poured from his mouth like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. The intelligence network of the Corpse Dog clan within the human territory is divided into 3 layers. The top layer is a liaison hub codenamed Wolfang, responsible for receiving and conveying commands from the royal court. The middle layer consists of 5 regional liaison points established in Tianke City, the northern frontier fortress, East Seaport, southern border mining area, and West Desert trade route. The lowest layer consists of hidden agents scattered across various industries. Their total number exceeds 3,000, ranging from merchants to academy servants, from border army centurions to city gate guards, encompassing all walks of life. Shenzi's expression grew increasingly grim. As the head of the Dark Star Academy, she was one of the highest holders of intelligence authority in the Federation, fully aware of the internal counterespionage system. However, the names, positions, and contact codes Mo Yuan mentioned were mostly unheard of by her. These people were hiding within the Federation's system, silently draining it like parasites. And the Federation's counterespionage agency was even unaware of their existence. What about the means of contact? She asked coldly. Mo Yuan glanced at her without speaking until Jiang Chuan slightly nodded. Then he continued. The contact points will transmit coded messages every 10 days through the serial numbers of the Federation's currency. The encryption method can only be deciphered by the Corpse Dog royal family, and all codes are memorized in my mind, ready to be recited at any time. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Using the serial numbers of banknotes to transmit coded messages. This was indeed a method he had never heard of, and it was also sufficiently concealed. After all, who would suspect a circulating banknote from the Federation of being problematic? This method of hiding in plain sight was indeed brilliant. Although the Corpse Dog clan was an alien race, their intelligence level was not inferior to that of the human race. Continue. Jiang Chuan's voice was devoid of any discernible emotion. Mo Yuan reported several more names, all hidden at key positions within the Federation. Among them was even the deputy director of the logistics department at the Star Crown Academy, responsible for allocating training resources for the students. This person did not have direct access to military secrets, but he could deduce the list of key talents being fostered by the Federation through the allocation patterns of elixirs and equipment. Besides the intelligence network, what else do you know? Jiang Chuan inquired. A peculiar light suddenly flashed in Mo Yuan's deep crimson vertical pupils. He became excited, as if a long-restrained poison master finally had the opportunity to showcase his exquisite killing move. Master, I have a poisonous scheme that can help you severely injure the Corpse Dog clan. Jiang Chuan's eyelids slightly lifted. Speak. The royal system of the Corpse Dog clan is different from that of the human race. They regard bloodlines as paramount. The 7 major clans govern themselves, only temporarily uniting during external wars, and the balance among the 7 clans is maintained by a sacred place called the Blacktooth Altar. The Blacktooth Altar is located in a natural dead zone deep within the Corpse Dog territory, surrounded year-round by a miasma from decaying corpses accessible only to those of royal blood. The altar houses the skeletons of the ancestors of the Corpse Dog clan. Every 10 years, the kings of the 7 major clans personally go to the altar to hold a bone-devouring ceremony. Drawing power from the ancestors remains to maintain the purity of their royal bloodlines. Without the enhancement of the bone-devouring ceremony, the royal bloodlines of the Corpse Dog clan would gradually weaken with each generation. The reason I was hunted down by my clan was precisely because I lost to the current Corpse Dog king in the competition for the quota of the bone-devouring ceremony. They wanted to eradicate me, forcing me to escape to the human border, barely surviving until now. He paused, a near pathological excitement surging in his deep crimson vertical pupils. And in 7 days, the next bone-devouring ceremony will take place. Mo Yuan's infiltration was genuine. However, the fact that he was jointly hunted down by the higher-ups of the Corpse Dog clan was also true. He was expelled from the clan and branded a traitor, but inwardly yearned for the clan's recognition once more. It was this belief that sustained him to infiltrate deep within the human territory for over 50 years. As a human, Jiang Chuan disdained his betrayal, but from a neutral perspective, he could not help but admire the steadfastness of his conviction. However, speaking of it as a victim and a member of the human race, Jiang Chuan could not view this matter from a neutral. The bone-devouring ceremony. Shenzi exclaimed. She had certainly heard of the bone-devouring ceremony, one of the most core secrets of the Corpse Dog clan, and the human intelligence system took decades to uncover this name. But all specific intelligence regarding the ceremony was blank. Yet now Mo Yuan had casually divulged all these secrets. What is your scheme? Jiang Chuan asked. Mo Yuan grinned, a chillingly sinister expression appearing on his face. Master can utilize my identity to enter the Blacktooth Altar. Although I have been disqualified by the Corpse Dog clan, my royal bloodline still remains, allowing me to infiltrate there smoothly. At that time, I can launch a surprise attack at the most critical moment of the bone-devouring ceremony and wipe out the kings of the 7 major clans in one fell swoop. Once the kings of the 7 major clans are dead, the Corpse Dog clan will inevitably fall into internal strife. The various clans will slaughter each other to seize the throne, fighting for at least 10 to 8 years. By the time they have exhausted themselves, you can lead the human army northward to easily flatten the Corpse Dog royal court. He became more and more excited as he spoke, saliva splattering from the corners of his mouth, his eyes bulging, as if he could already envision the Corpse Dog clan lying dead under Jiang Chuan's arrows. Shunzi looked at his frenzied expression as if he wished to personally send the Corpse Dog clan to the guillotine. A chilling feeling arose in her heart. Mo Yuan could infiltrate for over 50 years, his willpower far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. However, it paled in comparison to Jiang Chuan's seemingly effortless methods. Shen Zi had heard that some special races mastered secret methods to control souls, but she thought the most terrifying secret methods could hardly surpass this. Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment. He was not very familiar with this aspect, so he turned to Shen Zi and asked, "Is this plan feasible?" "It is feasible." Shen Zi nodded heavily, taking a deep breath and saying, "The Corpse Dog clan has invaded our human borders for nearly 100 years, causing immeasurable losses to the Federation each year. If we could eliminate their royal family in one fell swoop, it would be a tremendous blessing for the human race, allowing us to enjoy decades of peace along the borders." Jiang Chuan nodded and said to Mo Yuan, "Then this matter will be entrusted to you. I will bestow power upon you, and once you accomplish this task, I can grant you a dignified death." Mo Yuan seemed to have heard not a death sentence, but a great grace, kneeling on the ground, excitedly thanking, "Thank you, Master." The plan is set, but how to reasonably let Mo Yuan leave the Federation requires meticulous arrangements. The Corpse Hound clan's intelligence network likely has more than just the information he possesses. If the other party detects the signs of Mo Yuan's betrayal in advance, they will surely take precautions. Although with Jiang Chuan's divine power enhancing him, Mo Yuan is no different from a 9th-tier peak powerhouse. A rampage back in the Corpse Hound clan would cause significant losses. But if they cannot eliminate the 7 kings of the Corpse Hound clan in one fell swoop, given their volatile nature, they may choose to perish together with the human race. At that time, it would inevitably bring many unnecessary sacrifices to the human race. Jiang Chuan looked at the old train resting on the tracks. The 7 carriages were illuminated by dim yellow lights, yet the windows were foggy, obscuring the interior. Returning to the master, according to the ancient records of the Corpse Hound Royal Court, this train is an extremely ancient taboo object. It is said that as long as one rides it to the destination, they will gain the opportunity to break through to the 9th tier. However, the old servant only heard it as a legend. Mo Yuan revealed the truth. The old servant has little lifespan left and was merely trying his luck, planning to board the train to take a chance. Breaking through the 9th tier still requires an opportunity. Jiang Chuan asked curiously. Shen Zi's voice suddenly came from behind. "That's right, breaking through the 9th tier cannot be achieved solely through cultivation. One must absorb a special energy known as source quality. As an 8th tier practitioner, she had the most authority on this matter." Shen Zi explained, "But all the source quality in the source realm is controlled by the 4 major source blood races. Without their permission, no being can break through to the 9th tier, not even those powerful sacred blood races. So the reason no human has emerged as a 9th tier practitioner to this day is because these 4 major source blood races are causing trouble." Jiang Chuan pondered. "What you said is not wrong." Shen Zi revealed a hint of bitterness. However, the history of the 4 races in the source realm is far older than that of humanity. To be precise, they are the upper tier beings who control the distribution of source quality. In simpler terms, it all comes down to whose fists are bigger. The one with the greater strength wields more power. Jiang Chuan's character of never engaging in internal strife was evident. She fell silent for a moment and warned, the saying that beneath the source blood are all ants is by no means an exaggeration. The difference between the 9th and 8th tiers, though only 1 tier apart, is akin to the disparity between a god and an ant. I once personally witnessed a 9th tier alien powerhouse incinerate a great river with a mere gesture. Such might, even binding together hundreds of 8th tier practitioners, would not suffice to achieve such a feat. Moreover, after breaking through to the 9th tier, they can continue to absorb source quality to enhance themselves, and even among 9th tier powerhouses there exists an immeasurable gap in strength. She said all this mainly out of concern that Jiang Chuan might become arrogant, thinking that a 9th tier powerhouse is merely slightly stronger than an 8th tier easily subdued. Jiang Chuan naturally took her words to heart. However, when truly faced with a 9th tier powerhouse, what to do would still depend on the situation. Suddenly, the train at the bottom of the abyss emitted a series of whistle sounds. The 2 large headlights at the front illuminated brightly, and the steam pistons began to operate, making a chugging noise. At this moment, the scene inside the train windows suddenly became clear. Shen Zi's pupils suddenly widened, as if she had seen something incredible. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the window of one carriage. Her lips quivered several times before she stammered out a name: Song Jinghong. Jiang Chuan followed her gaze. In a window seat of one carriage sat a person with a handsome face, appearing to be in his early 30s, dressed in a long, outdated, deep blue battle robe. Song Jinghong. That was the prodigy who shook the entire human race 30 years ago. Shen Zi exclaimed in surprise. He was of the same generation as Ding Qin, with S-level talent. At the age of 47, he was already at the peak of the 8th tier, just 1 step away from entering the 9th tier. 30 years ago, he ventured deep into the Source Realm to find a way to break through to the 9th tier, and since then he has been out of contact. Everyone believed he had already died. But how could he be here? She suddenly turned and rushed toward the train. Wait. Jiang Chuan grabbed her arm. Shinji struggled but couldn't move an inch. She anxiously said if Senior Song Jinghong is still alive, he is likely already a 9th tier powerhouse. The human race needs him now. Jiang Chuan calmly replied the human race needs him, but he may not need the human race. If he truly had that conviction, why not get off the train as soon as it stopped, even to send a message to the human race? Shinji opened her mouth, unsure how to refute. Jiang Chuan's tone softened. Of course the situation may not be as such. Perhaps he is in a very special state and cannot leave this train. Shinji paused for a moment, then turned her gaze back to the figure inside the window. Song Jinghong remained seated, his face serene. His breathing was steady, but his tightly closed eyes had not opened at all. She tried to probe into the carriage with her spiritual power, but the moment her spiritual power touched the train's exterior, it vanished without a trace, as if devoured by some force. Senior Song, she called out, but the person inside the carriage remained motionless, not even furrowing his brow. Indeed, those inside the carriage cannot hear the outside sounds, nor can they see. Jiang Chuan released Shunji's hand, slowly scanning the entire train. 7 carriages. Each one was filled with people. To be precise, they were filled with beings from various races. Some were entirely covered in scales, some had wings on their backs, some had heads as large as millstones, and some were long and serpentine. But without exception, all beings had their eyes closed. Without exception, all beings exuded a terrifying aura that made even Jiang Chuan's heart race. Where did these guys come from? Shunji finally calmed down, her voice trembling with barely contained shock as she recognized the faces inside the carriage. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Most of those alien beings seated with closed eyes were recorded in human ancient texts, and each was a dominant creature living in the central region of the Source Realm. At this moment, they all sat quietly in the carriage like frozen statues. Just then the train emitted a long whistle again. The train is about to depart. Shinji instinctively took a step forward, but Jiang Chuan's arm blocked her path. Don't go up there. Jiang Chuan's expression was one of unprecedented caution. This train gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. Once boarded, even I may not be able to return whole. Shinji bit her lip, understanding that Jiang Chuan spoke the truth. Even those legendary powerhouses were trapped inside the carriages. What could an 8th tier practitioner accomplish rashly by boarding? Just at this moment of hesitation between the two, the train slowly began to move. The rusty wheels began to turn, producing a harsh metallic grinding sound. The dim yellow lights outside the carriages lit up in sequence, illuminating all 7 carriages one by one. Then the entire train accelerated, moving toward the depths of the black mist. The sound of the wheels rolling over the tracks grew fainter and fainter until it completely disappeared into the thick fog. The bottom of the soul-rending abyss returned to silence. Shinji stood in place, staring at the direction in which the train had vanished. After a long silence, she softly spoke, her tone carrying an indescribable significance. Each one of those sitting inside is a powerhouse capable of stirring up great turmoil. What kind of power could trap them within the carriages? Jiang Chuan exhaled slowly and shook his head. They likely boarded the train to bypass the restrictions of the 4 major source blood races, seeking the source quality to break through to the 9th tier, including that Senior Song. But it doesn't seem like they succeeded. The roar of the wheels rolling over the tracks gradually faded away, ultimately swallowed by the thick, unyielding black mist deep within the soul-cleaving abyss. A deathly silence once again enveloped the ancient depths of this chasm. Only the lingering scent of sulfur from the steam remained in the air, reminding the two of them. That strange train they had just seen was not an illusion. Jiang Chuan withdrew his gaze, his expression neutral, yet a storm of emotions surged within. Source essence. The only key to breaking through to the 9th tier. Shunzi's words detonated in his mind like a heavy bomb. He had always believed that he possessed a supremely transcendent SS-level inheritance, endowed with foundational attributes that could crush all. To him, the 9th tier was merely a matter of time, as he could effortlessly gain experience even with his eyes closed. But now he realized that above the pinnacle of the 8th tier there lay an insurmountable chasm, a chasm controlled by human hands. Jiang Chuan clenched his fist, the bones cracking crisply. He never thought he would stop at the 8th tier. Whether it was a 9th tier powerhouse or a source blood race, whoever stood in his way would be crushed. But what if? What if he truly could not find a way to obtain source essence from the 4 major source blood races? Then this train would be his escape route. No matter how strange it was inside, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to give it a try. But not now. Let's go, Jiang Chuan said, pulling his thoughts back and turning to Shinzi. Shinzi also drew her gaze back from the direction the train had vanished. Her face had returned to its usual cold demeanor, but but Jiang Chuan could sense that her heart was far from calm. At 32, she was an 8th-tier powerhouse, the youngest candidate for the Heavenly General of the Federation, and she stood closer to that threshold than anyone else. She also knew better than anyone how difficult it was to cross that threshold. But she said nothing, merely nodding. Jiang Chuan turned to the kneeling Mo Yuan. You go first. You are a spy and your identity must not be exposed. We will follow behind pretending to pursue you. Mo Yuan nodded, eagerly bowing deeply. Old servant understands. I will run ahead while the master and director Shen chase from behind, making a big fuss to let those hidden spies see us. He paused, then added with a grin, there is a safe point at the border that I contacted in advance which I intended to use for retreat in case of exposure. Now it comes in handy. After I pass the information to the royal court, those fools have already sent 2 8th-tier kings to assist. One is King Quan Huang of the Corpse Dog clan, and the other is King Shuizhua of the Bloodcat clan, both old acquaintances of mine. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Mo Yuan immediately understood, his wrinkled old face breaking into a sinister smile. If the master finds them useful, then I will lead them to a dead end, letting the master take care of them all. Go then, Jiang Chuan said without further elaboration. Mo Yuan stood up, deeply bowing to Jiang Chuan before turning and transforming into a gray shadow, rapidly scaling the cliff of the soul-cleaving abyss, disappearing into the black mist within a few breaths. Jiang Chuan waited for about 10 breaths, then intentionally shouted, Old dog Mo. Can you run away, eh? Shen Zi was momentarily startled by his sudden shout, then her lips twitched slightly, but she quickly composed herself, releasing a spatial fluctuation as they both chased after the direction Mo Yuan had fled. In an instant, the soul-cleaving abyss was filled with intertwining starlight and silver light. The howling sounds rose and fell, fierce and aggressive, as if they were truly hunting down some mortal enemy. In the northern wilderness, about 200 miles from the human border, lay a stretch of rolling black hills. Here not a blade of grass grew, the ground covered with a thick layer of ash, and a faint stench of decay hung in the air. This was the battlefield left over from the Great War between humans and the Corpse Dog clan. Decades had passed. The scars of war had long been buried by time, yet the deathly aura that soaked the earth had never dissipated. Due to the peculiar nature of this area, the Federation's patrols seldom ventured here. Over time, it had become one of the transit points for Corpse Dog clan spies operating within human territory. Mo Yuan's figure halted in midair as he landed atop a black stone hill, his hunched form appearing especially lonely under the grayish light of the sky. He lowered his head and coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of black phlegm laced with blood. Then he raised his head, a sickly excitement swirling in his deep red vertical pupils. They're coming. 2 streaks of flowing light appeared in the sky, approaching from afar, one on the left and one on the right, landing on either side of the hill. The figure on the left had a dog head and a human body covered in short brown fur with strong limbs. The tips of its 10 fingers glimmered with a ghostly green light, and its massive mouth, split to the roots of its ears, was lined with jagged teeth. The Corpse Dog clan's king, King Chuanhuang, an early-stage 8th-tier powerhouse, sniffed the air as soon as it landed, a savage smile appearing on its face. The figure on the right was much slimmer, with a cat head and human body enveloped in a layer of dark red short fur, with narrow eyes and vertical pupils that betrayed unmasked malice. The Bloodcat clan's king, King Shuizhua, also an early-stage 8th tier. Though the Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan often clashed over territory, their royal courts maintained a unified stance against humanity. Humanity's technology and industrial system possessed the power to transform decay into marvels capable of producing many valuable items, even in these resource-poor lands. Thus, the enslavement of humanity was the ultimate goal of both clans. If they merely sought to eliminate humans, they could do so easily, and would not have created the current stalemate. Their objective was to gradually encroach upon human territory, inch by inch, breaking the human backbone, forcing all humans to willingly submit. In fact, their plan had nearly succeeded. The former Marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion had enacted many policies promoting trade with the 2 clans during his tenure. Though it was called trade, it was in fact a voluntary offering of the Federation's technology and talent to be enslaved. Until Zhou Tianyan rose to power, cleansing a faction of surrenderists with a thunderous hand, he managed to turn the tide and avert the collapse of the Federation. But to this day, many remnants of that dark period remained unresolved. Mo Yuan, are you confident in luring Shen Zi out? Where are the humans? Bloodclaw King's eyes were a murky yellow. Mo Yuan did not answer, but simply grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Just then, a sudden explosion of silver light erupted in the distant sky, and 2 figures stepped forth from the void. Shen Zi, dressed in black attire with long hair billowing, was surrounded by silver-white spatial runes. Beside her stood a youth clad in a pristine black combat suit, wearing silver glowing wrist guards on his forearms, his face as handsome as jade, his demeanor calm. King Quanhuang and King Shuezhua exchanged glances, both seeing indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Shenzi. It was truly Shenzi. She was the youngest 8th-tier powerhouse of the Federation, the pinnacle of spatial talent, hailed as the top candidate for the next Marshal of the Heavenly Pavilion. Bringing her head back to the royal court would surely have the Corpse Dog King and Bloodcat King opening the royal treasury for them to choose at will. Excellent, excellent, excellent. King Quanhuang roared 3 times in rapid succession, his dark red slit pupils blazing with fierce light as his bones cracked audibly and his frame surged upward by a full third. He turned his gaze toward Ma Yuan and, rarely for him, offered praise. 50 years ago you lost the throne. I assumed your life would amount to little more than faded glory. Yet this old hound still has teeth after all. King Shuezhua flicked his tongue over his claws, his narrow vertical pupils locking onto Jiang Chuan beside Shenzi. And Shenzi's strength held no interest for him. After all, Quanhuang and Ma Yuan, 2 fools, stood squarely in front. Ni's true mastery lay not in confrontation, but in seizing the perfect moment to deliver the killing blow. But that youth beside Shenzi, in appearing no older than 16 or 17, his cultivation rank pitifully low, bringing such dead weight into battle was like offering a fatal flaw straight into his jaws. That boy is mine. Na playful malice tinged Shuezhua's voice. It's been ages since I've savored the marrow of a human prodigy. This one so tender should taste exquisite. Ma Yuan retreated half a step, ostensibly yielding battlefield space to the 2 kings, yet in truth subtly sealing their escape routes behind them. He bent slightly at the waist, his eyes concealing a flicker of scorn invisible to all but himself. Fools. And he cursed inwardly. And soon enough you'll learn just how terrifying the master's true power truly is. Jiang Chuan stepped forth from the void, his gaze sweeping across the 2 8th-rank sovereigns flanking the hillside. His expression remained impassive, but within he had already pronounced their death sentence. 2 8th-rank sovereigns of nascent tier, walking servants delivered straight to his door. To refuse would be folly. And both Quanhuang and Shuezhua kept their full attention fixed on Shenzi. An 8th-rank spatial talent. Should she slip even once, she would vanish forever. And they needed absolute, irrevocable annihilation. And now strike. King Quanhuang bellowed, launching the assault first. A churning tide of ashen-gray necrotic energy surged from his palms, coalescing into 2 massive grinding claws wreathed in thick black smoke, hurtling down upon Shenzi's head. Simultaneously, King Shuezhua vanished from sight, leaving only a streak of dark red afterimage tracing a sinister arc through the air. He reappeared behind Shenzi. 10 fingers sharpened to lethal hooks gleamed with an eerie emerald frost, aimed unerringly at her heart. Both were seasoned 8th-rank sovereigns, battle-hardened within their respective clans. Their coordination lacked finesse, but their simultaneous frontal and rear assault perfectly sealed every possible avenue of evasion. Yet there was one truth they did not know: in Jiang Chuan was never a liability to be shielded. In the youth raged. The 9 luminaries' star bow materialized instantly in his palm, its bow frame shimmering with twin embedded gems whose radiance pulsed in harmony. Silver-white starlight coalesced violently along its string, unleashing a wave of terror so profound it sent icy dread coursing down Xuanhuang's spine. Stellar descent. In Jiang Chuan's voice remained calm, detached. Na's silver-white arrow blazed forth, trailing a luminous wake like a falling star, meeting Xuanhuang's claws heated in cataclysmic collision. Tenfold damage multiplier. Yi's guaranteed hit. An additional 20% of maximum health dealt as true damage, amplified by innate talent. And all 3 effects converged. The very air around the arrow warped violently. Xuanhuang's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively tried to withdraw his claws to block, but it was already too late. Boom. And the silver-white torrent pierced straight through the sovereign's chest, obliterating his formidable body dense enough to withstand missile barrages and carving a crater-sized wound wider than a barrel. One strike, fatal. Xuanhuang's body froze midair for a fraction of a second before plummeting earthward like a severed marionette. At that same instant, Shuezhua, having circled behind Shenzi, failed to complete his ambush. Ni's 10 claws capable of rending 8th-rank defenses halted less than 3 feet from her back, not because he willed it, but because another claw had already pierced his skull. In Ma Yuan, Shuezhua's narrow vertical pupils convulsed in shock. Even in death, he could not fathom why Ma Yuan had struck from behind. Shuezhua's body swayed twice before crashing downward, landing hard beside Xuanhuang's corpse. 2 8th-rank sovereigns now lay motionless upon the frigid blackstone ground. One with a gaping hole torn through his chest, none with his skull impaled clean through. And beyond redemption, utterly, irrevocably dead. Ma Yuan stood atop the hill, gazing down at the cooling corpses, and let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Then he descended swiftly, shifting instantly into his most obsequious mask, Bowing 90 degrees before Jiang Chuan, Master's divine might knows no equal. This humble servant's reverence flows like the endless Yangtze River. In silence, Jiang Chuan raised a hand, cutting off the flattery. He approached the corpses of Quan Huang and Xuezhua. An eternal stellar sovereign, activate. Silver-white stellar energy erupted from his palms, flowing like twin celestial rivers into the lifeless forms. Xuan Huang's chest wound regenerated before the eye, bone and flesh knitting together with visible speed. And Xuezhua's pierced cranium, bathed in starlight, slowly sealed itself whole. In an instant, both eighth-rank sovereigns rose again. Yet the murderous malice and predatory hunger in their eyes had vanished entirely, replaced by fanatical devotion and unwavering submission. We swear fealty, Master. In both Quan Huang and Xuezhua dropped to one knee in unison. Jiang Chuan lowered the 9 luminary starbow, surveying the 3 figures kneeling before him: Ma Yuan, the veteran spy who had lain hidden for 50 years, and the 2 resurrected sovereigns, Quan Huang and Xuezhua. Under ordinary circumstances, these 3 alone would have been enough to shake the Federation to its core. And now, rather than threatening it, they would become instruments to destabilize the royal courts of both clans. He nodded. Rise, Quan Huang. You will accompany Ma Yuan back to the Corpsehound Royal Court and assist him in completing the assassination mission. You know precisely how to play your part. Understood, Master. And Xuan Huang bowed deeply. No anomaly shall be detected within the court. Once the bone-devouring rite commences, this servant and Ma Yuan shall act in concert, executing each of the 7 clans' sovereigns without exception. Xuezhua. In Jiang Chuan turned to the feline human sovereign. Return to the Bloodcat clan. How you sow chaos is your own affair, but your sole objective is clear: ensure the Bloodcats are consumed by internal strife, relieving pressure along the human frontier. As you command, Master. And Xuezhua licked his claws, his narrow pupils gleaming with venomous cunning. The Bloodcats are riven by factional rivalry. The elders smile to each other's faces while plotting betrayal behind closed doors. A single well-placed spark from me, and they'll tear each other apart. At minimum, 3 to 5 years of ruinous civil discord. Well done. And Jiang Chuan waved dismissively, expressionless. You're dismissed, all of you. Go. Attend to your duties. Xuezhua, wait. There is something I must ask you. Yes, Master. And Xuan Huang and Ma Yuan bowed deeply, then dissolved into streaks of light, vanishing into the ashen sky. Jiang Chuan retained Xuezhua solely to confirm one matter. Does the Lin family of Tianke City maintain any clandestine ties with the Bloodcat clan? Upon hearing those words, the first to react was Shunzi, who let out a bitter smile and shook her head slightly. She had thought that after experiencing so much, Jiang Chuan would have completely forgotten about the Lin family. Recently, the Lin family had indeed been quite subdued. Who could have imagined that Jiang Chuan was such a vengeful person? Are you referring to the Lin family from which a heavenly general emerged back in the day? The Bloodclaw King nodded quickly, saying, yes, of course. Since that heavenly general ancestor fell, the Lin family's power has plummeted. In recent years, they have struggled to find a competent 8th-tier powerhouse to take charge. 20 years ago, Lin Kanglan, the head of the Lin family, proactively contacted the Bloodcat clan, hoping to leverage their power to rise again. However, prior to that, the Lin family had been relatively restrained, only occasionally engaging in some trades with the Bloodcat clan, exchanging human resources they needed for cultivation materials. But ever since a few days ago, for some unknown reason, that old man Lin Kanglan seemed to have gone mad, actively proposing a major deal with us. A few days ago, Jiang Chuan's heart stirred. What time frame are we talking about? The Bloodclaw King replied, it should be around the time of this year's awakening ceremony for the human race. The one responsible for contacting the Lin family was another elder of the Bloodcat clan, and I heard this information from them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan exchanged glances with Shunzi. The timing matched up. It was about the time Lin Yueming was eliminated. Shunzi pondered and said, due to the influence of the bloodline diminution rule, none of the Lin family's direct descendants in recent years have had S-level bloodline. Although Lin Yueming had an A-level talent, the uniqueness of the Emperor's Oath, if utilized properly, could even surpass an ordinary S-level talent. He was being groomed by the Lin family as the future successor. Now dying inexplicably outside, they must be going mad with rage. What business does Lin Kanglan want to do with your Bloodcat clan? Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. It seems he wants to enlist our Bloodcat clan's help to eliminate a human. The Bloodclaw King recalled for a moment and said, as long as this transaction is completed, he is even willing to provide a complete border defense map of the southern war zone, indicating how much he hates this person. This person. As Jiang Chuan spoke halfway, he chuckled lightly. Even without asking, he could guess who they were targeting. I thought they would tone it down after learning I became a candidate for the Heavenly General, but it seems they are secretly plotting something big instead. Shunzi's expression had turned cold as ice. The Lin family's attempt to assassinate Jiang Chuan, a member of the human race, was already outrageous enough. They actually want to hand over the border defense map of the Southern War Zone to the mortal enemy of humanity. Once the border defense map is in their hands, the soldiers of the Southern War Zone will surely suffer heavy casualties. At that time, it is possible that the entire Lingnan region will fall and the homes of hundreds of millions will be destroyed by the Bloodcat clan. She looked solemnly and said, for the sake of personal gain harming the interests of all humanity, the Lin family deserves to perish. Jiang Chuan looked at her and asked Shen, do we have enough evidence to topple the Lin family? Hearing this, Shen Zi thought seriously for a moment. She furrowed her brows and slowly shook her head. I'm afraid it's not enough. You don't understand the depth of these old noble families in Tiancai City. The Lin family is simply not on the same level as the Li family and the Chu family. The Li family and the Chu family are merely newly risen nobles in recent decades. Their foundation is shallow. They have few supporters. Just a word from you could prompt the prosecutor's office to investigate them thoroughly. But the Lin family is different. They had a heavenly general in their ancestry, and when that heavenly general was alive, his disciples and associates were spread throughout half the Federation. Even decades after his death, his influence remains. There is more than one heavenly general in the heavenly pavilion who has benefited from the Lin family. Her tone grew more serious, including the current 10th heavenly general Murong Jin, who is the power holder in the prosecutor's office and was personally promoted by that old heavenly general of the Lin family. Over the years, the Lin family has been able to stand firm in Tiancai City, thanks to Murong Jin's support. The Bloodclaw King is the king of the Bloodcat clan. Its testimony could never be accepted in the federal court. Even if the evidence it provides is detailed, Murong Jin has 1,000 ways to suppress the case. In the end, it might alert the snake and allow the Lin family to hide completely, and that would truly be troublesome. After listening, Jiang Chuan did not refute, but calmly said, then we need to obtain irrefutable evidence that even Murong Jin cannot suppress. He turned to face the Bloodclaw King. Bloodclaw King, I have a task for you. Contact the Lin family as the king of the Bloodcat clan and tell them that the Bloodcat clan agrees to eliminate me for them, but the Lin family must show sufficient sincerity. Inform them that you want to meet Lin Kenglin in person, and you will decide the time and place. When they arrive, I will personally lead the team to catch them red-handed. I will charge them with colluding with foreign races. I want to see how Murong Jin will cover for them. After hearing this plan, Shen Zi initially frowned, but then slowly relaxed. It's feasible. She nodded, and then added, but this matter must be expedited. After the news of Mo Yuan's betrayal spreads, there will definitely be a major purge within the Federation, and all the major families will temporarily restrain themselves. Lin Kenglin is not foolish. He is currently in a highly alert period. If we miss this window, it will be difficult to get him to bite again. Then it will be tonight. Jiang Chuan turned to look at the Bloodclaw King, his tone calm, yet undeniable. You need to contact Lin Kenglin immediately and inform him that the Bloodcat clan's assassin has already arrived outside Tiancai City and will take action tonight. However, before acting, he needs to provide the detailed information of the city defense map. Tell him that you want to talk to him in person. The Bloodclaw King immediately bowed, saying, I shall obey the order. I will send a message to the Lin family right away, ensuring they walk right into the trap. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. The Bloodclaw King transformed into a dark red streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Shen Zi watched Jiang Chuan's back and sighed inwardly, recalling how the Lin family had sent Lin Tianzhong to Tianyuan City to seek revenge for Lin Yuming's death. They probably could not have imagined that Jiang Chuan would grow to this extent in such a short time. Now the Lin family would undoubtedly have to pay the price for their mistakes. Jiang Chuan turned around and said, let's go. We need to return to Tiancai City and make some preparations. Shen Zi nodded and was about to open a spatial rift when she suddenly paused and looked at Jiang Chuan with fear in her eyes. By the way, have you ever used your ability to control others on a human? She felt anxious, but ultimately mustered the courage to ask. Jiang Chuan looked at her seriously and said, are you sure you want to know the answer? Shen Zi panicked and quickly turned her head away. I was just asking casually. You don't need to be nervous. I won't disclose your secret. It's fine. Jiang Chuan's fingertips swirled with frost, a chilling aura that made Shen Zi's heart race, passing in an instant. He said lightly, while your spatial ability is quite useful, I am no demon. I have never liked forcing others to do things. In the Starsea Academy, in the training room, Jiang Chuan sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, cradling the SS Great Awakening Stone that he had seized from the shattered star meteor. The stone was entirely silver-white, as if it contained a miniature star sea with countless tiny points of light slowly swirling within. He took a deep breath and pressed the awakening stone against his chest according to the system's instructions. In an instant, a blazing star radiance exploded from within him. The starlight burst forth, forming a cocoon of light that completely enveloped Jiang Chuan. He could distinctly feel every inch of his flesh and every bone undergoing a devastating transformation. Pain surged like a tidal wave, yet it was quickly smoothed out under the passive effects of the eternal body. Destruction and rebirth played out in his body in an alternating fashion. He did not know how much time had passed. The cocoon of light suddenly shattered. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes of brilliant star radiance, slowly fading from the depths of his pupils. He flexed his fingers, producing a crisp sound of sonic boom, as the attributes displayed on the panel reached a shocking number that startled even him. Physique 24500, Wisdom 20200, Strength 24500, Agility 23500. All four basic attributes had surpassed the 20,000 mark, and under the enhancement of the Eternal Domain, it could even reach a terrifying 40,000. With current human technology, he couldn't even test how strong he truly was. The skills from the breakthrough also appeared on the panel. Star Eternal LV1 OI active skill consumes 1 of 0 mana points to keep oneself in a constant state of peak for 15 seconds, during which all skills cooldowns reset, cooldown time 60 minutes, all skills cooldowns reset. This meant that within these 15 seconds he could unleash Star Fall, Star Cascade, Star Illusion, Star Blink, without limit. Infinite stun, infinite firepower coverage, infinite clones, infinite blinks. Combined with the attribute doubling from the Eternal Domain. During these 15 seconds he was truly invincible. He stood up, stretching his shoulders, and a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, as if a giant dragon was awakening and stretching its muscles. The door of the training room automatically opened as he approached, and Shenji was leaning against the wall of the corridor with her arms crossed. She glanced at him, and the corner of her eye twitched slightly. "You have broken through again." Jiang Chuan nodded and then asked, "How is the situation with the Lin family?" Shen Ji's expression became somewhat subtle. There was an unexpected incident. What kind of incident? Lin Kanglin was not fooled. Shen Ji's tone carried a hint of annoyance. The Blood Claw King contacted Lin Kanglin, as per your instructions, and proposed to meet outside Tianke City tonight. But unexpectedly that old fox Lin Kanglin agreed readily on the surface, then immediately reported the message to the City Defense Department and the prosecution office. Jiang Chuan's expression turned astonished. Shen Ji said helplessly he is currently leading a group of city defense soldiers and law enforcement from the prosecution office to the meeting point to ambush the Blood Claw King, claiming it is to eliminate treason for the country. Jiang Chuan's expression stiffened slightly. This completely overturned his anticipated script. He had initially intended for the Blood Claw King to lure out Lin Kanglin, to catch him red-handed. Instead, Lin Kanglin turned the tables, swallowing the bait and reporting it to the authorities, thus cleaning himself up like a pure white lotus. Now the Blood Claw King not only failed to lure out Lin Kanglin, but instead became a declaration of loyalty from the Lin family to the Federation. That old man. Jiang Chuan rubbed his brow and decisively made a decision. Notify the Blood Claw King that the plan is cancelled and to withdraw immediately. I underestimated this matter. Shen Ji complied without feeling anything amiss. Although the Blood Claw King was a ruler of the Blood Cat clan, his hands were stained with the blood of humanity. But now he had become Jiang Chuan's puppet. Shen Ji was well aware of the tremendous damage such a puppet could cause to the Blood Cat clan, and directly killing him would not be worth it. Instead, the Lin family, now standing on the side of humanity, was the true threat to the interests of the Federation. Shen Ji felt it was a great pity that they had not been taken out all at once. After a moment she returned with news. I've informed them. The Blood Claw King withdrew from the ambush point before the city defense forces surrounded him, and Lin Kanglin is now furious at the city defense department for wasting his time. Jiang Chuan leaned against the stone wall of the corridor, fell silent for a few seconds, and then muttered a curse under his breath. He had to admit that Lin Kanglin's maneuver had indeed left him at a loss. That old man was too cautious. He could sense any hint of danger. An old fox with such ingrained caution was in fact more difficult to deal with than those arrogant and overbearing individuals. The arrogant would always reveal flaws, but the cautious would hide all flaws within themselves, leaving you at a loss on how to proceed. What should we do now? Shen Ji asked. Lin Kanglin proactively reported the whereabouts of the Blood Cat clan this time, which ironically gives him a layer of protection. It will likely be difficult to use the charge of colluding with foreign races against the Lin family in the short term. Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He certainly was not willing to let it go. The Lin family's misdeeds, one colluding with foreign races to harm classmates, and the other betraying the country to borrow the knife of foreign races to kill him. Letting them off like this did not align with his character. But he also knew that it was not the time to act recklessly. He was now a prominent figure, not a reckless demon. If he wanted to deal with the Lin family, he could only use legitimate means. Acting without evidence would only offend more people. Of course, Jiang Chuan was not primarily afraid of rather it was in his nature that once he had an enemy, he must wipe out the entire family to eliminate future troubles. He could not possibly kill everyone in the Federation who opposed him, could he? For now, let them go. Jiang Chuan contemplated. The Blood Claw King should not have been exposed. Lin Kanglan, that old fox, is likely suspicious. After this storm passes, he will surely reach out to the Bloodcat clan again. There will be opportunities to catch them off guard. With that thought, he stopped dwelling on the matter and turned to look at Shenji, who seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Is there anything else? No. Shenji instinctively denied it, her face turning slightly red. She bit her lip, exuding a different charm, and finally said, Director Han asked me to urge you regarding the collection of research samples. Jiang Chuan asked in confusion, Didn't we just collect samples a couple of days ago? Shenji rolled her eyes at him, her voice barely above a whisper, but Jiang Chuan with his keen hearing still caught it. We have enough ordinary samples, but there is one type of sample that you have not provided. What? It's... Shenji's face turned bright red. She belatedly caught the teasing smile on Jiang Chuan's face and in embarrassment adjusted her glasses. Jiang, are you deliberately teasing the teacher? In the following days, Jiang Chuan's life became exceedingly regular as he took Su Yining and Ling Aoxiang to conquer various high-level secret realms within the Federation. In 3 days, he had gone through all the completion records of the high-level secret realms in the Federation. Jiang Chuan's level skyrocketed to Fortitudo with all 4 fundamental attributes surpassing 30,000 points, boosted by the Eternal Domain soaring to over 60,000. Just standing still, the aura he emitted could instantly melt the minions within the secret realm. However, the clue for the next star gem had yet to appear. Master, the secret realm doesn't sense anything either. Ling Aoxiang retracted her broken star spear, the icy blue aura around the spear slowly fading away. She had also reached level 34, just 1 step away from completing her second transition. The SS level inheritance of the Frost Sovereign exhibited an astonishing compatibility within her, exuding a chilling aura with every movement, enhancing her ethereal demeanor. Su Yining also retracted her mental probe, her talent having steadily ascended to the peak of SSS level under the influence of the Eternal Star Master. She was just 1 opportunity away from stepping into SSS level. At this moment, she was reaching out to manipulate something in the void. It was an extension of her mental perception capable of detecting every monster within the secret realm. Su Yinyan's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Master, we have already cleared the 8th tier secret realms, not to mention the 6th and 7th tiers. Most of the remaining star gems are likely outside the territories of humankind. Jiang Chuan did not show much surprise. He had suspected this long ago. Each star gem contained the power to alter rules. If they were truly hidden within the human territories, they would have been discovered by high-level professionals in the Federation long ago. The Federation has no 9th tier secret realms. How could it possibly conceal 9 star gems? Thus, the only answer lies beyond the realms of humanity. Let's go back. Jiang Chuan retracted the 9 luminary star bow and led the 2 out of the secret realm. In the evening, the setting sun sank below the skyline of Tianke City, casting golden rays across the 7 spires of the Star Crown Academy, bathing the entire complex in a warm golden red hue. Jiang Chuan's footsteps did not waver as he strode directly through the Academy's courtyard toward the principal's office. Heading to the outside world. This task was not as easy as it sounded. The Source Realm is vast and boundless. Even a 9th tier powerhouse might not reach its end. With no clues at all, leaving the Federation aimlessly to search for star gems was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What was even more despairing was that after leaving the Federation without any signal to communicate, he feared he might never find his way back. The likely outcome would be getting lost in the wilderness. To die alone in solitude. Jiang Chuan thought that since the humans could trade with other peaceful races, and even have connections with the Black Star Merchant Guild, a powerful force throughout the Source Realm, there must be a formal route to the outside world. Thus he sought out Qin Tianheng. Come in, I knew you would eventually come looking for me. In the office, Qin Tianheng was seated behind his desk reviewing documents. His expression was much improved compared to the previous days, but the lingering weariness in his brow remained. Jiang Chuan sat directly in the chair opposite Qin Tianheng. He did not beat around the bush. Principal Qin, I want to ask you something. Does humanity have a passage to the realms beyond? Qin Tianheng paused his actions, raising his head, his murky old eyes fixed on Jiang Chuan for a long while. Then he slowly spoke, yes. Jiang Chuan's eyes brightened immediately. But you can't use it right now? Qin Tianheng spoke calmly. There is indeed a teleportation array within the Federation that can lead to the outside world, but every time that array is activated, it nearly consumes half of the Federation's treasury. Jiang Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. Half of the Federation's treasury. To simply activate a teleportation array, that cost was indeed outrageous. The Federation is not some small organization. The annual tax revenue of Tianke City alone is astronomical, not to mention the total fiscal income of the hundreds of cities in the Federation. Even an 8th-tier powerhouse does not qualify to apply for activation of the teleportation array. Qin Tianheng's gaze never left Jiang Chuan's face, his tone steady. To utilize this teleportation array, 2 conditions must be met. First, you must be a formally recognized Celestial General of the Federation, not a substitute. Second, you must have the co-approval of the Celestial Marshal and more than half of the formal Celestial Generals. He paused, his voice becoming slightly heavier. Even the former Song Jinghong did not have the qualifications to activate it. Jiang Chuan fell silent. Qin Tianheng brought up Song Jinghong, and Jiang Chuan understood the implication. Who was Song Jinghong? An S-level prodigy of the same generation as Qin Tianheng, 47 years old at the peak of the 8th tier, just a step away from the 9th tier, and the Federation's recognized next candidate for Marshal. Yet he had resolutely left humanity in pursuit of breaking through the 9th tier. He had been gone for 30 years with no news. Only when Jiang Chuan saw him on that strange train at the bottom of the Soul Rift did the Federation realize that this once hopeful figure of humanity was now trapped in the carriage like a living corpse. What Qin Tianheng feared was that Jiang Chuan might end up like Song Jinghong, abandoning humanity in pursuit of greater power, never to return. Humanity's current situation is more dire than it was 30 years ago. The Bloodcat clan and the Corpse Dog clan eyeing them covetously. The territory is being eaten away inch by inch, and internal factions in the Federation are in conflict. To have survived until today is all thanks to the old Marshal Zhou Tianyan's relentless support. If they lose him, when Zhou Tianyan's lifespan runs out, humanity would truly have no future. Jiang Chuan wanted to say that he was different from Song Jinghong. Song Jinghong left because of the hopelessness of breaking through the 9th tier, and without reaching the 9th tier, he could not resolve humanity's plight, which led him to board that train. But he was different. Even if he could not break through the 9th tier, he could still return to save humanity. Yet who would believe this? Qin Tianheng said, in any case, you should understand this principle. Let me be more blunt. The teleportation array can be activated, but it consumes resources equivalent to half the treasury every time, and we cannot go in empty-handed. I understand. Jiang Chuan nodded, then said, so, if I deal with the Corpse Dog clan and the Bloodcat clan, would I qualify to activate the teleportation array? To keep Jiang Chuan's talent a secret, Shenzi had not yet mentioned the matters regarding Mo Yuan and the other 2 8th-tier kings to Qin Tianheng. In fact, it was better not to mention this. No one knows how many spies are in the Federation who might sabotage Mo Yuan and Wang Quan's plans. In any case, when the matter is over, the credit would still belong to Jiang Chuan. No one could take it away. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianheng smiled and stroked his beard. If you can solve these 2 major issues for humanity, you would be the hero of the entire Federation. I will personally bring this matter to the Marshal, who dares to obstruct. I will risk my life to ensure he gets taken away. All right, your words are enough. Jiang Chuan replied. Qin Tianheng smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. In his eyes, Jiang Chuan was indeed strong, but to oppose an entire race without breaking through the 9th tier would forever be impossible. The reason 9th tier existences are called supreme powerhouses is that a single one can easily slaughter a race without a 9th tier guardian. Such supreme power, those who have not witnessed it personally can never believe it or imagine it. By the way, there is one more thing I need to inform you. Qin Tianheng pulled out an appointment letter stamped with the Celestial Pavilion seal from the pile of documents and slid it across to Jiang Chuan. Your appointment has come through. I originally planned to find you tomorrow, but since you are here, let's discuss it now. Jiang Chuan took the appointment letter and opened it, his gaze sweeping over the text. Tiannan City. Within the Tiange, plans for you were split into 2 camps. One proposed placing you in Tianke City to be nurtured, allowing you to cultivate in peace and avoid the dangers of the front. The other insisted you be dispatched to the most perilous posting to be tempered, where your combat strength could be employed to ease the burden on the border defenses. I chose the first, Qin Tianheng declared, stating his preference outright. He then explained, with your merits, a few steady years of administrative achievements would suffice for a smooth promotion to Tian General. Once that rank is secured, no one could stand in your way. Unfortunately, Tiange is not a place where I alone can decide matters. Jiang Chuan gleaned hints from his words. He knew that wherever interests converge, factions inevitably. Qin Tianheng was aligned with Marshal Zhou on certain stakes, and naturally opposing camps would emerge, one such figure being the 10th Tian General Morong Jing. On the surface, her appointment seemed irrelevant to the Federation's larger situation, yet beneath that facade it tugged at the strands of multiple factional rivalries. As an opposing faction, they would certainly not allow Qin Tianheng's aim to be realized lightly. He asked with a knowing look, what is the catch with Tiannan City? Qin Tianheng's tone flared with indignation. The catch is enormous, he said. It is a godforsaken little fishing port on the Lingnan coast, 2,000 li from the Bloodcat border, without a single decent spirit realm to speak of. To throw you into such a place is no different from exile. Jiang Chuan showed little reaction. He knew nothing of Tiannan City, but from Qin Tianheng's response it sounded worse than Tianyuan City. It's all Murong Jin's doing, that old crone Qin Tianning spat. He slammed the table, his grievance raw. I publicly exposed her over the Li and Chu matters. She repaid me with such base schemes, dosing my eyes and shoving you into Tiannan. She wants you stuck there for 3 or 5 years so you cannot earn battle merits or administrative achievements. Then, when the time comes to make you permanent, she will have grounds to block you. Jiang Chuan paid no mind to his venting and simply asked what was truly special about Tiannan City. Qin Tianheng snorted. Special. Its special poverty and its remoteness, enough to make a man moldy. The only unusual thing, he continued, was that the city's lord vanished without cause 6 months ago. The lord of Tiannan City was Wen Shiliang, early 7th rank, born a commoner with no noble lineage. He had risen by sword and blood in the border armies, won merit in the Northern Theater 10 years ago, and was gravely wounded, so he was granted Tiannan to spend his old days in peace. Qin Tianheng's voice grew steady, but the shadow in his eyes did not lift. Half a year ago, when Shiliang disappeared, while inspecting the coastal defenses, no body, no trace. Tiange dispatched 2 investigative teams and turned up nothing. At present, Tiannan City's affairs are being handled in proxy by a vice city lord named Ma Yuanhua. He paused and met Jiang Chuan's eyes, his tone laden with meaning. Murong Jin may have pushed you to Tiannan not merely to spite me. When Shiliang's disappearance remains unresolved, if you fail to uncover it, she can claim you are incompetent. If you discover things you ought not to, Tiannan may be remote, but it is still Federation territory, and unseen currents could well run beneath its surface. Jiang Chuan replied calmly. So she not only found me a godforsaken posting, she also dug a pit for me to fall into. Qin Tianheng did not deny it, he merely snorted. Lacking hard evidence, he could do nothing to touch Murong Jin, and the matter left a sour taste. You need not concern yourself with her, he said, rising and walking to the window with his back turned to Jiang Chuan. Tiannan's remoteness has its own advantages. First, it lies far from the front line. In the short term, there will be no great campaigns, so you can safely develop without being distracted by alien incursions. Second, though the Nanhai region is poor, it is the city that is impoverished, not the sea. The waters conceal many undeveloped resource nodes. With luck, you might even profit. He turned to Jiang Chuan. Third, and most important, upon taking Tiannan City, you retain your status as a Tian general candidate. No one there can truly control you. Murong Jin's reach cannot stretch thousands of kilometers to the Lingnan coast. As long as you solidify your achievements there and solve Wen Shiliang's case, she will have no grounds to block you. Jiang Chuan nodded. He was eager to become a Tian general and to activate the teleport array to travel beyond, but he understood that this matter could not be rushed. A Tian general is not merely a post, it is a responsibility. The Federation would not entrust such power to one who harbors no care for humanity and seeks only relentless personal advancement. Blocking one's administrative achievements is the most effective test of heart and responsibility, unless one openly turns traitor, slaughters Federation leaders, and forces them to activate the teleport array to set him free. Yet Jiang Chuan had been transmigrated to this world as a child, and had lived here 16 years. He still had parents bound to him by blood. It was impossible for him to feel no sense of belonging. Endure. But it will not be long. Once border hostilities ignite, he will have a method to win battle merits that will silence every critic. And most crucially, the initiative to open such hostilities lay at present in his own hands. You are remarkably composed, Qin Tianheng observed. Seeing no sign of complaint, he was surprised. Had another young man been shifted from the front line to a backwater, he would have been furious long ago. Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. It makes no difference where I go, nothing there can truly defeat me. Qin Tianheng watched that air of certainty, his lips twitching as if to call the boy arrogant, then swallowed the rebuke. Every sentence the brat spoke was the truth, and that was infuriating. Such blunt truth is the most maddening, he muttered. Enough, stop trading barbs with me. He waved a hand, sat back at his desk, and slid a dossier across to Jiang Chuan. This is Tiannan City's detailed file. Geography, population distribution, garrison composition, economic structure, and the investigation records into Wen Shiliang's disappearance. Study it well. You must depart within 3 days. Jiang Chuan tucked the dossier to his chest and rose. Very well, I will not delay, he said. At the door, Qin Tianheng's voice came from behind. Be cautious when you arrive. Tiannan may not be the front line, but a place that can make a 7th-rank city lord vanish without a trace is not necessarily much safer. Jiang Chuan paused and glanced back. The 70-something man sat behind a broad Zeton desk, hair white as snow and wrinkles carved deep as if by knives, save for a pair of eyes that still held restrained sharpness. Do not worry, I will not die, Jiang Chuan grinned. But you hurry and secure my promotion to Tian General. When I return, I will rightfully activate that teleport array. Qin Tianheng watched his retreating figure until the door closed, then let out a long hum. This brat, he thought, arrogance without bounds. Jiang Chuan sat on the flying boat flipping through the documents Qin Tianheng had given him from beginning to end. Tiannan City, one of the 36 cities in Lingnan, has a permanent population of about 300,000. The scale of this city is comparable to Tianyuan City. However, being located in the southern coastal region of the Federation far from the front lines and the political center, its presence is extremely low. Throughout history, city lords have either been the disillusioned who were marginalized here or those who came to enjoy a title in retirement. The latter includes Wen Shiliang. If he could just serve here for 5 years, he would be able to secure a deputy ministerial title with a retirement package that would be a notch higher. However, an unexpected event occurred. The latter half of the document discusses the economic overview of Tiannan City, spanning over 10 pages, which ultimately conveys just one matter: blood algae. Blood algae is the primary economic crop of Tiannan City and several surrounding towns, and it is the lifeblood of the entire city. This aquatic plant is an excellent material for making healing potions. At least 20% of the blood recovery potions circulating in the Federation market are made from blood algae produced in Tiannan City. This income accounts for 45% of Tiannan City's annual financial revenue. However, Jiang Chuan discovered an issue within. Residents of coastal areas have traditionally relied on fishing for their livelihood, but blood algae need to be cultivated in shallow sea areas, which will inevitably encroach upon the living spaces of fishermen. Regarding the situation of fishermen, this report doesn't mention a single word about it. Jiang Chuan had been from the lower class in both lives. Though his current status is different, his thought process fundamentally differs from those officials who only value political achievements. He immediately sensed there was something fishy about it. Coincidentally, when Shiliang had gone missing while inspecting a village that cultivated blood algae, Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment. The news of his appointment had already been communicated to Tiannan City by the Federation ahead of time. At this moment, the officials and dignitaries of Tiannan City were likely waiting for him outside the city. However, he did not go to Tiannan City, nor did he notify any local officials. Instead, he followed the coordinates on the map directly to the location where Wen Shiliang had gone missing. Bailang Village. Just hearing the name of the village, one could imagine a stunning vacation spot with a white sandy beach. However, what Jiang Chuan actually saw was an endless expanse of dark red. On the side close to the coast, large patches of blood algae fields shimmered with a dark red hue under the sunlight, extending deep into the sea like a vast, boundless dark red satin. The sea breeze carried a strong stench of decay, a unique smell from the fermented blood algae, nauseating to the senses. He walked along the bumpy dirt road towards the village, with most of the houses on either side being old stone structures. The walls were peeling. The doors and windows were askew. A few tattered villagers squatted by the roadside, ranging from the elderly to the young, all gazing vacantly at the sea, showing no reaction even as he passed by. A man in his 50s squatted at his doorstep, gripping a dry smoking pipe that had long been extinguished. He simply sucked on it, staring blankly at the Red Sea ahead. Jiang Chuan stood in front of him, blocking his view. Only then did the old man slowly lift his head, his cloudy old eyes scanning him up and down before lowering again. "What are you doing here, kid? Don't hang around for no reason." Jiang Chuan pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and waved it in front of him. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up and his withered hands instinctively reached out. However, Jiang Chuan quickly pulled his hand back. "Answer a few questions, and this bill is yours." You ask? The old man's voice grew bright, as if he had been injected with enthusiasm. Jiang Chuan pointed at the sea covered with blood algae. Wasn't Bailang Village originally reliant on fishing for a living? How come everything has turned into this now? The old man paused for a moment, his earlier excitement fading, slightly replaced by an indescribable bit. "Fishing." The old man let out a bitter laugh. "That was 5 or 6 years ago." He pointed towards the Red Sea. "The water used to be so clear that you could see the bottom. The Dragon King took care of us coastal folk. Back then, when we went out to sea, a single net would bring in a full catch of silver fish. Though they didn't sell for much, it was enough for the whole family to eat and stay warm. Later, the city ordered us to cultivate blood algae." The old man smiled self-deprecatingly. "They said this stuff could sell for a lot of money, 10 or 100 times better than fishing, and forced us to switch to growing blood algae." Jiang Chuan asked, "Did you all agree to it?" "Could we not agree?" The old man raised his eyelids to glance at him, his eyes filled with helplessness. "The orders from the city lord's mansion, who dares to defy them? If we don't grow blood algae, our fishing boat licenses won't be renewed. Without a fishing boat license, we can't go to sea to fish, and there are plenty of people willing to grow it." At first, everyone tried to grow some. Blood algae grow quickly, once harvested they grow back again. The price is indeed higher than fishing. But later everyone realized something was wrong. The old man's fingers tightened around the smoking pipe, the knuckles turning white. "This stuff reproduces too quickly. Its roots dig into the seabed, growing denser, enveloping all the spawning reefs, and without a place to spawn, the fish and shrimp numbers dwindle. What's worse is that this stuff tangles up the fishing nets. When a fishing net is tossed out, what is pulled up is not fish, but clumps of rotten blood algae ruining nets worth thousands. As the blood algae decays, it also muddles the seawater. In just 2 or 3 years. The old man's voice trembled slightly as he sighed. The nearshore fish have all vanished. Our ancestors relied on fishing for generations, and now we can't even catch a fish the size of a palm. Jiang Chuan remained silent for a few seconds before asking, "But there are still blood algae. Isn't the profit from growing blood algae higher than fishing?" The old man's expression changed. A familiar fear appeared on the old man's face, which was lined with deep grooves. It was the instinctive fear of a lower-class individual facing an irresistible force. The old man swallowed hard. Harvesting blood algae. That's a deadly job. Though blood algae appears soft on the surface, in reality the stems are covered in barbs that contain toxins. Just touching the skin causes swelling like a bun. If not dealt with promptly, the toxin seeps into the bones, and the entire arm can necrose. And that's not all. The old man's pupils contracted slightly. Under the blood algae lurk red scale snakes. Their venom is terrifying. A single bite can kill a person in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. At the beginning, there were a few in the village who did not believe in evil and, relying on their youth and strength, try to get rich by cultivating blood algae, but they all ended up bitten to death by the red scale snakes while harvesting them. Jiang Chuan frowned. With the city lord's mansion ordering the cultivation of blood algae, didn't they prepare corresponding protective measures? Protective measures? Of course there are. The old man scoffed, his smile more sorrowful than a cry. The city has professional protective suits, but a full set costs several tens of thousands, aside from the wealthy families who can afford that. We the common people who can barely afford to eat have nothing to buy protective suits with. Jiang Chuan's gaze turned cold. Then why is blood algae still being cultivated here? The old man suddenly closed his mouth. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them before lowering his voice even more. No individual dares to grow it, but the Yu family has taken over. You being an outsider may not know them. The Yu family is the largest family in Tiannan City, with someone in the city lord's mansion wielding significant power. The Yu family has sent people to take over all the blood algae fields in the village, and the young and strong have been hired by the Yu family to harvest the blood algae, earning 300 to 500 yuan with each trip, provided they can return alive. The old man tapped his smoking pipe on the stone steps, a layer of inexplicable gloom shrouding his face. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath. Although he had suspected something was wrong with the blood algae, he never imagined the issue was this severe. He suddenly thought of a question. Since the blood algae fields are all contracted by the Yu family, how will those of you who don't grow blood algae survive? The old man did not answer, but slowly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. Jiang Chuan's gaze fell upon his forearm, and his pupils slightly constricted. That thin, dark forearm was covered in a myriad of pinpricks and bruises, some already scabbed over, others still oozing with blood. The entire arm looked like a piece of rotten flesh repeatedly beaten by someone. Selling blood, the old man said nonchalantly. This blood algae is quite sinister. To thrive, it must be regularly fed human blood. The old man lowered his sleeve, his murky, old eyes devoid of anger, only a numb acceptance of the harsh reality. The Yu family has set up blood collection points in the village. Those who wish not to starve, those who wish to survive, can only sell their blood. We should even thank the Yu family. Without them, most of the villagers would have starved to death. The living conditions for fishermen are so dire, doesn't anyone above care? Jiang Chuan's voice had. The old man scoffed and waved his hand. When Lord Wen was here, he did come down to investigate a couple of times, but Lord Wen, he has been missing for over half a year now. The one managing the city now is Deputy City Lord Ma, who is just as corrupt as the Yu family, only caring about his own achievements, not the lives of the common people. He paused and continued. Young man, I can see from your demeanor that you are not an ordinary person, but if you came here for the blood algae matter, you should reconsider. Be careful not to get yourself involved. Jiang Chuan fell silent for a few seconds, then pulled out a few banknotes and stuffed them into the old man's hand. Excuse me, one last question. Where is the village chief's residence in Bailang village? Seeing the banknotes, the old man's eyes instantly lit up, but after hearing Jiang Chuan's question, he hesitated a bit. He cautiously asked, Young man, you wouldn't be surnamed Yu, would you? I am surnamed Jiang, Jiang Chuan replied, forcing a smile. Jiang Chuan, soon this place will remember my name forever. The old man's face twitched slightly, feeling that this young man seemed to have a problem with his head. He dared not say more, pointing Jiang Chuan in a direction before hastily leaving. Jiang Chuan walked in the direction indicated by the old man. Along the way, he saw the blood collection point the old man mentioned. The entire setup of the blood collection point had nothing to do with the word standard. There were no protective workers. Reused syringes and large barrels filled with crimson liquid were placed in the yard, attracting swarms of flies. Jiang Chuan's expression darkened further. He had not been unfamiliar with poverty, but even during the hardest times his parents had never resorted to selling blood to survive. Tiannan City is poor, but the annual fiscal revenue shouldn't be so low that over 30,000 people can't afford to eat. Where has the money gone? Jiang Chuan reached the end of the village where he saw the luxurious residence of the village chief, built on a low cliff overlooking the vast sea of blood algae, a cold smile appearing on his face. So that's where the money is. The tall blue brick courtyard walls, the crimson riveted gate, and there were 2 stone lions squatting at the entrance bearing their fangs and claws exuding an imposing aura. Jiang Chuan stared at the 2 stone lions for a moment, then raised his foot and kicked open the big door. The rivets flew off. The bolt snapped. The 2 heavy door panels crashed inward, shaking the entire courtyard. Who goes there? The courtyard erupted in chaos with 7 or 8 burly men resembling guards rushing out from the side rooms wielding clubs, some with short knives at their waists, all of them sporting fierce expressions. Jiang Chuan walked in expressionlessly. Bold, how dare you trespass into the Yu family's residence? You are seeking death. A bald, muscular man who seemed to be the leader reacted first, shouting angrily as he swung his iron club down towards Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan merely stomped his foot with a bit more force. Boom. A wave of energy exploded, sending all the guards flying out over 10 meters, crashing against the courtyard walls, instantly rendering them lifeless. The commotion immediately awakened the people inside the house. A hefty man, disheveled and with a belly full of meat, ran out cursing, "What the hell? Are you trying to tear down my house? Don't you know I'm busy with important matters?" Halfway through his words, Yu Laosan finally saw the scene in the courtyard. A handsome young man stood in the courtyard while the hired guards he had paid for lay sprawled all around in disarray. But his first reaction was not fear. Rather, it was fury. "Who the hell are you to dare invade my residence? Do you know whose territory this is?" Yu Laosan's voice was exceptionally loud, spittle flying everywhere, and his entire body shook with rage. Jiang Chuan lifted his eyelids. "Do you know who I am?" Yu Laosan paused, squinting his eyes that were squeezed into a slit by his fat, scrutinizing Jiang Chuan several times from head to toe. The young man looked to be only 16 or 17, unfamiliar in appearance, dressed plainly not resembling a big shot from the city, much less a ruthless character from the underworld. Not a big shot, not a ruthless character. What's there to be afraid of? Yu Laosan's anger flared up again. "I don't care who you are. Do you know who the Yu family is in Bailang village? The Yu family of Tiannan City. Go ask around to see what weight the Yu family holds in Tiannan City. If you touch even a single finger of mine today, tomorrow the Yu family can make your entire family." Jiang Chuan calmly interrupted him. "It seems you still don't know who I am. No worries, you will get to know me very soon." Boom. Without any visible movement from Jiang Chuan, Yu Laosan, standing still, suddenly seemed to be hit by a cannonball, his entire body rolling into a ball of flesh, crashing through the courtyard wall. A surge of anger gradually rose in Jiang Chuan's eyes. He spat on the ground and cursed, "A bunch of motherless dogs, do you really think I came here to play political games with you?" Elder Yusan's corpulent body crashed through the courtyard wall, rolling down the slope for several rounds before finally coming to a stop. He lay on his back, blood frothing from the corner of his mouth, his body limp and broken, every bone within him shattered. The last breath of life sparked a flicker of pleading in him. He opened his mouth, but only a garbled gurgle escaped his throat. Jiang Chuan emerged from the gap in the courtyard wall, his fingertips transforming into a glimmer of starlight that pierced through Elder Yusan's body, completely severing his final breath. Immediately after, a brilliant burst of starlight exploded upon his corpse. The starlight spread across Elder Yusan's body like a living liquid, the shattered bones reassembling under the starlight and the ruptured organs healing at a visible speed. Elder Yusan suddenly opened his eyes, springing up like a fish thrown onto the shore, then turned and knelt on the ground, his forehead hitting the dirt heavily. "I pay my respects, master. Explain everything that happened here from beginning to end." Jiang Chuan's voice betrayed no emotion. Elder Yusan knelt, spilling out all the details like beans from a bamboo tube. From his words, Jiang Chuan began to piece together just how deep the rot had set in Tiannan City. The city relied on the sea for its livelihood, and blood algae was the lifeblood of the entire city. But this lifeblood had been severed long ago by the deputy city lord Ma Yuanhua, and the Yu family working to Ma Yuanhua, abusing his power, forcibly centralized the rights to cultivate blood algae from all coastal villages, while the Yu family was responsible for the actual cultivation and sales. Coastal fishermen, their lives numbering just a few tens of thousands, were utterly disregarded by them. As for the profits from blood algae, the Yu family took 60%, Ma Yuanhua took 30%, and the remaining 10% went to grease the palms of other officials in the city. After 5 years, just the income from one blood collection point in Bailang village equaled half a year's financial tax revenue for Tiannan City. Yet none of this money was used for the villagers, nor did a single cent enter the federal financial system. Wen Shiyang went missing in Bailang village precisely because he uncovered these accounts. Who did it? Jiang Chuan asked. Elder Yusen nearly buried his head in the dirt. It was the Yu family's butler Yu Fu. Deputy City Lord Ma was aware that City Master Wen was coming to investigate the blood algae fields, so he had Yu Fu wait in the village ahead of time. That night after City Master Wen left my house and got onto Yu Fu's carriage, he never returned. I don't know where Yu Fu took him, whether he is dead or alive I can't say. Jiang Chuan need not worry about the veracity of Elder Yusan's words unless this small place harbored another SS-level talent adept at contracts. In the distance, the sea of blood algae surged with dark red waves, and the sea breezed the setting sun, slowly sinking below the horizon. The dying sun resembled blood. It dyed the entire shallow sea a nearly solid black-red color. Jiang Chuan turned and walked back to the main hall of the residence, sitting down in the armchair, while Elder Yusan followed in with a bow, his face filled with deference. Where is Yu Fu now? Returning to the master, Yu Fu usually stays at the Yu family's mansion in the city, only coming to the village when it's time to collect the accounts. You must now call over everyone related to the blood algae fields in Bailang village, the heads of the blood collection points, the supervisors of the harvesting teams, the managers of the accounts, and all your guards. Bring them all here without missing a single one. Elder Yusen hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, I will go at once. As he turned to leave, Jiang Chuan spoke again. Also send someone to invite Yu Fu, saying that the belongings of City Master Wen have been discovered in Bailang village, and ask him to come verify. Elder Yusen respectfully acknowledged and quickly exited. Moments later, figures began to appear along the village path. The first to arrive were several employees from the blood collection point, who obviously knew nothing of what had transpired, thinking the village chief had summoned them for routine business. Laughing and joking, they stepped into the courtyard, only to freeze upon seeing the door that had been kicked off its hinges. Next came a few supervisors from the harvesting team, each one brawny and fierce-looking. Then came the manager of the accounts, a thin old man with a goat beard, clutching two thick ledgers and jogging in sweat pouring down his forehead. Finally, it was a group of people personally led in by Elder Yusan. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a large belly, dressed in a satin long robe, wearing a fine jade ring on his finger, his brows and eyes exuding an air of condescension. Upon stepping into the courtyard, his first words were, "Elder San, where are the belongings of City Master Wen you mentioned? I must tell you, these items need to be properly handled, as I have heard that a new City Master has been dispatched from above, and it could very well be." Mid-sentence, Yu Fu suddenly halted as he noticed that the atmosphere in the courtyard was off. The grand entrance was lying on the ground, debris scattered everywhere, and evident signs of a struggle were present. In the main hall, a youth he had never seen before sat in the Grandmaster's chair, his face as grim as water. Meanwhile, the usually arrogant Elder Yusen stood bent at the youth's side, his posture more submissive than when he faced the old patriarch of the Yu family. Yu Fu's footsteps halted in place, and the guards behind him sensed something was wrong, each one placing a hand on their knife hilts. "Elder San, who is this?" Yu Fu's voice carried a hint of probing. Elder Yusen did not respond, merely casting his gaze toward Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan set down his teacup, rose, and walked to the entrance of the main hall, his gaze slowly sweeping over the dozens of faces in the courtyard. The courtyard fell silent, everyone exchanging glances, Yu Fu's eyes growing darker, his gaze cutting into Elder Yusen like a knife, seemingly questioning him about the situation. "Is everyone here?" Jiang Chuan spoke. Elder Yusen hurriedly nodded. "Returning to the master, everyone who could come has arrived. A few in the town were not in the village today, though I have already sent someone to." "That's enough." Jiang Chuan raised his hand to interrupt him. "Master." The moment Yu Fu heard this address, he sensed something was amiss and made a signal with his hidden hand, indicating the guards to take action. But the next second he saw a frost raising in Jiang Chuan's hand. Crack! An icy blue light suddenly exploded. A circular wave of frost spread from beneath Jiang Chuan's feet, coating the stone slabs with a half-inch thick layer of ice, the air dropping below, freezing in an instant, and the breath exhaled, turning into white mist. The dozens of people in the courtyard froze in that moment, maintaining their last action in life, transforming into lifelike statues. To deal with this group of blood-stained beasts, Jiang Chuan had no need for any words, nor did he need to explain anything to them. It was simply kill. Outside Tiannan City, the welcoming party on both sides of the official road stood from morning until Ma Yuanhua stood at the front of the line, his brand new deep blue official robe billowing in the sea breeze, and the smile on his face had transformed from rigid to ashen. Behind him were the officials of the city, followed by the wealthy merchants who had come to curry favor with the new city lord. Dozens of people stood under the scorching sun by the sea for an entire day. Each of them was filled with resentment. Deputy City Lord Ma, this new city lord has quite an attitude. A middle-aged man standing beside Ma Yuanhua slowly spoke, his face sharp as if chiseled from stone, with slightly frosted temples, dressed in a dark patterned brocade robe, exuding an intimidating presence without anger. This man was the nominal head of the Yu family Yu Baichuan. Indeed, a nearby noble echoed, although Tiannan City is not a big place, we must still observe proper decorum. Can a mere 16 or 17-year-old brat truly consider himself an imperial envoy? Ma Yuanhua's flesh twitched on his face as he forced a smile, saying, Our new city lord is still young and impetuous, having come from Tianke City, holding a high position. It is only natural for him to have some airs about him. Though he said this, his heart was filled with resentment. From morning until now, he had sent Jiang Chuan no less than 10 communication requests. Each time was met with an immediate rejection, without a single word of explanation. This was no longer a matter of arrogance, it was outright disregard for him as the acting city lord. People began to scatter in small groups, some leaning against their carriages and whispering complaints. Isn't he just a substitute heavenly general? Does he really think he's something special? But he has SS-level talent. People like us from small places are simply beneath his notice. So what if he has SS-level talent? Even a strong dragon cannot crush a local snake. In our Tiannan City, whether dragon or tiger, they must bow down. Ma Yuanhua pulled you, he whispered. You family head, this kid does not seem to be an easy target. The regulations we discussed earlier may need to be changed. Yu Baichuan's gaze fell on the sea of blood. Algae dyed red by the setting sun at the end of the official road, his voice tinged with disdain. Deputy City Lord Ma, you worry too much. A 16-year-old child, no matter how high his talent, how much Dao attainment can he possibly have? If he knows what's good for him, we can continue to keep him in the city lord's mansion as a figurehead, and he will receive his share of the profits every year. If he does not know his place. Yu Baichuan's expression darkened. In Tiannan City, surrounded by the sea with strong winds and turbulent waves, any accident could happen. Ma Yuanhua's lips curled slightly. Just as he was about to respond, the communicator in his hand suddenly, the name displayed on the screen, made him perk up immediately. He waved to those around him to hush, then put on a beaming smile to answer the call. Lord Jiang, you finally have news. We have been waiting outside the city for a long time, knowing you have had a tough journey. We specially prepared a welcoming banquet at the Xianhai building in the city to treat you. On the other end of the line came a faint voice. Send me the location. Sure, I'll send it to you right away. Ma Yuanhua hung up the call, his smile instantly vanishing, replaced by a gloomy expression. He gestured to the crowd behind him. Stop chatting. The new city lord has arrived. Head directly to Xianhai building. Everyone perk up. Prepare the flattering words. If anyone messes up, don't blame me, Ma, for turning hostile. Xianhai building is the best restaurant in Tiannan City. The 7-story building is built by the sea with flying eaves and upturned corners, ornate beams, and painted rafters. From the top floor's elegant room, one can see the entire bay. Ma Yuanhua booked the entire top floor, and just the banquet spread cost nearly several $100,000, featuring the finest ingredients available in Tiannan City. He stood at the entrance of the restaurant with a group of people eagerly awaiting. As night fell, finally, a circular flying boat slowly approached from the distance. As the flying boat landed, a handsome young man stepped out, dressed in plain black clothing with no accessories, appearing extremely simple. Ma Yuanhua was taken aback. He had seen Jiang Chuan's photo, but seeing him in person was still shocking. 16 years old. Truly too young. His face still bore a hint of boyishness, yet the coldness in his eyes was entirely unlike what one would expect from a youth. He immediately switched to a standard smile, hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands slightly in greeting. Lord Jiang, I am Ma Yuanhua, the acting city lord of Tiannan City, welcoming your esteemed presence. You must have had a long journey. I have prepared a modest banquet, and the colleagues of Tiannan City are waiting to toast the city lord. Please come upstairs. Nearby officials and nobles also cupped their fists, their faces adorned with flattering smiles. Jiang Chuan calmly returned the gesture. Thank you for your trouble, Deputy City Lord Ma. He stepped into the first floor hall of Xianhai building, and the officials and nobles behind him quickly followed, ascending the staircase. As they reached the door, Jiang Chuan suddenly stopped. The crowd behind him was forced to halt, as well exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of what the new city lord intended to do. Jiang Chuan stood there, raising his finger, suddenly counting the number of people present one by one. 13, 14, 15. His gaze settled on the 15th person, then looked towards the several people further behind. You all do not need to come up. Everyone froze in surprise, with one person's face turning a deep shade of red with shame and anger. City Lord, I am the president of the Tiannan City Chamber of Commerce, Zhou. I know who you are. Jiang Chuan interrupted in a flat tone, offering no explanation, as he turned and pushed open the door to the elegant room. Ma Yuanhua's smile became somewhat stiff, but he was ultimately a seasoned player in the political arena. After a slight pause, he quickly put on a smile again and followed Jiang Chuan into the elegant room. Inside the elegant room was a large round table covered with a snow-white tablecloth, and the tableware was all finely gilded porcelain. A dozen people filed in, taking their seats under Ma Yuanhua's arrangement. Jiang Chuan glanced at the staff in the room. You all can leave too. Ma Yuanhua was taken aback and hurriedly said, leave quickly, leave. Lord Jiang must have important matters to discuss. Jiang Chuan finally revealed a slight smile. Indeed, it is very important. Ma Yuanhua looked at his smile, feeling inexplicably uneasy. However, this uneasy feeling lasted less than 3 seconds. Tiannan City was their territory. No matter what tricks this new city lord had, could he really turn the tide in their domain. After the others left, the door closed and the soundproof room immediately fell silent. Lord Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Yu family. Ma Yuanhua enthusiastically began to introduce, but was interrupted by Jiang Chuan raising his hand. You don't need to introduce. I will know who you all are shortly. Ma Yuanhua was slightly taken aback, wondering what this meant. As he pondered, a group of ice blue light began to glow from the palm of Jiang Chuan's hand. The light appeared especially cold under the warm yellow lights of the elegant room, casting a layer of frost over the exquisite dishes on the table. Ma Yuanhua was bewildered. My lord, what are you? Before he could finish, a circle of frost exploded from beneath Jiang Chuan's feet. Creak! The arc of ice blue light swept through the entire elegant room, the temperature plummeting below freezing in an instant, frost covering the walls, and steaming soup on the table instantly turned into a lump of ice. Including Ma Yuanhua and Yu Baichuan, 15 people were instantly frozen into statues, their vitality snatched away in an instant by the terrifying cold. Jiang Chuan expressionlessly withdrew his hand as the ice blue light slowly dissipated. Immediately after, a more brilliant starlight surged forth from Jiang Chuan's body. Like a living tide, it spread out from the floor in all directions. The starlight seeped into every ice sculpture, penetrating into each person's body, the shattered cells reorganizing in the starlight, the frozen blood melting and flowing again, and the frozen hearts began to beat once more. Moments later, all 15 people simultaneously knelt on the ground. Ma Yuanhua knelt at the front, his eyes devoid of the previous calculation and malice, replaced by a fervent devotion that bordered on distortion. I pay my respects to the master. Ma Yuanhua, Yu Baichuan, and even Morong Jin. What they misjudged most gravely was assuming Jiang Chuan would abide by the Federation's political conventions, engaging with them in a methodical rule-bound game of chess. No one could have foreseen it. Jiang Chuan had never intended to play by the rules. He came to overturn the board entirely. The frost lingering in the chamber receded, slowly drawn as if by an invisible hand, coalescing back into the cold, eerie luminescence cradled within Jiang Chuan's palm. The banquet resumed, yet the atmosphere had irrevocably shifted. Ma Yuanhua and Yu Baichuan knelt on the floor, reporting everything they knew with meticulous, trembling candor. It was then Jiang Chuan learned the hidden peril buried beneath Tiannan City ran far deeper and far darker than any intelligence he'd previously acquired. The malignant root of the blood algae infestation did not lie with Ma Yuanhua nor with Yu Baichuan. These two were merely expendable frontmen, white-gloved hands performing sordid deeds in plain sight. The true source lay with the reclusive patriarch of the Yu clan, who had withdrawn from public life decades ago. Yu Zhenhai. At 97, his lifespan had long surpassed the natural limit for humankind. By all logic, he should have long since rotted in his coffin. Yet he lived. Not only lived, but thrived with a vigor surpassing most youths. His unnatural vitality stemmed from a singular clandestine pact forged with the Merfolk clan dwelling in the abyssal depths of the Southern Sea. Even Yu Baichuan, the patriarch's own son, knew nothing of the pact's precise terms. They knew only one irrefutable truth: the blood algae spores had been brought back from the Southern Sea's fathomless trenches by Yu Zhenhai himself. Yu Baichuan spoke as though describing a stranger. The sap of blood algae serves as the supreme ingredient for regenerative serums. Its efficacy exceeds all commercial alternatives by over 30%. Since Yu Zhenhai secured the spores from the merfolk, we jointly transformed Tiannan City's entire coastline into sprawling blood algae plantations. Jiang Chuan paused in contemplation before posing the pivotal question: what do the merfolk demand in return? They would not surrender such a precious seed without price. They demand humans, Ma Yuanhua replied. Humans? Jiang Chuan echoed, his voice taut with quiet disbelief. Ma Yuanhua continued, indeed. The spores were not gifted freely. Each year the merfolk collect their due, a tribute of 300 living humans, healthy, unblemished adults in the prime of youth. We transport them aboard fishing vessels to a designated coordinate deep in the Southern Sea where merfolk envoys await. Yu Zhenhai calls this ritual the sea sacrifice. Those offered are recorded officially as lost at sea. Storms and currents claim hundreds annually. Such disappearances draw no suspicion, evoke no inquiry. Jiang Chuan nodded, his expression unreadable. You two beasts truly deserve death. Thank you, master. Ma Yuanhua and Yu Baichuan declared fervently, their ecstatic zeal chilling to behold. Jiang Chuan had long grown accustomed to such grotesque devotion. Continue. Yes, master. Through blood algae cultivation, the Yu clan amassed staggering wealth, and Yu Jinhai used those funds to construct a private island deep in the Southern Sea. He resides there permanently. Ostensibly, he retires to enjoy his twilight years, but in truth the island serves as a conduit for direct communion with the merfolk. However, blood algae harbors a fatal flaw. A flash of fury ignited in Ma Yuanhua's eyes. It is a cyclical crop, but once its reproductive cycle concludes it plunges rapidly into decay, dying en masse within a single month. And the decaying algae releases a virulent toxin, not only annihilating every living thing across a 100-league radius of sea, but leaching through seawater into coastal aquifers. When that occurs, the devastation will extend far beyond Tiannan City's shores. Half of Lingnan's 36 cities will be ravaged. Master Ma Yuanhua raised his voice. Agitated Murong Jin dispatched you to Tiannan City precisely to saddle you with this catastrophe, to brand your political career with an indelible stain ensuring your permanent demotion. What? Jiang Chuan instantly straightened, shock and outrage surging within him. This was a venomous stratagem, so insidious even he and Qin Tianheng had failed to foresee it. Murong Jin, after all, was one of the Federation's grand generals, a pillar sworn to safeguard humanity. Yet she now callously abandoned half the populace of Lingnan's 36 cities, merely to drag Jiang Chuan down. Her guilt was unforgivable. Jiang Chuan glanced again at Ma Yuanhua's seething countenance. You're complicit in this treachery. Why the indignation? Ma Yuanhua immediately prostrated himself and began slapping his own face with brutal force. This servant deserves death. This servant deserves death. Enough. Jiang Chuan waved him silent, then asked coolly, you claim Murong Jin possesses full knowledge of the blood algae affair. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate that? This. Ma Yuanhua, his lips already split and swelling, pressed a hand to his bruised cheek and shook his head helplessly. Master Murong Jin operates with surgical caution. She issues no direct orders. Even if I testified against her, it would hold no evidentiary weight. Murong Jin has never accepted a single credit from the blood algae enterprise. Yu Baichuan added. She maintains zero formal ties with our clan. Her directives flow solely through Deputy Mayor Ma. I am powerless against her. That wretched old sorceress. Jiang Chuan muttered under his breath, his knuckles tapping rhythmically, tap tap tap, against the tabletop. These political titans, honed by decades in power, had each evolved into consummate predators, leaving no trace, uttering no word that could be formally recorded or weaponized. Their commands dwelled exclusively in veiled suggestions, left deliberately ambiguous for subordinates to interpret. Interpret correctly, and glory belonged to the superior. Interpret wrongly, and the subordinate bore the blame alone. The most dangerous among them was precisely Murong Jin, untainted by greed or lust, driven solely by an insatiable hunger for authority. Her political record immaculate, her removal from power nearly impossible. Jiang Chuan gazed silently out the window, mentally retracing the entire conspiracy. Murong Jin's gambit was indeed masterfully sinister. If he hadn't seized control of the city's entire administrative apparatus upon arrival with overwhelming force, he might well have remained oblivious until the crisis erupted. As for Qin Tianheng's suggestion that he simply wait out his term and return to Tiankai City to assume the grand generalship, that was pure fantasy. Should the blood algae hazard detonate, not only Tiannan City's 30,000+ citizens, but tens of millions along Lingnan's coast would perish. In such a calamity, his promotion to Grand General would become laughably irrelevant, or retaining even his provisional rank would hang in the balance. Ma Yuanhua. Jiang Chuan's voice was level, devoid of inflection. At your command, master. Ma Yuanhua's forehead struck the carpet with a muffled thud. You shall execute 3 tasks immediately. First, effective, immediately shut down every blood extraction station along Tiannan City's coastal villages, without exception. Allocate municipal funds to provide livelihood subsidies to all displaced fishermen. If funds prove insufficient, supplement them from your personal treasury. Second, halt all harvesting operations across coastal villages' blood algae fields. Seal all harvested algae in storage. Prohibit further harvesting of uncut crops. Third, issue an official proclamation bearing the city lord's seal, informing all villagers that the new city lord has assumed office, and that blood algae industry reforms commence tomorrow. Ma Yuanhua hesitated, his decades of bureaucratic instinct instantly calculating the ramifications. Halting the harvest would trigger immediate financial collapse. The Yu clan's receivables would vanish, and Tiannan City's fiscal deficit would balloon beyond repair within 2 weeks. More critically, the proclamation would serve as an open declaration to the Yu clan's reclusive patriarch the new city lord had arrived, not to govern, but to dismantle. Yet, as Jiang Chuan's bound servant, such reservations dissolved within a heartbeat. He bowed deeply. Your command shall be obeyed. Yu Baichuan. Jiang Chuan turned his gaze to the figure kneeling on the opposite side. At your command, master. You shall undertake 2 assignments. First, compile a comprehensive inventory of all enterprises the Yu clan has seized along the coast, including blood algae field, acreage, blood extraction station counts, and total profits accrued over the past years. Deliver it to me within 3 days. Second, contact your father immediately and summon him to the city. I require an audience with him. Yu Baichuan lifted his head, offering a tactful suggestion. Master Yu Jinhai rarely receives visitors. Indeed, he grants audiences to no outsiders. Though I hold the title of Yu clan patriarch, ultimate authority rests solely with him. A blunt summons may alarm him and provoke flight. Jiang Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, then smoothed. The observation was sound. Even Ma Yuanhua, acting city lord, served only as Yu Junhai's disposable instrument, possessing no authority to compel his presence. If Yu Baichuan conveyed the message directly, that wily old fox would instantly deduce the city's power structure had fractured, prompting Ma Yuanhua and Yu Baichuan's defection and retreat further into shadow. Jiang Chuan nodded. Your warning is timely. Upon your death, your corpse shall remain intact. Yu Baichuan prostrated himself again, then proposed, in my estimation, the upcoming sea sacrifice presents the ideal opportunity. Yu Jinhai conducts the ritual in the Southern Sea Trench. Master could attend in person. I shall arrange passage. Jiang Chuan studied him intently, long enough to unsettle Yu Baichuan, before replying, a sound proposal. You will oversee the arrangements. Yes, master. Yu Baichuan elated all, but vowed to slay his own father. 3 days later, before dawn, the harbor bustled with urgent activity. 3 rust-eaten fishing vessels moored at the pier, their diesel engines thrumming violently enough to shake the gangplanks. At the pier's end, Ma Yuanhua and Yu Baichuan stood rigid, watching Jiang Chuan descend into the vessel's hold. Jiang Chuan wore coarse fisherman's garb, his face smudged with grime, hair disheveled, crouched low in the corner, indistinguishable from any common mariner. Also boarding were dozens of young men and women selected from coastal villages, faces vacant, resigned, as though they understood precisely where they were bound. Cast off, the captain bellowed. Lines were loosed, gangplanks retracted, and the trio of vessels eased away from port, heading southeast into the pale pre-dawn light. The diesel roar was deafening. Jiang Chuan leaned against the rail, eyes closed, mentally reviewing the intelligence Yu Baichuan had provided. The sea sacrifice site was known as Ghost Whale Reef, a cluster of submerged rocks deep in the Southern Sea, roughly 200 nautical miles from Tian'an City. Its waters were infamous, treacherous, choked with hidden reefs, narrow channels perpetually shrouded in dense fog. Ships routinely altered course to avoid it. Yet the Yu clan chose precisely this place, because it was the merfolk's designated exchange point. Yu Jinhai had begun as an ordinary merchant, building his fortune through smuggling. Later, he somehow forged ties with the merfolk of the Southern Sea Abyss, leveraging perilous transactions to ascend as Tian'an City's wealthiest magnate. Once his wealth eclipsed all rivals, he withdrew abruptly, not retreating into seclusion, but severing all ties with human society entirely. According to Yu Baichuan, he had last seen his father 3 years prior. By then, Yu Jinhai had already ceased resembling a man, gill slits flared along his neck, fine scales shimmering beneath his skin. The fishing vessels pitched and rolled across the open sea for a full day and night. At dusk on the second day, the sky darkened violently. Thick ink-black fog surged from every horizon. The sea churned with vast turbid bubbles, and a pungent briny stench filled the air, causing several passengers to retch violently. Jiang Chuan frowned. Beneath the hull, ocean currents twisted with unnatural violence, as if colossal shadows glided through the abyssal depths. We have arrived. Yu Baichuan entered the hold, whispering close to Jiang Chuan's ear, Master, Ghost Whale Reef lies ahead. The sea sacrifice begins shortly. Jiang Chuan nodded, lifting his gaze toward the rail. Through the mist, jagged black reefs emerged, encircling a semi-natural, semi-artificial circular altar extending into the sea. At the altar's center stood a solitary figure. Jiang Chuan's eyes locked onto him, and his pulse surged. A man appearing no older than 30. Long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, his features possessed an unearthly, almost demonic beauty, skin suffused with a faint aquatic azure sheen. He wore a crimson robe, barefoot upon the stone. Delicate gill slits pulsed along his cheeks and beneath his ears, breathing rhythmically with the sea wind like some deep-sea creature drawing breath. Yu Baichuan approached reverently. Father, Yu Jinhai. Jiang Chuan's mind flashed to the patriarch's age, 97. Yet this man appeared 30 years younger than Yu Baichuan, and scarcely older than Jiang Chuan himself, the 18-year-old transmigrator. 97. Impossible. Jiang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Humanity possessed cultivators, but even an 8th-tier peak cultivator could not transcend the mortal lifespan's hard limit. The longest-lived seldom exceeded 120 years. Yet Yu Jinhai stood before him, an undeniable violation of that law, reborn, rejuvenated, defying time itself. Was this the price of his pact with the merfolk? I hear you've halted all blood algae production along the coast, Yu Jinhai rasped his voice gravelly, with ancient authority. Yu Baichuan hastened to explain, "Father, the new city lord decreed it." I acquiesced, deeming it prudent to avoid discord during the sea sacrifice. "We shall deal with him afterward." Yu Zhenhai seemed satisfied, his suspicions momentarily dispelled. Then his gaze pierced the crowd, locking unerringly onto Jiang Chuan. His eyes held vertical pupils, deep-sea green glowing with cold predatory luminescence in the mist. He stepped forward, bare feet touching the water, and ice crystallized beneath each step, forming a solid gleaming path across the waves. He reached the vessel's rail, scrutinizing Jiang Chuan from head to toe. Then a strange, feverish excitement flickered in his voice. "Baichuan, this sacrificial offering you've brought is unlike any other." He licked his lips, revealing rows of needle-sharp, non-human teeth. "His flesh smells pure, purer than the entire cargo combined." Yu Zhenhai extended a hand toward Jiang Chuan's face. "My good son, did you select him expressly for your father?" Jiang Chuan remained silent. Within his lowered lashes, his obsidian irises hardened, frost spreading silently across the steel deck beneath his feet. Yu Zhenhai's hand pointing at Jiang Chuan froze midair, thin frost creeping upward from his fingertips along his forearm. His expression shifted abruptly as he tried to recoil, but his entire arm had already gone numb. Crystalline shards erupted from beneath his skin, sealing flesh and bone alike within a translucent shell of ice. His vertically slitted emerald green pupils contracted sharply. He had lived 97 years, spent half his life negotiating with the merfolk. He had witnessed countless bizarre techniques, yet never before had any force immobilized his entire arm without his slightest awareness. Reacting with lightning speed, he slashed downward with his left hand, fingers rigid as a blade, aiming unflinchingly at the shoulder joint of his frozen right arm. A warrior's sacrifice. The decision was ruthless, yet he gravely underestimated Jiang Chuan's strength. Ling Ao Shuang's frostborn talent wielded by Jiang Chuan now rivaled that of a ninth-rank sovereign. How could he possibly resist? Before his left-hand blade even neared his shoulder, frost surged up from his right clavicle, engulfing his neck in an instant, freezing half his face solid. Within a fraction of a second, Yu Zhenhai's eerily beautiful, almost demonic visage transformed into a grotesque mosaic, half living flesh, half glittering ice. Horrified, he twisted his head toward Yu Baichuan, only to find that his own son, who had always revered him, now gazed back with chilling, alien indifference. Jiang Chuan rose from the shadowed corner of the cabin. Smudges of soot still streaked his face, but the glacial fury churning in his ink-dark eyes frosted the entire deck in a single breath. "You said my flesh smelled pure." Jiang Chuan extended his hand, fingers clamping around Yu Zhenhai's half-frozen face, and lifted him bodily over the gunwale. Yu Zhenhai's bare feet kicked wildly in midair, thin sheets of ice shattered beneath them, scattering like glass into the sea with delicate splashes. "Then tell me," Jiang Chuan tilted his head slightly, voice calm as still water, "did you recognize that scent? The one that heralds your death?" His fingers tightened. Crack. Ice exploded outward. Yu Zhenhai's skull crumbled entirely within Jiang Chuan's palm, reduced to a cloud of glittering frost dust. The headless torso swayed twice at the rail, then plunged straight down, striking the water with a thunderous white-capped splash. Every soul on deck stood petrified. Even the selected youths, numb-faced and hollow-eyed, now flinched. Some shrieked, others collapsed trembling onto the planks. Yu Baichuan's personal guards turned ashen. 2 dropped to their knees on the spot. Yu Baichuan barked silently. "What is there to panic about? Anyone who screams again will join them beneath the waves." As he spoke, he calmly slaughtered every one of his own guards. Once all volatile elements were purged, he returned before Jiang Chuan, hunched subservient like an old hound awaiting its master's favor. Master Yu Zhenhai alone knows the true location of the Yu family's hidden treasure vault. With him under your control, you may claim every fortune amassed over decades. Well done. Jiang Chuan acknowledged him, then added, "But my quota for bound servants is full. Make room for him." Without waiting for reply, he flicked his wrist. A sapphire-blue ray pierced Yu Baichuan's forehead. Frost bloomed from the wound, spreading in seconds until his body lay encased in a flawless crystalline sarcophagus. Then, thud, it sank, vanished beneath the surface without trace. Jiang Chuan kept his word. Even in death, a whole corpse remained whole. Of course, whether the fish honored that promise was beyond his concern. Jiang Chuan withdrew his finger, glancing down at the sea, where Yu Zhenhai's headless body drifted slowly downward, his crimson robe unfurling in the depths like a blossoming blood algae bloom. At Jiang Chuan's silent command, starlight blazed forth, illuminating the surrounding waters for dozens of meters with ethereal clarity. Bathed in celestial radiance, Yu Zhenhai's corpse began to reassemble, severed vertebrae fused anew, fractured skull fragments snapped back into place, sinew and flesh guided by unseen hands regenerated seamlessly from the wounds. Within seconds, Yu Zhenhai opened his eyes, leapt from the water, landed lightly on deck, and knelt before Jiang Chuan, right knee bent low. I pay homage, master. Seeing the feverish devotion blazing in Yu Zhenhai's gaze, Jiang Chuan could only marvel inwardly. This talent truly was peerless. No matter the depth of hatred, patricide, filicide, annihilation of one's entire lineage, instantly it dissolved into reverence, as if the world itself had softened, radiant, harmonious. Jiang Chuan regarded Yu Zhenhai kneeling upon the deck and spoke coolly. Speak. What pact did you strike? Yu Zhenhai lifted his head, his lips curling into a faint, unsettling smile. Master, the merfolk are nearing extinction. He elaborated. This Southern Sea clan is a banished cadet branch of the Naga royal bloodline from the core realm, tainted lineage, diminished power. Moreover, their fertility is catastrophically weak. Each year sees fewer newborns. Until today, their entire tribe numbers less than 200. They demand 300 human youths annually, not for ritual sacrifice. Rather, they seek to use humanity as surrogates to propagate their dying race. Continue. Yu Zhenhai nodded. They have coveted the coastal human territories for decades. At first, they merely snatched isolated fishermen, until discovering humans could indeed bear their offspring. Then they sought me out. Initially, I aided them only for rare jewels. But 7 years ago, they offered me blood algae spores. Blood algae serves not only as base material for healing elixirs, but also as the sole known longevity tonic for the merfolk. Yet earlier attempts to cultivate it failed, repeatedly thwarted by human coastal patrols. I invested considerable effort to overcome those obstacles. Jiang Chuan paused, then ground out teeth clenched. You planted a live bomb beneath my feet, and dare wear pride upon your face. I dare not. Yu Zhenhai pressed his forehead flat against the deck, voice trembling with terror. Had I known you would one day assume governance of Tianan City, I would never have introduced blood algae cultivation. Enough. Jiang Chuan exhaled, anger already spent. What quarrel could one hold with the dead? He asked. How do we neutralize the blood algae threat? Yu Zhenhai shook his head. They provided only cultivation instructions, not remedies for its withering phase. However, I know their ancestral lair, a deep sea trenched beneath Guiku Reef. There lies a natural secret realm entrance, their ancestral home for generations. Any cure for the blood algae must reside within that realm. Jiang Chuan followed Yu Zhenhai's gesture downward, into absolute lightless blackness. Lead the way. Yu Zhenhai produced from his robe a pearl of translucent white. Its surface shimmered with a faint watery sheen, a ghostly blue light glimmering within the mist. This is a Bai Shui Zhu, a token the Yuan once gave to their followers. Wearing this pearl allows one to breathe freely underwater and remain unharmed by the crushing pressure. Master, please follow me down, or I will guide you. He rose, walked to the gunwale, and without hesitation vaulted it. Jiang Chuan accepted the Bai Shui Zhu and held it in his palm. A cool current emanated from the pearl, traveling along his arm and suffusing his body. He could plainly feel a filmy, transparent layer settle upon his skin, as if an invisible bubble had wrapped him. He no longer hesitated. He flipped over the rail and plunged into the icy water. The sea was repelled before it could touch that membrane. Within several feet, not a drop penetrated, and even his clothes remained dry. Yu Zhenhai's silhouette flickered ahead in the dark. Jiang Chuan summoned his magical energy and shot forward like a released arrow, cleaving the water as he pursued into the deep. The further they sank, the dimmer the light became. Sunlight was all but absorbed a few meters below the surface, and the world collapsed into utter blackness save for the pearl's faint azure glow that barely lit a few paces ahead. The water grew colder and the pressure increased, but the Bai Shui Zhu worked exactly as Yu Zhenhai had promised. Jiang Chuan felt almost no discomfort. He could not tell how long they had descended before a pinpoint of light appeared in the darkness below. As they drew nearer, the speck brightened. At last, the pale blue light unfurled before Jiang Chuan. The entrance to a vast underwater. The gateway took the form of an ellipse towering more than 30 meters high. Its rim was composed of unknown dark purple coral, whose surface flowed with dense luminous veins. Within the aperture swirled a bottomless spectral blue vortex. Unknown secret realm. There was no information to be seen. It was worth noting that every race of the origin world can link to the mysterious system, but like isolated networks, each one's data remains entirely separate. Certain special powers, such as the forces behind the Heixing Shanghui, can through trade breach information barriers between many races. Humankind plainly lacked such influence. Thus, before a secret realm unregistered by the human records, Jiang Chuan could glean nothing. Jiang Chuan hovered at the mouth of the vortex. His Jiuyao star bow had already formed in his palm. Silver-white starfire bloomed in the deep and illuminated his composed features. Master! Yu Zhenhai's voice came from behind, laced with alarm. Though the Yuan within this realm are near extinction, their chieftain is an ancient fishman who has lived who knows how many years. His strength is unfathomable, and this place is his domain. Jiang Chuan did not turn back. You simply lead the way. Let him meet his end. Yes. Yu Jinhai immediately surged forward and passed through the whirlpool. Jiang Chuan followed. At first they plunged through utter blackness, then suddenly the space opened with a brilliant clarity. When he opened his eyes, he found himself within a city. More precisely, a city submerged beneath the sea. Overhead, hundreds of zhang of water separated by a translucent membrane of light. The entire metropolis seemed trapped beneath a gigantic bowl of glass. Outside the membrane lay the dim abyss where enormous silhouettes of fish drifted past. Inside, an ancient urban silence reigned. The city was even larger than Tiannan City, its streets crisscrossing and buildings layered in tiers, with a style utterly unlike human architecture. The buildings bore streamlined, curving forms, their surfaces glinting with a mother-of-pearl iridescence. On either side of the avenues stood crooked pillars of coral that served as lamps. The sight was strange, yet it caused Jiang Chuan to frown. Everywhere he looked, the structures were covered in pustule. Those sores, some large and some small, clung densely to the walls. They bulged and glistened, and through the sheened surface dark green pus could be seen seeping within. The air was thick with a fador of decay, far more penetrating than the stench of fermented blood algae. Behind him, Yu Jinhai explained cautiously, "Master, this is the ancestral city of the urine. I have only been here once before, and it did not look like this then. It seems your old friends have fared poorly." No sooner had Jiang Chuan spoken than a figure leapt from around. It was a urine, yet it was far removed from the notion of a fishman in Jiang Chuan's mind. Ordinary urine, even distant kin, retained a humanoid frame. This thing had lost any trace. Its skull was swollen thicker than its torso. One side of its face was covered with grape-like tumors. One eye had been pushed to the center of its forehead, the other buried in the mass of flesh as a narrow slit. Its chest was rent open by a vertical gash, and within lay clusters of writhing tendrils like coral worms. It emitted a hoarse, piercing shriek, launched itself with all four limbs, and lunged at Jiang Chuan. An aberrant urine, its classification unknown. Jiang Chuan narrowed his brow and loosed a single arrow. The silver-white shaft penetrated the aberrant creature through the center of its skull, spraying a plume of dark green blood mist. The monstrosity froze midair for an instant, then burst apart with a wet crack, green gore splattering. Killed aberrant urine, gained 5200 experience. All things extraction, activate. Extraction successful, strength 35. A faint white vapor drifted along Jiang Chuan's palm and merged into his body. The yield was modest, but better than nothing. Jiang Chuan's 4 attributes had each already surpassed 30,000 points. He had risen by extracting one monster after another, and he did not forget his beginnings even as he grew stronger. No sooner had he felled one than a rustling rose from the end of the street. From the buildings lining the avenue, more aberrant urine surged forth. Their forms were grotesquely varied. Some bore 7 or 8 limbs and scuttled across the ground like spiders. Some had lower halves that were nothing but tangled masses of tentacles dragging glistening trails of mucus. Others wore enormous bulging sacs along their backs, in which a second face writhed. The sole commonality was that all of them exuded a maddened, irrational aura, as if their reason had been stripped away. "Didn't you say the urine were nearly extinct?" Jiang Chuan shot Yu Jinhai an oblique glance. The man stammered helplessly, I do not know what has caused this." "Enough," Jiang Chuan said. He gripped the Juyao star bow, and the silver starlight at his feet detonated outward. The eternal domain unfurled in an instant. Within a circular radius of 100 meters, the ground blossomed with dense star-patterned sigils, and starlight rose like blazing flame from those etchings. The aberrant urine that charged into the domain had crimson damage numbers pop above their heads: 136,000, 136,000, 136,000. Several slightly weaker monsters were incinerated into charred husks before they could reach him. More aberrant urine stepped over the corpses and continued to surge. Their eyes held no fear, only a sort of incomprehensible frenzy. Jiang Chuan drew the bowstring taut. Starfall, silver-white rain of arrows descended like a dense meteor shower, shrouding the entire street. Killed aberrant urine, gained 5200 experience. Killed urine fiend, gained 8800 experience. Experience figures leapt wildly. Jiang Chuan strode forward, casually loosing arrows to finish off any that remained while extract all released in succession. Ribbons of golden light swirled around him like an ascendant deity. Jiang Chuan fought through monsters while extracting resources, benefiting from the self-healing of his eternal body and the control immunity granted by the Tianshu gem. He had no need to consider defense. He simply output damage wherever he went. In less than half an hour, he had slaughtered his way from the outskirts of the city to the central area. The streets behind him were littered with the corpses of deformed fishmen, their dark green blood flowing like a stream along the cracks of the cobblestone road. Jiang Chuan glanced at his attribute panel, noting that he had gained at least over 2,000 attribute points on this journey. The rewards were plentiful. Ahead was a vast plaza at the center of which stood a trapezoidal pyramid made entirely of obsidian. At the top of the pyramid lay the royal court of the fishmen. Scattered across the plaza were dozens of deformed fishmen. In the very center of the stone steps stood a creature that was clearly much larger than its kind. It measured over 3 meters in length, its upper body barely retaining a humanoid shape. Its muscles twisted like tree roots, and its skin was covered by a thick layer of dark green scales. Its head was somewhat more normal compared to the smaller monsters, at least having a complete face. However, that face bore 2 rows of ghostly green vertical pupils. 18 eyes turned simultaneously. They focused at once, locking onto Jiang Chuan's figure. Deformed Fishman King. This term refers to an 8th-tier alien species. Among the alien races, only those of royal blood have the hope of breaking through to the 8th tier, thus, it has become a fixed title over time. For a king of the alien races to appear in coastal areas would be a disaster for humanity. Relying on the advantages of the aquatic race, even multiple celestial generals would find it hard to kill one. But for Jiang Chuan now, it was merely a matter of firing a few more arrows. The deformed fishman leader let out a low guttural roar, propelling itself off the ground. Its massive body charged at Jiang Chuan like a cannonball. Wherever it passed, the cobblestones were gouged deep by its claws, leaving behind a dark green trail of corrosive residue in the air. Jiang Chuan drew the 9 suns bow to its fullest, the silvery star light coalescing into an arrow. Falling star. Boom. Fueled by 40,000 points of strength, the falling star arrow struck the fishman leader's chest with 10 times the damage coefficient. The silvery starlight exploded into a blinding sphere of light, and the fishman leader's scales, which could withstand the main cannons of warships, were as fragile as paper instantly pierced by a hole the size of a bucket. Dark green blood and internal fragments gushed out from the wound, and the fishman leader let out a shrill scream, its massive body sent flying back, by the impact crashing heavily onto the steps of the pyramid and shattering them to pieces. 1680000. 1680000. Critical hit. Stunned. A spinning stun icon appeared above the fishman leader's head, its enormous body convulsing amid the rubble, and all 18 eyeballs rolled back, unable to rise for the moment. Jiang Chuan did not give it a chance to recover. A second arrow was already knocked onto the bowstring. Then came the third, the fourth. With the 3-star talent EE, which comes with a dual attack effect, he only needed 4 arrows to trigger the execution curse. 480000. The pitch-black instant kill number flashed by, and the fishman leader's body exploded. Jiang Chuan casually cleaned up the surrounding smaller monsters, then approached the corpse to extract a larger piece of tissue. Buzz. A blinding golden light erupted from the corpse. Extraction successful. Obtain talent. Wisdom enhancement. Wisdom enhancement grade 1 star increases wisdom attribute by an additional 25, grants an extra 50 judgment bonus for wisdom assessments. You have acquired enhancements for 4 basic attributes, triggering a special mechanism. Physical enhancement, wisdom enhancement, strength enhancement, agility enhancement will merge into 4-dimensional resonance. The new talent will retain all effects of the original talents. Do you confirm? Confirm. The 4 talents in Jiang Chuan's panel immediately began to flicker, transforming into a beam of light, ultimately merging into a brand new talent. 4-dimensional resonance, a grade 1 star, increases all attributes by an additional 35, grants an extra 60 judgment bonus for all attribute assessments. When the difference between the 4 attributes does not exceed 10, it will reliably trigger the maximum attack cap. The effect of the new talent is even stronger than the combined effects of the original 4 talents. It even comes with an additional special effect. Quite powerful. Jiang Chuan's panel attack with the 9 suns bow now stands at 86790151322, with nearly a double variance between the upper and lower limits. With this talent, any of his attacks will reliably trigger the maximum attack cap of 151322, marking an epic rise in output. Jiang Chuan stood up and stretched his shoulders. At this moment, with nearly 70,000 points of wisdom attribute, his perception of the surrounding environment had become incredibly precise. This feeling was even more refreshing than a surge in strength. He stowed away his panel, his gaze sweeping over the debris-strewn plaza, landing on the massive palace door at the top of the pyramid. The door was taller than the city walls, entirely crafted from deep blue coral, its surface embedded with countless fish bones and shells. Jiang Chuan stepped forward and slapped his palm against the door. The palm strike, empowered by 70,000 points of strength, resounded like thunder. Both massive doors exploded inward simultaneously. The hinges shattered and coral fragments flew everywhere. The fish bones and shells embedded in the door were shaken loose. Behind the door lay a dark long corridor flanked by 12 stone pillars, each entwined with thick seaweed. At the deepest part of the royal court was a gigantic circular hall, its dome towering over 20 zhang high, embedded with countless fist-sized luminous pearls illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. The four walls of the hall were covered in reliefs depicting the history of the fishmen from ancient times to the present warfare, migration, exile, and the establishment of this isolated city in the deep sea. And then its decline. In the center of the hall stood a massive obsidian throne. The throne rose over 3 zhang high, upon which sat an even larger figure. It was nearly 5 meters tall, covered in a layer of dark green scales, the edges of which gleamed with a golden hue, subtly hinting at a transformation towards dragon scales. Its head no longer resembled an ordinary fish, its extraordinarily long tendrils curled and dangled, its horns protruding prominently. It looked more like a dragon on the verge of transformation. But it was too old. The gaps between its scales were filled with grayish-white parasites, as if covered by a layer of grayish-white fungal blanket, which was riddled with countless tiny pustules identical to the pustules on the surfaces of the buildings outside. A foul stench permeated the air. The atmosphere in the hall was so thick that it was nearly suffocating. Its eyes were murky and cloudy. The moment Jiang Chuan stepped into the hall, the eyeballs slowly turned, and a tremendous mental force surged forth from the throne like a tide attempting to invade Jiang Chuan's sea of consciousness. Jiang Chuan's gaze shifted. He rapidly regained clarity. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ears. You have suffered a mental attack, but because your wisdom attribute exceeds 2,000 points, the judgment is successful. You have become immune to this mental control effect. Had this occurred before he obtained wisdom enhancement, this mental shock might have made Jiang Chuan furrow his brow. But now, with nearly 70,000 points of wisdom attribute activated, this unknown mental force crashed against his mind. It was like waves crashing against rocks. Not even a ripple was stirred, it shattered into a mist of water. The Fishman King on the throne let out a muffled groan, suffering a backlash as its body began to writhe bizarrely, as if an uncontrollable mutation was about to occur. It opened its mouth in agony, emitting a series of incomprehensible syllables. Jiang Chuan could not understand its language, but he directly captured the surging thoughts deep within its spirit. Kill me. Jiang Chuan stood before the enormous obsidian throne as the Fishman King's murky pale eyes locked onto him, and its massive body covered in parasitic sores began to tremble violently. Kill me. The ancient mental aftershock crashed into Jiang Chuan's sea of consciousness, once more this time, carrying a sense of desperate pleading. Jiang Chuan furrowed his brows. He drew the bowstring taut again, preparing to end the life of this ancient fishman that had lived for who knows how long. However, just as the arrow was about to be released, an unexpected change occurred. The Fishman King's jagged maw suddenly opened wide, emitting a roar that shook the seabed. The luminous pearls embedded in the dome of the hall shattered in response to this roar, exploding into countless sparkling white dust. Jiang Chuan's pupils constricted as he keenly sensed that the opponent's aura was rising at a completely illogical pace. Crack! Its form began to undergo a horrifying transformation. The originally 5-meter-tall body surged to nearly 8 meters amidst the cracking of bones, a row of vicious bone spines protruding from its back. Its arms expanded dramatically, muscles bulging, as if about to burst, fingers transforming into half-meter-long claws. The once murky and pale eyes had completely turned into a pure, deep purple. The pupils were shaped like vertical slits. An energy fluctuation Jiang Chuan had never seen before enveloped the creature. Warped Ancient Dragon Source Variant 9th Rank Health Points. Attack Power. Defense Power. A line of blood-red prompts appeared on Jiang Chuan's panel with all data except for the name and rank shown as question marks. The Eye of Truth, bolstered by over 70,000 points in wisdom, was unable to see through the attributes of this monster. A 9th rank powerhouse. Thoughts raced in Jiang Chuan's mind. Shen Ji had described to him in detail the essential differences between a 9th rank powerhouse and an 8th rank one. Below the 8th rank, regardless of talent, all practitioners draw upon energy cultivated from themselves, such as elemental power, or stellar power like his own. While these energies differ vastly in nature, they all ultimately consume one's energy reserves to manipulate external rules. The 9th rank is entirely different. A 9th rank powerhouse, after absorbing source matter, will convert their own power into a higher tier energy. This is called source power. Source power does not come from within, but is a formidable force that can directly manipulate the rules of heaven and earth. In other words, practitioners below the 9th rank are borrowing the rules, whereas 9th rank powerhouses are mastering the rules. The gap between them is not merely a difference in quantity, but a crushing disparity in dimensions. And now, Jiang Chuan finally witnessed the terrifying might of source power. The Fishman King slowly lowered its spiked head, its deep purple slit pupils locking onto Jiang Chuan. It opened its fang-filled maw, a sphere of deep purple light, igniting deep within its throat. The light was not intense, but Jiang Chuan's instinct for danger surged wildly. Star Flash. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his spot and reappeared on the opposite side of the hall. Almost simultaneously, a deep purple beam of light silently swept past where he had just stood, striking the wall at the back of the hall. That thick wall made of obsidian vanished silently, as if erased by an eraser from a pencil drawing. Jiang Chuan gasped in shock. He could feel that he wouldn't even survive a single hit from such an attack. With over 70,000 points in physique attributes, the powerful recovery of his eternal body and various defensive talents all seemed utterly ineffective against the opponent's attack. If he were hit just once, he would instantly trigger his resurrection passive. Starfall. Jiang Chuan suppressed his shock and drew the Jiuyou Star Bow. The silvery arrow trailed a long streak behind it as it shot straight toward the head of the warped. The law of guaranteed hits manifested completely in this arrow, which drew a curve in the air that defied the laws of physics, accurately piercing the left eye socket of the warped ancient dragon. 1. A solitary digit floated above the warped ancient dragon's head. Jiang Chuan was momentarily stunned. No damage. How is this possible? The SSS rank talent E that granted him the ability to ignore defenses had also failed. The warped ancient dragon didn't even blink. It suddenly opened its claws, and deep purple source power exploded around it, creating a circular shockwave. Jiang Chuan had no time to evade. The star spirit protection on his wrist automatically activated at the critical moment, enveloping him in a layer of silvery starry shield. In the next second, the shockwave slammed into him. The shield, capable of absorbing 50 of his maximum health damage, disintegrated the moment it made contact with the deep purple light. Boom. Jiang Chuan was blasted away, his body carving a deep trench across the hall floor, finally crashing heavily into a stone pillar before he came to a stop. He swallowed the blood surging up his throat and glanced at his health bar. Just being grazed by the residual force of the shockwave caused the star's spirit protection shield to explode, and his health plummeted by nearly 200,000. And this was just the shockwave, not a direct hit from the source power. No way, he couldn't confront this creature hidden. Jiang Chuan rolled over and leapt up, immediately activating the Tianxian gem. Star brilliance erupted around him as the Xianzhao illusion enveloped the entire hall in an instant. The star brilliance coalesced, and a mirror image identical to the warped ancient dragon stepped out from the illusion, its massive 8-meter-tall body, deep purple scales, bone spines on its back, and even those deep purple slit pupils were all identical. The mirror image of the warped ancient dragon let out an ear-splitting roar, its claws gathering deep purple beams and lunging at the original. Jiang Chuan felt a slight relaxation in his heart. The mirror image created by the Tianxian illusion possessed 100 of the target's attributes. Although maintaining it consumed his mana at a frantic rate, as long as the mirror image could hold off the warped ancient dragon, he could find an opportunity to counterattack. However, the next second, he was left dumbfounded. The original warped ancient dragon merely swiped its claw casually. A curved, deep purple blade of light shot from its claw tip, and Jiang Chuan watched helplessly as its mirror image was sliced in half, instantly killed. Damn, you're a freak. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but curse. He had always been labeled a freak by others. But today, he finally encountered a true opponent. Jiang Chuan immediately understood the reason for his defeat. No matter how high the attributes of the mirror image created by the Tianxian illusion, and how closely it mimicked the original without the backing of source power, it was merely an empty shell facing the warped ancient dragon. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? I can't hit it, and I can't withstand its attacks. This was the first time Jiang Chuan had encountered an enemy that left him completely at a loss. The distorted ancient dragon tore through the newly generated mirror image, its deep purple vertical pupils quickly locking onto Jiang Chuan, who was hiding in the secret realm. It took a large step forward. Every footstep shook the entire hall to its core. The sharp tips of the bone spurs on its back glimmered with deep purple light gathering above its head into an energy sphere over 2 meters in diameter. The oppressive aura emitted by the energy sphere instinctively raised alarms in Jiang Chuan's heart. He had almost no time to think. Star Flash was triggered repeatedly. His figure flickered 3 times within the hall. Each time he vanished from the spot, just as the energy sphere was about to lock onto him. Boom. The energy sphere struck the ground where he had last teleported, instantly evaporating the surface and creating a semicircular pit over 10 meters in diameter. Jiang Chuan's chest was torn open by the energy wave, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone, but under the effect of the eternal body, it healed at a visible speed. Wait. Jiang Chuan keenly sensed a clue. Although the opponent's attack was terrifying, it seemed not to be released at will. With each use of source power, the deep purple scales on its body dimmed a bit. This creature's source power is not infinite. Or rather, its newly transformed body cannot yet withstand such a level of energy. Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes, pushing the eternal domain to its limits, and the silver-white starlight illuminated the entire hall as bright as day. His movement speed enhanced by attributes left behind a trail of afterimages. The distorted ancient dragon's consecutive attacks shattered only his afterimages, never truly hitting him. The distorted ancient dragon let out an angry roar. It suddenly stopped its pointless pursuit, raising its arms high above its head, and the deep purple source power surged violently around it like boiling water. The remaining reliefs on the walls of the hall began to peel away extensively under the erosion of the source power's residual waves, and the few remaining luminous pearls on the dome exploded one after another. A wave of energy that made Jiang Chuan's scalp tingle was gathering above the distorted ancient dragon's head. The deep purple light continuously compressed. It kept condensing. From the size of a grinding disc, it shrank to the size of a fist, then to a speck the size of a grain of rice. Yet the pressure emanating from that tiny light began to distort the entire hall's space. It must not be allowed to release it. A fierce look flashed in Jiang Chuan's eyes as he resolutely unleashed his second transformation ultimate technique. Star Constant. All the power of the stars suddenly contracted, forming a rapidly spinning star core within him. Time seemed to stretch forcefully in that moment. All skills were reset, mana was instantly filled, and his state was locked at its peak. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath. The 9 Yao star bow in his hand erupted with brilliant light. The Tian Shu and Tian Xian gems illuminated simultaneously, resembling 2 true starry reflections. Star illusion. 3 identical clones appeared simultaneously at 3 different positions in the hall, drawing the bowstring together with the main body. The eternal domain unfolded again, and under its enhancement the attributes of the 3 clones doubled. Although their individual strength was inferior to the main body, they reached the threshold of level 9. Quadruple star fall. Unlimited release. Boom boom boom. Streams of silver meteors fell from the sky, crashing toward the distorted ancient dragon's ugly head. The source power enveloping its surface finally revealed a hint of weak ripples. Then amidst the continuous bombardment, the waves grew increasingly violent. During the 15 seconds of Star Constant, Jiang Chuan and his clones unleashed all the skills they could. The reliefs on the walls of the hall were shattered by the shock waves of energy. Half of the dome collapsed. The seawater poured in from the rift in the sky. Crack. A barely perceptible sound echoed, but it was crystal clear to Jiang Chuan's ears. Bang! The source power shield on the surface of the distorted ancient dragon finally shattered, and falling meteors repeatedly struck its head, with astonishing damage numbers rising. The attack was effective, and immediately triggered the lethal curse of E189-382-7976. A black number too long for Jiang Chuan to count flashed over the distorted ancient dragon's head. He had no time to feel relieved. In the next moment, the attack it had been brewing for a long time was completely detonated. Buzz! As the light exploded, it felt as if the time in the entire hall had solidified. Centered on the distorted ancient dragon, brilliant purple light expanded at an incredible speed, and all matter silently perished upon contact with the purple light. Star flash. Jiang Chuan instantly executed 3 consecutive flashes, attempting to escape the hall, but still lagged a step behind. The purple light engulfed him, and he felt an irresistible force surge toward him. Then his entire being was instantly torn to shreds. The purple light continued to expand outward, bursting through the royal palace hall, like a raging tide spreading through the center of the underwater city. In an instant, it enveloped most of the urban area. The array nodes supporting the underwater dome were destroyed, and tens of thousands of tons of seawater surged in, mercilessly crushing the few remaining buildings in the city. After an unknown amount of time, a faint starlight flickered in the darkness. Following that centered around this light, a violent plunging force spread outward, shredding nearby schools of fish into bloody water that converged toward the center, creating a whirlpool over 100 feet wide in the water. At the center of the whirlpool, Jiang Chuan's figure gradually took shape. His skin was exceedingly pale, unnaturally so, and his expression was extremely grim. He had actually died once. If not for the passive effect of the eternal body, he would have truly perished, dying at the hands of a creature that wasn't even a complete level 9 yet. Jiang Chuan deeply understood the meaning behind Shinji Yi's words below level 9 are all ants. He had to admit that this crisis was indeed caused by his own negligence. He always felt that even though level 9 professionals were powerful, with his attributes far surpassing those of peak level 8 by dozens of times, he shouldn't be completely powerless in a battle. This battle had directly awakened him. His attributes were indeed very high, no doubt about it. However, beyond level 9, they didn't even compare attributes. They simply changed the playing field. Once the source power was activated, all his proud attacking methods turned into a joke. Fortunately, this mutated fish monster was not completely transformed. Although it had temporarily grasped source power, its physical strength was still at level 8, allowing it to be killed by his attacks. Even so, he still paid the price of a life. If it were a true level 9 being, he would have had no chance to even, like stepping on an ant. There was no suspense. Jiang Chuan floated bare in the dark water, the cold seawater, immediately bringing him back to his senses. He held his breath, took out the water avoidance pearl from his backpack, reactivated it, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then waved his hand to release a starlight. The residual form of Yu Zhenhai, crushed by the aftermath of the previous battle, began to coalesce once more. Master. He had just managed to utter half a word when Jiang Chuan ruthlessly crushed him, releasing some of the anger in his heart before summoning him again. He pointed at the underwater city, now reduced to ruins and shrouded in darkness. Find the drops from that old fish king. If you can't, you will remain underwater forever. Jiang Chuan surfaced, sitting on a protruding rock, his mind still replaying the earlier events. Yet no matter how many times he revisited the battle in his mind, the conclusion he reached was clear. There was not a shred of hope for victory. His ability to defeat the old fish king was not merely due to taking advantage of its incomplete mutation. It was also because the creature's consciousness was in a state of extreme chaos. It possessed source power, but lacked any combat experience, much like a child wielding a gun, unable to unleash the true potential of that power. If he faced a different opponent, let alone a fully evolved 9th tier, being even an 8th tier practitioner with source power could easily leave him lost. Source power. A strong yearning surged within Jiang Chuan. He began to understand Song Jinghong's choice. Any practitioner longing for strength would be unable to resist the allure of such supreme power. In comparison, what did the future of the entire human race matter? Jiang Chuan gazed at the pitch-black water surface, murmuring, I hope the old fish king's drop will bring me surprises. Night fell. The entire Devil Reef was shrouded in thick fog. The 3 fishing boats docked by the altar had not yet departed. The people aboard huddled together anxiously. Some were fearful, others pessimistic, and some were discussing seizing a boat to escape, but Jiang Chuan paid them no mind. Splash. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from the water. He perked up, looking up to see a massive fish head surfacing, thrown onto the shore by an immense force. Yu Zhenhai's figure leaped out of the water, landing on the ground, kneeling on one knee, panting excitedly, Master, I have fulfilled my duty. I found the remains of the fish king. You finally did something useful. Jiang Chuan hurried forward, his eyes shining with surprise. The old fish king's head had evolved the most thoroughly, fully entering the 9th tier, and had not been extinguished even in that terrifying explosion of source power. This also meant that he could definitely extract power related to the 9th tier from it. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath, raising his slightly trembling palm to cover the massive head. Extract. Buzz. An indescribable deep purple light instantly spread out. Extraction successful. Power 1500. Extraction successful. Constitution 1500. Extraction successful. Agility 1500. Extraction successful. Wisdom 1500. Each of the 4 attributes increased by 1500 points, resulting in a total practical attribute enhancement of 3000 points under the blessing of the Eternal Domain. But this was not the most astonishing part for Jiang Chuan. Extraction successful. Obtained item Essence of Source Power. Essence of Source Power SS tier item formed from the residual primordial source power after the fall of a 9th tier, being extremely rare, can be used to break through the 9th tier bottleneck or for refining SS tier pills. Indeed, it exists. Jiang Chuan took a deep breath, carefully stowing this essence of source power deep in his backpack. During this trip to the South Sea, although he did not find the treasure accumulated by the Fishman race over the years or a solution to the blood algae crisis, with this essence of source power, nothing else mattered. He had not made this trip in vain. The blockade of the source blood race forced countless holy blood races to find no way to break through. The 9th tier opportunity that Song Jinghong needed to board that strange train was now firmly in his grasp. Master, I found this thing in the ruins. Yu Zhenhai took out a stone tablet. The tablet bore cryptic patterns resembling some unknown script. Seeing Jiang Chuan's puzzled expression, Yu Zhenhai quickly explained, this is the exclusive script of the Fishman race. I recognize some of it, which generally records significant events in the Fishman royal court's history. I can only decipher part of it. It seems to say, the Fishman king, in order to break through the 9th tier and regain the recognition of the Naga tribe, took a risk and prayed for power from an ancient existence through an old ritual. Ancient existence. Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. The tablet does not mention its name, only that it is the ancient one sleeping beneath the abyss, older than the 4 major source blood races. The Fishman king offered the last sacred object of his tribe as a sacrifice, and that being responded to his prayer, granting him forbidden power, but this power was not pure but carried the terrifying curse of that ancient one. Yu Zhenhai flipped the stone tablet over, The carvings on the other side were clearly more hasty and chaotic. The content of the curse is the kind of distortion you saw at the bottom of the sea. After the Fishman King gained power, he could initially suppress the curse within his body, but as time passed the curse began to erode his consciousness, and that of all his kin connected by blood. The entire underwater city slowly rotted under the curse, and the Fishman race began to distort one by one, while the Fishman King fell into a semi-mad state, sealing himself within the royal court. Jiang Chuan suddenly spoke up. What does the blood algae have to do with this curse? Yu Zhenhai quickly nodded. Master is wise. The back of the stone tablet just happened to mention this matter, stating that the Fishman King, in his few moments of clarity, found a method to suppress the curse. By using his own blood essence to merge with the egg of a certain abyssal worm, a special crop was formed. That is the blood algae. Blood algae can temporarily suppress the power of the curse, but the cost of its growth is the continuous draining of the Fishman King's life force. He intended to use himself as a price to suppress the curse's spread throughout the Fishman race. But his life force ultimately has its limits. At most it can only last 7 years. Once those 7 years are up, if the method to break the curse has not been found, the Fishman race will still face extinction. And now, Yu Zhenhai did not continue. The result was already quite clear. 7 years. The Fishman race had not found a way to break the curse. However, by pure coincidence, Jiang Chuan arrived here and casually eradicated them. Also, strictly speaking, they cannot be considered as having been cursed to extinction. Jiang Chuan fell into thought. The entire sequence of events fell into place at that moment. Blood algae was not an economic crop at all, but rather a curse suppression tool cultivated from the Fishman King's life force. The blood algae fields along the coast of Tiannan City appeared to be planting materials for blood medicine, but in reality, they were absorbing the curse for the Fishman King. The Yu family and Ma Yuanhua believed they were doing business with the Fishman race. In truth, they were merely acting as caretakers for a dying madman. As for the 300 living people that the Fishman race demanded each year, it was likely not solely for reproduction, but rather the Fishman race continually attempting to find a way to transfer the curse. Of course, it no longer mattered. With the death of the Fishman King, all blood algae, based on his life force, would simultaneously lose their source. The withering period of the blood algae is not due to any plant's cyclical nature, but rather because the Fishman King's life force has been exhausted. Yu Zhenhai said, yes, if the Fishman King could still hold on, this batch of blood algae might have lasted a few more years, but you, master, have ended its suffering with your own hands. The source of the blood algae has been completely severed. Jiang Chuan said nothing. He looked down at the stone tablet in his palm, suddenly feeling a sense of absurdity that was indescribable. Ma Yuanhua and Yu Baichuan colluded, while Murong Jin meticulously plotted behind the scenes, all aiming to blame him for the withering of the blood algae. They calculated everything, but did not anticipate that he would personally dive into the deep sea and slay the ancient Fish King, who had lived for who knows how long. The blood algae crisis was thus resolved in a manner no one had anticipated. As Jiang Chuan stepped out of the cabin, dawn was just breaking. The mist over the sea had yet to dissipate, and the grayish light from the east spread across the undulating waves, casting shimmering scales of light upon the surface. 3 fishing boats had drifted at sea for a day and night. The captain's face was etched with fatigue, but upon seeing Jiang Chuan emerge from the cabin, he mustered the strength to stand and forced a smile. My lord will be able to reach the shore in just half an hour. Jiang Chuan nodded and walked to the edge of the boat to gaze into the distance. This glance caused him to frown slightly. The sea had changed. He remembered that when they set sail, this area was a thick, nauseating dark red with blood algae densely entwined, making the very air foul. But now the stench in the air had significantly diminished. Jiang Chuan leaned over the railing to look down. The seawater, while still not clear, was no longer the dark red it once was. In the distance, the fields of blood algae were visibly withering away. Indeed, it matches the records on the stone tablet, Jiang Chuan thought, feeling a slight relief. His greatest fear was that the withering blood algae would release toxins contaminating the underground water sources of the entire Lingnan region. However, he had now clarified the situation. The so-called toxins were merely the unknown curse affecting the Fishman tribe. After he killed the old Fish King and wiped out the Fishman tribe, the source of the curse had been eliminated and the danger of the blood algae naturally ceased to exist. Master, look over there. Yu Zhenhai had somehow approached, pointing towards the shore. Following his finger, Jiang Chuan saw that on the reef beach of the shallow sea area, the retreating tide revealed the surface of the rocks, which sparkled with red light. Jiang Chuan's heart stirred,